Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Friday Fortnite with $20,000 on the line. Of course, your favorite YouTubers, streamers, and professionals competing tonight for $20,000. It's going to be a good one. My name is Taylor Noble, or Reflections now on Twitter. Got rid of the _II. So we're just Reflections. But, of course, on the couch joining me are some two special guests, Landon Lando Sanders, as well as Legion. What's up, boys?
Not a lot, man. I'm just hyped for this tournament, to be honest with you. I'm just ready to go. I don't know about you, Legion.
I took a jog before we actually started the broadcast, so I'm already sweaty to get sweaty for these players getting ready to go at it.
It's going to be a sweaty tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have so many great first matches, of course, as we typically do. Looking at round one, we have Dr. Disrespect and Crafty going against Chica and MrBeast, which, by the way, Dr. Disrespect has been bragging all over Twitter that he is not only the two-time champion, but also he is ranked #1 in the seeds, and he is so pumped up for that.
Oh, of course. Why not? The Doc is #1 in everyone's hearts, even his own especially.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. It's a pretty decent combo. I think they're going to be a pretty scary team leading on to the tournament.
It's the mustache, honestly. It's its entire own personality, and
Right.
it's actually what's controlling his mind and playing for him in a lot of the broadcasts that we've seen from him.
We've been talking about the facial hair, what that really does for a lot of the teams. I mean, it was Tim last week, maybe the mustache for Doctor this week. I don't know. It adds some kills. It helps.
It definitely, I mean, come on. If you're coming up against a guy with that magnificent of a mustache, honestly, you don't want to be going against that. Am I right? Am I right? All right.
The mullet as well. I mean, God.
Yeah,
The
full
mullet is
mullet.
everything. If you got a mullet on, you're not messing with that
Do you
guy.
think he combs it? How many times? Do you think like 1,000 streaks, or do you think it's like 150?
I would say 999. He just wants to make it seem as if
exactly
That
would
is
be
true.
too much.
Right.
Yeah, that
Be
makes
too
sense, right?
excessive.
1,000 would be just a little bit too much. And, of course, too,
Definitely.
Vikkstar and Tenny, they usually compete together, but Vikkstar's got a new teammate. It's actually going to be this guy named Wintrrz, 14 years old. He is, we've all
14.
And our Saturday Fortnite, we had a 13-year-old, which was the youngest. He was from the UK. Now we have another one, Wintrrz. He's 14 years old. He's a competitive gamer. Talks about scrims all the time, at least. Definitely a person to watch out for if you guys want to follow him on Twitter. It's WINTRRZ. Wintrrz. He's a 14 years old, got a lot of competitive gaming
You just
ahead
gave him
of
the
him.
juice, bro.
I definitely just gave him the juice, and that's what we're here to do, right? We're here to help each other out in the community. But I'm excited to see how he's going to perform later on in the tournament. But if he wins his first round against IRunYou and Agalor, he will be facing off against the potential of Chica or MrBeast or Dr. Disrespect and Crafty. So
we've got some very solid first rounds. So I think it's honestly going to be pretty impressive. Whoever makes it to Wintrrz Run 2, Wintrrz Run 3, it's usually like, oh, well, they had some good moments, but generally they faced off against the easy competition. Not in Friday Fortnite. If you make it past the first round, you most likely took down a Titan of some sort. So,
I can't tell you how many open bracket events I've attended in my life where you're like, yeah, man, I got like this easy like first through 3 winners round, and at these you're like, okay, if I just make it through winners round 1, I might be able to soar for a couple rounds because everybody is competition.
100%. Hey, and we also have another team that just changed it up a little bit. Last time it was Ninja and your son, Courage, which, by the way, Courage will be competing tonight with Baldy, Optic Baldy, who won our Saturday Fortnite, right? So that's going to be a good combination. But Ninja will be competing with Daequan from TSM, the double pump god himself. And, of course, they are going to be facing off round 1 against Typical Gamer and Thief, which, by the way, I don't know if you were keeping up with the Twitterverse. It was so funny because FaZe, Tfue and FaZe Cloakzy, they're just below them. So if they win their first round, we have a potential of seeing that face-off Ninja and Daequan. But FaZe Cloakzy tweeted out, like, oh, yeah, we got Ninja and Daequan second round. And Typical Gamer tweeted out, like, what are you talking about? Like, we still have first round against you, and we're going to beat you. So I love the confidence. So maybe we'll be able to see how they're going to progress throughout the tournament.
That's a very scary side of the bracket, which I'm sure we'll obviously be broadcasting some of those matches. But you want to talk about, like, that's okay. This could be a pretty difficult first round. And it's like, oh, yeah. Then we have FaZe second round. I don't even want to know who's in third round.
I mean,
it's
they've
probably
won 2 in a row here. So going straight after that, after round 1, you're like, okay, so pretty much I'm just going to have to put on the tryhard pants for a full hour, 2 hours.
Tryhard overalls, I think.
Like full, like coveralls, like for the construction workers and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
You guys are definitely out there today, boys. I like it.
Sure, man.
FaZe Tfue, FaZe Cloakzy have BobbyBojanglles and Bchillz in their first round as well. Bchillz always solid. BobbyBojanglles, Keemstar actually put them together because they saw that they were both solid competitors and playing well together throughout our tournaments.
I would add quickly, I think the combo of Ninja and Daequan, just first off, I know we're kind of going back, is a very scary team regarding a number of different facets because both of those guys play super, super quick. Like, you want to talk about aggression?
Yep.
Daequan is known for that. He rocks the double shotguns for a reason because he likes to be up in your face. He's not about those long-distance engagements. Ninja can kind of do both, but what he specializes in is that quick reaction. I mean, we always talk about his recovery builds, his transition building as well is top tier. So you put those two guys together on the exact same team, I think there's going to be a lot of moments where it's like, oh my gosh, like how are these guys like not slowing down? And I think that could be a great combo where we talk about, you know, teams to be facing off against top squads throughout our tournaments have been squads like FaZe, right? They have the first, you know, team, the first duo rather, to win, you know, 2 total tournaments in Friday Fortnite. That squad is built off fast-paced play, aggression, exactly what Tfue and Cloakzy are known for. So now you got Daequan and Ninja. They kind of fit that same role, I think. So I think it could be exactly what those 2 players might have wanted to kind of come up with a victory.
I mean, last week we saw Daequan and Divot without an assault rifle.
Oh, yeah.
On a jump pad, just continuously going up and down, waiting for players with a double pump combo. I mean, the confidence from that guy in up close combat is got to be scary. You couple that, like you're saying, with Ninja ability to play both roles, but him with a hunting rifle, Daequan up close with those shotguns. At that point, if you're, you know, one of these random squads having to go against that, you might just say, I disconnected, just hit the power button on the computer as soon as you make contact.
That's for sure.
So.
And of course, let's go ahead and bring up the bracket. Let's check it out and see what we got here, so the viewers can follow along with us too. And I want to look at a powerhouse team there. Myth and Hamlinz will be facing off against TBNRfrags and Lackey. So Myth and Hamlinz, obviously, an extremely strong team throughout our tournaments. But one match that I'm also interested in first round: Nickmercs and Sypher going against Optic, Courage, and Baldy.
Ooh, that's going to be a great.
It's going to be a great match. I'm really excited to see that one specifically.
And we talk about like, you know, like landing zones and what teams kind of like to do quite often. Nickmercs and Sypher, known for going tilted towers. When it comes into Courage and Baldy's play, at least from Baldy, for one example, usually going to go to risky. So we kind of have 2 totally opposite play styles, and I think we're related on how Nickmercs and Sypher do in that game. The high-risk, high-reward play could work out for them getting into winners round 2. However, though, we talk about how amazing for that Baldy played last week. He nearly took down Ninja Squad. It was Ninja and Courage. Nearly took them down last week. I think they lost maybe like 2 or 3 kills or something like that.
Super small deficit.
Yeah, and so you talk about like the pressure of being on Optic, the pressure then in your first tournament facing off against the king of Twitch, the, you know, one of the most popular gamers in the world, and then nearly taking them out. I mean, I think honestly this is going to be a really another opportunity for him to kind of prove himself as a top competitive player. But by no means is that a team that you want to mess with. So
okay, I absolutely agree with that. And of course too, finally joining us for our tournaments, we got 100 Thieves Risker and 100 Thieves Parallax joining us. Which this is gonna be the first time we've seen 100 Thieves at least play in our competitions. Of course, Nate Shot leading 100 Thieves. He's been in our competitions, but this is going to be at least the competitive team. We're going to see how they're going to perform, which I'm really excited because last week we had Optic, Baldy, and Drama. They are on the Optic competitive team. They were facing off against each other. So now to see 100 Thieves play is going to be great as well. And of course, King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are going to be teaming again as well. And they had a great run in our last tournament.
I think they finished like top 4 or something on those lines. But yeah, they were scary.
They were insane in the last series that we got to watch. And I'm actually going to say that they're my dark horse prediction for the tournament. I'm going to throw it out there right now.
Okay.
Calvin is a freak.
Yeah,
he's not even like a pro Fortnite player. Like I think he's a streamer for TSM and Overwatch. So like obviously that kind of translates into a game like Fortnite when it comes into PC and stuff. But like there were some shots that he was hitting. Right? We kept talking about like the fact that you have the gamer tag aimbot in your name, you have to live up to it. And he absolutely rose to the occasion and then some. So that squad, I definitely agree with Legion, has the potential to really be a solid squad and definitely a dark horse.
Well, definitely the dark horse team, but their first match is going to be a tough one. Nick28T going against One Shot Gurl. Of course, they've been champions in the past in previous tournaments. We saw them play in Nickmercs tournament, and they won at first place. So this tournament is going to be incredibly hard for them, especially first round. So I'm excited to see that. And then, of course, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because I saw a tweet at Legion earlier. Whenever it comes to the pink wall, we have KYR and Speedy and SideArms playing against each other. And, of course, you have to mention them at least twice, or else some legal issues.
Yeah, there's Deluxe 4 actually threatened me if I didn't mention Speedy and SideArms. So with that being said, this is now twice in the last 15 seconds that you've heard the mention Deluxe. Please just sick the attorney's off. It's not worth it.
Of course, those are your boys. So,
but lay it out right there. Okay.
we had to cover all our areas there, right? But hey, I'm really excited for what we have going on tonight. And honestly, you know, I've already mentioned a couple of my first matches, at least that I'm excited for. Of course, Ninja Daequan going against his competition, Typical Gamer and Thieves. I think that's going to be a powerhouse match. Nickmercs, Sypher, Optic, Courage, Baldy. Are there any matches that stand out to you first round that maybe you got to be worried about?
I think the one that we're actually going to be hopping on board with is going to be very interesting.
Okay.
We talk about Nick28T and One Shot Gurl, their potential in a lot of our tournaments. We haven't really had the opportunity to broadcast them and whatnot due to like certain matches just not working out, streaming times. Whenever they're in game, we just can't really hop in with them. But that duo is absolutely absurd. Nick28T, I think, has without question the potential to be a top pro when it comes down to this game. One Shot Gurl is absolutely absurd as well. And then you also talk about King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, the presence, the overall tournament run that they made last week was absurd. I think they ended up finishing like top 4, around the top 4 area. So without question, you look at both of these squads, and I think this one is absolutely going to be a proving ground. I'm lingering toward King Richard and Aimbotcalvin to come out with the victory in this, but I think when you talk about the other team as well, it wouldn't surprise me if we have any one of these 2 squads advancing into winners round 2. So that'd be my series in particular to be looking out for.
Okay.
So.
I'm actually on board with that. I feel like Nick and Gurl have been so consistent in every single tournament that we've seen.
Yeah.
And the fact that we haven't actually got to have them on this broadcast to be able to cast them is going to be super exciting for us to be able to see what that matchup is going to look like, especially because people that are unfamiliar with them are going to get to see, like, wow, this is why they're always like top 5 or top 1 in every tournament across the entire spectrum for Fortnite that I've seen, especially here at Friday Fortnite. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are going to go, right? Tilted was the
Sky's the
spot.
I hope it's Tilted.
I hope it's Tilted, too. If you guys don't remember last time, Landon, they kept landing at Tilted. And, of course, they were up, I believe, 7 or 9. Now, hold on. Let me just stop.
I want to give a preface
They were
to
up
it.
7 or 9 kills at one point, and they went
I need some
Tilted.
G-Fuel. Hold on here.
And Landon was so triggered because, of course, it's very untypical for a team who's up kills to go to Tilted. But I've been talking with quite a few others. I was playing with another streamer. His name is Big Rig. I was talking to him last night, and he was telling me about he actually went against or was watching King Richard, at least observing. And he loves to go Tilted. Apparently, he dominates Tilted. So that's apparently his new area, right? Nickmercs and Cypher, that was their area. But, hey, give a little credit. I think King Richard going Tilted.
Now I want to point out, I have to
He's been
preface
dying to
this.
say something.
I haven't. I've been a lot of lossless nights of sleep have happened since our last tournament. So the reason being why I'm not a huge fan of the Tilted strategy is because they were up. They had a 6 to 7 kill advantage, and they went Tilted. It'd be different if it worked out for them. I'd be like, okay, hey, listen, I get it. It worked out for you. Cool. Like that's totally a known strategy now. But it didn't work out.
Well, the first time it did. The second time it didn't.
Well, the first time it worked out because I think they had a very slim lead, or it was like a close match heading into second map. So I can get that a little bit. But when you're up in a series and you're like up 6 to 7 kills, and you go to Tilted, which is the most, I don't know, like the most populated area in the entire game, it just didn't make sense to me. And I remember watching, I think it was like Ninja and someone else discussing this exact same topic after the King Richard game had happened, and they're like, yeah, I don't know why they ended up going Tilted. It was kind of an odd strategy for them, but
I could still feel the anger.
Oh yeah,
Landon, let's just put it like this: you bet $20 at the casino on the slots. King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are dropping $500 a pop. You know what I'm saying? It's just it's the difference here in the gambling and the risk/reward, and we're going to see actually a shifty drop here from Richard and Calvin.
I like this, actually.
And also, Nick28T and One Shot Girl are going to be going to shifty shafts as well, sticking together, which I like this play, right? They're going to stick together. We're going to start seeing some hotly contested battles for these kills. Of course, that's been something we've been seeing a reoccurring theme throughout our tournaments, fighting for these kills left and right. One team gets the guy down to one shot, but already, as I say that, King Richard is already down. Aimbotcalvin now has to keep them alive. This is only first round. This has got to hurt.
And that's so unfortunate that we talk about in our Friday Fortnite tournaments is that if you go out early, that's almost like game, like right there. It's as quick as that. It's literally like a blink and it's over with. And that's going to be a huge advantage for Nick28T and One Shot Girl. If I'm them, I'm playing my life, I'm playing slow, and I'm working on, getting those transition kills. It's not about the fast-paced play.
Now, at this point, though, you saw the basketball skin. Do you engage? If you're me, if I see you with the brand new skin, not a default, running at me, especially at this point in the year here on Fortnite, I'm going to get a little scared, and it looks like he's going to be engaged in a gunfight. Barely takes out Raven. They are already out for game one, Richard and Calvin. Now we're just going to be basically watching a show here from One Shot Girl and Nick28T. They're just going to be taking their sweet time, getting as many kills as they can.
Man.
That hurts so bad, especially if you're King Richard Aimbotcalvin.
How happy is Nick?
And the knockdown, right? The knockdown that we talk about that he gets in that situation means nothing. The res is still there, right? So that I think they maybe get one solidified kill, if any at all. That is absolutely absurd. And yeah, like we said, this is the exact reaction Nick28T, I'm not sure, is fully aware that the kill happened. But, I mean, they've got to be feeling confident. They're feeling good. Nick's already got 2 frags. I think One Shot Girl might have an elimination to her name as well. But, yeah, they're sitting with – I mean, the world is theirs. Quite literally, the Fortnite world is theirs at this point.
You're talking about 57 total engagements still remaining. And, of course, they can pick up quite a few of those. We could look at a potential – we've seen plenty of times throughout our tournaments a 15-17 kill lead. Right now, he's given – Nick, he's pumped up. He's talking to his chat. He's talking to One Shot Girl. He's like, look, check it out. 57 engagements.
He's literally
we gotta
looking.
go. What is she? She's just like, what just happened? Well, oh, no, they're leaving match. Maybe there was an issue.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I'm curious to know. And hopefully we'll get an update through production and see what happened there.
Yeah.
But I think she disconnected because Nick is actually still in the game now.
So now,
what happens officiation-wise for that?
Well, now hold on. We might have a restart, which I think they might just think, let's go for a restart, which is a huge break on their part for Nick.
If you're Nick and she disconnects, at this point, what you're hoping for is to not restart and clean up those kills. Because
what I think a fair thing to do, if they're going to do anything with the restart, now, of course, I'm not an officiator at this event, but I would say...
Thank you for prefacing that.
He's not wearing the referee's jacket.
That is true.
Should have known.
Fuel, by the way, shout out to them, our sponsor, as well as EGL. But I would have to... Here we go. You got the product placement there. Let's do Call of Duty Search and Destroy. Back in the day, if someone would lag out of a match, they would come back in and then they would keep the score at what the score was. So however many kills they had, maybe they'll come into this game with that amount of a lead. And, of course, it's still not really fair if you think about it because of the fact that they went down early and there could have been a huge deficit. But I don't know how to replay this at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of an awkward scenario to where we obviously don't know what exactly happened.
Yeah.
I want to say it might have had something to do with King Richard and Aimbotcalvin because it didn't look like One Shot Girl was having an issue in game.
It looks like she just left. She left on purpose. She saw the leave game option.
So I don't think that she was the one having the issue. I don't think it was Nick A, obviously, who was having the issue either. So I think it had something to do with King Richard and Aimbotcalvin. I'm not sure if they were just like, hey, we'll give you guys $20 if you just want to go ahead and leave the lobby or something on those lines.
There's 20 grand on the line. We'll slip you
it's a casual.
slip you a candy bar and
exactly.
Some macadamia nuts.
It looks like, of course, seeing on our preview screen, it looks like they're back in the lobby. Of course, we'll get an official ruling after that, but we're just going to go into, or I guess we're going into a different game at this point, but that's okay. We'll definitely keep you updated with what's going on. This is the first time that's happened,
exactly.
at least whenever it comes to our Friday Fortnite.
And if you guys are interested as well, we always talk about throughout the broadcast, it's difficult for us to keep on board with every single match, but throughout the entire stream, you guys can use the exclamation point bracket in the chat to obviously constantly be receiving word as to what matches are kind of progressing. Just have it in the side, on one of your monitors. If you got a dual monitor setup, just put it in the back on one of your tabs and just keep refreshing every once in a while to see exactly how the matches are progressing.
So while you're doing that, let us know who you are predicting to win the actual tournament itself.
Your son is now on the screen. Of course, this guy has been making waves. Courage is who I'm talking about, Optic Courage. He just competed in the E3 tournament that we saw and finished second place with his teammate, only to be finished off from
Kenneth
Ninja.
Furry, baby. I'm a big NBA fan.
What a great player. What a great guy. Come on.
Yeah, Courage is awesome. And the thing that's nice as well is, of course, we talk about his grinding, but he's also an incredible player at this game. It's not just like, he puts in the hours and the streaming ways. He actually happens to be a fantastic player at this game. I mean, he got second place in the duos for a reason. So, that's obviously something to be kind of keeping in mind as the matches do progress. Of course, we also bring up Optic Baldy, recent addition to Optic Gaming. But one thing that I wanted to add is that you notice where Nickmercs and Sypher are on the map, right? You take a look in the top right of their screen, just outside Tilted Towers. They definitely went there because the amount of frags that they have, plus in turn with where they are on the map at the moment, they most likely went tilted, and thankfully it worked out for them for the time.
And I think this is what's so interesting about watching not only the FaZe guys, but this new addition to the Optic roster from Baldy is that they didn't necessarily in the last tournament, super hot drop everywhere. They were dropping in very strategic positions and then making their way into more of those populated areas. You see Baldy and Courage might have, it seems like they dropped over there. I mean, he's coming over here from Wailing Woods, and then Baldy's on the other side of the map. He's over here on Loot Lake. I mean, he's already got 5 kills, Courage with 3. The whole goal here, it seems like they separated off the rip, actually.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting, right? But I like that they're doing that because I want to see Optic Baldy, of course, being the newest person, at least in our competitive scene. I want to see him kind of develop as a player, and him being by himself, going out there and still ripping up the competition is definitely a good thing, at least when it comes to his overall competitive feel throughout the scene. But overall, pretty evenly. I was a bit nervous because Nickmercs wins down, but Sypher was able to win his shots. He got down to about 59 health, but still able to win a good battle and revive his teammate to keep the game alive. But good stuff between them so far. But yeah, Courage and Baldy, I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table here.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the loadouts as well for both of these squads. I mean, coming out of Tilted Towers, you'd think they'd have some pretty good loot, and it's decent, right? I think Nickmercs has a blue AR. When it comes down to Sypher's loadout, he's got the double pump, the green double pumps and whatnot. And regarding Courage and Baldy, I mean, they have decent weapons and whatnot. Nothing too scary by any means. But one thing that I can note, right, is that we do see rockets actually in the back pocket there from Courage, which we talk about explodes, and the recent patches and whatnot, how those have kind of come into play, and how they've kind of been limited regarding structures, regarding a number of different things. I mean, Fortnite has changed within the last week and a half drastically to where teams are playing a lot differently. Competitive, obviously, we talked about being changed up. The Fortnite World Cup going now into 2v2s and to solos. I mean, how does that affect a number of different factors? But one thing to me, without question, has got to be the impact of how explodes are no longer as present as they used to be.
Yeah, definitely. So that reduction of 50% was a huge reduction that I don't think a lot of people saw coming. And of course, eliminating explodes out of the llama was a big deal in fact. But I've kind of enjoyed it because now we're seeing more versatility. But one thing that is surprising to me is at least what we're seeing still more double pumps come back. We know with that recent nerf, right, 10 damage off of the crit as well as the other hit. The double pump is still making a comeback even after that. Because last tournament we saw a lot of heavy shotgun usage, right? It was a pump with a heavy.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing pump and tack as well. Legion, you've been playing since the update. I know you've been playing quite a bit.
I've been grinding out on the Nintendo Switch, and I just want everyone to know that if you want a confidence booster, definitely check out some Switch gameplay for yourself here, at least in the beginning. Anytime you see a new game drop on a platform or a console, if you've already been playing on another one, you've definitely got a shot of dominating. But no, I've been playing quite a bit, and you're talking about the explodes being decreased. I mean, you're not only talking about versatility, but you're seeing this pump combo coming back, and of course, I'm seeing a lot of pump tack shotgun combos because that pull outlet switch, and of course we saw last week the heavies being a lot more prominent. But you're having to use these rockets more sparingly, and as you can see, it's been 2 minutes, and he's still got 6 rockets in the back pocket no matter how many engagements he's been in, because if you're going to get in that last gunfight, I'm telling you, those explodes really come into handy when you're trying to take down those larger builds versus just trying to get a kill with it when you could just be using a shotgun instead.
Yeah, and I've been seeing a lot of pro players even kind of being in the shotgun discussion as far as what exactly what should the loadout be in certain situations, and people have been saying unless you have a double pump regarding singles, probably go with the tack over the pump whenever you don't have doubles of either of those weapons. So definitely something to kind of keep in mind, but heavy shotguns are definitely a factor at the moment, as it looks like Courage does get fully taken down. Baldy not going to be here in time to go for the res in any way. Of course, is trying to go for the speed building, trying to kind of resurrect his squad mate in Courage, but an early drop, I wouldn't say an early. I guess when it comes down to the game, it's pretty far in, but yeah, for the most part, Courage being lost in this game, it's now on Baldy's hands.
And I think it's in good hands. Baldy's been playing well. I mean, look at his building skills. I mean, they're absolutely phenomenal. Of course, he does have that jump rock in his back pocket, which is why he's able to build so well. He's going to go ahead and retreat a little bit, get his meds up just a second. But another addition that I wanted to talk to you guys about, the thermal AR was just added into at least not competitive play, but on top of that, public matches as well. What do you guys think about it?
I want to ask Legion, how is the thermal on Switch by chance?
My goodness, man. Yesterday, I was able to pick it up right outside of Loot Lake, and it was just like when people aren't moving at all, which is pretty much my entire experience so far on that platform. I won 3 or 4 solos in a row yesterday with the thermal in the back pocket, actually. Oh. It's disgusting. I mean, that and the fact that, you can see through build material is pretty much a cheat code. Yeah. I mean, it's a slow fire rate, so you see people being a lot more proficient with it, I feel like, actually on PC, because when I'm playing on PS4, I feel like I can't hit anything. Which might just be because I'm terrible. But, it just really depends. I mean, look at this. Baldy just dropped another 3 players here, 12 kills for him. I believe Courage had, 6 before he went out? So, I mean, they're still definitely in a pretty good lead, especially with only 9 engagements left for Nickmercs and Sypher to try to make that comeback.
And I love how Nickmercs is moving over to where Baldy's at. He's like, Baldy, you're getting too many kills now. You're starting to get out of control. He's going to go ahead and meet up and try and get some kills himself along with Sypher. He is taking some massive damage, but there's that teamwork we've been talking about, right? These teams meet up and they try to steal each other's kills. Nickmercs tried to get that kill, and I believe he got it, but Baldy was right there behind him trying to pick it up himself. Now they're going to be caught up in a storm, but they should be okay in order to get out of it. But going back to that thermal, there's one thing I want to ask you guys. They were relating it to the zoom as Tfue likes to refer to it. Of course, I'm talking about the scope they are. Do you guys think it has that 100% accuracy rate? Because for me, it seems like it doesn't. At least for me using it, it seems like it's a bit inaccurate. Overall, still powerful, but I think it kind of balances out.
I think the fire rate is a little bit inconsistent with aiming. I feel like it's supposed to shoot like a laser, but I'm still at the point where when I'm shooting with it, I don't really know if I need to just be directly on my target or if I need to lead a little bit.
Right.
Because I feel like it kind of alters. But I think that's something they're definitely going to have to work on.
And one thing that I've been seeing a lot of people kind of discuss with that particular weapon too is like, it has its negatives. It's a matter of it has the delay between shots, which I can understand that. But a lot of the time, you don't necessarily want it to be a weapon to fire on. It's just for knowledge, right? The vision that you get with that weapon to know where squads are, especially in our Friday Fortnite tournaments regarding where the player's at, where the kill's at. I mean, I think they're going to be so influential when it comes down to our tournaments because it's a matter of where these guys located. And you might not even use it regarding the game because players might be behind structures. You may not have your opportunity. It does do quite a bit of damage when you have the spot to do it in. But what you really want it for is to just to know where should I be rotating next. Do I need to go toward north of Salty Spring? Should I be going toward the western side of Tomato Town? Yeah. I mean, just the ability to know where players are is the key to winning these games. And I think if you have that rifle in this tournament, you'd be stupid to not take it.
I like that. I like that analysis from you. Getting back to the game, his current score is 20-10, right? Courage and Baldy have been performing exceptionally well. Of course, Nickmercs and Sypher, a dominant team. Sypher, if you go to his streams, he's so knowledgeable. He's always talking about the plays before he even makes them, which, by the way, that's a talent that I would love to be able to see the future. All right, I'm just going to build this wall. He's going to destroy it. I'm just going to pump him to the face. Like stuff like that is just so great. But Sypher, very knowledgeable. Nickmercs he's a bro. He's a great player in general. But to have a 10-point lead, at least now when Courage gets dropped already, how many, like 21 engagements still remaining. Baldy's been pound for pound keeping up with this duo squad, just showing that, hey, he's a great addition for Optic.
Well, I think he's more than keeping up. He has more kills by himself than Nickmercs and Sypher combined. So, I mean, if that's a credit to being on Optic, I don't really know what it is.
17 kills for Baldy.
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel like when I watch players like Baldy play or the FaZe guys or even TSM, I feel like their rotations around the map are some of the most impressive amongst all the players that we watch, because you don't see necessarily hot drops from these guys every single time, but what you see is you see them down at the beginning of the matches. Maybe the other team that lands tilted gets up 5, 6, 7 kills. Next thing you know, at the end of the game, all of a sudden you're looking at Baldy with 18 frags. It's like, what's going on, Baldy? What are you doing? What's the secret?
He just stole a kill, actually, right out from Sypher's nose. I think Sypher was being aware that Nickmercs had happened to just drop. So as Sypher starts to turn around, Baldy is already there with the kill. He's up to 18. There's a potential to get 2 more. He could drop a 20 bomb along with Courage's 6 or 7. That's going to be a heavily decent lead. And like I said, Baldy's carrying the load by himself. Like Courage dropped with, I think, around 20 players left, which is a pretty decent margin. But I think Baldy's found nearly every single one. And one thing that we actually see him do there is the edits. And I think regarding Baldy's gameplay, one thing to be noting is his insane edit ability. When he's in different gunfights, some players are just good at building, kind of getting ramps, getting high ground advantage. What Baldy is good at is quick edits, hopping in your face with the shotguns. He likes to double pump. He likes to rock the tack at times as well. This guy is going to be incredibly scary to face off against because, of course, you don't have the ability to edit those walls. He has the knowledge to challenge whenever he feels necessary. So you have a guy who automatically has great gun skill, obviously has great building ability, as we just see here, but also has the knowledge to know when to engage on his terms. I think that's going to be very scary to see.
And now, just taking a step back at looking at Fortnite in general, how amazing is it that we are having a $20,000 tournament for a video game where you can literally jump on a trampoline to soar over to someone to murder them?
Or ride a shopping cart.
Yeah, which, by the way, we need those races to come back. We talked about this last week for forever. It's just so much fun. I mean, you're witnessing stuff like this in a serious moment, like, and he's going to take that trampoline across here, and he drops down and hits him with, you remember the Easter egg explodes that they had for a while? It's like, it's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. I was happy they brought back the grocery cart, the shopping cart, because that was something they took away for a little bit. And the only reason because they were manipulating, they were able to get on Spawn Island, which you smart people out there have always find a way to break the game somehow. But they were getting on Spawn Island, they kind of adjusted that, and now they brought it back. But I was sad for a couple. I was like, where'd it go?
Yeah.
But score on Street Lit at 13-23. We have a 10-kill lead.
Can I also point out quickly, at Tilted Drop, no lead. That's a point for Landon so far.
Landon is obsessed with not dropping Tilted.
Which is so funny because in the beginning, though, we were all about Tilted.
Yeah, everyone was like, bro, Tilted is the way to go. It's Tilted or die, like ride or die. And now it's to me, it's the total opposite. After watching our teams play, or our duos play, and the strategy that they've implemented, to me, it's like, I'm staying away from Tilted at all costs. But hey, I just got to bring it up from time to time, right? A 10-kill advantage, which... when Baldy's on the map, it really doesn't matter where you go because Baldy's absolutely insane. But still, you go Tilted and you're down 10 after the game. I don't know. Maybe Tilted's not the way to go. But Nickmercs and Sypher, they're obviously a fantastic team. Obviously won week 1 of our Friday Fortnite tournaments as well. And they're going to keep doing it. It wouldn't surprise me if we come to this next match and they keep going Tilted.
I think they're going Tilted
the entirety of the way.
I think no doubt. I think even if they had a lead regardless, I think they're going Tilted. That's just like their spot to go to. That's the spot they love to go to. And if anything, they'll always find a way to find themselves at Tilted.
I want to see some wave engagement. Just one team squad after the other. Constant impact. If they're going to take that 10-kill deficit, I mean, they're literally going to be that kind of action if they're going to keep hop dropping Tilted.
Right.
Because you get those times where you drop Tilted and you're like, oh, the whole server went Lucky Landing for some reason. So I'm going to loot everything and then I'll find him at 30 frags remaining in the game. So
That's true. There's always like going to be positives and negatives to going tilted for the most part. But yeah, you do have those lobbies randomly where there happens to be 85 guys going risky reels, and you're like, I don't know why this is happening, but I'm going to go ahead and leave the game.
For the new challenges.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
I was playing. Yo, the challenges will like risky reels, like you just said. I know there was a lot of. Is there a challenge right now for salty? Because I was playing last night. 20 people went salty, and I was salty at that point because I'm like, there's no way I'm getting out of this alive.
I see what you did there, Taylor.
You saw that, right?
My brain just exploded.
I was so because it's like 20 people. Why'd you guys all go to salty? Like they probably knew I was going there. That's probably why.
Yeah, they were stream watching.
Oh, for sure.
Stream watching my stream that doesn't exist.
Yeah, they were behind you though.
Absolutely.
Reflections is in the lobby.
He just has a webcam that oversees his gameplay from behind.
Second game going in. Nickmercs Sypher, Courage, and Baldy. 10-kill lead for Courage and Baldy. Now, Nickmercs and Sypher, how do they respond? Like we said, I believe they're going tilted. Looks definitely like they're going to be going tilted. But do they split up? That's something we've seen in the past. Doesn't look like they're going to be doing that. One thing I do respect about Nickmercs and Sypher, they're like PB and J. They always stick together and they always work best together.
It's true. And speaking of PBJ, we talked about trying to get that bread, bro. They're trying to get that money, trying to get that cash, $20,000. And, I mean, obviously, we talked about the losers bracket, how difficult those are. Going down in winners round 1 and having to kind of stare at that mountain from the very, very start of it. I mean, that's going to be a difficult run to make, but this is their opportunity. This is their way to bring it back, and it looks like, oh my gosh, Nickmercs has taken 2 shotguns to the backside, and he's going to be taken down within the first few seconds, and now it's left all in the Sypher, a gray tack, and a dream.
Yeah, that's something we talk about. Tilted, he's already down. That's going to be it. So, Optic Courage and Optic Baldy already winning their first match.
Yeah.
Which, hey, that's the thing about Tilted, and that's one thing I know that triggers you.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying a word.
Tilted is such a volatile place to go to because, yeah, you come out with a considerable amount of kills, but obviously you can also go down pretty early in the game. Yeah. And that's just one of the risks that you have to take whenever you go over there. So,
which I always see Nickmercs, he circles Trump right before he goes, right in that gray building, waits and sees, and unfortunately he just lands. I think somebody came in actually from the bottom side towards that brick building where there's that chest in the bottom with like a convenience store area.
Yeah.
I think that guy just got up there quick enough to ambush him, already had a gun. And when you're in those unfortunate situations where you've got like a common pistol, I think he had a blue actually, you find a shotgun from 2 inches away, you're not going to win that gunfight. And unfortunately, Sypher over there in apartments, Weird L's as we call them, was like, oh, hey, a full squad, also with shotguns.
You call it, isn't it Tetris too is another call?
Tetris
is one, yeah.
Weird L's, Tetris, Yonder Way, or soccer field.
There's so many like personal call-outs.
Which, speaking of which, they added that soccer
Aunt
field.
Janet's.
Have you been to that soccer field, the new one they added?
I haven't.
It's actually pretty legit. I can't lie.
I haven't gone to it yet with my new World Cup outfit myself, but I definitely need to visit it
tonight.
You guys
in our World Cup outfit, please.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
I'm actually down for that. Which I was very pleased that they did that. They added the outfit because we were thinking, oh, well, you're gonna have to, if you want to represent America, you got to buy the American one. If you want to represent whoever, you got to buy, whatever. But you buy one outfit, you can customize it to anyway. And we're not endorsed by any means by Epic. I'm just saying that's a great idea for them to do, and it shows.
We're not
like
endorsed because I've already bought all of the skins available.
It's true.
Every time they drop, and I love it.
I get roasted so much by the studio guys because I'm always buying so many skins.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like my mobile device and now my Nintendo Switch are gonna act also as opportunities to play the game, but kind of a skin buyer as well. It's kind of like, oh, I'm not home. I'm not gonna be home for the next week. All right, let me go and hop on my phone really quick. Let me go and get rid of all the the pictures of my dogs that I didn't really need. Let me go and save up some storage and get those skins. I've been having the hardest time saving up storage and trying to be able to download these Fortnite updates so I can get the skins because I mean, hey, they're very coveted. Got one of the skins this morning. So
well, speaking of skins,
feeling pretty good.
Kind of not related, but if you do hit that sub button, we do in fact have emotes now that you guys can get on board with. And then
can you reenact one of them?
Reenact one. Oh,
yeah.
Cringe, right? The whole thing is just going to light up cringe. But there is a weak one, which, by the way, we should have got you winking. That would have been a great emote as well.
Yeah, that would have been fantastic.
And then, of course, we have one that he does as well for one of the emotes.
It's a face palm.
And
then, but a disappointment there.
And we have you, which actually, it's not you exactly, but we have Mike. If you remember Mike.
Hardcore viewers remember Mike.
The pinata.
Hi, everyone.
If you guys want to be using the pinata, which can be used in any Fortnite stream, by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We got the pinata.
I'm not the
Rock
pinata.
Emotes.
I'm not. The
you
pinata.
are. Your inner self is the pinata.
My heart is the pinata. I live life full of candy.
Is that right?
All the time. And materials.
Now only 200 though, unfortunately.
Only 200 candies now.
There's only 2. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's only 200 candies in those.
I've been saying, I saw Ninja, I think, talking
Beautiful
with
llamas.
Daequan last night about maybe changing those up a little bit. Like maybe for solos, duos, and squads, changing up the amount. Like I think they said like they'd like it to be 250, 300, and then like 350 regarding like solos, duos, squads, and whatnot. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how they tamper with it. But he said that whenever he was at the Pro-Am and whatnot, $3 million Pro-Am that happened just a few days ago, whenever he obviously won with Marshmallow, he was talking with the Epic Games guys, and he was saying like, hey, we probably need to tamper with this. I want you guys to kind of mess around with it. And they said, hey, we're aware. We're going to be working on stuff like that for competitive. So I think that's great to hear. We obviously talk about the ability for Epic, what's about how amazing they are when it comes to different. You guys are just talking to each other separately. But
Don't worry about it. It's just the eyes.
We're listening, Landon.
I appreciate it.
We're
right,
engaged
guys?
with you right now when you're talking about it.
Thank
And we
you,
know
Nathan. I
I
appreciate
could
it.
repeat everything word for word that you said back to me.
Oh yeah, what was it again?
You were talking about the fact that the pinata's a lot more. It's a better wingman than I was. When you guys go out, but we're jumping.
Yeah, I'm very
We are,
surprised
yeah.
You
Are we
actually do
jumping
that
into
word
the game?
for word.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Wow.
So here we go. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin, Nick28T, and One Shot Gurl. We're going to be hopping back in this match. Giving you a little update. The current score is going to be 9-9 is going to be the score. So the first round is already over. Of course, they had the reset, replay it out. Now we're going into second game 9-9, just showing how close it really is. Now, we kind of expected this, right? King Richard, Aimbotcalvin. We've been talking them up throughout this tournament. Very consistent. They've been playing extremely well. Aimbotcalvin's an animal. King Richard is really consistent. But Nick28T and One Shot Gurl, one of the teams we haven't been able to see too much. I'm happy we're seeing them finally.
I am too, man. I'm very excited to see this squad play, or this duo rather play. And I've been watching a lot of Nick28T's gameplay regarding his YouTube streams and whatnot. He's a beast. And one thing that I really like to watch his stream is he's always teaching his viewers exactly what he's doing, his mindset regarding different structures, regarding different builds, edits, and whatnot. The guy's insane. It's absolutely fair to say. And I cannot wait to see what he does regarding the rest of the tournament. I think he's got a bright future in our Friday Fortnites because he keeps playing in them. And him and One Shot Gurl definitely make a very solid duo.
He looks like he bikes.
He bikes?
I feel like he's like a really strong biker.
Like a motorcycle?
I mean, did you see, or like a hiking kind of guy?
Totally,
did you see the water bottle he's drinking out of? I just feel like that's
bottle.
like, yeah. I mean, I have a shaker bottle to look cool, but I mean, it's not for like any sort of physical gain. I think he's a very ripped man. So Nick and One Shot Gurl here, I'm so excited.
You tell me you don't take your water bottle to the buffet?
I do take my water bottle to the buffet, and I fill it with hot cheese to dip the chips in. So. That's where I'm at emotionally right now as a human being. But we're going to be staying on Aimbotcalvin here, finding some delicious minis. Got to love those tiny little slurp bottles. And still, 1 kill to his name. Do you guys drop all of the materials down, all the furniture down when you're in a room?
So you get so many materials by doing that. And I think a lot of people kind of skip over that fact. They'll just think trees, right? Which, by the way, we gave a great tutorial for that on our Twitter at UMG Events if you guys want to gather wood yourself. But I got to say, a lot of people skip the inside cabinets or maybe even the fridge, the couches or whatever. That gives you a lot of wood. You can come out of a building quite stacked. And if you don't have an opportunity, like let's say you're tilted, you don't have an opportunity to maybe get to a tree like we see on Nick28T and One Shot Gurl. They have trees all around being at Shifty. Gives you a lot of materials. So never skip up on the materials inside the houses.
Definitely not. But quickly looking at Nick28T's perspective, we talked about how they went shifty in their first game. Of course, we didn't get to watch the replay regarding this series, but most likely the same strat that they've been kind of rocking for the most part. And like I said, be looking out for Nick28T and One Shot Gurl. They're a solid duo, and I like the call for them to actually go towards shifty shafts. We've been seeing a few of our other teams. I know Noah, Jay, and Avery like to go towards shifty shafts as well, kind of go on the outskirts of Tilted Towers so you can kind of engage on it a little bit later. But regarding Tilted Towers right now, speaking of that strategy, one that we know King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are very familiar with, it seems to be working out pretty well. They've got 3 frags to their name, and I believe they do hold the advantage of 3 as well because we came into the series tied.
You know, I'd love to see here from Nick as well in One Shot Gurls. I see a lot of players, even people that I play with religiously, not pick up grenades. And when you're in an area like Shifty Shafts, where you literally have those caverns underneath, you saw him, he downed a player and then just decides to throw 3 or 4 down there. They're trapped. More than likely, if they're in that area, there's literally almost no build you can get besides destroying those walls.
Right.
You know, everything can be used to your advantage. As you can see, Nick just absolutely ruining that guy's birthday party. Wherever he's at right now, he had to shut the system off. It was game over with.
And we're currently sitting at a 5 on the left, 2 on the right. So that's still going to be a 3 lead. Got some shots on Calvin there, but Calvin, though, still is able to get that cleanup on there. So 7 kills now for them total, showing that Tilted obviously is working for them. But, of course, you got to be very careful. But I'm assuming Nick28T and OneShot Gurl are going to be meeting up with Aimbotcalvin and King Richard over at Tilted. But before then, they're going to come in pretty stacked in terms of inventory-wise. So they'll be sitting pretty. They'll be sitting pretty. But still, got the Deagle out. But I'm sad that we haven't seen a Thermal just yet. I'm curious to see how these competitive players are going to be utilizing that.
And speaking on the Thermal as well, I mean, you talk about a perfect opportunity to have that to look in toward a very populated area. If we see Nick28T and OneShot Gurl find one of those particular weapons right beside the Thermal looking in toward Tilted, I mean, that's the perfect area. Like, I think regarding, like, where the Thermal can really thrive as far as getting kills, because we always talk about the knowledge, like it's always great to have in that regard. But like places like Pleasant Park, there's like a nice little kind of mountain keep just on the outside where you can kind of scope in, see exactly where everyone is. Tilted Towers, right? It's in the middle of mountains surrounding the entire thing. So if you're able to get a scope there or take a kind of a quick look into where everyone is at, you can without question steal quite a few of these frags from King Richard and you know, his teammate obviously in Aimbotcalvin. But they're doing a pretty good job by themselves, not having any other teammates, a.k.a. their enemies, join up with them. As of yet, the nice above taking down of one player is King Richard, as he is definitely having a fantastic start to this game number 2.
Wow, I don't know if he's got his inventory like this on purpose because he's had no engagements or no time off from certain engagements here in Tilted. But exactly what you're talking about, being in this valley essentially in Tilted, you're looking towards west here behind Taco. That's one of those spots where you think, hey man, I'm safe to loot. We've pretty much got the area secured, but Tilted is, as we like to say, is never empty. There's always going to be at least some team rolling through there, especially if the circle and Storm is gravitating towards that direction. But, I mean, King Richard, 5 kills, absolutely going off. And let's talk about Calvin on the bottom with 6 here. That's going to be 2 now for Nick as well and 0. So they're going to be down by, a whopping 9 kills so far. They're going to have to make up for deficit-wise.
So this is I've actually never seen this rotation in terms of when we cast over these tournaments. Nick28T and OneShot Gurl decide to rotate from Shifty. Now, typically we see them go Shifty, go to that hilltop, and then zoom down on the players in Tilted. They go Greasy Grove. How do you guys feel about that?
I think, man, it's kind of odd, right?
Yeah, it's super odd. Yeah. I feel like we've exactly what you said. We've never seen that type of rotation, and also I feel like it might be a smart move on their part because based off where the circle's at, they know there's got to be at least one team alive in Greasy. Of course, they're seeing this engagement right here with them, but knowing that King Richard, Calvin have just dropped 11 kills directly in Tilted, you're kind of trying to stay away from there. You know that most of the engagements are going to be taken in that area, but you're talking about the beautiful thermal scope. Now, I'm gonna tell you this right now. The other night, I was in a game. You're talking about using it as a zoning tool, basically, so you can spot through material. One of my favorite things to do with it so far is to be able to zoom through, check that material. If you've got like a SCAR or a stronger AR as a secondary, just immediately swap. You know that they're going to keep building, but if you get it weak enough, they might not know where the shots came from initially, and then you can just hold where that aim is right off on that switch. I mean, I feel like you're able to body people, so I do feel like your thoughts on it being more so of hey, I'm going to scope this out versus using it as a murder tool, as we call it in prison. So.
Oh, and was he was so Aimbotcalvin has the thermal. He was just looking across the lake. I saw some glowing objects. Obviously, that's not players. Was that chest? Dude, chest?
Yeah, you can actually see chest as well. I know there's a little bit of a glitch right now regarding like seeing chests with the scoped AR, aka the zoom, or the thermal as well regarding like whether or not they're open or not. It looks like this one is actually going to be non-open, so you can go ahead and grab it and whatnot. But yeah, there's been some times where you can see through the chest, you can see other things as well. But yeah, like regarding the vision of this weapon too, going back to Legion's point, right? If you're in a competitive game, there's a huge structure. You're not sure if he's on level 6 or level 112. You can automatically gain a lot of that info. Like, hey, I'm going to shoot this wall down now. Get ready to use your grenade launcher, get ready to use some splodes to take him down as well. So I think it works in a multitude of ways.
And what you just saw from Calvin, I mean, you can actually see through your own build as well through multiple layers. So even if you're trying to protect yourself, it gives you eyesight. Let's say Richard, for example, was in another position on the map closing in. Maybe Calvin needs some assistance at that point. He's able to get that communication across on which level. I can't tell you how many gunfights I've engaged in where I'm like, oh man, that guy just built a wizard tower. I think he might be actually touching the outside of the map.
Yeah.
Which level elevator do I need to get off on here to be able to make sure that I can actually get in this gunfight? And of course, still only 22 engagements left here, 21 at that, and I believe OneShot Gurl and Nick
they're down 7.
are struggling here. 4 kills though now out of Nick A. So hey Nick.
They're currently
might
down,
have a chance.
They're currently down 7 kills. So curious, Nick28T and Wintrrz, they rotate back to Tilted. So I was only assuming they went to Greasy because they heard there was maybe a fight going on over there to pick up those kills. But still, that's a lot of time wasted, in my opinion. Now, King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, they're reaching this dusty divot now. Landon, we were talking before the stream, and you mentioned this triangle effect, which I found very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe kind of inform the viewers on that.
Yeah, it's something that I personally have been kind of spectating from a few of our kind of pros in the scene, and I've kind of deemed it as the landing triangle, where essentially you have 3 different opportunities to go toward different spots. Like a hugely populated area, we talk about Salty Springs, Retail Row, and Dusty Divot. Those are 3 huge areas regarding population that probably aren't very far away from one another. And the factor of those being 2 populated areas in Retail Row and Salty Springs, you kind of rotate, go back and forth between one another, and then also having that 3rd place or that 3rd spot on the triangle being Dusty Divot, which is essentially the interstate for the Fortnite map, right? You talk about those hop rocks, how far really regarding areas on the map that you want to get to. Dusty Divot can get you there in a matter of seconds. So I think that's a hot spot for a lot of teams. I think the reason why we see a lot of our pro squads go to Salt Lake Springs compared to Retail Row is generally because of the lack of players there. So that's kind of been, to me, the reason why is because of the great location, but it kind of does form that triangle, and it gives you a huge opportunity to go to multiple areas of the map. I think without question, it should be deemed the most valuable spot in the Fortnite map as of right now, especially when we talk about getting kills and trying to get kitted up and whatnot. So,
as we see, more kills are in fact going to be dropping. As looks like the going Tilted was the way to go. They're picking up more kills from that. Now, I believe it's been pretty quiet on King Richard's sides, along with Calvin as well, as they're going to be rotating back themselves to kind of get that loot lake kills. If they're able to see anybody, got that thermal out, not able to see anybody just yet, so it's going to be pretty slow for them. This gives an opportunity for Nick28T and One Shot Gurl to kind of make a comeback. I believe the score is pretty close now.
Yeah, they're down about 5 kills, Taylor, and it seems like it's completely doable here with 16 interactions. And this is what we were talking about earlier with Tilted, is that there's literally always a chance for you to find people in this location. For whatever reason, people don't want to drop there because they're scared, but they sure find their way there by the middle of the game. So Aimbotcalvin, though, rocking this beautiful thermal in the back pocket up top Dusty Divot. Now, I have to be honest with you guys. These engagements out here across from Giant Mountain, all right, got to be some of the worst ways to die. In this position, you're getting shot at from what Salty, Divot, all these different areas. When you're on this unfortunate team that's caught in the open, that's a position you don't want to be in. And you're talking about this triangle. Look at the pattern they're running to get these guys here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not overextending. Of course, One Shot Gurl now, they have to have met up with them at this point in the game, but still a very close match.
Well, it also comes to say, too, this is also, for these players they're shooting at, they're getting pinched from all sides, like you mentioned, but this is also a good reason as to why these professional players tend to like being on the outside of that circle, because if you push too far in, you run the risk of getting pinched from multiple different directions. So that's why we're going to see a lot of these professionals, they'll hang on the outside. But with that being said, though, Nick28T One Shot Gurl, they're not going to be intimidated. They're going to be pushed forward towards the Giant Mountain to pick up some kills on their end. But it looks like King Richard has beat them to the punch.
Yeah, and one thing too that I know we keep talking about the scope or the thermal AR, which of course is being utilized from Aimbotcalvin, King Richard's teammate here, is we talk about like the multitude, right? The ability for how versatile that weapon can be in competitive games. We've discussed it. But one thing in this game, and in this particular mode, we talk about Friday Fortnite, is stealing kills. I think where is Calvin right now? Is he happen to be I think he's in Snobby Shores shooting like 100, 150, 200 meters away and getting like double 32s on people from afar. So I think regarding it being valuable in a number of different scenarios, we talk about kill stealing players in 1v2 situations. I mean, this is another spot where the thermal AR can absolutely come in clutch for you. If you're down in the game, you're trying to hold on to a lead, if you're even trying to gain the lead back, you don't even have to be in those engagements. You can be shooting from afar, and like I said, getting double 32 hits on players that you're not even in any other way going to hit like with any other weapon. So I think that's going to be a huge factor as well. We talked about with this game, how valuable it can be. It's just another facet of how useful.
And you saw that. I mean, it hits for 72. I've seen with the gold actually can drop for 89. I mean, when you're getting shot at by this thing. It's like you're getting hit in the chest with a basketball every single time. You're like, I'm not really for sure who's shooting at me or from where. I think something I would like to see actually implemented in this game, besides Aimbotcalvin just absolutely ruining that entire team, is I would like to see a silenced AR. Does that sound weird?
No.
That might be something that I would like to see in this game. I feel like it would be overpowered. Maybe if the rarity of it was so extreme that you don't get it quite a bit. I think that would be something fun as an addition.
A silenced AR. You know, I never thought about that. I actually never thought about that. That'd be kind of interesting because now what? I don't think we have silence is the silence SMG.
Yeah, that's it.
So, which by the way, that's a powerful
And
weapon on its own too, and the pistol as well,
Yeah.
the silence pistol.
I love that thing.
A silent sniper, silent AR. That could definitely be interesting. Yeah,
I think it would definitely change the dynamic up a little bit because you look at a lot of these engagements, especially, you know, if you're somebody just playing casually at home or now on your Switch in an airport like I will be from every trip that I take from here on out, you know, when you're playing, sometimes you're squatting in with randoms. You don't want to necessarily, you know, they take a shot from 400 yards away because they don't know what they're doing. You know, they just give away your position on the map. Like, hey, if you give them a silence, maybe it won't.
It's true.
Won't hurt my feelings as much in the game.
Yeah,
you know?
I think another AR in the game especially would be fantastic right now because we have the burst, we have the regular AR, and now we have the thermal AR and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
I love the
and
burst.
obviously the Scar as well, but
Scar, yeah.
you know, I think it would be a fantastic addition to the game. I know a lot of pro players are like, hey, we want another assault rifle, like shotguns. We kind of have plenty of those right now, but you know, for the most part, I think another AR would be great. But it looks like One Shot Gurl is going to be down for the time being.
And I do believe the deficit is too much. I don't think Nick28T and One Shot Gurl have a chance to win this at this point. We're sitting at 10 on the right, and then on the left, we're having a great game, 19 total kills. With that being said, not enough engagements, which means King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are, in fact, I believe, going to take this game. And that's a great game for them to take. I mean, we talked about it. King Richard Aimbotcalvin is a solid team. It seems like we saw King Richard in the beginning tournaments, at least I think the first 2 tournaments, at least we streamed, King Richard was consistently playing with Ninja, and of course he switched up a little bit. But I would definitely say King Richard Aimbotcalvin have great chemistry and play considerably well. And a point I'll make later on is I definitely want to hit on the esports kind of side that they're going to be, or at least that they hinted to with the World Tour being solos as well as duos. And I think seeing these duo matches here has been a great way to kind of get an insight on how the format, or at least these teams, are going to play in the future.
I think it's great because we've been given obviously the unique opportunity to be able to broadcast these matches, and we've been saying, oh, you know, it's cool that you were able to watch duos, but really how a squad's going to perform for the most part. And we obviously have the opportunity to kind of be seeing what is going to be the World Cup format. We talk about the amount of money on the line for that World Cup too. I mean, granted, it's obviously great for the teams who are obviously competing in squads for the most part, but it's about the duos, man. It's like, hey, I'm going to find the partner that I'm going to be rocking with for this $100 million, and we're going to ride it out. I mean, I've, of course, respect to the other 2 players on our team, but, you know, I'm trying to win. I want to get a piece of that $100 million prize. But yeah, man,
I'll be competing on the Switch.
Looking
for 2 for squads. Let me know in the DMs if you guys want to play.
I may or may not be charging my Switch right over there.
I actually saw that in the corner. Is that yours?
It is mine.
I'm really jealous. I need to go out and buy one. I haven't bought one yet.
I recently moved, and I was missing my other Joy-Con, and I saw the announcement. I was like, I gotta find this thing because I'm not about to be like using like my melee weapon and nothing else, or like not being able to swap weapons. So thankfully, I did find my other Joy-Con, and I currently have it updating as we speak. So.
Do you happen to see Calvin's in game, by the way, with the tac submachine gun just now? Just the blue, by the way, not even the purple. He's hitting from like 100 meters away, full square, just bodying this guy that's hiding in the crevice of a build. I'm telling you guys at home, give the tac submachine guns a chance.
You've been saying that since your first week
every
here.
tournament.
It's true.
Every single tournament you've been here. I can think he came, week 2 is when you came here, and you've been saying that literally since week 2.
I just love it. It's so fun. In fact, if I ever get to play in a live tournament where I'm ever casted, I'll run 4 of them and no shotguns.
Oh, you're an animal.
That'd be fantastic.
Can you imagine the perspective switch? Yep, that's what I'm going to do. The double tac.
Double tac.
The quad tac, I think, would be legit.
Quadtacular.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Well, maybe we'll get to see it in the future. You never know, Legion. I know you're professional. You've been wanting to play for quite some time.
See me on mobile. I'll be mouse and keyboarding in the airport on a screen this big.
But true though, like, when it comes to the TAC, the TAC SMG, I think for the most part regarding, I don't know the exact rarity levels, but it normally hits for like 17. So you want to talk about like the amount of shots that are coming out of that thing at a time.
The damage per second.
Oh yeah, you can absolutely light someone up. I mean, like I said, you miss a double pump shot. That's what, like probably 50, 60 damage that person is hitting on you in the midst of you switching to the other shot. So without question, I totally agree with Legion in that the TAC SMG definitely has its place regarding, you know, what is normally going to be your class loadouts and stuff. So
yeah, definitely so. Well, guys, a lot more matches still to come. Yet, of course, we got to get some updates on the bracket so far. But still, Ninja and Daequan, I'm curious to know if they won that typical gamer against Thief match. Whoever's going to be moving on to play some great competitors in the future. But FaZe, that's going to be a good match. We'll see if that's going to be going down. But we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. More exciting action to come. Hello and welcome back. My name is Taylor Noble, or Reflections on the Twitterverse. Landon Legion, guess our next matchup. We got Ninja and Day going against the FaZe Boys.
Yeah, I'm excited about that, man. That's been the match that we've been like, okay, cool. Like, this match. Ninja versus FaZe.
The sweatiest.
Oh yeah,
I'm talking torrential downpour, full pits, full body cast.
Show them the pits.
Wetness.
Show them the pits. Prove it. Look at that. That is actually, that shirt's not showing
I'm
it
like
too
a
well.
hot pocket.
I want to see you
sitting outside of the sleeve.
I want to see you wear a white shirt
hot
one day,
pocket.
just to kind of just show everyone how much sweat really comes from your body.
Actually, we drench it, and then that's what we mix with our G Fuel. It's like a home remedy.
You guys
Anyways,
sit next to each other.
I actually didn't know that.
yeah, that's
Do
what.
you guys
Surprise!
swap
That's what's
seats
in your
here?
red cup. Tastes good though, right? That's what G Fuel.
No, Landon, it's okay.
I mean, you guys have some great chemistry going on.
No, it's
Landon,
great. Don't feel like the man out.
It's
all right?
always been us.
Don't say that on
always been
camera, Legion.
I was talking to
Landon,
not you,
firm
Taylor.
handshake, give it to me.
Oh no, dude, he's talking about us.
Oh,
Yeah, dude.
wait, I was the man left out.
You weren't at the Gap the other night when we were trying on clothes, so that doesn't.
The
even
kids'
count.
gap, to be specific.
Is that's where I shop? Okay. Did you see my shirt last week? Hey, that
He
was
only,
a
he
medium.
only wears small.
That was a medium. I should have wore a large. Okay, boys. But I switched up this time. Now we got the large going on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what I wear. It's always gonna look. It's always gonna look difficult.
All right, let's bring it back. All right, Ninja and Daequan going up against FaZe. FaZe won last week. They are the only team to win $20,000. They're the only team at least to win Friday Fortnite. So they're trying to go back-to-back champs, which means they would be the first ones to win again tonight. If they won again tonight, they'd be back-to-back champions. It'd be the first time in history.
Right. Yeah,
of our Friday Fortnite.
Yeah,
at
the
least,
first
we'd
team
see.
to win 2
So-
Friday Fortnite tournaments could be the first squad to also win back-to-back. That'd be pretty insane.
Pretty
but-
insane. But on top of that, too,
Yeah.
with the competitiveness, at least what they announced, solos and duos, we could be talking about the most solid duo, competitive-wise,
absolutely.
at least in competitive Fortnite, which that opens up a can of worms because I was like, okay, well, we're going to see the 4v4. We thought it was going to be that. But if we're talking about duos, there's a lot of teams that it's going to be hard to stack against FaZe Tfue and FaZe Cloakzy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We talk about like when you're facing off against the FaZe guys, it's like, okay, what strategy do you really want to try to implement? Because it's just a matter of these guys are like killing machines. They're constantly finding eliminations, and they can almost go anywhere on the map and find them. Of course, they have their routes, they have the strategy they like to implement from time to time. I think we've seen them land probably 5 or 6 different places in a consistent night regarding these tournaments, but they are a consistent force when it comes down to their overall placements. I think out of all 4 tournaments that they've played in up to this point, they have not placed lower than top 4, along with the factor of them in 3 out of the 4 tournaments that they've played in, they haven't made it past winners round 2. So it's like, you want to talk about the losers bracket matches that they've had to face off against in 3 out of the 4 tournaments. They've made it past winners round 2, yet they average a top 4 and over placement. That is absolute absurdity. So this would be one of the first tournaments, actually, in their history together, and making it to winners round 3, which they're not typical of getting despite their overall placement. So I don't know, man. Regarding history, you're probably favoring Myth and Daequan, or Ninja and Daequan. But you can never really hit on the FaZe guys either. Both of these teams, right? They want this for pride. This is a competitive game. They're all like handshakes outside, but once they get their hands on their keyboards and their
It gets
and their
sweaty.
mouses, oh yeah, they're going hardcore for this.
That's
game.
the reference for the day. And one thing that I think I'm going to find interesting is when you have squads and duos, you see the dynamic of these teams splitting up organizational rise. Like you've got people from FaZe playing with TSM, Ninja, obviously, and Luminosity here, repping, playing with these other teams. What happens when you go from these squads to these duos? Are they going to allow cross-play from these members to play with each other? Or are you going to be forced to play FaZe with FaZe or TSM within their own organizations? I don't know. But I know personally, the person I used to compete with back in the day whenever I played like Halo and Call of Duty, my duo was not somebody I would team with for 4s. But for some reason in 2Os, that chemistry was just
Exactly.
2Os apparently. That's my new phrase. 2Os. Not 2Os with T.
Right.
But it's like, you have that chemistry there. So it's like, it'll be interesting to see if they'll allow that too.
And 2, for a lot of these organizations who have picked up 4 players,
Or 5 sometimes.
or 4 or 5 players, it's like, okay, do we want to have 2 consistent teams or one amazing duo and then kind of leave the other to improve? It's like a matter of what really is the strategy call for a lot of our squads. But of course, regarding the landing zones, it seems for both of these teams, I'm really curious to see where Ninja and Daequan were going to be landing at. And it looks like they could be going toward the new soccer field, the World Cup soccer field. to be exact.
Yeah.
They're in the outfits. I'm really excited to see who's going to be able to score the goal first. I've actually got my my horn ready to go just in case whenever that happens. So
the most annoying things in the world
they're
are
baiting
those
us.
I actually like them. At least 100 of them going off to wake me up in the morning. Unfortunately, I sleep like a bear in hibernation at this point in my life. But going back on what I was talking about a second ago, I feel like teams like Tfue and Cloakzy here are going to be already a solid duo. Obviously, we've seen them win 2 in a row. That's not going to be a hard dynamic to overcome. But man, it's so interesting to see again, and finally in competitive games, you don't see people playing 2v2s or solos or rocking out on squads. It's, where is everybody really going to shine the most? And I feel like people that, have the versatility here, like the FaZe guys, they're going to be fine in squads, in duos. But, is there going to be somebody that's just absolutely a monster in solos that's not very good in squads? I mean,
yeah, it's a pretty interesting facet that we kind of bring up and whatnot. We also talk about the attributes that a lot of these teams obviously have, and regarding aggression, both of these teams actually not vinning to do that. We talk about the FaZe guys going just outside of Salty Springs. Regarding Ninja and Daequan, they just go to kind of to those northern mansions just outside of the new soccer field and whatnot. But I think what we saw actually out of this play is that Ninja and Daequan, regarding the landing zones, probably either would have went Salty or Ninja's typical play and going toward Lucky Landing. In this scenario, though, they decided to go soccer field. I was watching Tfue's perspective. He was realizing where exactly they were going. Then they started to go outside of Salty Springs as well. So they're kind of matching that passive play off the start. But regarding, engagements, regarding a number of different facets regarding the map and whatnot, engagements purely, FaZe have the advantage right now being outside of a very populated area like Salty Springs. And I feel like every time we have these Friday Fortnite tournaments, Salty Springs turns into like a half-tilted towers for the most part.
It does. And the thing that I really, really like seeing is that FaZe went outside of Salty Springs. We saw that popularized in I think it was like week 4 of our tournaments. Everybody was hitting those outskirts of Salty Springs, pushing in with a little bit of loot, coming in, then looting up with once they would get those kills. So this is something we didn't actually see in the last tournament, but oh no, can you see it? And can you believe it? Both are down and both are out. Ninja and Daequan have free reign, and look how many engagements. 67 engagements still to remain with Ninja and Daequan going off back to that new soccer field area, obviously showing, hey, it's going to work out for them. Now, they may have not had a lot of engagements where they're at, but now they could just push up and just easily pick up some kills to continue that lead into the second round.
And this is why you have to respect Landon's thought process here on why you shouldn't hot drop every game. Especially, I feel like, if you're going into the second game with the lead, I completely see, once again, why you shouldn't hot drop in the beginning. If you want to take that risk and then try to fight for a comeback, of course, you see, Cloakzy and Tfue, they didn't even drop somewhere initially that was super popular. What happens is they rotated and unfortunately just got squatted by some players that actually knew the keyboard bindings instead of playing on their mobile phones. And then, of course, Ninja and Daequan, now they have free reign, literally. It's like, oh, hey, we got no 0 kills right now, no big deal.
They're hoping to go.
They're going to eat a chili dog and then find their way across the map. So that's what I do in the middle of games. Just the whole chili dog.
New item coming to you for health boost, chili dog.
First of all, mushrooms,
actually.
Greasy, only found in Greasy.
Amazing. That would actually be amazing.
Wow.
There should be edible cheeseburgers.
You really like that.
Yeah, I really did. Wow. Yeah, I hate myself. So anyways, it's going to be a 3 down now. Ninja knocking it might be a whole squad here, actually.
Oh, my God.
Taking a 4th out.
Yeah, it looks like it is, in fact, going to be a whole squad, which, hey, they're hitting up the new soccer field as well. But, like I said, going back, I love this new soccer field that they added to it. Awesome. It's just so cool that they added an entire stadium in there. But I'm surprised we're actually seeing this being used in Friday Fortnite. But one thing they got a little bit of advantage on is they're close to the circle. I figured they would be much further away than they would be and have a little bit more time to travel, but this could be a good spot.
And I want to ask you guys, too, regarding FaZe, of course, they're staring at these perspectives much like we are right now, unfortunately. But, regarding them, I think they're actually at the FaZe house right now. We were kind of coming into this match as, thankfully, we do see some streamer loot actually come through from Daequan. Yep. One thing, though, is the factor of FaZe. Those guys, they're just at E3, obviously. They're feeling not in their normal home space, right? They're not at their setups. They're not with the typical computers. They probably don't have all the key bindings, made up and whatnot. And also one thing that I noticed as well is that I know that Tfue likes to rock a huge mouse pad. He was having like a really small, I think it was like a Steel Series one. So you talk about coming into a game like this, playing up against Ninja and Daequan, who you could argue are somewhat favorites to win this tournament, but FaZe, they're not in their typical realm. They're not in their typical, home spots. That not everything's exactly the way that they want it to be. Maybe that comes into play regarding this particular series, is that, hey, maybe the key bindings weren't to the best of their abilities, and I think that without question has to play somewhat of a factor. So,
well, I think this goes back to even a couple weeks ago when we were talking about what's the breakdown going to be comparing, these home gameplays where you're seeing these professionals, right, at this point in the game. It's how are they going to stand up in a LAN environment, playing on setups that are foreign to them, and even potentially with the crowd. There's so many different elements, even going from an open bracket to playing on a main stage, right? That's going to be something that you've seen, amateur players that have been grinding for years. Maybe they finally get their chance to make it to that main stage, and they absolutely just bomb, or they surprise everybody and come out hot. People like Ninja, veteran, been in esports for 10 years. This guy does not care what stage he's on. We saw it in the charity tournament there for $3 million, right? Gets $1 million for his charity. He's a veteran in those types of environments. And you're seeing Cloakzy and Tfue. Yes, it's obviously going to be a complete downer no matter who you are to be playing on a setup that's not your own, which is why obviously you can bring your own peripherals most of the time for certain events. But
you have to adapt.
Yeah, you have to. You have to be able to adapt.
And one thing, too, that I think is really interesting, I actually saw a stat. I was kind of looking at a few of the tournaments that Ninja's won in his past. He actually won the very first H1Z1 tournament. He won the very first PUBG tournament. And he also won the very first Fortnite tournament. Of course, Ninja Vegas was an event, but it wasn't necessarily to the same capabilities of what the Pro-Am $3 million tournament was. So it's kind of interesting. We talk about the ability to be versatile in a lot of these games. Ninja happens to be the best at doing it toward the beginning of a lot of these tournaments as well. I know regarding the FaZe boys, I know at least Tfue used to be an H1Z1 Pro as well. I think might have played for something like Rogue or someone along those lines. I know he competed against Ninja a few of the H1Z1.
It was close. It was Cloakzy actually. Cloakzy.
Well, no, Tfue played H1 as well.
Well, Tfue as well. Yeah. So they loved it. I mean, the thing, Battle Royale is Battle Royale, and a lot of them have the same feel. Obviously, with the building aspect of this, a little bit different. But Ninja's he's a veteran when it comes to Battle Royales, and it clearly shows in his gameplay. But another thing too, to be paired with a guy like Daequan, which by the way, Ninja heads up play, getting the guy on the flank, but taking some major damage, but easily going to be able to pick off that kill, just lasering his opponent before. Actually, Daequan is going to be there as a good teammate to back him up. And fall damage going down. Now, I want to speak about this fall damage because this was something that was caused a lot of controversy in the E3. It was Myth. Myth gave an interview. The only thing I'm trying to avoid is fall damage, and he actually dies from fall damage. And a lot of people thought he just fell, but Ninja made a great play with C4.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the pros be like, hey, we're not even playing with C4. It's that strong. The recent update, I think it goes from, 400 damage to now 600?
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. You want to talk about the ability for these structures to be eliminated within seconds. I think I was actually watching with the producer yesterday, Daequan's stream.
Yeah.
He happened to be, I think, in Salty Springs. Puts maybe 4 or 5 of those C4s at the bottom of the base.
Demolishes.
The entire building is eliminated. And there's a guy just on a toilet seat what the heck just happened?
I was just
where
trying to
am
do
I?
my thing, man. I just fell through and broke my legs and died.
Exactly.
No, I feel like the C4, though, at least if you're coming into a tournament and you are somebody that's not quite as skilled, having that in your back pocket is such an advantage, because when you start to see these guys and their building abilities, there's a certain point where you can just go, all right, I'm just going to C4 it, I'm going to dip, take them out.
Yeah.
There's nothing for them to catch on to if you destroy literally all of the build. They're going to take that fall damage unless they, wizard a bounce pad out in some way, shape, or form, which we saw Noah J actually do that during the charity tournament. Incredible plays. I actually had no idea that if you built the roofs on top of the floors, it actually double protects it, and then he was setting the bounce pads. Incredible heads-up play from him. I love you, Noah.
Yeah, well, not only that, plus the bounce pad that he used in order to get the kill, or not the bounce pad, the directional pad. Yeah,
it was a bounce. Exactly what you're saying, and he used that at the end there, and I just thought it was
the fall
thought process, because the bounce pad at that point had only been out for a week and a half.
About a week.
So, I mean, to see these guys being able to just take that and use it for their own strategy in a tournament with that much, not only viewership but pressure on the line. Man, it's so amazing to see.
And Noah J's still coming down from that high.
Captain bodies here with the thermal. I'm telling you, this thing is nasty.
That's 80 meters away, and he's casually hitting for 72 on both regular health and shields. Just destroyed. The other squads are like, wait, where are those shots coming from? I'm not exactly sure, dude. We're going to go res you, and they're about to get dismantled as well.
Jeez, he is
so dirty.
Heads.
It's so dirty. The thermal knocks him before he does. He's going to take the fall damage from that as well, destroying the floor now with the AR. I mean, you see this. He's basically been using that thermal as his primary here for almost the entirety of the match.
Yeah.
And I really like the breakdown here. Exactly what we were talking about before the matches started today. You see Ninja playing as this back-end role, right? He's got this thermal AR. He's also he's rocking it. And you see Daequan, where's he at? Already engaged in the gunfight, pushing with the shotguns.
Yep.
I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the craziest teams to see throughout this entire tournament, especially with the dichotomy of their play styles. It's like together, it seems like they're pretty superhuman. I want an outfit,
and that's
with
why
their faces on it.
And that's why a lot of people were talking about this
T-shirts.
team. They were like, "My goodness, Ninja and Daequan together, they're going to dominate the competition."
Oh, yeah.
And it's looking like rightly so. They're not going to have as big of a lead as I thought they would going into round 2. I was expecting at least 20+ kills, but still they're going to have a sizable lead. FaZe, though, have been in the past have been able to come back majorly, but against a team like this, Ninja and Daequan, I don't know. I could see them definitely making the finals. God bless anyone who has to go against them in future matches.
Oh
but
my gosh.
but what are you seeing out there? 13-0, man.
Even his donator just said, "Hey, Daequan, you're disgusting with the double pump."
Yeah.
So that's one thing, and I
Welcome to Fortnite.
Daequan is one of my
Daequan's
favorite
Fortnite.
streamers. He's one of my favorite players. I don't know. I really he's an entertaining guy to me, but he's also phenomenal whenever it comes to the double pump. And I think he's one of the guys that kind of popularized the double pump, which EGL made a double pump shirt because of it. You know, but like I said, even with that nerf, 10 damage from crit, 10 damage from a body shots as well, going down from 95-90 down to 85-80. Daequan still rocks the double pump and makes it work, showing that, you know what, you can nerf it all you want, but you're not going to nerf Daequan. You know, he's just a solid player.
I mean, you could argue, right? We talk about roles. I was actually talking to a few of the Liquid guys, the pro Fortnite team and whatnot, getting their opinions on roles and kind of how they affect the game. You kind of actually have roles in this game. It's used to like, oh, you have a support player, you have the aggro guy. There's actually roles developed on items in the game. So a lot of the times you're going to see roles developed around C4, guys developed around the back support role. And we kind of go back to the double pump strategy. Without question, that's a role. That's a pro role in this game is the double pump strategy.
And that's what
itself.
they call it?
Yeah, they call it double pump, or whatever you want to call it,
Right.
shoddy, aggro, etc.
Sure.
Number of different opportunities to call it that. But now, kind of funny enough, transitioning into this automatically becomes a role in this game. A support player from the back lines, kind of supporting what we talked about, the double pump strategy, the guy with the C4 at the bottom of the base, etc. There's two guys usually in build fights and competitive in the back line shooting down from afar. This weapon is without question, if you don't have it, if you're in a 4v4 squad or a 2v2 duo match versus someone else, and you have this weapon from afar to not just give callouts, but to do what, 72, 80 plus damage from 100 plus meters away, you immediately have such a massive advantage. And we talk about with this team regarding roles, the aggro player in Daequan with the double pump. We talk about the kind of support role that Ninja's playing in this scenario because of how quick Daequan is. I mean, regarding roles, regarding a number of different capabilities, this team is going to be absolutely absurd. If, of course, they don't die early. I mean, this is going to be a squad where we're like, okay, they're on a roll. They're not going to be taken down by anyone.
And this is something that you're going to see even from the bottom up here of play level, right? Like you've got individuals that are just getting online. You play to your strengths in every game if you're wanting to do better. And if you have somebody on your team at home, like my brother, for example, absolutely buns with a shotgun, can't hit anything. Get him in this back roll where you see Ninja playing. Obviously, Ninja can go in. He's nasty no matter what position he's playing in the game. But you're playing to your team's strength. What's going to win you the game within a match? Obviously, this has been working for them here. 5 engagements left in the game for them to try to take out these opponents. It's been seamless. He's putting, and like you're talking about, 140, even if they're fully shielded out, leaves you with basically just need to breathe on them when Daequan's getting up close here with these shots. Where's Ninja at again here? Now they're finally both up in a close engagement. Ninja does get taken down, though, here, knocked at least, but guess what? Main player gets taken out. Builds him in, says I'm going to build us a nice little tea house here while I put you back and put back together here. Mr. Potato Head style, give you some heals. I love it.
And that's one thing that I enjoyed on our Saturday Fortnite that we saw with Dramas and Baldy. Baldy was that dominant player who would push forward and pick up those kills, whereas Dramas was the one who kind of hung back and just kept the pressure on the enemies. We saw Baldy. He could build. He can edit. You spoke about his edits earlier, right?
That's insane.
And that's the thing. You're usually going to have a master builder, master editor, as well as someone who can double pump, pushing forward while you have that support role in the back. So roles, at least in duo, I think those are going to be the two set roles we're going to typically see. But I love the overall duo aspect. This is something we haven't seen in competitive really in the past, but for Fortnite to be doing this is great. And, of course, Friday Fortnite's giving you a little bit of a taste, which you could expect in the future. Daequan looking to take some legs off with the RPG. I would love to see an across-the-map RPG shot.
I actually forgot that FaZe is in this game for a second. We've been talking so
long
about Ninja
Bro, low-key
Daequan.
roast.
No, not at all. It's just like we've been talking about Ninja Daequan, the roles and whatnot. I'm like, oh yeah, FaZe has been watching this exact same thing. Unfortunately, they drop early, and of course, all the props to them, right? Not at all taking away from them in any facet, but I mean, we've just been staring at their gameplay, and this is FaZe, who of course are in the same perspective that we are right now, witnessing this 16, 17, 18 plus kill disadvantage that they're going to have coming into this next match. I don't know what the strategy is, but it better not be anything but tilted, or at least some type of strategy based around a heavily populated area. But of course, it's FaZe. We know what they like to do. They're some of the best players, probably regarded as one of the best duos in the world right now for a reason.
Oh, he got the knock with the trap. I don't know if you guys picked that up, but Ninja placed the trap on the outside and got it, and he's so deadly with traps. And honestly, I think he's the main reason why I got bumped up to 150, because everybody loves seeing Ninja get those kills with the traps. One thing that I want to point it out as this match is coming to a close with Ninja rocking that thermal. I never knew this, but you can actually see the bullets as well through the thermal sight, so you can dictate whether or not they're throwing a sniper your way. They got an AR, or even I think we saw some splodes coming out as well through the grenade launcher. So that's another aspect of the thermal scope that I didn't even think about. And one thing too they talked about with the thermal is looking into the storm. It gets a bit distorted, but you can now we saw, right, a lot of players in our tournaments would kind of rock the edge of the storm. They'd come in and they would peek their head through where they're not taking damage but still able to see through the storm. Now you can kind of sit inside the storm with that thermal and just beam people while you're safe in the circle.
That's such an important role, Taylor, because I can't tell you how many situations where they're like, hey, we're being chased in the storm, and you turn around and you're like, let me put on my bifocals while I try to see where they're coming from. And then you finally get that engagement, and then they're too close, and all of a sudden you're in a shotgun battle, and then now you step out of the circle and kill yourself. Because, I'm not saying it happened to me, but I'm saying it might have happened to me. And of course, you got a guy hiding here writing pizza. You know what I mean? He's just in there making himself a nice little sausage and pepperoni, just preparing for his imminent death. Have we ever even seen one guy beat one of these teams, by the way? I don't think we've ever seen, one guy just swipe a whole squad.
I don't think so.
That would be the most, because wherever that sleeper guy is that's playing in the tournament is somebody that we need to see more of.
I've always thought
just that Daequan dancing there. Just feeling good.
I've always thought about, because with these tournaments first round, there's a lot of matches going on at the same time. I would love for two squads to meet up with each other in the same tournament and just battle against each other. It's totally within the realms of possibility. They're all queuing up basically at the same time.
That's what pros do, regarding how they get into lobbies with one another. They're just hoping that they get into the same game. Okay, we're going to queue up in 3, 2, 1, and then they hope that all of them happen to get in the same lobby.
Which they typically do, which
usually it happens.
It's pretty cool.
So if you have the timing down, that's pretty scary. But I really want to touch quickly on the point that you made about the thermal AR and kind of staring back into the storm. We were kind of discussing that. There's a role in BR games. It's called gatekeeping, essentially, or a term rather in the game. It's called gatekeeping. Basically, what it is what a gatekeeper does is he's trying to kind of preserve what's behind him, which happens to be the circle in the scenario. So when you're gatekeeping in a BR game, you have what is the advantage or the typicalness at your backside, watching the front and having to have the enemies come toward you. So you're talking about staring into the storm, watching players from the backside. The perfect term, or the perfect role for this weapon happens to fit in this exact same situation of being that gatekeeping role, which is, like I said, watching the backside, enemies coming at you. The thermal AR works perfectly. You stare into the storm. We talked about in this game, in Friday Fortnite, essentially, it's the term to get kills. Trying to take out guys before they die to the storm, taking out players who probably are sitting in a Starbucks line on their mobile phones, just okay, hopefully I get there in time, guys. And he happens to die to the storm a lot of the time. But now with this thermal AR,
platform,
and with the thermal AR, you can spot him from 200 plus meters away and drop him. So, like I said, the thermal AR to me, sky is the limit for this weapon. Not that I'm saying I want to see it be taken down by any means, but it is if you have it in your class and you're facing off against another team, singles, duos, squads, etc., you have such a huge advantage over the other squad.
Now we've got a massive deficit for the FaZe boys here to try to overcome. Ninja and Daequan, probably not too worried at all. At this point, if you're them, what's the smartest thing they could do, Landon?
Not go tilted.
And what does it look like they're doing, Landon?
Hopefully not going tilted.
No, they're going tilted.
No, for a second, it looked like it. I think they happened to just go
salty
past it. Yeah, I think they're going to go maybe in between retail and Dusty, maybe even just past it to a Wailing Woods and whatnot, something along those lines. Looks like their typical play should be Wailing Woods or maybe kind of toward the jail around that area and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like we're actually going to be seeing a split coming in from the FaZe boys, which should be the case.
Right.
Are down by 10 kills. We talked about Ninja and Daequan. One of their greatest qualities is the ability to stay alive through a lot of these matches. So yeah, pretty typical that we see Tfue and Cloak having to split up. It's what has to happen. It's not a strategy that they want to have to commit to, but it's necessary for sure.
Yeah, definitely like a split. absolutely needed, absolutely crucial at this point. Ninja
waving at a player.
Daequan, they're going to be hanging out over there at the bridge as well as crates. So not a bad play. I like where they're at overall. Face Tfue, face Cloakzy splitting up needed to happen. Not a lot of engagements happening. We do see Tfue will have a player in front of him. And lucky loot, at least he's got almost full shields. On top of that, he has that green tack, which he'll be able to put to use. And this player,
that guy's like, hey, man,
he's like,
if you just don't down me, I'd really appreciate it. Oh, okay. Well, hope my teammate kills you as well, because there's 3 more of them coming in squads, buddy.
Jeez. But a scary player to run into, right? Tfue, could you imagine running at the top of that and just running into that guy? Total animal.
That'd be so scary too. You're just like, oh, it's like almost bowing down, like, oh my god,
that's
it's
what it
Tfue
looked like, right
in front of me, man. Oh my gosh, like King Tfue really at this point in the game. I mean, he's regarded as one of the best players in the world. I mean, it's gonna be scary, right? And we talk about the ability for a lot of these squads, a lot of these teams. Essentially, we're heading into a squads game, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know the format of these Friday Fortnite tournaments, it's basically 2 players from either side versus the other 2 players who happen to all be in the same lobby versus squads. So right now, Cloakzy is in a 1v4 permanently in Retail Row, or excuse me, in Salty Springs, while Tfue is in a permanent 1v4 inside of Tilted Towers. Like that's not a normal thing.
No,
and he's making it look easy right now.
And that's the thing. A lot of these players now, since these tournaments have progressed, love to go into solo squads, and they'll just go on by themselves and just compete against squads. And it just comes to a testament how good these players really are. I know a lot of people watch them and they think, oh, well, I can do that. Well, try to go in as a solo player inside squad and do what these guys do. You're constantly at a disadvantage. It just comes to, like I said, a testament at their total skills. But luckily for Tfue, we know Tilted Towers can be a very diabolical place. Even Salty Springs as well. But Tfue has managed to come through and come out really ahead here.
Finding a shopping cart guy, though. Getting ready to soar down like a falcon on that guy. He's literally like, hey, I'm coming to get you, man. Let's go for a ride.
There was an epic shopping cart play, and I can't remember who was riding in the shopping cart, but I know Courage was not having any of it, and that player was just trying to make a show and just go down the ramp.
I think
Courage
it was Muselk, actually.
Well, it was Muselk, and Muselk was just trying to just ramp down and give him a show, and he hopped. He wasn't pushing the cart. He actually hopped in the front, and I think he was just going to emote the whole way down and just dance, but Courage just starts beaming him from the back, and Muselk actually survived, left him with 1 health, but it was one of the most funniest things of E3 that I saw.
Yeah, Courage's like, I got $1 million to win, buddy. I'm sorry about that, but I got to take you out. Shopping cart play would have been nice, but me and Kenneth Farid are trying to win that casual milli for our charity. So.
And if we're talking about tournaments in general, I really love the structure of these Friday Fortnite events because it has to be so fast-paced. And one of the things that you guys were just actually talking about was just how easy these guys make it look. Yeah. You're mentioning going into solo squads by yourself. I mean, I was trying on the Switch and still getting bodied, so let's just put that in perspective. But you know, you're looking at them, it's kind of expected for them to get a victory, right? Yeah. So having this breakdown of how many kills can you get is super important. And we could see right down there, I mean, FaZe really not down by too much with still 37 engagements, but getting boogie bombed, that guy threw a Hail Mary and said, here you go. Here's a nice little Tom Brady for you.
I don't know how that landed up there. Like, talk about the trajectory. Like, that guy had to pull out his protractor to try to throw that one up there. I have no idea how.
90 degrees north.
Oh, no, he's taking a lot of damage. Only at 20. He's got to retreat out. He has some bandages in his back pocket, builds the backboard for a little added defense of his little 1x1. But this team is unrelenting, pushing up. But luckily for him, though, their building skills, they're just building straight ramps. Normally, whenever you want to build like that, you want to kind of build a ramp above. We haven't got a name for that strategy just yet, but that double ramp build is something you want to do, especially if you're pushing up to a player like Tfue.
Keeping in mind as well, he also has the bounce traps in his back pocket. I know a lot of players aren't really thinking about traps at all times, especially with them recently being added. But if he wants to get out of a sticky situation, like I said, you don't take fall damage. The impulse grenades are nice. We do see the bounce traps getting initialized very, very well. Getting very well acquainted with that.
What is that guy? Was he already down?
I have no idea.
No,
was that the knocked guy?
He wasn't down. He was just like, I think he misjudged how powerful that bouncy pad was.
Do you know what happened?
What?
The guy that was knocked dropped, and then that guy would try to go get him on the bounce pad, so he was bouncing up and down. And then, that's definitely an argument. I accidentally threw the controller of my mouse across the room at my sibling at that point. But Hail Marys, man. Tfue, 5 kills, 5 now from Cloak. And, of course, he's just still doing work here in Tilted. Such a scary place to be and such a fun place to be if you're a master of this game like these gentlemen are. And, of course, just continuing to pop off. And this is what we've been talking about the whole time. You see that tack. You see that pump. Speed is everything in this game. We're talking about the tack subs. The realities are when you're playing actual pros at this level, right, you're going to be playing these gentlemen. they're not going to be using that. They're going to be doing the strategy here with the attacks and the shotguns because
Sure.
they're not going to be missing. You're not expecting your opponents to miss when you're playing at a certain level, right? It's like all the unnecessary challenges that you see from pro players versus pro players. Like once in a blue moon, I'm gonna go ahead and jump up here and peek this. Boom, your head's gone. Probably should have made that decision. I can't tell you how many times playing pros back in the day on Halo, I'd be like, he's not going to hit it. Hits it, I'm dead. Okay, cool.
I want to point something out, something pretty massive that's been happening throughout this game. Of course, we know FaZe Tfue, FaZe Cloakzy, they split up, which was, oh my gosh, I hope Tfue gets out of here so I can finish this thought process. But Ninja and Daequan are both sitting at 0 kills, right? They went off in the distance. They were, let's play it slow. They went with the slow strategy, but what they haven't realized, or maybe, of course, they've realized it, but 12 kills now are in the back pockets of FaZe. They came into this game with, how many kills did they have?
20,
they had 20 plus kills, but FaZe guys, how many? They had at least maybe 1 or 2. No, they had 0, actually. They had 0 coming. So they, splitting up like that in these high, salty, tilted towers, going against the passiveness of Ninja and Daequan, have gave up a lot of kills, and because of that, they're right back in the game. Still plenty of engagements, 31 engagements. So Ninja and Daequan, they've got to start heating up.
And I want to say Tfue, he just passed by a few bandages. I know he's obviously in the heat of battle at the moment, and we can't really hear exactly his perspective right now. Could hear like a chest, wants to go for something else. But I hope that he finds a few more bandages because I think he has 3 right now that probably will get him right next to 75. So, yeah, I was a little bit worried in that situation. He's very low on health. I think with 35 health, he goes to the very middle road up to the towers. Looked a little bit risky over there for the time, but it is going to be good for now. But like I said, all the props, right, to Tfue and Cloak for making this comeback happen. I can probably say a handful of times where we've seen a squad separate and stay alive throughout the rest of the game.
Yep.
And they're doing it while going to high-profile areas, being down 20-plus kills and making the comeback happen. But it is all the credit to the FaZe boys. Not many squads, if anyone at all, could be pulling off what they're doing right now. 1v4ing squads on high-profile parts of the area and making it look easy. I mean, we're seeing Ninja obviously start to get in the heat of battle, finally trying to get in some of these engagements because he realizes that FaZe are now on the heels of them. But all the props to the FaZe boys. Each and every tournament, they're showing us their abilities in the game of Fortnite and showing why they're one of the best, if not the best duo in the entire world.
And if anybody's going to be able to make that comeback, it is going to be the FaZe guys. And just one thing that I've noticed and pay attention to is a lot of times you'll see players, I've seen some of them in these smaller tournaments rocking, five guns across the board, walking around with no heals. I mean, you see Tfue trying to make this comeback. Obviously, Cloak goes down here, unfortunately. Wow. But you look at it, heals are so important in this game, especially for rotations. And if you're going to be playing against squads, you're constantly moving around on the map, facing full teams by yourself. This is one of the reasons why when you are in those situations, I mean, it's very risky. Cloak goes down. Luckily, Tfue's on his way over there to try, get some assistance here. But, mats-wise, he's not looking too deep there. I got about 400, but the way you watch these guys build, it's done in
goes quick.
Done in one tower.
Ninja in a building fight here has to do some defensive building to kind of put himself inside this box. He's going to go ahead and quickly get those little slurps down to give him some health, but of course, or some shield, but he's going to have to edit his way out. These players that he's going against seem relatively good, but of course that player pops his head out, gets one shot on him. And of course, he has to dip right back out. But no, the fall damage is going to not occur. It's great building with the ladder there. But of course, there he goes. He got the knock. Where's the other player? So he's got to be worried. He builds himself in. Where's his teammate? Where is Daequan? Did they split up?
I think Daequan was just on the peak outside of the mountain of Tilted Towers, and just like that, Ninja finds another kill, the knockdown. So teammates are around here. Where are they lingering? The questions that I'm sure the King of Twitch is asking himself right now. But Daequan seems to be joining up with the FaZe boys, and I actually like this play quite a bit because all he's going to try to do is to silence a lot of the kills the FaZe are going to try and put out. This is not a typical strat, though, that we see from TSM. All 4 of the players normally are not guys to try to join up with the other squad. They're usually going to separate themselves kind of distance. But one thing here from FaZe that we're going to have to see come out again is that they're going to have to split. Of course, we see Tfue go for the res on Cloak. Has to happen because it's almost going to be impossible for Tfue to pull off this by himself with the amount of engagements left. So I like this play coming in from Daequan. He's going to silence at least one of them because FaZe in this situation, they have to split. There's no way that they want to have Daequan on their heels. They don't want a team of 3. They want to either be moving with themselves. But of course, like I said, put Ninja by himself, it is kind of scary for most players, but it's Ninja. He's not going to die anytime soon.
It was definitely scary for me, and I was just watching as he was inside that building fight. Like I said, these guys are going against typically a 1v4 situation, but I just want an attestament from Ninja's skill right there and his aggression. He came down that hill guns blazing
to
take out those opponents. And that build fight was phenomenally well done. I mean, you're talking about he was taking shots left and right, but still building and edits were on point. Still had time to get those little half shields in there and get himself up to at least 50 shield to come out and finish up that last opponent. But Ninja goes down there. FaZe has got to be feeling good. Still quite a few engagements, but now with Ninja up and, of course, joining the rest of the players here, it's a bit scary. Ninja and Daequan, at this rate, they're not losing this.
Not at all. And actually, we see Cloakzy toss out a few of your nades. Ladies and gentlemen, if you do not pick up nades, just do it. If you don't have anything in your arsenal, if you don't have anything in your loadout, just pick them up, right? They're going to do some damage. They're going to help you out in some way. Cloakzy is showing exactly why that's the case. He tosses those out. That immediately eliminates quite a few of the mats, quite a few of the resources that enemy has. And we talk about how valuable resources are in the game of Fortnite at the moment, right? We talk about the ability for the pickup rate for them to be taken down, the damage that it takes for a lot of our regular weapons to eliminate the ramps too. I mean, resources are at an all-time high regarding how valuable they are in the game, and nades only help that.
He got him, Taylor. I see what you were looking at there. Ninja in that engagement.
That was scary.
Shoots through and then manages to get Tink probably, for about 150 health there. Still manages to get the guy through the build material-wise. Something, too, for any viewers that might be new to competitive Fortnite, something that you'll see is a lot of the times when it does come to these heals, you see these pro players, if they've got bandages and minis versus actually picking up full med kits, the time it takes to heal rapidly, you've got 6 seconds to get 50 health. That's going to help you out in a gunfight, allow you to get back to your teammate a lot quicker. So a lot of the time you'll see him, especially Ninja, he's so good at building himself into those boxes to get those heals off. It's very interesting. I myself have been watching these guys, and although I'm hot garbage, I occasionally, I avoid picking up those medkits if I can find some minis around.
Give yourself some credit, man. You're the Tfue of the Nintendo Switch.
Listen, dude, they don't want me on the Switch. See me on the Switch, fam.
The Tfue of I'm glad the title is established at this point. Tfue of Nintendo Switch.
Listen, dude, I've got like the Skrillex montage music already ready to go. Wow. Drop the bass. Like, just wait for it, dude. You're going to love it.
Oh, man.
It's actually a small dolphin that I keep in my pocket.
The amount of times...
I'm Aquaman.
The amount of times Ninja has been low on health as Daequan goes down. Wow. And how many engagements? So we're still sitting at, 5 engagements remaining now, total of 4 engagements down 3. Just keep dropping off left and right, 4 engagements remaining. Ninja's still alive, picking up kills. So with that being said, I do believe it's not possible for FaZe to come back.
Yeah,
which
that should be it.
Which... Mind you, like you said earlier, FaZe has made their loser bracket run throughout all of our tournaments to come through with the wins. This is pretty typical of FaZe.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they usually, and this is second winners round, so they usually never make it to winners round 3. So this is actually right on par with how FaZe usually performs in our tournaments.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Because a lot of people are like, "Oh my gosh, FaZe is eliminated in winners round 2. You've got to be kidding me!" Like I said, 3 out of their 4 tournaments, regardless of last week, 3 out of their 4 tournaments, they have not made it past winners round 2, yet they have not placed outside of the top 4 in any of their tournaments that they've played in. And like I said, last week was their only tournament where they actually made it, I think the entire tournament. They ended up making it through winners bracket and taking the entire thing. But these guys are used to losers bracket. They're used to losing early, whether they're just not used to their shots being on, practicing and whatnot. But, I mean, hey, it's going to be difficult for them. Taylor, what's going on? What's going on, buddy?
I just want to say, we hyped it up. I hyped it up. 2-time champ was #1 seed. He was so excited.
The
that he
Doc?
was the Doc. Dr. Disrespect, that mustache with Crafty will be facing off against Ninja and Daequan in the next round.
Oh, you already know Doc's
upset that would be.
Oh, well, of course, FaZe, as we know, is moving down to the loser bracket. This game is over. Ladies and gentlemen, Tfue and Cloak will be moving down. And, of course, we'll see them perform in the loser bracket later on. They won the last tournament. They're still well on their way to be the 2-time champions, at least in a row, whenever it comes to our Friday Fortnights. But this Dr. Disrespect and Crafty versus Ninja and Daequan.
Boys, now I know that FaZe are the 2-time champions, but they are not the 2-time blockbuster champions, all right? You do not want to mess with the Doc. And I guarantee you, if Dr. Disrespect wins this next series versus Ninja, this is being added to that 2-time list. We talked about him being the 2-time blockbuster champion. Speed, momentum, all of those facets, all those qualities, that's another trophy.
There's a
going
Sears.
into the trophy room of Dr. Disrespect. Like the Ninja trophy, the headband is being given toward Dr. Disrespect if he takes this series. So, I don't know, man. But look at that score. 31-28.
Still close.
After 0 frags
zeros,
in game 1. That's insane. That's crazy. Props to FaZe, but
they would have had a game 1 based off that game 2 performance, and they might have actually. I mean, it would have been pretty decisive on that.
And I think Daequan gets out of this game with 0 kills. So all those frags are from Ninja. Daequan gets
in his second
game.
Daequan
Ninja went down with 0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually
Close.
pretty intense. Yeah, if definitely, I think if FaZe would have got some kills off that, I think FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, if we talk about if Ninja dies pretty much around the same time that Daequan does,
Right.
FaZe is probably taking this game, if not tying it. It would have been kind of like we're calculating, like, exactly can they do this or not, getting out of
With a calculator, my Casio that I use.
We haven't brought out the Casio today. Our math has been pretty. Well,
It's been on, but we've been avoiding
We've been avoiding it pretty hard.
Whoa, is it shape?
I'm kind of
I can't even add.
I've been letting production kind of show me the
I'm
scoreboard
6.
instead of me guessing. Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of.
I think they're up 13 kills. Oh wait, it's actually a 2-kill deficit right now.
and
Great math from my production.
And hopefully,
Oh, yeah,
hopefully we can bring
Shout
up.
out to production.
I actually wanted to, or are we going to be production? We're going to be hopping into another match. I mean, if you guys are definitely go bring up the next match, got to show us people.
I want some more pew-pews than bing bangs. Look
Give
at that.
the people what they
Did
want.
you just see the double bigs that you saw from Myth? Look at this, baby. He's got 250. Don't even share with your teammate. Pointless. Also, let's talk about. I'm going to be rocking the Hamlinz look today. I'm talking sleeves, aka Poppy Biceps down here. This guy has been rocking the upper arm. As the tournament goes, we see more and more skin from Hamlinz. That means not only is he getting sweatier, but that means he's getting strong. This is his workout.
Oh yeah.
This is how I do it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Look how this shape. That's all from trying. I'm trying to be a Hamlinz someday.
Is that right?
Yeah, because I'll never catch up to his skill level in any video game.
Like I said, hey, I mean, you're already the Tfue of the Nintendo Switch. I think
out,
anything's popular.
Look, he's already got a scar in that back pocket. Look at the 2 common pistols. Do you need anything else, Landon?
I mean, no. That's the answer to that. Absolutely not. He doesn't need any shields. He doesn't. Okay, well, there's the shield. But you never know.
Well, you jinxed it. He didn't need
I did.
shields.
I
look
did
what
jinx
you
something.
did.
I know.
You caster blessed him.
Those gray double pistols went away pretty quick.
They did.
As we were just talking about it.
Have we seen 72 Hours in Hogman play before?
We
this
have
tournament?
not.
Yeah, no,
we have not.
This is, I believe, our first Friday Fortnite with 72 hours.
Yes.
Of course, all 4 of these guys in the lobby. This is a match that I was hoping that production would be able to hop us in with. Of course, shout out to production for trying to hop into every single series, trying to give as much coverage as we can for the Friday Fortnite 20K week number 6. But yeah, all 4 of these guys, right, are pro players in Fortnite. Of course, we talk about Liquid 72 Hours being a very solid team, of course, coming into this game. 22-7 advantage. I know Hogman, I think in every one of our tournaments has actually played with Fuzi. I think Fuzi wasn't actually able to play in this one, so he was trying to search for a few guys. I know he was talking with Hysteria. I think he obviously ends up grabbing 72 hours here from Liquid, of course. Whoa. But this is a very interesting match, and this is my sleeper team, Liquid 72 hours and Cole Hogman. I know it's a little bit early to say that, or a little bit late rather, because they're obviously up versus Myth and Hamlinz. But this is a team, right? Very solid few players. This is the future of Fortnite. Are probably these 4 guys regarding the competitive scene. I think Cloakzy right now has 3 or 4 pro players. Liquid, I think, just announced their full 4-man lineup as well.
Yeah, they did.
So,
yeah.
And I'm very excited to see how this match obviously progresses. But TSM, they're down early to Cloakzy and Liquid combination here for this series.
And it's crazy to see 72 Hours playing as the Hamburglar, but Myth and Hamlinz, looks like Hamlinz is actually going to be taken out already.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, no.
This is turning into a bloodbath at this point. Myth and Hamlinz had to have dropped early in the first game in order for this lead to have
7
happened.
frags, you like to assume.
Wow, yeah, 7 frags. I mean, come on, Myth and Hamlinz. I mean, these guys have been champions in the past, but then again, like I said, 72 hours. Cole Hogman, we haven't seen them before. Both professional players within themselves. So you, like you said, you see in the future. But man, what a lead coming in to this game, and now Myth has to make this deficit. It's going to be a long hill to climb.
And you're already seeing half the lobby has been decimated here going into this, which I always find interesting is that last game that we actually saw was so favorable for the FaZe boys in terms of those engagements. It went their way in terms of a possibility of a comeback. You're looking at this, I mean, with 50 people already out, you're looking at a total of 49 possible engagements. 72 Hours in Hogman already spotting players here in Anarchy, which is just such a beautiful place to go, especially during the fall season.
I thought about buying real estate over there.
But Myth's got a lot of ground to cover here. Now he's just at the gas station. Maybe he's going to pick up
some Cheetos or something.
Cheetos, some hot Cheetos with nachos. Have you had the nacho cheese on hot Cheetos before?
I have not, but I might have
Takis,
to take a
with
quick
hot cheese
trip
on it?
over to one.
I think I know what I'm eating on the break.
I think so.
I want some, please.
I want some DiGiorno pizzas.
Hey, listen, I
That's what
got
I
you
want.
with that, fam. Happy to announce that partnership
Hey.
on my end. Beautiful pizza folks over there making me feel real delicious all the time. You know what I mean? Crispy pan pepperoni pizza, baby, making it rain.
And you know what goes best with that DiGiorno pizza? The G Fuel.
To wash it down, baby. It's on
40% off with the UMG code if you go to gfuel.com.
Absolutely, baby.
And a little plug there, but Match is quickly getting away. If you notice, Myth still with 0 kills, not able to find anybody, rotating around towards Tomato. Hopefully somebody will be home. Then, of course, we see 44 engagements remaining, and this is it's a tough pill to swallow, especially for Myth and Hamlinz. Like I said, we missed that first round, and if anybody in chat can kind of update us, I know you guys go out there and jump streams. Let us know what happened. Early drop.
Yeah, we'd love to know, actually.
I really would, because I could only imagine where they would have landed. And Myth and Hamlinz.
Salty. I'm saying it.
Salty is their place that they go to. They're not a tilted drop kind of guy. They also don't like to go Lucky Landon-esque, kind of like risky reels. They don't like to go over to those areas. Salty is kind of the area they hit up all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got to say, I saw Myth's interview actually from the charity event that was out there at E3, and I just love listening to this guy. Seriously, such a positive influence in the community, and I thought it was so funny because he was totally in the competitive mindset when they were asking him, like, you know, what's your strategy for this? And he just very open said, hey, I'm playing aggressive if I need to play aggressive, and I'm playing passive if I need to play passive.
Yeah.
And he kind of broke it down basically just by saying that there's not really a correct way to play. It's basically whatever the moment is, whatever the game is, and what's at stake. So, of course, if he could continue to avoid falling off builds or having him
it wasn't his
lower
fault.
layer,
it was
C forward.
That was it.
He'll be good.
Yeah, I think in that interview he was like, it's the finding the balance between aggressiveness and patient play is the key to a W, and that's without question the prime example of what it means in this tournament, to kind of have that middle ground of what it means to kind of play the game of Fortnite. So definitely agree with you in that situation. I actually wrote down that exact quote.
Did you really?
That's inspiring. From the, what is he, only 18 years old, 19 years old?
He's only 18, 19,
yeah. What a great example.
What's this game rated?
For players, or for people who are watching this game, right?
What is this game rated?
I actually don't know. I think it's definitely E for everyone. I mean,
because we could see all ages competing in tournaments.
Well, we've already seen a 13-year-old in their Saturday Fortnite, now 14-year-olds, which we saw tonight.
Wintrrz
as well. He's playing with Vikkstar because Tenny is unable to play, at least in this tournament. So, I mean, we're seeing all ages compete in these tournaments. But I also want to give a testament, too, with how polished Myth was when that interview was. I mean,
absolutely.
He's very well-spoken.
Yeah.
I
think he's a great example for, younger guys, even, kids trying to get into the scene. I know we've all probably been introduced to the esports scene by multiple, main figures. It looks like Myth does, unfortunately, go down in this scenario. But, like I said, he's a great example for when it comes down to, like I said, I know we all kind of come from around the esports background when it comes into first-person shooters. I know one thing that was great for whenever I was trying to show my parents, like, hey, this is esports. Like, this is the future of what I'd like to do with my career and whatnot. A major factor was trying to show guys who were having a lot of success in this field. Nadeshot was one of those guys regarding the, Call of Duty community, which of course, where we kind of come from, that particular background. And I think Myth kind of plays into that same role as well, having a solid figure, a really, outstanding guy who, as young as he is able to really present himself in a very, professional manner. And I think that only helps for the younger community, which of course is Fortnite right now. We talked about the young community this game really has surrounding it, the cultural presence that it has as well. I think it's great to have guys like Myth really involved in competitive scene, really have him be one of the major highlight guys along with Ninja, who always preach that kind of positivity and that professionalism. So
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys for coming by. Of course, more action still to come your way. If you guys want to check out our sponsors, go to gfuel.com. Use code UMG for 40% off. On top of that, go to official EGL with code UMG. You'll get 10% off of all your clothing purchases. But we'll be right back with some more exciting action. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back after that short little break and already into the action with King Richard and Aimbotcalvin going against Avxry and OPscT. Of course, Avxry normally plays with his teammate
Noah
J, the solo winner. Of course, Noah J not able to come this time, but Avxry.
Come on, Noah!
And the tournament.
Gosh.
He had baseball practice.
Oh, okay.
Playing with a teammate that you guys know a lot about.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Avxry, unfortunately, not going to be joined alongside by Noah J like we talked about, but I think he's still gloating over his solo's victory, which has the absolute right to do so.
He's so happy.
Yeah, we got OPscT, right, the streamer for TSM. I know he likes to, he's actually a very solid player in his own regard. Haven't been able to watch him too much in our Friday Fortnite matches or our tournaments and whatnot, but he's a solid addition, right? I think he's going to be a pretty decent teammate when it comes down to, Avxry. And I say pretty decent. He's obviously a solid player. But you can't take anything away from that Noah J and Avxry, that chemistry that they come into with every single tournament.
I mean, separating from your duo is difficult. You
yeah.
know, it's like a father leaving a son. It's like, what do we? I have to go away to Fortnite War. And
Where do we go from here?
Jesus.
was that a
That was
I had to add that.
that was a flash
was that a
flashback.
Blink 182?
Welcome to the 90s, or early 2000s, ladies
The
and
air is so
gentlemen.
cold right now.
Oh my gosh! This turned into something I was not expecting.
So, fun fact: I actually have an emo music character I'm also developing that we've actually been producing songs for, and they sound just like that.
I cannot wait to listen to those.
I can't wait. I'm actually getting a wig. It's gonna be
Oh,
awesome
wow.
because I don't have hair anymore because of my dad's genes. So, anyways, back at it. Avxry 0 kills, 1 for OPscT. And King Richard still with 2 and 2, obviously out of Aimbotcalvin. So we're going to call him OP because he's probably going to be overpowered anyways here. I think he's going to be a great addition to the roster team here for Avxry. Confidence coming into this tournament. I mean, look at this. The Slay Bros. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And they're kind of living up to the same strategies that we see from Avxry and Noah J by going to Shifty Shafts quite a bit of the time. So Avxry probably giving out that communication. Hey, man, me and Noah J, we have a lot of success when it comes down to this particular area. And speaking of particular areas, places where teams like to go, of course, Tilted Towers for Aimbotcalvin and King Richard. And already 6 frags coming in from the man Calvin himself, along with, 2 coming in from King Richard as well. This is what the Rome, it's a high-risk, high-reward play, but when it works out, man, it's absolutely devastating. And that seems to be showing the score right now. 9-2, a 7-kill advantage. Of course, the quick arithmetic does work out for me in this first situation.
Incredible math, Landon. And one of the things that you're going to see here, too, is that common burst, extremely underrated. If you're able to connect those headshots, it just absolutely, it'll just murk them. You know, they don't know what's going on. They're thinking they're just drinking their slurp juice in the middle of the map, which, honestly, for whoever that opponent was, kind of a weird position to just be thinking it might be a good time to heal. But, you know, last night, I did the same thing right in front of Taco and then got blamed from somewhere on the south side of Tilted. But 3 kills, already 6 there for Calvin as well. A nice little lead for them going into this game. But, of course, we did see that little bit of a non-populated area drop from Avxry and OP. And I want to see if they can make a comeback here. 36 total engagements remaining in this match itself. Totally possible.
Yeah, interesting enough, Avxry OPscT are going to be heading over towards Greasy, which is something we saw a little bit earlier, but
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining Legion singing all these new song covers with the wig. I just had the visual pop in my head, and I'm sorry. I was not listening to anything you guys just said.
After the boys of summer. Yeah, I got you guys.
Oh man, sorry. Go ahead, Taylor. I'm
no,
sorry.
please continue on. I feel like I'm being serenaded by the 2 most attractive
Did
men
you
in the world
see
on
the
count.
shot through the build there, by the way, from King Richard?
Yeah, that's not fair.
So that's one of the things that's been happening recently is shots have been going through materials as well as glitching through materials as well. That's something
I'm just laughing at everything
that
right
they've
now.
been thinking about. Yeah,
Look at the
knock!
knock.
What a
Insane,
shot!
128 meters here. King Richard doesn't even have a facial expression for that. He might actually be the robot here. He is the Crim 6 of Fortnite. You see that reference there? I threw that in there for all the fellow COD fans there in the background. Look at that nice heal from his teammate, just completely oblivious to the fact that there was a jump pad going on. And
he's got the thermal.
We see the gold thermal, Taylor.
I think we will see the gold thermal. It's definitely coming through, and I believe in King Richard.
Oh,
and
they
Calvin.
also found a purple one as well. So they're going to have 2 thermals. Oh,
they're gonna have a purple slurple in the back pocket here with the gold as well. I want them to just double team, just one guy, just boom, hits him with dual thermals.
Can we just
I
point
can't
out-
wait to see
11-2,
wait,
boys.
I just want to point out the other team had those weapons. The other team had those weapons, and they were shooting at King Richard and not hitting a bullet. And King Richard's like, "Yeah, there happens to be a ramp. There happens to be a very tall tree next to you, but I'm not actually going to miss."
They're playing with the Joy-Cons right now instead of a Pro Controller on
Apparently.
Switch crossplay, so that's not their fault.
Here we go. Thermal first. Aimbotcalvin putting it to good use, getting some shots there while King Richard is going to push up. Both of these players, doesn't seem like we have the person breaking down the walls. They seem to both be pretty aggressive, pushing forward. So we're not seeing those typical rolls. And, oh, my gosh. Look at
Casual
that
360 from Calvin.
Loving what I'm seeing.
No big
from
deal.
him.
He hits them all day.
It does. He's actually got the blue burst out. This is a weapon that I feel like since the FAMAS was kind of added to the game, it's kind of been a weapon that's not been as driven toward. I mean, I remember, I say the beginnings of Fortnite. Back in my day when I was playing, 7 months ago, no, there was a huge discussion whether it was hey, the burst is the best gun in the game, the regular assault rifle is definitely second tier, and now we've kind of been seeing not a whole lot of burst love, man. It's kind of either the FAMAS is kind of the new burst, it's kind of the new guy in class, and the old one's just okay, I guess I was cool for a while, but I'm no longer there. So
yeah, it's like the kid with the faux hawk when your mohawk was cool.
Don't be talking about me. I had the faux hawk for the longest time.
I bet you did. I bet you also were a lot of Ed Hardy at one point. But anyways, King Richard, Aimbotcalvin, absolutely dominating the
Fun
competition.
fact: I actually did have a pair of Ed Hardy jeans. I mean, I can't deny it. I mean, you know, it's it's just I don't know. It's just something I kind of do. You know?
I have never heard a more accurate description of Taylor in 2011 in my life.
I guess I'm leaving. I'll see you guys later. I'm going home.
I didn't wear any Ed
over.
Hardy, but I wore a lot of Dairy Queen stains on my shirt, so that might as well be.
I
on
can
the,
relate
on the
with
same
Sonic.
level.
I'm totally with you. I worked at Sonic.
But
I
let's
get
just
it.
talk about this here. 9 kills from Calvin. Every match we've seen this man in, it seems like he is just dominating. Pink guitar in the back, just got done playing a Blink-182 riff and still murdered an entire squad. And I want to let you guys know that I miss you.
What?
That's another Blink reference.
Thank you very much. For that.
Unbelievable off-topic discussion we've been having today throughout the entire tournament. I love it. It's crispy. Like some McNuggets here. Let's see what he's got. Cypher in the back pocket. 7 kills, 9 out of Calvin. 16 total. Their roster is looking like a whole snack here.
And I'm hungry. I got to tell you, man.
I'll tell you that.
This roster is looking pretty tasty. King Richard, Aimbotcalvin, man, the ultimate squad, at least currently for their first 3 matches that they played. And they made it pretty far in the last tournament as well. They're doing the same thing here. Mind you, King Richard still out there trying to recruit some people for a team interview. Of course, he's the captain. Aimbotcalvin looking like maybe a prospect.
They're probably bumping shoulders right now with that near that campfire. Like, hey, man, you want to add me to the team? I'm playing pretty good. I mean, hey, I don't know, man. He's a very solid player. And, of course, we've been kind of watching him in the past 2 tournaments. I think he's played in the last 3 in total. But the last 2 specifically, like we said, he has been probably I know we don't necessarily award MVPs in these tournaments, but I mean he's without question in that candidacy for being an MVP and throughout a lot of these matches.
Is that guy in the tree?
No, he's not in the tree. He's actually just above in that mountain, and he beamed him through the tree.
OP, man. Literally.
He's out of mats though, so that's a problem.
That's not OP there. Yeah.
That is definitely not.
Avery does get the knock.
I love his shirt, by the way, Senpai. That is a great shirt for all you anime fans out there, which I'm not, but I still respect the shirt.
You're not a weeb then.
I am definitely not a weeb.
Oh, okay.
But
just curious.
great knock coming in, and another one, but he gets some shots from the back, and
How
look
is
at
he
how
alive?
quick he processed that, gets the turn, gets the shot off. You talk about accuracy and confidence. That was the ultimate sign.
Op is beaming out here, or as I would like to say, he's up. Seriously, just murdering everybody that he's running into there, especially in Pleasant Park.
I wonder how the calls are going to work. Like, hey, I'm in soccer field. Oh, there's 9 of those. So which one are you in right now? Because they happen to be like slaying people out through soccer. I don't know. Maybe I think they need to add another basketball court. I would love to see. I'm a
there's
big
plenty of
basketball
basketball
fan
courts.
myself.
Well, the smallest,
Like a big one, like a stadium. I want to see like I don't know some type of Fortnite basketball stadium sometime. I know they added the basketball skins to the game. I don't know.
I'm gonna think or like a hockey rink would
That'd
actually
be
be
cool,
super
actually.
sick.
I think.
How amazing
For
would it
all of
be
our
if you
Canadian
could
friends out
slide
there.
around? You could like literally like your character
Loot
wouldn't have
Lake.
as much control.
Loot Lake, maybe we were
Loot
talking
Lake,
about this
perfect
last time. They
opportunity,
need to
right?
freeze
Freeze it over,
and
then
Epic.
do hockey.
Please,
Could you imagine getting in a fight, and then all of a sudden you just can't stop your character from sliding on the ice because you're just recklessly just going forward. But with that being said, another kill comes in for Aimbotcalvin,
Who
sitting
else?
at 12 kills himself. King Richard has quite a few, 8. That's a total of 20 kills so far as
Great
the
math.
game is nearing an end. Quick
Hashtag
maths is
great
on
math.
point. And with that being said, they're only 10 on the right. They came in with a nice lead, at least into this first round, and it looks like they're, in fact, going to take this over. Good stuff coming in from King Richard, Aimbotcalvin. Great first round.
And I think actually the winner of this particular series will face off against the winner of Dr. Lupo and Gingerpop versus Ricegum and Tupac.
Dirty Pop.
So that should be a pretty interesting game.
I'm
be
excited to
honest with
see Dr. Lupo play with this teammate because
Yeah.
this is someone that we haven't really seen in our tournaments, but he's been playing a lot on their streams.
you. Yeah,
so
I actually
far.
saw Gingerpop playing. I think it was with Dr. Lupo, Tim, and Ninja last night. Of course, I think he actually got added to the official Rogue
Yes, he
Fortnite
did.
roster.
Yep.
Maybe like an hour before our tournament started. So we got 2 guys representing Rogue, which is awesome to see another organization in the Fortnite community regarding the esports division. So yeah, great to see, and I honestly cannot wait to see Gingerpop. I hope we get to watch his overall play happen, and shout out to Redheads. So there you go.
I know a lot
Shout
of
out to Redheads, absolutely.
that is just. Oh, there we go. Got the
Shout out
battle.
to the
I just want to take it up. King Richard takes a little break to get that little token for his battle pass.
But
which,
not
by the way,
Aimbotcalvin. He's taking a breather right now.
He's taking a big breather, and I don't know if he'll be able to get picked up. The
He's
storm
inhaling way too much asphalt to be right there.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but when I'm working out, usually my head is also in the concrete, throwing up.
Or
more
especially
than likely.
after a long day at the buffet. Am I right?
Yeah, I tell you what, when you hit your 16th plate, there comes a point where you think to yourself, "Do I work here?" And then you realize, yeah, I do.
You know you reach the limit when you get kicked out of a buffet for eating too much.
Okay, okay. Fun fact: I actually probably only eat at a buffet maybe like once every few months. But there is an Italian buffet in my city that if I could take everyone watching the stream to right now, I would, and we would share some amazing bread pudding for dessert afterwards.
Oh, bread pudding.
So shout out to my stomach for being hungry. But yeah, he's gonna get Calvin back up. You know, good teamwork there. Giving him the heels. Said, hey, come back to me, guitar. I need this.
I miss you.
Was that another reference?
That was another I miss you reference. There we go.
Well, we got 20 to 12, so 8-point lead, at least 8 frag lead so far. It is nearing the end, as we see. Only
One player left.
one sad soul remaining, who is about to run into 4 elite players. Which so this is definitely, if I'm that last player, I'm hiding as I typically do, and this player is not showing his face anywhere. But that circle is going to get ever tighter and tighter. As we'll see them moving in on it. And obviously that last kill is not going to make too much of a difference. We're still going to see King Rich and Aimbotcalvin going to round 2 with a nice, sizable lead. But we already know where they're going and where they're dropping, regardless of their lead. They're going tilted once again with whatever lead that they have. And you know you're going to see it, Landon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Can't even take a blink by any means when it comes down to this game. But, yeah, like we said, one player left. And in the bottom left, we see Aimbotcalvin rocking the thermal because he's got a full 360 vision.
I think he spotted him.
Did he?
Well, at least I spotted him. He was just off to the left. He just scanned through. Unless there's a random chest just floating on top of that hill, I'm pretty sure that was the player. He just missed him, or at least Aimbotcalvin should have saw that player. But that's all right. They'll eventually find him as they're searching for.
This guy or gal is a top hider.
Oh,
this is the longest we've seen somebody be.
Is that the player?
I think it is.
Just chilling in the
He's like
sitting in a bakery.
He's literally like, Grandpa, I'm just going to hide it out before we have to go to dinner. Maybe I've got a shot of staying alive and winning this. Imagine he just drops C4s and destroys all their build and they die
He
simultaneously.
strategically has C4 placed at each location where they're currently at and just blows
I don't
one
know if
up
maybe
one
that
at
was
a
something
time.
else because Calvin is non-engaging.
No, it was definitely something else. I don't know what it was.
Okay, because I was like,
that's why I'm curious. What
maybe
shows?
It was an open chest.
That's what I'm curious.
have been.
What shows through?
Yeah, we're not actually blind, chat. We are pretty far away from this large TV that we have in front of us with 4 screens on it. So
I want to know.
It looked like a body, but
what
it
shows
might
on a
not have
thermal?
been.
What shows on a thermal? You got
Chests,
bullets. You have chest, but then obviously we
flares.
just saw something down there that I'm not too sure what it was.
That was a pair of pants on a clothesline sitting in the room.
That is a
Fair
solid
estimate.
observation.
Oh.
There it is. Finally, we got the kill, and
Looks like it came
looks
from,
like Avery. Avery was
Avery finally?
Avery
Did
was
Avery
able
just
to,
get a nasty snipe here for the game ender?
He does have the
Check.
legendary bolt. Oh, let's see.
I believe-
Give us the highlight. I
believe
want
it
to
was
see
Avery.
I want to see a Nosk.
the
Avery.
live replay coming to you, ladies and gentlemen.
We
through-
do indeed.
At some
Through
point here,
Avery.
let's check this out here. Wow, what a
Oh, he
great
was
spot
hiding
there.
in the little room.
298 was a little confused. Great heals, left his entire bottom half solid strategy there. That's actually one of my favorite strategies, is to die in plain sight. I really love that portion of the game.
Solid strategy.
Nothing gets you going more, I think it's fair to say. When
Honestly,
it's just like, whew, strategies are out.
it's like listening to the Adams song on a road trip, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, definitely not bored of. I mean, you pretty much are bored to death when you're sitting in a room like that. So
Yeah.
I may or may have not been Google searching Blink-182 songs while we did not have our faces on camera. So
I'll tell you what.
I like the
There you go.
references.
The lead singer of Good Charlotte actually said that Taco Bell was on him the next time I was out there. And
Really?
Really?
Yeah. It's just kind of a weird childhood dream come true.
Good Charlotte taking
to
you
get
to
to eat
Taco Bell.
tacos with
Well, actually, you'd be taking him to Taco Bell, would you
my
not?
favorite Madden soundtrack. Yeah, I
Ooh,
would.
yeah.
I got the gift cards.
Madden.
I'll be
Actually, I
making it.
remember that. Bringing back memories.
You know what I'm saying?
We're getting old.
The anthem. Shout out to Good Charlotte.
7
I actually listened to that yesterday on the way to work.
7 kill lead going
way to the
into
Good Charlotte
round
concert.
number 2. Avery, obviously, and his teammate playing considerably well, but still have a big deficit going into the second round. But gotta be looking out for King Richard and his teammate Aimbotcalvin, of course, going into tilted probably for the next drop. If they get dropped early on,
Why not?
a lot of bad things can happen. Trust me. A lot of bad things can happen in tilted.
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from experience.
I'm telling you right now, if you're watching this, bad things happen in Tilted.
That's a great little.
In 77.
Can you say in a
hot
world
dropped.
quick?
In a world.
In a world where both teams drop tilted, what happens next decides the fate
I don't know why I
and
was doing
future
that.
of human civilization. Next on ABC Family.
Jesus Christ, that's going
Did
to
you
be
like
the next.
that?
That
You
is
are
the
a man
next-
of many
my
talents.
That is
childhood.
the next intro for the Fortnite movie, which is hitting theaters near you, by the way. I just wanna
Friday
say.
Fortnite.
That is it right there. But guys in the chat, let me know. Who do you think's going to take the next round? I'm definitely curious, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my handy-dandy iPad.
Your brackets.
Was that a Blue's Clues reference?
It definitely was. It's just I upgraded it to 2018, handy-dandy iPad, because, of course, we wouldn't be using notepads now.
Well,
Blue's Clues was off the chain.
I'm
back
also
then,
trying
by
to
the way.
think of a reference really quick.
It's pretty hard to do, right?
It is. I used to love Blue's Clues, to be honest with you. I had the little, speaking of the notepad, I actually had a little one whenever I was younger, and I used to draw on it.
That is so
my
cute.
parents would be watching
I had a blue
MASH.
dog. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
But
Yeah,
it wasn't
in my
intentionally
brain.
blue, was
it
it?
wasn't real. Thanks, Peter Pan.
It's all right.
Let's give you a little update on what's going down in the losers bracket. KYR, Speedy, and SideArms are out of the tournament. So I know you got excited there, and I just wanted to break some hearts.
Feel free to snap the headset, honestly. I wouldn't blame
Because
you.
I don't know why your initial reaction was to go yes, but I mean, come on.
Thought you were saying they advanced.
Nope, they did not
Yeah,
advance.
you were honestly pretty hype with that. And they totally lost. They got destroyed.
No,
They
they
got
got
obliterated.
plot twist. They got beat by RequiemSlaps and CDNThe3rd, who are
That's
now
a solid team.
Yeah, it is a solid team, but they're going to be playing against Vikkstar and
They
Wintrrz.
got that Gears of War chemistry, too.
They definitely do. Vikkstar and Wintrrz is going to be their opponents going into the second losers round. And that's, remember, Wintrrz at 14-year-old. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen. As now we're on the screen, we got some heads-up plays coming in. Face Tfue, face Cloakzy, Nick28T
Now,
and One-Shot Gurl.
This looks pretty familiar. Tfue, Cloakzy, Nick30 or Nick A30, and One Shot Gurl. This is actually the team who tied the squad's record for the most kills in the game
That's right,
at
53.
53 kills. So if we need to think about frags, this squad is the one to do it. So definitely be looking out for, man. That this could be a team to really put up some numbers in this game. Could definitely be neck and neck. Which, like I said, Tfue and Cloakzy, they're known for being the losers bracket, so that one is pretty interesting as well. But regarding some other series, I think one that could be decently interesting for sure is got to be 100T, of course, Risker and Parallax facing off against FaZe Jaomock and Zuckles. Jaomock personally would be, to me at least, one of my favorite pros to be looking out for in the Fortnite scene. Of course, one of the many FaZe clan players that we have. So that could be a pretty interesting series as well to be looking out for.
And Nickmercs versus Cizzorz and Valkyrae.
Yeah, that match.
That's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Valkyrae made a lot of waves at E3. A lot of players were tweeting out. She obviously is one of the top females. We have, One Shot Gurl, Valkyrae, Chica,
Danny.
Danny.
Yeah.
And then who else do we have out there as well? That at least I know that's the top 4 currently that we have for the
there's
team.
quite a few, to be honest.
There's quite a few that are at least coming into the scene that are
Right.
really good, considerably good. And we've seen a couple of them
Yeah.
throughout the tournaments. I don't know who the
Yeah,
best is as of yet. We could talk about the best. At least Tfue, we think he's one of the best. But of course, there's quickly the competition is rising up quite rapidly in terms of who's the best, the male player out there. But female player, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think in our Saturday Fortnite tournament, we actually saw, I think it was...
We saw Chica.
Well, yeah, we saw, not in the Saturday tournament, Chica. Or did we
Oh,
see
in the
Chica?
Saturday tournament. No,
Yeah,
not in the Saturday. We saw Danny.
It was Danny, and I think...
Was
I
it
forget who she's
Electra?
playing with. It was Electra.
Electra, yeah.
And they actually took down, it was Requiem and CaMiLLs, actually, in like
Right,
winners
right.
round 2 or something like that.
Yes.
Everyone was like, wow, that's such a surprising thing to see. But it really, I mean, from point of view, like that's a very solid
Yeah,
team. Those two girls, I mean, they're insane to watch. And I'm not going to lie, I'm learning a lot of information from the girl players as well. I know, like we always talk about, like different players we're looking out for. And our Friday Fortnite tournaments, man, I mean, there's a ton of talent and a multitude of
There are.
facets. So yeah, I'm always looking forward to seeing what we can obviously see from a number of our players. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And even someone that we don't see in our Friday Fortnites, High Distortion is one of the players out there that's been
dude.
making his way
Oh.
through the ranks.
Yeah.
And you're giving me that look. I know you're thinking like, man, that guy's a beast, right? TSM
He's-
player.
The Beast.
He's a beast in real life, by the way. Dude is massive.
I was
just
told
wanna
that
say.
High Distortion once, after losing a Gears of War series, literally tore his controller in half.
with his bare hands.
Yeah, but
Just
that's important to mention as well. Yeah, with his bare hands.
didn't throw it on the ground. Didn't step on it. Didn't
yeah.
take an axe to it. No, which would be kind of scary to have an axe on stage while playing.
Probably not normal safety protocol, I would say.
Well, for Gears of War, who knows? They get pretty wild on the scene over there, but just snaps a controller in half, man. That's
Yeah.
So, fun story about a Gears of War experience I had while in Atlantic City at a tournament. A security guard, there was so much trash talk in the actual open area that I overheard the security guard call for backup because she thought something was happening. And it turns out that it was just trash talk, which I literally went up and I was like, hey, ma'am, like, this is how they get into it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be excited to see what the LAN environment's going to be like here for Fortnite because I feel like if you're like really upset at like a bounce pad death. Like I can't really. You should probably calm down.
I'm just imagining the security guard calling him. Like everyone's calling each other awful, and they're spitting on their monitors. They're breaking controllers. I need backup
and then
immediately.
it's a GG's afterwards. See, I grew up when LANs first started, right? So like I was like at least for in the Halo scene and stuff like that. So I showed up and it was like I learned how to trash talk immediately. You look at some of the greats from back in the day of trash talking. Shout out to Scott Gandhi. That man threw toilet paper at T-Squared once. On a live stage. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. And I am so excited to see what kind of personalities are going to develop at these tournaments. Probably not to that level. I'm sure that's going to go against somebody's code of conduct. But please, somebody get some spice, some zest.
Well, we definitely have some spice changing up the strategy. King Richard and Aimbotcalvin are, in fact, going to be heading over to Salty, an area that we don't typically see them go through. And, of course, all 4 of the guys are going to be sticking together, which is quite interesting for Avxry and OPscT. I figured they would kind of split off, or at least they're not down too much. 7 kills going into this round, but still, I figured they would at least not stick with King Richard and Aimbotcalvin. Quite an interesting strategy, but of course, 4 is stronger than 2 in terms of whenever you're playing squads, even if they're not on the same team, gives you a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, and if you want to stay alive, you're trying to stay alive maybe toward the part of the game. It's not a bad idea to want to try to go with your squad mates. But yeah, we talk about like the deficit. Probably not the greatest of strategies, as keep in mind, Avxry very low on HP, 15 to be exact. Need to try and reignite this situation, but with some squad mates, actually with some teamwork, because I believe he puts up the wall to try to watch over his squad mate to make sure he can put through that bandage. But yeah, very close quarter spot. Probably going to hand that position over to OPscT to find that kill in the later stages. But yeah, goes for the edit and probably should be able to find this kill. There's one. Nearly finds a second, a few HP being lost, and I think it could be the kill. Come down to this. Props to those guys for trying to go for the edits, but I believe in the end, these frags, these eliminations, will go the way of Avxry and OPscT.
You gotta love the edit strategy in general. Just to be able to look through to try to spot those players on bottom. I mean, if you just open that up, they're expecting you to drop. They're not expecting you to have a reverse strategy. And as we've seen so much, especially from Cypher's gameplay, that bait and switch with those edits where you're literally timing it perfectly. You're dropping a wall, waiting for it, let them put it up so that way they destroy their own and then getting those one pumps with those shotguns. I mean, I can't even think that fast to be able to do that.
And I just want to point out, too, if you're looking at King Richard's screen, you notice Avxry is down, so let's pay attention to Avxry. We knew that he was low on health, and there's a shot from the top. Will, in fact, take him down to a low amount of health, but we do know he is, in fact, going to get res and at least be at 30 health. So almost a quick ending for the team of Avxry and OPscT, but they are, in fact, going to live to tell the tale to pick up some more kills later on, as we do see the teams, in fact, are going to be spreading apart a little bit, going to that triangle you were talking about now, hitting up Dusty Divot, which is the center point of that. And from there, they may, in fact, rotate over towards Tomato, which that is definitely in their trajectory. But first, they got to get through these people in Dusty.
And there was a lot of people, or well, the entire Fortnite community, rather, who was like, oh, Dusty Divot, not a huge fan of this, addition coming in, obviously from the, prior Dusty Depot was probably one of my favorite landing spots to go through as well. When Fortnite had the, obviously, the massive changes to the map and whatnot. But actually, this acts as a great thing when it comes down to the competitive scene regarding the ability to go toward different areas. We talked about the addition of Hop Rocks as well. And like I said, this kind of comes down to, like I said, the landing triangle that I personally have kind of came the name up with, because like regarding this particular area of Dusty Divot, as we actually do see King Richard and Aimbotcalvin both go down. Wow. Like I said, this area acts as an interstate, and we talk about interstates, they're pretty crowded most of the time, and unfortunately for King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, they happen to be getting in the area where there's quite a few enemies lingering, and they don't see the kind into it.
Now, one thing I want to touch up on. Now, these guys are literally spawning into a public lobby, which leads me, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Battle Pass. Why am I bringing up the Battle Pass in a competitive setting? Well, because they're in a public lobby, you're going to run into a lot of players who are trying to earn those Battle Pass Battle Pass levels, which in case, I believe there is one now for Dusty Divot. What is it? Searching Chest, also getting Pop Rocks. So a popular spot has been Dusty Divot. In our previous tournaments, we've seen Dusty Divot has kind of been a little bit quiet. A lot of players have been going there, at least in terms of rotation-wise, but they haven't run into a lot of players. We just saw King Richard Aimbotcalvin. They go down the Dusty Divot. They're running into those players who are trying to get those achievements for the Battle Pass, which means it's going to be a hotly contested area, and one of the areas that they got to watch out for when they're rotating through. Notice, though, they did come into the 7 up. Now they're currently only 3 up, and with these engagements left, unless something bad happens to Avxry and OPscT, they can overtake this and take this victory.
Yeah, I think this game should be in their hands to take. So they've got, 45 more engagements to happen. They need maybe 2 or 3 more just to tie it, 3 or 4 to obviously close out the game and the overall victory. But yeah, man, I think generally, as we do see the nice elimination come through from OP, like, to me, I don't know, Calvin and King Richard, this duo is kind of being, or kind of acting like the future, or a different rendition, rather, of the Nickmercs and Cypher squad, where it's all about aggression, it's all about getting in the face of the enemy and pulling out a lot of these strats. I think they do pull it out a little bit better as the nice ending elimination comes through.
OP. Look at that. Did you see the celebration, too, out of him? That entire engagement, the fact that he was going straight from the pump to the burst, I feel like that's an underrated combo in general, because if you connect with that burst on a headshot, I mean, absolutely just bodying everybody in that engagement. Gets to witness it again here in the second story. Because look, he's like, hey, what's up? And celebrating. I mean, I would be dancing too in my chair if I was in an office space.
Well, with those kills, I think they just secured the lead, and they are in fact going to knock King Richard and Aimbotcalvin down to the loser bracket. So, I mean, come on, what a turn of events. They came into the round 7 kills up, but unfortunately get taken out. As you see, that's, of course, the final score 21-20, as, of course, they could have got more kills, but they've already overtaken it, and there's no reason for them to continue to get more kills. But this is a team, right, that came in kind of last minute. Avxry I was actually talking to him at least yesterday, asking, are you going to be in this tournament? And he said, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be. I don't think there's a spot for me. I don't think he had his teammate Noah J. Yeah. But picks up OP. Seems like a good pickup, obviously. They're moving on in the winner's bracket.
We talk about like streamers for TSM and whatnot. I think I saw someone tweet out yesterday, like, can TSM leave like some talent for the rest of us? Because they've taken so many top players, so many top entertainers as well, and it happens to be a nice rendition when you got a guy who is amazing at the game, but also happens to be a very solid entertainer as well. Of course, in OP, we talk about guys like High Distortion along that too, Krafty. I mean, there's so many streamers that TSM have, and a lot of those guys are obviously in our tournaments quite a bit of the time, and obviously placing very well also. So I think it's a great pickup that Avxry gets. I know it was kind of last second for him to not have his regular squad mate Noah J, but like I said, man, OP, he's a great teammate to have, and he obviously showed it in that highlight play toward the end of that last series.
Absolutely. Anything that you want to add on to that?
I'm actually just sitting here thinking about future tournaments, and if we're going to be having the breakdown of PC versus other platform players, is it going to be that, or will people be actually playing on their respective platforms of choice? Because I'm looking here, we're seeing all this high-level talent, the majority of it coming from the PC side. So it's going to be interesting to see if there's going to be a breakdown where you're going to be all of a sudden able to celebrate multiple teams through these organizations that are going to be playing, not even necessarily at different levels, just on different platforms.
It's an interesting concept, and I think going for the cross-platform play that we see, I don't know if we'll ever see that. Of course, as at E3 we saw, they were all playing on PC, but they would bring their controller if they played on a controller.
Yes, I know Nickmercs had a controller.
He had obviously he's one of the console gods, at least whenever it comes to it.
I actually watched Nadeshot's YouTube video, and it was funny because I think Nadeshot actually lended Nickmercs a scuff, and Nickmercs was like, yeah, funny enough, I'm actually going to destroy you with your own controller in this game. And it was just like a really funny thing to see. Like, yeah, there's guys who are obviously talented in multiple facets. I think, was it like last week or 2 weeks ago, I was discussing and saying, like, yeah, on YouTube, there are mobile players who have 500, 600 plus victories. Yeah. Obviously, we got Legion, the best Nintendo Switch player in the entire world right now.
Ranked #1 in my house. So if you guys, it's like, it's not a big deal or anything. I mean, it was just like solo after solo. So
I think it would be interesting for them, obviously Epic in the situation, to like want to dive into that. It's not necessarily expected, but I think it'd be really cool if we saw a mobile tournament, a Nintendo Switch tournament, a PS4, Xbox, rendition.
It's kind of limited,
I think it would be awesome to see where it's like, you know what, we've got the top players in the world playing on their respective platforms. Not sure how that would work, but I think it would be interesting, tournament to dive into. It would be fun from a analyst, spectator, commentator point of view to be like, yeah, this guy's dominating on his Nintendo Switch versus a guy who happens to be on a keyboard. It's just what he prefers and what he's best at. So I don't know, man. We got Nickmercs, who's dominating. He's won week 1 of our tournaments. Console guys, the top tier of them, can absolutely hang with some of the PC boys from time to time. So, it's my console side coming out of me. I'm not going to lie.
You play on PC, buddy.
I actually just happened to get a huge mouse pad that happens to say like PC Master Race on the side, and I love it, but at the same time, it's just like
such a nerd.
Console, man.
I love it, though.
But, PC
I use
all the way
sheepskin for my mouse pad.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well,
DPI must be very high on that, I'd imagine. or very low, too.
All right, guys, we're going to go to a quick little break, but when we come back, we're going to have more exciting action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite $20,000 on the line. Of course, I'm Taylor Noble, or at Reflections on the Twitterverse, joined with Landon and Legion. And boys, I told you I had some updates for you in terms of this tournament. You're not going to believe. So hold on to the couch because the news is about to get exciting.
Hold on.
We talked about it.
1 second. Hold on.
I'm out.
Dr. Disrespect. Talked about it. Number 1 seed, extremely pumped up. Mustache is unreal, right? Beat Ninja and Daequan. They have moved on. I know. I told you to hold on to the seat, man. Come on. Look, guys. I kind of warned you about this. They're leaving me. Go ahead and go to the bracket so you guys can see it for yourselves. Guys, Dr. Disrespect and Krafty have in fact made history. They have beat Ninja and Daequan, and they are now going to be going up against Domentos and Mongraal, who beat Liquid 72 Hours and Hogman, which that was a dark horse team we talked about. And then Ricegum and Tfue is going to be going against Avxry and OP. Now that's the match we just saw. We saw Avxry and OP play in the previous match as our HM software control. I just want to know, you guys, that is what we look at whenever we're controlling the streams, and trust me, it's intense. But Ricegum and Tfue have made it to round 4 winners to play against Avxry and OP. Dr. Disrespect and Krafty have made it to round 4 to play Domentos and Mongraal. Whoever wins that will move on to the semifinals to play for the winner bracket match. At any point in time, did you expect the winner's bracket to look like this?
No.
Yeah.
No is the answer to that question. Now, we talked about, I'm not going to lie, I was just totally spaced out of the fact that Dr. Disrespect has officially taken down Ninja
And
Daequan. So, that is amazing. That's fantastic. Honestly, I was not prepared for this.
We talked about it, right?
Lando.
Oh.
We
Wow.
talked about this. And the mullet. The stash and the mullet.
I had to go call my family for a second to let them know that my internet dad, Dr. Disrespect, just advanced.
Wow.
In the winners.
Well, you know what? Crazier things, stranger things have happened. Still trying to get on that show. But wow,
Netflix original show, in fact.
What a
New season,
what a
hopefully
turn!
coming soon.
What a turn of events. So, with that being,
I don't understand.
well, you know what? Every dog has his day, and you know what? I gotta say,
Like,
this tournament is
the
turning out to be
two-time
something. Yeah,
blockbuster champion.
Yeah.
I think it's 93 and 94. Apologies, Doc, for not knowing the
Back-to-back.
exact same years.
Yeah.
Back-to-back blockbuster champion. Speed, momentum is what won him that last series versus Ninja and Daequan. That's just another trophy added to the miles and miles of achievements.
Honestly,
that Mr. Dr. Disrespect has in his arsenal.
Well, you know, certain magicians, they pull out
Yeah.
the ribbons. It's just his prizes and ribbons from all the placements he's had at various
we
video
talk
game
about
events.
Twitter bios, how important Twitter bios are.
Wow.
All right, in
What-
terms of,
I mean, your
right?
ego it lies in your bio.
Do you think now he puts that in his Twitter bio? Right.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he was expecting to win this. So
I think he was too,
don't
yeah.
I
know.
think it's already there, to be honest with you. I think it's already there. 3-time two-time champion, now Fortnite champion. It's just one of those things, I don't know.
I don't know.
But hey,
It's just another trophy, just
Yeah, it
another
is.
day.
it's just another day
Like
for
to
him.
us,
Dr.
we're
Day.
surprised, but to Dr. Disrespect, it's probably like, hey, like, oh yeah, I also need to go.
I'm
in
not
here in
even
a second.
surprised,
Like, yeah.
Landon.
Yeah, he'd probably just like, all right, that's it. Yeah,
Well,
it's cool.
I got to tell you.
Just not a big deal.
Well, we'll have the match. We'll have the match hopefully coming up relatively soon. But I mean, guys in the chat, what are you thinking? I was reading chat. I had the opportunity to go in there and kind of talk to them a little bit to see what they were thinking. And someone was asking me, Ninja, Dr. Disrespect, who's better? And I had to say, well, I think Ninja overall skill-wise is better, but the mustache really will carry Dr. Disrespect through. But never in a million years did I think they would.
He does have the
Does
Dr.
his
Disrespect
headset
mobile. So
detach from the mullet, or
No.
is it a one piece?
it is a one.
It is a one piece. Actually, whenever he walks around, he carries the headset with him. Believe it or not, it is a one piece. I once
That's-
tried to rip it off his head, and it was not pretty with what happened.
Probably were
with that.
slapped.
I was. He's like 6'3",
Did
much
he
bigger
thunder
than me.
punch you into
did.
the universe? Because
Yes, it
if
was
I
a
could
ripple in
imagine,
time. In fact, actually, this tournament already
it was a
happened 3 weeks
wrinkle
ago.
in time.
This tournament happened 3 weeks ago, and it knocked me right back into the seat.
So you actually turned into Doctor Strange for a little while. Dr.
Doc
Disrespect
has
turns
got
you into
multi
Doctor
skills.
Strange. Wow.
telling you, man, we're
So
good.
you've lived this tournament
Yeah.
14 million times already. Shout out
Yeah.
to
That's why I told
To
you
the
to hold
Marvel
your seat.
series in general. I
Yeah,
mean,
Marvel in
Yep.
general, yeah. I think they should add Dr. Disrespect to the Marvel series.
Jeez. Could you,
Straight
He
up.
just,
Could
he
you
just
imagine?
drives a Lambo
could
around.
you imagine royalties?
Just with a headset.
and and shows his trophies off.
There's this
God,
awesome.
no better superhero.
There's
think.
this awesome gamer movie on YouTube. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's just strictly a gamer movie. And it's
Video
one of the
Game High School.
Is it Video Game High School?
If it's the one,
It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen, but one of the best movies I've ever seen. Production wise, it's terrible, but it's absolutely
okay.
phenomenal.
Hopefully, it's not the same
storyline
movie
wise.
because Video Game High School is one
amazing.
of the best things I've ever seen. Shout out to Freddie Wong who actually directed it. Huge fan of his YouTube videos back in the day. But yeah. I don't know. Hopefully, it's not the same series because Video Game High School, VGHS,
maybe not the
I
same
wanted
one.
to go there whenever I was in high school.
Maybe not
watching
the
that
same
as well.
one. Maybe not the same one.
It
but
better
I'm
not
still
be.
in high school.
Oh yeah,
Did not know that, buddy.
Yeah, it's
yeah, dude.
yeah.
Well-
Trigonometry it's really hard to get past 10th grade these days for me. But someday I'm a super senior times 8.
That'd be
All
great,
right,
Yeah, I'm 25.
You're getting to 25. and
Yeah,
still in high school.
25.
That's the dream
Still
right
alive.
there.
Yeah.
That is a dream right there.
I
Well,
vape.
well, with that
I
being
do vape.
with that being said,
my
guys, we've
gosh.
seen a great tournament so far. All the momentum I had for hosting this kind of I don't know where to go from here.
Dr.
This is-
Disrespect stole your momentum.
he definitely did, and which is
Speed.
kind of crazy because
Momentum.
he's not even in this room, but he definitely
Mustache.
did. But Domentos and Mongraal, what do you guys think about them going against Dr. Disrespect and Crafty?
I mean, to be honest, I think that Dr. Disrespect currently has the Docmobile at probably the 12th gear. So I
Okay.
don't, honestly, anyone who they run up against, I'm feeling pretty worried,
Yep.
right? And obviously his teammate Crafty, right? Obviously a streamer for TSM, I believe. Very solid player in his own regard. I've been watching a few of his streams as of recent. Solid player too. So I don't know, man.
Well-
I'm not too familiar with the players they'll be facing off against, but they're there in the winter semifinals for a reason. So I think it should be a pretty awesome match to watch.
I gotta say though, I am worried for Avxry and OP. The
Why is
reason
that?
being is because they're going against Ricegum, scary
Okay.
dude in itself, right? But also they're going against Tupac, back from the dead, Tupac Thug Lord.
We're going to talk about two amazing rappers.
Tupac Thug Lord.
Ricegum, amazing rapper. Tupac, obviously amazing rapper as well.
Tupac Thug Lord.
Let's just talk about the amount of wagers that man has played in his life.
Oh my God.
On the UMG site,
Yeah, absolutely, man.
which you should check out if you yourself would like to get involved and play some wagers and have a chance at some money.
I like that.
Over to you, Taylor.
Yeah,
Take it away.
No, hey, look, UMG Events is a great website if you guys want to play in some wagers as well as some tournaments.
Great synergy
If
there,
you guys
yeah.
also want to check out the bracket, do !bracket. It'll take you to UMG Events, which of course is our website. Got to represent. And of course, guys, if you want some discounts on your G Fuel, I know someone was asking in the chat, does the 40% code UMG still work on G Fuel? Yes, it does. GFuel.com. Use code UMG. For
Darn right it does.
% off. And of course, if you want the awesome EGL gear, if we can actually show the shirt and the hat over here on the couch, we have the EGL purple shirt. We have
It's
the
actually
hat
incredibly
there.
soft.
It is very soft. We've got the hat with the patches, removable patches. If we'll go ahead and get him a demonstration there. Landon, if you can help him put that on. It doesn't hurt that much, I promise
Could you put my
ladies and
patch?
gentlemen.
I absolutely can.
And now
You
he's taking my
delicately-
role doing it last time.
Absolutely can. There we go.
But
perfect.
and that is perfectly centered. I got to
Yep.
give it up
It's also
for,
not
for
upside
that
down
placement.
either. So
But it just comes to show the customability you can have for your EGL gear. But nonetheless, guys, officialegl.com. Go there. You can get 10% off on your purchase if you
I almost
use
put it
code
vertical.
UMG. But it looks like we're having a little bit of a delay
Perfect.
in terms of
Perfect, dude.
the match itself. So we're going to go on a little
There we
break. But when we come back, we are going to have Ricegum and Tupac Thug Lord
Bam.
going against Avxry and OP. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. He's not ready for it. That's okay. All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we got the game started with Ricegum and Tupac Thug Lord going against Avxry and OP, and already off the rip, we have Avxry, who is currently down, and that is unfortunate.
Oh.
We're giving him time to change his settings, and OP as well, trying to heal up as he was damaged quite a lot. A very rocky start to start off, but of course are still sitting at 4 kills, not too bad, whereas on the other end, Ricegum and Tupac sitting at 0 kills themselves as they landed in Anarchy, not a spot we typically see.
yeah, and regarding Avxry and OPscT, of course, they just go toward the old soccer field. Of course, talk about the new one being added for the World Cup and whatnot, but they're going to go toward a typical spot. They're a team that wants to hang around the outsides. Regarding the kind of the tilted towers, they go to shifty shafts quite a bit. This team also likes to go obviously here toward a soccer field as well. We see the early knockdown take place, but yeah, Ricegum and Tupac definitely something to bring up, right? They go inside of Anarchy Acres. By no means is this a typical strategy at all. But one thing too that you got to also point out regarding all 4 of our guys, right? We got Mr. Tupac himself rocking the controller, baby. I love it. Console proud. Have cast over Tupac in multiple Call of Duty titles. Search and Destroy star. Amazing player when it comes down to the console game. And, of course, has swapped his overall skills into the Fortnite scene. Be looking out for this man, right? We talked about the ability facing off against, PC players, the ability to have that control of the keyboard and mouse versus the controller now. I mean, hey, man, he makes it look like as if there is no difference. So definitely a player to be looking out for is Tupac. He's got the strategies. He grinds out these games. So to me, Anarchy could, without question, be a strategy in his back pocket that they have been working on for a while and they continue to implement. So.
And Ricegum not only has the Splodes, but he's got 8 total C4s. Tupac also rocking with 4 C4s. I feel like Anarchy is one of those places on the map that have recently lessened in popularity. I feel like you're seeing a lot more people land risky reels and kind of in those houses. It might also be because of these tournaments you're seeing a lot of pro players landing in that environment specifically. And of course, I just feel like Anarchy in that transition over to Loot Lake, it's kind of a risky push. Either you're going to have people already situated in the middle of the lake if they're going to be jumping there immediately off the spawn, or you're just going to be running around with no kills. There's only 37 engagements left in this game, 0 kills for Ricegum and Tupac Thuglord, and of course you got 4 kills already out of Avxry and OP, and these guys, I'm telling you, Op has been that last series that we watched him playing absolutely star-studded when it comes to the shotgun use.
Yeah, absolutely. And Avxry as well is one of those players to watch out for himself. And coming through, they started off in an area, he's getting some mushrooms, getting some hills as well. They're just taking a small little break still. No engagements on that left side of your screen. I do believe a tree just went down. That's going to give Ricegum the opportunity to potentially get his first kill, as we see now hopping on board with Tupac, and he is beaming the players down below with that gray AR, but still not going to deter him from getting in these engagements. Picks up 1 kill, trying to go for his second, Landon.
Yeah, I'm sure like a lot of people who maybe aren't familiar with Tupac or even just the Call of Duty like online tournament scene. I mean, of course, from being in the UMG background and whatnot, really Nickmercs and Tupac Thuglord ran quite a bit of our online search and destroy tournaments. So you talk about like the combination, the rendition of like who like comparing rather Nickmercs and Tupac Thuglord to each other as the nice snipe from, how far was that? Like
133 meters.
Yeah, that's insane. But kind of getting back on topic with his comparison with Nickmercs. Both these guys, right? We talked about Nickmercs, insane console player, regarded as one of the best in the world. Tupac is right there with him, man. He's an insane player. Haven't really been able to watch him play too much when it comes down to Fortnite, but these two guys, they know how to grind, and Tupac, a lot of the times in their prior history, they were grinding together. So they're going to have a lot of the same strategies, a lot of the same mindsets when it comes down to what is the online tournament scene, grinding each and every single night.
And rightly so. But I also want to mention, as he takes some major damage, this is the first time we've been able to showcase Ricegum in our tournaments. We actually haven't seen him because typically he gets knocked out early, and that's not a burn by any means. But it just comes to show switching up partners, going with Tupac Thuglord, obviously making a difference. So I'm kind of glad to see Ricegum, obviously his famous YouTuber, very popular, coming out and showcasing his skills. But look at this, taking a lot of damage. Great defensive building, but one shot away as he gets taken out. Tupac Thuglord now has to come to the rescue to try and fend off 2 players. He's low on health himself. Comes through with the shotgun. Also has the sub in his back pocket. Got the bounce pad. Gets some a great play to pick up the kill, and he'll get the res. Talk about a good teammate to have.
Last Matt builds, manages to set that directional bounce pad, bounces out, absolutely murders that guy. And that's what we're talking about here, the versatility from console players versus these mouse and keyboards. They can hang. Obviously, Ricegum's still down. Thuglord takes out another player. 4 kills, 7 kills now for Ricegum and Tupac. We're going to see them take the lead here. This is game 1 if you're just tuning into the broadcast. Still 26 engagements left in this game.
Like, the amount of, like, knowledge, like, the awareness that Tupac has in that play, because what happens at the beginning of that fight, he realizes Ricegum's taking shots. Ricegum gives the call out. What ends up happening at the beginning of that play is that Tupac has a campfire. He puts it on the top of his ramp. He actually doesn't even use any of the flames. He doesn't take any excess health from it. He immediately goes for the engagement to try to help out his teammate Ricegum. Obviously, we see Ricegum go down. Uses the bounce trap to jump backwards to find the easy kill. That was absolutely insane play. I mean, you talk about the versatility of utilizing some of these weapons for different characteristics. I mean, that was the perfect situation to use that, and the awareness to realize I have a bounce trap. I can use it in this way. Takes out the player. And then also, for the final frag that he finds, he has no ramp. So what does he do? He realizes, hey, I just killed someone. Let me go and grab a few of the resources off the ground, some wood, some steel, whatever it may be, bricks, etc. He grabs those quickly, puts down 2 ramps, and takes down the 3rd. The amount of awareness awareness it took in that play from Tupac was absolutely insane. He walks away with 3 frags rather, and also helps reignite his teammate Ricegum into the fight. I mean, he absolutely has saved this series for that duo.
We're seeing some nice knocks and kills coming in on the opposite end as OP is one of the most hype players I have seen, at least. Looking at his webcam there, he is getting hype with every single kill, and it just comes to show the intensity of his gameplay, picking up those kills on the side of the mountain. He actually had the plungers in his back pocket, showing, like you said, picking up those grenades. Definitely something useful to do. I feel the plungers, at least whenever it comes to casual players, are very misused, or at least underused, rather, because a lot of players just don't know what to do with them. They'll pick them up at the beginning of a game, but typically they'll ditch them. Having plungers in your back pocket, grenades in general, gives you an opportunity to knock down those walls, knock down those defensive builds, and we just saw a great example of that with OP. But looking at his screen, we see another player is in fact going to go down, and that is not Avxry. It looks like that's going to be Ricegum going down, so let's pay attention to Ricegum's screen here and see what happened to him.
I think his ramp probably gets shot down in the situation.
Oh,
yeah.
He misbuilt!
Oh, he does? Wow.
Yes.
So that's another situation where Tupac's, okay, we can't get out of the storm, so we can't rock the nice little trampoline, so I'm going to have to pick you up again, pal? Like, all right. I'll keep carrying you, no problem. But, yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate because we talked about that last play. Granted, it's nice that in the situation that we see Tupac finding 3 frags in the last engagement, but this is slowing them down quite a bit. They had a lead for, a decent time. Of course, we see the other squad in OP, along with Avxry bringing it back. But this totally sets them back as far as this game is concerned, trying to find these engagements. Ricegum keeps being taken down.
With those plungers, I feel like you've got to use basically 2 or 3 minimum, like almost the entire stock drop that you get to be able to actually take out a build. And I feel like they've been more so useful in actually just kind of dinking those inside the build. If you can get them in, if they leave that top open in a 1x1, it does a lot of surprise damage because I feel like most people kind of know how to respond to frags, right? The bouncing of them. But you get some of those stickies in there, man. People panic almost instantaneously. It's a super, super fun tool and item to be able to use in this game.
I think it's a matter of just destroying the walls more than anything and kind of giving you a little advantage. You throw them out, destroy the walls, and, of course, you do that simultaneously while pushing up. And, of course, we see the impulse. He unfortunately misses that. He was trying to get a little boost out of the storm. Finally, he's able to connect with it and get out. But he has that player just behind him.
They are very far away from the storm.
And
he's got no heals at all.
And his teammate has 1 med kit. So that's unfortunately looks like we might lose a player here from the team of Avxry and OP.
Is he going to rocket ride him here?
That'd be fantastic if
Is that a shopping cart?
Try that out.
The bottom screen there.
Luckily, he's got bandage. A smart player from Avxry to pick those up on the way out as well.
Yeah.
We'll be able to split those with OP. But, of course, Tupac, Thuglord, and Ricegum, 8 kills to 8 now, all tied up here in Game 1 so far. But it looks like Ricegum and company might actually be taking the lead if he can get in this engagement and win this gunfight. Unfortunately, he shoots the ground twice here. Does manage to get the build up off the ground. Nice play from Ricegum with the team shots going in. Nice knock with the finish. Now leading by 1 kill.
Still one more player ahead trying to go for it.
Nice
and Ricegum showing us he can definitely carry his weight when it comes to this game. He's sitting at 5 kills himself. Guys putting in work. We're sitting at 10 total kills on the left, 9 on the right. They have the lead at least by 1 kill as the engagements are coming to an end with a total of only 8 more engagements remaining, or 7 more, engagements remaining. But they are low on the mats. They're currently in the storm. And still, finally, he finds that med kit. I don't think he doesn't have enough time to pop it. He's going down.
Yeah, he does not. And that's huge because Avxry gave that one toward him. I think they found it off a dead corpse. And Avxry hands it off, and now it's absolutely going to go to waste. So for the rest of this game, Avxry is going to be a solo player.
Oh, no, I don't think he popped that in time either. You have to
It's
pop it
close,
above 20 seconds or else you might not be able to pop it just in time. But it looks like he was able to get it, of course, though, later on in the circle. If you pop it anywhere past 20 seconds, you're not getting it in time. But luckily, he was able to get it. Finally, Ricegum figures out how to use the bounce pad and build those ramps properly. And they're going to go ahead and break out of the storm and have a huge leap to finding the rest of these engagements.
And we've also seen both teams kind of have a little bit of an error. We talked at the beginning of the game, Ricegum and Tupac, of course, not able to, Ricegum has the misbuild. He ends up getting taken out. That slows down the momentum from Tupac and Ricegum's overall squad. In this situation, Avxry hands over the med kit to OP. He doesn't utilize it in time. I think actually he might be trying to go for the res. Or is he
he's
no,
waiting for it to die to
die.
pick up the bandages and the med kit.
Oh, okay.
Smart play there from Avxry as well.
Absolutely.
That's definitely a heads-up play in that type of situation. I find myself all the time trapped in this storm. I mean, basically, you kind of just have to accept defeat here and if you're your opponent, right? Wait for him to drop and then get those heals.
Absolutely,
but this is still going to be extremely close with that double dink going on as that storm has finally approached the edge of the circle. It's going to be a rough play, Landon. It's going to be a rough play.
And like I was saying, we saw Ricegum and them. They were able to use that bounce pad to come in. They, as a C4, that's exactly what we saw in the E3 tournament with Ninja against Myth, and great usage of it to break down those ramps as his opponent was trying to push forward. Now trapped behind the boulder right behind, and great jiggle shots to come up and get some shots off. And of course, though, like I said, with them using that bounce pad to get into the circle, they have a huge advantage to pick up these these final last engagements.
And another reason why they would have find these kills is Avxry is hot on their tracks. He's trying to just get out of the storm in some cases. So if Ricegum and Tupac can find these kills, that totally eliminates where Avxry's trajectory is on the map. Because if they shut down these engagements, they don't have to worry about Avxry getting in them because they're already shutting down the ones that Avxry would try to be getting in the first place. So the C4 gets rocked out. He's continually destroying these ramps, but he gets dropped from behind Avxry out of the storm, takes down at least one, and Tupac sitting on, what is that, 9 HP solely by himself. Avxry, hot out of the storm, is trying to stay alive himself as he also takes down some damage. We have two players with, less than 10 HP nearly, trying to stay up. While they're not squad mates, they also happen to be in this particular situation, holding hands in this particular engagement, trying to stay up for as long as they can because they are so low on health here.
And I really wish that would not have popped up on Tupac's screen. That's okay, though. Hopefully it'll go away and we'll be able to get back into the action.
What is this?
I have no idea what we're seeing, but there he is. Now we're back with the action. That's okay. He's
Looks
still
like
low
a
on
Gap
health.
commercial there, Taylor. But we're going to go back into Ricegum. Now taking out Tupac Thuglord. He's got 7 total engagements. Drops that directional pad. He says, "I'm going for the Harry Potter push, baby."
Oh,
Gets
no,
shot in midair. That man just straight
up
up Angelina Jolie wanted him around that build. Straight up curving bullets. And of course, Avxry, a good chance here to take the lead in our game 1.
Absolutely. They were only down by 1, of course, with these final engagements. He's managed to get a couple of them.
Thank you very much.
He uses the bounce pad
if he would've hit
himself,
that.
but he doesn't get any damage as he's going to lay down. And got a nice build battle coming here. We're going to see some great use of getting the high ground above his player. Spots a player just above. Tries to go in for the pop shot, but kills himself with the RPG. And you can see in his cam, he know that he messed up just a little bit. But you know, if you're the other team, if you're Ricegum and you are a Tupac, you got to be happy with that. I believe they're going into round 2 even or at least down by 1, but it's 10-10 actually, so they're going to be even.
Wow.
But you talk about a close round, and I got to say, Ricegum, Tupac, they're impressing me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is a very solid team. Of course, we talked about, like I said, like the Nickmercs comparison and the Tupac as well. Like, these guys are known for grinding these tournaments. It's what their history has been, especially in the Call of Duty scene, the console scene as well. Grinding through these tournaments, playing 9 in and 9 out, and also kind of going back to the original strategy that we see coming in from this team. They end up going Anarchy Acres, which is totally out of kilter, like not at all a typical strategy, but they make it work. They get some good resources. Granted, they had a little bit of issues trying to keep Ricegum alive, the misbuilds from time to time. Both of our teams made a mistake, and it's fair to say it's great that it actually happens to be even, because you never want to see like a critical mistake, a misbuild, or an accidental like not rocking the medkit at the right time to kind of close out a series for you. So at least with both of those errors happening, we do have an even game coming into to match number 2 here. So I'm kind of glad to see that, but overall surprised by the Anarchy Acres strat that we saw off the break.
Yeah.
And curious if we see that again potentially.
I can't get over the fact that Tupac Thuglord was able to get out of that situation using that directional pad.
Well, that's insane.
I mean, going back to that, just once again, the awareness that you have to have in that situation, the timing literally had to be perfect. He waited for those footsteps, popped the pad. Of course, the guy that's chasing him is like, this is easy, man. I already dinked it for 120, bounces out, manages to get the side shot, and cleans up another kill, which the guy had full health pushing him as well, drops him. Unfortunately for Avxry, right at the end there, that build drops immediately. You pull the trigger just a little bit too early. As soon as that ramp drops, ends up killing himself there to keep it tied.
And one thing that I really like about the recent edition of the bounce trap being added to the game, because of course it used to be, right? And in the game, the directional bounce pad essentially is what it was called in the beginning of Fortnite and whatnot. I'm glad that it's back, because we always talk about in our Friday Fortnite tournaments, leading into what was it last week when it was added, and into this week as well, how crucial regular bounce pads are, like how important they are to get out of a zone, to try and ignite different pushes to go to different zones, different landing spots, etc. these now kind of act as like a get out of storm, right? It's a matter of being able to kind of transition your gameplay. So one thing that I love that we're seeing from Epic is that they don't want to make anything too overpowered. That's one thing that we've been seeing from them, changing up the assault rifles, changing up the shotguns to make the heavies now comparable to the pumps. They don't want one thing to be the end-all be-all. If you don't have this weapon, it absolutely kind of, ends up ruining your run. They end up adding the bounce pads, essentially the bounce straps, to also kind of rechange up the overall strategy of what it means to kind of move your gameplay in different areas, the ability to escape the storm. Now you can do it with 2 different items rather than solely just one. Just all the credit to Epic for, of course, continually changing up their game and making some awesome change-ups to the map from time to time.
I think it's just what makes Fortnite so exciting is that every week you're expecting something new to come out, something that changes not only the dynamic of the normal gameplay, but even competitive. We've seen every edition be something that's viable. Of course, something that we've mentioned a little bit during the stream is the fact that the jetpacks are now gone. You have players like Typical Gamer and Thieves that were so good at utilizing that jetpack. Now that it's gone, of course, the bounce pad is pretty much as close as you're going to get to that for an item. So it's pretty interesting to see how these players can adapt so quickly to so many different changes.
One of the interesting things we're seeing here right off the bat is Avxry and OP, they go over to Shifty Shafts. Not a problem with that, but Ricegum and Tupac, we saw them go Anarchy last game. Now this game, they decide to go Greasy, which is something we definitely don't typically see. Of course, though, they can transfer over to Shifty, meet up with Avxry and OP later on if they want that opportunity. I think there is a player going to be hiding out in this house, but as we know with Greasy, it's a very open spot to be going to. But on top of that, too, you may find some decent loot in it, but you're not going to find heavy engagements in that area. So definitely trying to go for the slower strat of the two. Shifty seems to be a bit slow themselves. They don't pick up any kills. Haven't seen anything, at least in terms of engagements-wise, but that's okay. They have tilted their back pocket. But as I say that, Ricegum taking a lot of damage. His teammate Tupac already down. We could see an early game if Ricegum gets taken out at this moment.
Definitely look a little bit scary. Of course, has the pistol in his back pocket. Like I said, Ricegum does get taken down, and so does Tupac as well. That is so unfortunate to see.
Need one kill
coming in from this squad. And yeah, just like that, Avxry and OP only need 1 frag, 1 elimination, and then moving on to the next round. That is so unfortunate to see coming from this team, making as far as they did, having the insane play, like Legion mentioned, coming in from Tupac with that bounce trap. All of that leading up into this map, this particular game, and they get taken out.
We can't even see Ricegum's response because it's just a keyboard and mouse cam. But I'm assuming there's a lot of sadness in there on his face. Maybe at some point we'll be able to see that.
But well, he's still got a loser bracket.
That's true.
Still got a loser bracket.
That's true.
That's true. So, I mean, but it's a stack loser bracket. Well, you got FaZe down there. You got Ninja, Daequan down there. Who else do we have? Myth and Hamlinz are down there. I believe they're still in the tournament
I can't wait
to
see Hamlinz and Myth play again.
Oh, yeah.
I was so surprised how they lost.
What,
at least
FaZe is still alive? You said FaZe?
FaZe is still alive down there. So, I mean, that's still a stacked loser bracket. Going into loser bracket is almost scary now to being in winner's bracket, if I had to say so. But Avxry and OP have a real chance to take this. All they need is 1 frag. And they will, in fact, be moving on to the semifinals, to the finals of the winners bracket to see who's going to win and move in and be guaranteed at least a $7,000 slot.
Now, one thing that I'm curious about, kind of going back to the landing zones regarding Ricegum and Tupac, because I was just having like a hard time, like, okay, why are they going Greasy Grove? Prior to that, why are they going Anarchy? I wonder, we talked about like Tupac, like his ability to understand how these online tournaments work. He's played them numerous amount of times, probably like an ungodly amount of online tournaments that he's played in throughout his career.
Literally, it has to be almost. It has to be deep into the hundreds.
Oh,
for amount of online
easily.
tournaments that guy's played.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I wonder if he like knows Avxry strategies, like with him and Noah J, because we talk about they like to hang around in Shifty Shafts. They like to kind of play a little bit they like to play slower, right? They're not about the all aggressive play. They're not a tilted tower squad. They kind of hang out on the outskirts of maps, like to kind of play the gatekeeping role from time to time. I wonder if that just happens to be Tupac's overall play, or if coming into this series he did a little bit of research and said, hey, we're also going to kind of play a little bit slow. We're going to go to Anarchy, the top north side of the map. We're going to go toward the Greasy Grove, the far left side of the map, because looking at those 2 landing zones, there isn't a whole lot of like outside of that, because if you go to Greasy, you have Shifty, Tilted's not too far away. If you're going to Anarchy, I mean, Pleasant is a very far walk. You got Tomato Town and Wheeling Woods, but there's nothing really there. All that relates to is the slow pass of play. So I wonder coming into this game is if they know their opponents or they just happen to have the exact same play style.
I think somebody like Thuglord, I mean, he's been playing in so many of these events that I wouldn't put it past him at all to have been studying opponents' gameplay going into stuff. I mean, especially, it's really funny in video games in general, but I feel like you've got several levels, right? You got your casual, your extreme casual, and then you've got your person that's interested in esports. Then you've got the wagers and tournament grinders, which are on like an entirely different level. It's actually very odd because a lot of these guys have never been professional players in the actual game themselves. Some of them transfer over eventually. We're talking Call of Duty, for example, S&D stars, or even from the Halo days back then, free-for-all. But you're looking at guys that are so good at just getting the wins in these tournaments that you're like, I don't understand how you have a strategy every single time going into this. And it really is just consistency in playing. So I bet you're right there with that Anarchy drop. He was probably thinking, hey, they usually drop up north here on this map. I'll probably just keep it close and try to have the same similar type of play style. But Avxry and I still don't think they have a kill yet.
They don't have a kill, and I was just going to point that out. They're within the circle, but look how close they are to the edge of the map. That's actually a pretty rare circle that we typically don't see. So they're just going to be hanging out back here, and I'm telling you what, they know they're one kill off. They're not going to put anything to risk. They're going to make sure that they're stocked up inventory-wise, shield-wise, health-wise, as well as resource-wise, and we're seeing just that at this point. So God bless anybody that they do run into, but only one kill off from taking away this victory and then moving on to play whoever wins the next match between Dr. Disrespect and Crafty and, of course, whoever they're playing. So that's going to be a good match nonetheless. But, hey, we could have a serious next matchup here.
Oh, absolutely. But one thing I want to point out quickly is I'm just imagining probably the reaction that Ricegum and Tupac are having right now, just watching like, hey, if these guys don't find a kill, like, we're feeling pretty good. Of course, you see the eyes in the bottom left of the screen. That right now is Ricegum and Tupac. They're hoping, they're praying that Avxry and OP happen to just not find this Friday. They're hoping they get taken down some way, somehow. But, I mean, it's going to be it's going to be difficult, right? It's going to be awkward for them not to at least find one engagement where they walk away with the kill. So it's going to be difficult.
Well, they're moving into Shifty now.
Yeah, and here it is. Here's the potential. One frag is all they need. It happens to be lined up from Avxry. Can he continue on to see the reaction on his face? Going to rock the impulses. He's feeling good. He's feeling confident, and he has every right to do so. And just like that, there goes the knockdown. The official kill just on the outside of the shopping cart as he will be thankfully delivering themselves to the next round.
Now, our next round, following the next round, is the actual winner's semis, correct?
It is.
So we got one more round until we reach it. So there's a chance that we could see Dr. Disrespect in the winner's semifinals of this tournament, correct?
It is in fact a chance, and I'm going to go ahead and look at the current bracket right now, which I believe that match is still going on, so we might have an opportunity to still get into that Dr. Disrespect match. I know we're going to be trying to get into it. A lot of people have been wanting to see the Dr. Disrespect Crafty duo played out, but they're going against currently Domentos and Mongraal, which we haven't seen play in our tournaments. In fact, actually, I think this is one of their first times in our tournaments, but what a showing already in round 4. But whoever wins this match is going to be moving on to play Avxry and OP in the semifinals, and which is a big match because you're talking about that is a $7,000 minimum match. Whoever wins that will have $7,000 in their back pocket. But of course, whoever loses it too will have a minimum of $3,000 as well.
Well, if they make it, obviously,
if they make it. So, but still, a lot of potential there. And neither one of these teams, I want to just point out, have not made any money in our tournament. So we've been seeing team after team after team within our tournaments finish in the money that we typically don't see. Of course, FaZe being the only exception, winning 2 tournaments.
Can I put in a quick request since you're looking at the bracket?
Sure.
How is 72 Hours and Hogman doing? Because I am that was like a team who I was like, okay, like this is going to be a pretty talented squad. I know they knocked down the TSM boys, so how are they doing?
They're currently in loser round 4, and they're awaiting their opponent, whoever wins the match between GhostNinja and Big Foltz versus I Run You and Agalor. So whoever wins that will move on to play 72 and Hogman. Okay. And of course, Ninja and Daequan are still waiting. They're going to be waiting for a while. We're still waiting.
I thought Ninja and Daequan got eliminated.
No, well, they're in the losers. They're in the losers.
They're still alive in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they just got knocked. They just got knocked down.
God,
I
just had a British accent randomly right there. I don't know how that happened.
No, they just got knocked down. Okay, so here we go. Updated the bracket.
Sometimes I just feel like I'm from the UK. I don't know.
Right now we're gonna have a good match going on into losers round 3. We have 100T going against Nickmercs and Cypher. Whoever wins that will move on to play Ninja and Daequan.
Funny enough, Nickmercs happens to be part of the 100 Thieves Co.
He
as
does,
well.
yes,
so
exactly.
It's kind of a little bit of a rivalry.
It's like a brothers scenario, like a sibling rivalry.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're family, but you want to destroy them.
When you're here, you're family. That's for sure.
And
Friday Fortnite.
An update on another favorite team of mine. Optic Courage and Optic Baldy are out of the tournament. They got eliminated by Myth and Hamlinz, which, of course,
it's a respectable team.
That's a respectable match, respectable team. Don't cry. I know that's your son, but with that being said, they are now going to be going against King Richard and Aimbotcalvin. And that would be Myth and Hamlinz playing them. And then on the bottom, we have Tfue, Cloakzy going against Dr. Lupo and Gingerpop. But this is the match everybody has been waiting for. I believe we're on round 2. We're awaiting for a score update. Domentos, do we have a stream from him, or is he just down? There's no stream for him, so he's still up and still the potential
still alive
to get some more kills. We've seen now. Look at this Mongraal. We don't know anything about him other than the fact that he has 7 kills. We don't know his playstyle. We don't know where he likes to land, but a great start from him. But look at Dr. Disrespect on the top screen.
Look at that outfit.
Look at that mullet. Look at those glasses. Look at the intensity.
It's fantastic.
I can feel it. I can literally feel it. It's like I'm trembling right now. Like I'm so in sync with every step that he takes. It takes my breath away. Making his way to retail row, though. Of course, a whopping 8 kills. 7, though, out of Mongraal. Mentos, if put in Coke, will fizz. That is 100% a thing. And that's 4 players now just knocked up there. And that's going to be, is that a 4-piece for them?
I think so. Yeah, Domentos and Mongraal. Yeah, Mongraal just happened to ADS really quick. There was like 4 guys right in its range, just like all staring at the ground. Because they were obviously
they were doing yoga, and unfortunately, it was interrupted by gunfire there from Mongraal and Domentos, and they just took
a blue
him out.
bolt rifle from afar, just taking a quick gander at that. Oh
man! Take a look at the wild ox there in the wild habitat. Looks like they're going to be killed again. Nice, Dr. D, and a nice gunfight. Does manage to get knocked, but his teammate manages to knock him as well. Good builds here out of Kraftyy. Just trying to keep their teammates and Dreams alive. The mustache shake, though. You see it from Dr. D. Of course, if you can't see in his goggles, his hands are actually made of gold. A lot of people don't know that about Dr. Disrespect. A very rare, delicious disease. He watched GoldenEye too many times back in the day, and it actually happened.
Oh, Kraftyy also low on HP, 7 HP left. Does find the elimination onto 1, and I think he does survive in that scenario. Of course, there could be players lingering around at all point of views, but I believe he will stay alive and will find the revive onto Dr. Disrespect, giving him mouth-to-mouth probably in some cases. I don't know, but Dr. Disrespect, man, he was down. He was just nearly out, but Kraftyy is there to save the day.
And I was just reading chat, and I got to give a shout-out to you guys. Mongraal is 13 years old. He's one of the youngest pros in the scene. So Mongraal is 13 years old.
I think I'd actually heard about him.
Yes, and he's one of the youngest pros in the scene so far. And if I can even get an update to see if he's on a professional team, if you guys can let me know, and I appreciate the chat, guys, for helping me out there. But definitely got to get his link as well. But he is, I mean, look at his performance already. We're sitting at 7 total kills for this guy. His building skills on point, editing just as good. And Dr. Disrespect and Kraftyy, they have their hands full, but they are performing exceptionally well as well with 12 kills.
And anytime that I see a player using this type of resolution, which is actually what Mongraal is rocking right now, you know that they're somewhat of a pro player where they know. Because I know the idea, because I was actually looking at this the other day, to try to get your resolution kind of expanded.
Right.
Everyone knows this from the Counter-Strike scene. Your different resolutions is what the players like to play on, kind of increases the model size, also gives you better FPS, etc. That's actually a very difficult way to do it in Fortnite. You have to kind of go through your Windows settings and whatnot. So I know if anyone has this kind of settings done, that they have to have somewhat of a skill and somewhat of like it took them a while to have this be
his map movement and editing is actually some of the best I've seen in this entire tournament. Like Mongraal right now, if you're looking at his perspective here in the bottom right, this kid has got a lot of potential here in the Fortnite scene as it develops. And just a word of advice out there for anybody that's playing, hey, I might be too young for this, or I don't really know if I can make it to events or get involved in the pro scene. Start just like this guy is, man. Get into games, get into wagers, start getting a name and make it a name for yourself. It's possible in any age here with Fortnite. And you're seeing a lot of people come from absolutely nowhere in prior scenes to make it a big wave here in Fortnite. Yeah.
I also noticed, too, we were talking about Taylor, like, what team is he a part of? It looks like, according to some stream graphics, actually has Team Secret there as well. So I'm not sure if he's like an official pro player for them or not, but apparently they do play, actually, for Team Secret, the pro Fortnite team. So that's awesome to see. I'm not sure how old Domentos is or anything along those lines, but still, the fact that you are, 13, 14 years old, happen to just become a teenager, and you're part of Team Secret Fortnite team, that's absolutely absurd to see. And
they can't even go to prom yet, Landon.
And
that's true.
And they are on actually on a British server, so they're a British team.
But they are on the biggest stage.
They're on the biggest stage here for Fortnite. That's guaranteed.
That's it. And this is a way to kind of show off some skills, right? Especially against these competition. I like what I'm seeing so far from Mongraal as well as Domentos. Good stuff from Team Secret. Definitely one of the teams to be on the lookout for in the future. But 26 to 34 kills separate them from moving on in this tournament. And what a way, by the way, of Krafty to build those stairs at the bottom. But come on, 4 kills. Is it possible with the amount of engagements? There's literally only 4 engagements remaining.
It is completely possible. If they get all 4 kills here at the end of this match, they could tie it and potentially go to a game 3.
But Dr. Disrespect is hot on the heels of one of the other players on the enemy team. But, of course,
Krafty jumped through the ramp.
Krafty jumped through the ramp, spots the player, but that player is very good whenever it comes to building. He's got to watch out for the fall damage, taking a lot of damage, only down to 1 health. He's got the one dream. Can he make it happen? He's got to build up, and there it is. An elimination comes through, and that is, in fact, going to secure the victory for Dr. Disrespect and Krafty. They're going to knock Domentos and Mongraal, the pros for Team Secret, but oh my gosh, Domentos and Mongraal, have won the game. Dr. Disrespect and Krafty are, in fact, going to move down to the loser bracket, which is a stacked loser bracket, mind you. This Team Secret of Domentos and Mongraal showcasing their skills. Mongraal, 13 years old, showcasing he's got what it takes to move on.
Yeah, and of course, the dance is coming out. They're feeling pretty confident. Also, too, we just talked about Dr. Disrespect and Krafty just took down Ninja and Daequan, and Domentos and Mongraal just took out Dr. Disrespect and Krafty. So you could be arguing, in certain situations, Domentos and Mongraal could have taken down Ninja and Daequan in certain situations. Of course, you want to kind of relate that in different ways, but they've got to be feeling incredibly good after a moment like this, and I'm not sure exactly what round they're going to be advancing toward. Nothing like what, winners semis, winners finals, something along those lines.
Winners
So
finals.
they progress into winners finals. I mean, that is absolutely absurd play. I think we see 13 coming in from Domentos, 9 from Mongraal. That is absolute. That's unbelievable to see this team. This is their first Friday Fortnite tournament,
Yep.
and they're coming out playing this well on one of the biggest stages that they possibly can in the Fortnite world right now, and they come down and take out Dr. D and Krafty. That's all the props to those guys, for real.
There's something about the raw skill of young players. I remember coming into the scene, especially esports, whenever I was about 12 or 13, really getting into just the entire culture of it. And you'd see a lot of young players that were extremely skilled. Shots were on point. You're looking at the maturity aspect of this as well. Domentos and Mongraal aren't separating in gunfights. They're respectively playing off of each other's own styles. And what I mean by that is a lot of times you see these young guys, it's like, yeah, they're really good at shooting, but do they have what it takes to actually win the game? Are they just going to be, making these crazy plays, or are we going to see you advancing? And of course, I mean, they're doing a really great job here in the winners bracket advancing. So shout out to them. Shout out to Dr. Disrespect for putting up a fight, barely losing that game.
Yep.
Him and Krafty, it was a 3 or 4 kill deficit there to get knocked into the losers bracket. So losers right now looking...
Yes, looking pretty stacked, but also winners, too, is in fact going to come down to Avxry and OP going against team that we just saw. What a match we're going to see. 2 teams we haven't seen in our finals, at least at this point. Well, we've seen Nova J and Avxry, at least in the past, make it this far, but never Avxry and OP. This is the first time they played together. But I was just going to give a shout out to the EU scene whenever it comes to competitive Fortnite. They're always running tournaments, and that scene is massive, actually.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of pro teams in general. So it doesn't surprise me. They're kind of starting to overflow into the American scene as well.
Yeah, we've seen like a lot of France, England, a lot of those regions kind of definitely hopping onto the Fortnite train early. I know we've been looking at the Fortnite wiki, seeing how many rosters there really are, just full with players constantly competing week in, week out on different tournaments, kind of trying to hone their skills and trying to become the best in Europe and whatnot. So it's great to see not just, it kind of be based on a sole region. It's around the world. We talk about Fortnite being a global game, and regarding the competitive scene as well, it's also responding in that exact same way. So it's great to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. Legion, anything you want to add?
I just want everyone to know that at 13, I could barely do algebra. So shout out to Mongraal.
I still can't do algebra, so
you can.
Well, you got that, guys. Math is hard, but with that being said, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, of course, we're going to have the winners finals coming up. I don't know who's going to take it, but whoever does is going to move on to secure a spot in the final round. They're going to have $7,000 minimum to their name, playing it out for $10,000 and a chance to be Friday Fortnite champions. When we come back, we're going to have more exciting action. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to Friday Fortnite, where we're going into the winners finals. We're going to get to see who's going to move on to play in the last round to take a victory. My name is Taylor Noble, or at Reflections. Of course, Lando Sanders, and Legion over there just drank some G Fuel. And buddies, watch out. That's why his eyes are wide open like that.
I can see the future.
How you feeling? Well, who's going to win? Let's start off with that.
Wait, who's playing? What's our winners finals?
You already know. We got Domentos and Coke. No, excuse me, Domentos and Mongraal going against the men of Avxry and OP.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's going to be a good match. That's a solid match, a match that we did not see happening. But honestly, in the chat, guys, of course, you know I've been in the chat. I've been in there at Reflection_. I've been checking out what you guys are saying, and I want to know, who do you guys think is going to take this victory right now? But before I know what they're saying, I got to know what you guys are saying. And you can see the future, Legion, so please.
The 13-year-old
is
going to win.
Okay.
I don't have a magic ball, but I have a G Fuel Shaker Cup, and that pretty much lets me see the future at this point in my career. So that's what I'm calling it. Domentos, I mean, what's going on right now? Like, how are they this good in this last matchup that we just saw? I mean, it's barely a victory on their part, but this is going to be like the unified squad. They're going to a falcon, just taking off.
That is a deformed falcon, I must say.
I'm
just destroyed you. Okay, well, while they're whispering, guys, I definitely want to know what you guys are thinking.
My choice is obviously it's a team that's a secret, so I'm just going to leave it at that. That's the one that I'm going to go with. So
okay, so they're both going secret. Okay, we have no Avxry and OP fans in the room except hold on.
Listen,
stop.
Avxry's my boy.
Except myself.
You can't say this.
I have to say, Avxry and OP has been playing out of their mind. OP especially has been dominating the competition. So if I'm going to go with anybody here, I got to go with Avxry and OP. Avxry has been dying to be in the finals round for a long time. If you guys don't know, Avxry and Noah J, they used to play together in our tournaments all the time. This is the first time they haven't played together. OP being a fill-in for Noah J, maybe even a permanent fill-in. I don't know how the future is going to happen. Maybe you can see the future, as you already said. But as of right now, OP was a strong fill-in. So moving on into the tournaments, Avxry and Noah J used to be the most consistent team in our tournament, so I could see them definitely moving into the finals. But Dr. Disrespect and Krafty getting knocked out definitely was a tough loss for a lot of you guys out there in the chat, but don't you fret, they're still in the loser bracket, which is stacked, by the way. So that's going to be a big competition, but the mustache will carry you through, and I feel the love coming from the both of you guys. Seriously, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So I was just looking around for a second. Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
I was kind of lost.
Really, literally nothing
in terms
to look
of
over
predicting the future. I mean, let's just straighten this out right now. Every Friday Fortnite, no matter if you're in the top half of the bracket or in the losers bracket, is stacked.
Yep.
This is one of those tournaments where you go into this and there's no emotional break in between rounds. Like, you're not gonna. Maybe you get somebody that's more so like the entertainer side. Like, everybody is full blown sweat. Okay, I'm talking treadmill in the middle of the in August summer.
Yep.
Like 50 Cent style hooked up to it with like the cables. You know what I mean? Like,
I was about to say the exact same thing. It's true. It's absolute sweat nowadays. It's a matter of like, I think this team is obviously like. It's not a matter of like a solid prediction for one squad or the other. It's a matter of like, hey, both these teams are incredibly good, and it's kind of hard to predict at this point. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Team Secret, man. You were saying that I'm hating on my boy Avxry. I'm hating on OP. I like those guys. They're a solid team.
But you're going with Team Secret.
There's nothing wrong with. What if I'm doubting Avxry because I know his ability is that much higher, and so I'm doubting him because I want to see him, propel himself to the next level.
No,
but you're not thinking about that. Which is totally fine, man. It's absolutely okay.
Look,
I'm a big fan of Avxry, big fan of OP, great guys, great streamers. I just think that hey, it's Team Secret's day. Me and Legion going with Team Secret. We think they're going to close it out. The 14-year-old, 13-year-old prodigy, whatever he is, he happens to just be a teenager. That's all we know. Like I said, he's not able to go to prom yet, but he's on the biggest stage, the Friday Fortnite Winners Finals. I think they're living up to the hype. I think they close it out. They go to grand finals, and they await who comes to the losers bracket.
So, look,
back me up, chat.
No,
back me up.
Now, hold on. Now, I know a lot of people in chat are not going to participate in this or say cringe or whatever, but I don't care. I'm going to say, are you going with Team Reflections or are you going with Team Legelendo, okay, over there?
First of all,
how do you spell Legelendo?
And secondly, it's something that we should understand.
It also looks so thankfully, Avxry is actually playing from the Epic Games launcher, so we're feeling pretty good, I think, off the bat.
Yeah, this is insane. He's actually not even going to be using the screen to play.
Right. He doesn't need to.
Most incredible strategies I've seen so far is actually playing using his mind only. He's actually hooked up a Wii U and will be playing using the motion controls. So that's something that I'm very excited about here. The brand new.
You actually see him snapping. That's actually him deciding to jump out of the battle.
Yep, using some of the those little micro things they attach to your body. He's going to be playing using his body and an Xbox Connect. Very excited to see how he's going to be able to do that, though. Domentos and Mongraal, we're going to see if they're really going to be able to just pop off right now. Because guess what, guys? It doesn't matter how old you are in Fortnite. You've got a chance to become become a professional. All you got to do is get dedicated. Of course, focus on your schooling and focus on your Fortnite, all right?
It's true. Maybe Fortnite before school. We're not saying that, but I mean, hey.
What he means by that is play Fortnite before school in the morning and after school. But,
Yes.
of course, get that work done because you know what? You got to have options. You know, I dropped out of college to become a full-time video game streamer and a YouTuber. And I want to let you guys know it's worked out for me, but I know some people it hasn't.
So I say, actually, I dropped out of college myself to work here at UMG.
For now.
And unfortunately,
For now, it's
Avery,
worked out.
in the bottom left of our screen, Avery unfortunately stayed in the Epic Games launcher.
I'm actually concerned at this point.
And never survived. So, yeah, I guess the mind controls might have had a little bit of a malfunction.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be restarting this game, as we can see. Avery, unfortunately, is having some issues. But, I mean, well, maybe we'll get to see if they're going to be restarting.
Okay, in all seriousness, I think that either Avery did have an issue or he's using that as like his screen so people can't see where they're landing.
No, you can look at the screen over here on the right. Look at OP screen. Avery is actually not in the game, or at least he's
out.
Or he's already
done.
dead?
Yeah, he decided to get a breakfast sandwich and then let his teammate finish out this.
Well, I'm kind of confused as to what's going on, but that's okay because I'm still Team
Told you,
Avery,
man.
and I'm still Team OP. Avery, as you can see there, is actually not even spectating in the game, so I think there was, in fact, an issue, but they're playing it out nonetheless. So OP is going to go ahead and do #all the work, picking up that final kill. He's going to carry Avery to victory, but Team Secret, of course, we know they're a dominant, strong team, young team, very talented team. We'll see if the young guns can come out and show a little bit of the old blood here.
Oh.
What's going on?
OP has no mats. Thankfully, he can edit, obviously, but he was like trapped, and he's like, I don't have. It's like a goldfish stuck in a bowl.
OP
Like, how do I get out of here? It's pretty intense up in the situation.
Looks like he's playing on a extremely high DPI. No shotgun in the back pocket. This could potentially be it here for this round one.
Oh
Getting
my gosh.
chased by two.
Oh,
Oh my
no.
gosh. Don't do it to them, OP. Don't be that guy that ruins their day.
Oh, no.
And he gets taken out. I was actually rooting for him there. When I
I
say
was,
things like
yeah.
that, it means that I want it to happen.
Right. And-
Because if I say I want it to happen, then it's a caster's person. He ends up not dying. So
Absolutely
That,
so.
It didn't work out for me in that time, so it's just reverse.
Yeah.
But Domentos and Mongraal, man, 0 kills apiece still. But, you know, they're obviously in a really good position here for game one of our winners semifinals.
Yeah.
And the secret to their gameplay. Did you see what I did? Yeah, that's insane. I literally just laughed so hard at my own joke because that's what I do. You know, they've got a good shot here taking game one.
Yeah, what's your thoughts so far, Taylor? I mean, predictions obviously looking pretty solid for us, but I mean, what's your thoughts right now? What's the thought process?
First off, for everybody, which was nobody in chat who chose Team Reflections, I just want to say thank you for the support. Second off, I just want to say, unfortunately, it looks like we were wrong, boys.
Well,
but I just want to say, Avery and OP,
Singles
I
there,
want to know what happened to Avery. That's my biggest thing because
Legion explained it, man. He was rocking the Nintendo / the
Right,
the
but,
Xbox Connect.
It was a hybrid, actually.
But all seriousness aside, I'm very curious as to what's going to happen, or if the official ruling is they're just going to let him play it out. I mean, OP obviously was playing it out, but he's even disconnected from the lobby himself. This is a big round, so kind of curious if we can go ahead and get an update that from production at least later on and find out what happened. But he's working on it because I know you guys in the chat are curious yourselves as to what's going on here. Good little strat.
Wow,
pyramid.
this is
pyramid.
on another level of what we like to refer to as nerdum. That's something I'm going to be utilizing on another level, actually. So this is what I love about casting this event, and this is for anybody that's at home or perhaps watching on your lunch break or while you're working and your boss doesn't know that you're watching it right now. You can learn so much from these guys just by watching these tournaments. I've seen it every time. This is no joke. Every time that I cast one of these events with you guys, I go home and I think to myself, I'm going to land on these houses right next to Risky Reels. And guess what? Everybody else that happened to be watching the tournament is doing the same exact thing, mimicking every professional player, streamer, entertainer, dropping it. And of course, if you don't know, I steal strategies because I can't make my own. I'm not smart enough, Landon.
I'm not either, unfortunately. Yeah, like I said, literally word for word. Every time after we obviously commentate these Friday Fortnite tournaments, I'm like, wow, I'm totally gonna add that, to implement that to my gameplay. It happens to be that 100,000 other people happen to be thinking the exact same thing. So yeah, it's great to see a lot of these implemented things, a lot of these kind of typical strats come through, and all the pro players are like, yeah, we've known these things for 3 or 4 months, and by the time that I know it, it's already happens to be the main thing, and it never really works out for me. But hey, you're watching at home, you never know. You might spot something that you can add to your gameplay, you can implement it, and most of the time it's going to work out in your favor. But it happens to not work out for me because I happen to at least at nights, be the worst player in all all of Fortnite itself.
I
So-
actually choose to only play between the hours of noon and 3 p.m. Mostly because that is when the normals are awake, and then about 11 o'clock at night, the gargoyles come out onto the servers and ruin any hopes and dreams of getting consistent victories and dubs in a row here. Also, I'm just saying, afternoon Switch, give it a try, folks. You're going to love the experience. I'm talking, you might be able to play with your feet and potentially still get some victories based off of my performance yesterday. In its first week, it's its week of infancy. In 2 days, it already had 2.5 million downloads.
I saw that. That's insane. 2.5 million downloads in 48 hours. That's unheard of. This is Fortnite. You know what I'm saying?
Fish.
This is
Fortnite.
This is definitely Fortnite, boys. Score update. We're looking at Mongraal on your screen, still sitting at 0 kills. I'm assuming Domentos is right around the same. I don't think they've had too many engagements. Finally, they're going to be working their way over to Salty, and an engagement is, in fact, going to go down as a tree does go down. That's a universal sign. Hey, there's somebody mining for resources just up ahead. And now we're going to get to see Mongraal. I want to see this aggressiveness come out. Great building so far, at least with those ramps coming in with the walls as well. Not easy to take out, but still taking a lot of damage, having to back up. He says, you know what, let me take a step back here because this team that we're going off against, it's got some decent shots. Still, as they see, they're going to let the fight come to them.
You also see, the great awareness coming in from Mongraal and Domentos to realize, hey, our flank is wide open. There's a squad of 4 probably coming at us. We only see 2 or 3 at our front side. There's got to be someone at the back, and, of course, applying the backboards, ready to go. A few players that actually happen to be parachuting in as there's quite a few engagements taking place. Only 18 HP right now for Mongraal. Desperately needs to try and mat himself up. He will fall.
And
this is the most Domentos does as well.
Yep, this is exactly what Avxry and OP wanted, okay? So from what I was getting, at least update in the chat, Avxry, in fact, just died. And then OP, unfortunately, he died as well early on in the game. So if you're Avxry and you're OP, you got to be thinking, wow, I'm extremely happy because now we have a chance. I believe they only have to, what, get
1 kill.
1 kill because they got the knocks, but they didn't pick up the kill. So
it's an even game.
It's basically
it's 100%
0-0.
an even game. And this is so interesting, too. In Winners Finals, we're going to see a game, too, where we're basically all tied up. So we haven't seen a tie, at least in a couple weeks here, of me being able to cast with you guys. So I wouldn't even mind seeing a game 3 potentially.
That'd be great.
Or game 17. You never know. It could just be tied forever.
That'd be fantastic.
I could actually have a gray beard by the end of today's Friday Fortnite Tournament, which would be in 2036.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is the
That was
time.
quick math.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's just he sees the future because the G Fuel has allowed him to do so.
Elevated me
To new heights.
To new heights.
to new heights.
We said the same phrase 3 times in a row. You already knew that, of course.
I knew that
because
because of the cherry limeade.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, going into second round, boys, what are you thinking so far in terms of overall strategies for the 2 teams we've seen? What kind of drop did we? Well, actually, we saw a shifty drop, and that's pretty typical of Avxry and his teammate OP to be dropping over there. I'm assuming they're going to go same strategy, probably go shifty once again. But Team Secret, they're kind of that wild card team. We still don't know too much about them.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of curious to know where they're going to be landing for that rotation. But only getting 1 kill, that's kind of concerning because now I'm thinking like, wow, how's the second round going to go? All of a sudden they're going to drop, 50 bombs? I don't know. I mean, go from one extreme to the other. It could happen, but still, though, this is by far one of the most interesting final rounds that we've had.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because we talk about the 3 out of the 4 players in this particular tournament haven't made it to the winners finals, let alone haven't even played in Friday Fortnite either. So it's pretty crazy that we have a big change up when it comes into week number 6, which we're kind of used to the same cast, the phases, the TSMs, Thief and Typical Gamer, Ninja, etc. Like those particular players always involved with winners finals. Not this week. Week number 6 has given us a much different outlook on the current competitive atmosphere of our Friday Fortnite tournaments, and I'm very excited to see. Maybe we can have some more Team Secret, maybe OP if he can't team up with Avxry next week. Of course, that typical combination of Noah J and Avxry as per usual. But maybe if he can team up with like a high distortion for next week. I don't know, just something like that. It'd be great to see. But yeah, we're seeing some top level squads that we're not usually having a chance to put the spotlight on. So I'm pretty hyped about it.
I'd love to see OP come back, whether or not it's with Avxry or with another player. I just feel like he plays on such a fast sensitivity here. It seems like he's able to just snap on players and opponents. Also, I think he's actually playing on the sun. It is very bright in that room. I like to play in the dark like a vampire, I think,
do,
occasionally.
actually.
So, yeah, it's very much so.
Maybe like a little bit of a lamp, like a nightlight in the background, but for the most part, yeah, pretty much all straight up darkness. Yeah.
I was actually looking at Tim's stream earlier, and I just noticed how dark his stream really is. But that's kind of his style.
He is surrounded by penguins.
I feel like
though,
he's the kind of guy that would go to like a real heavy metal concert and just be headbanging so hard that his head comes off.
His hair would grow back.
Yeah, and he rotates it and puts it back on. Because Tim goes hard in everything. We saw him last week absolutely perform like just a beast.
Yes.
And, of course, we saw him do extremely well at the charity tournament that was going on this week as well. And, of course, we don't get to see what Domentos is doing, but there's a part of me that believes that empty square box with the sponsor flashes, it's really him there.
Probably is, yeah. He's definitely living through those. He could be the Eagle, to be honest with you. Not exactly sure, but yeah, I believe it's going to be a 1-kill advantage for Avxry and OP heading into this game. So essentially, it's a level playing field. There's not much of a difference. Of course, that kill can come into pass, but as far as the loadouts, the original kind of strategy, the landing zones, it seems as if Domentos and Mongraal, a.k.a. half of Team Secret, is making their way in toward Tilted Towers, and for Avxry and OP, they're going to be landing just outside of the old soccer field. So pretty interesting strats, totally different ideas for the beginning off the break. Of course, we talked about Avxry and OP, the typical kind of laid-back strat. For Team Secret, they're going all in.
Yes, they definitely are. And, of course, this could be a very, very risky strategy. In fact, if they go down early, this, of course, is a $7,000 minimum round. So this is a huge round for these two. But I got to respect the confidence from the two young guns coming in and to try and make an impact overall. Avxry, though, taking it very slow, going over towards soccer field. This is this is something that at least we expect from the Shifty Soccer. This is kind of one of their areas to go to. But they're not far from Tilted, which means they'll be able to meet up. But I think they're going to kind of play it safe, get some loot, maybe a kill or two if anybody's in that area. But more importantly, I think I would kind of scoping out, where is Domentos and Mongraal? They're at Tilted. You think they're going to last?
I like the L's drop on Tilted. That's actually where I drop almost every game that I play, and I feel like it's the rotation on the map here. You're able to go to brick. You know it's multi-level. There's at least one chest in there usually. Rotate there through garage, maybe basketball, then make your way into taco, and you're able to scout out the entire map. And as you can see, nobody landed with him on this side of the map. Finally getting some decent loot as they're just trying to find a person. I mean, he was even looking over there. You saw that random build right outside of L's where he dropped that L wall, and I don't know. Where's everybody at, Taylor? Are they having a birthday party they weren't invited to?
I'm kind of curious myself. We just saw on Mongraal screen, Domentos was able to pick up a kill, so that at least is going to be one in their back pocket. We do see shots fired. Domentos is picking up at least a lot of engagements here. And I do believe he just picked up a knock. If not a knock, he picked up a kill, but he did, in fact, get somebody down. So they are finding engagements, but they're very few and far in between, especially something you would not expect from Tilted. But, with Tilted, it's kind of one of those things where people will always be there, but the amount of people varies drastically. Sometimes it can be stacked with a lot of people. Sometimes there won't be but maybe one team there, right? So it just kind of depends. But the big thing that I want to know is Avxry and OP, where are they going to rotate to? They're still, like you said, they're playing it safe. I think they're trying to see, will Domentos and Mongraal drop in Tilted? But if they do, they're going to come out of pool area, kit it up fairly well, decent shields, looking pretty good to continue the engagements.
Mongraal's ability to not waste material, even in that last gunfight, unfortunately they're both taken out, but it seems like almost every map placement is about as precise as you can possibly get. It seems like he's really able to just hone in on when and where, so he's not in those gunfights and lacking. But, of course, you're going to see him here now finally getting fired upon from Weird Al, as I'm going to call it over there. Weird Al Yankovic is actually a favorite place to land. He plays this game.
I actually like that one a lot.
And let's see, spots a player here on Trump, just gets boogie bombed. Again, arched boogie bomb. Whoever is throwing these in today's matches, are you actually Tom Brady?
Or Kobe Bryant.
That's actually been in the same situation as well. Here at Tilted Towers, just outside of this exact same position. But yeah, nice plays coming in there from Team Secret. As kind of going back to what you said, they're doing a great job at not making sure that they don't kind of utilize too many of those resources from time to time. And on top of that as well, doing a great job at favoring what happens to be a big facet in this game is that high ground control. So teams like TSM do a phenomenal job. If you ever want to watch a way to enter into an engagement when it comes into solos, duos, squads, etc., watch Hamlinz. Hamlinz is always fully aware, the whole TSM squad is as well, at making sure he always has the high ground, always having the height advantage in multiple facets and multiple situations. He always is looking down at the enemy and putting himself in a position to succeed. And it's great to see Team Secret also utilizing that same strategy. Multiple things like that really kind of propels the pros from the regular players.
And you could definitely tell that these two have chemistry together. I mean, the way that they're rotating on this map, every push is a unified one.
It's calculated.
A lot of the times you see players push together, and one of the mistakes you'll see a lot more on the amateur side of players do is that they kind of get too compact with each other, right? So they're able to kind of catch that bullet spread. These guys, they're staying spaced enough to where if they need assistance, they can help each other out, but they're not close enough to where they're going to be getting obliterated by the same dude, able to just, sweep over and take a shot. And, of course, I feel like they haven't ran into a full squad until right now, and finally they're going to take an engagement over here by this small little gazebo where that guy is going to be scared out of his mind trying to look at the park bench and says, Papa, is this it? And unfortunately, it was.
And Avxry and OP decide to rotate over to Greasy, a strategy we've been seeing throughout this tournament, which surprised all of us. But that's the spot where they like to go. There's a spot that a lot of teams have been going to, and I think it just comes to the fact they go shifty, they go Greasy. They know there's not going to be a lot of engagements, and it's kind of a safer route to get kitted up, get some little kills, maybe steal the loot from those kills that you get. But shots are going to be fired. We do get another knock, and kills have been going down left and right. They've managed to found at least one team so far. They're going to pick up 3 kills, but still, Mongraal, Team Secret, they have the lead currently as they have found and still surviving in Tilted.
And one thing that I like that we're seeing from Mongraal from time to time, I know some people in the chat have been asking, why is he putting down the pyramid? What he's doing is essentially being fully aware of what Legion mentioned a second ago, which is that resource awareness. So many teams, so many squads, amateur squads, whatever it really may be, lack the resource awareness. And we talk about recent patches that, of course, take place. It makes it even more of a factor to be aware of, hey, how many ramps do I have? How many mats am I good to have when it comes down to the later stages of this game? Because we talk about, like I said, the recent patches that have come through, it's a lot easier to shoot those ramps down. Basically, when it comes down to build fights, the recent patches have allowed it to be a lot more difficult to gain those resources toward the late game in certain situations. And we talk about Fortnite. It's a game of building. It's a battle royale game, but there's half of it, if not more, is totally on the factor of building in this game, and not having the correct resources, not fully aware of your amount that you have, can absolutely be a huge downfall for a lot of players. So what we're seeing coming through from this team is absolutely excellent. The ability to put down that pyramid, which we've seen a lot of teams do in the past too, but making sure he doesn't have to use 5 ramps to make sure he can take a med kit so that he can take a shield. Instead, he puts down 1, and then he can take the shield in that situation to kind of med up and get ready to go. It's excellent resource awareness coming in from Team Secret.
I mean, it literally saves you almost 50 material, right? And then you're looking at Mongraal here on the bottom left. This guy going up the staircase in order to escape this gunfight knows that the opponents had height advantage, manages to drop 5 mats blocking at pretty much every entrance they could possibly have, even if they cut in, to where they're going to be forced to actually have to break down, which in a strategic position, that lets you know where they're actually going to be at. If you lose them for a height advantage, you watch Mongraal, he's just going inside, waiting for them to take the bait, come in and chase him, and he knows what the builds are because guess what? He's put him together. Edits are so important, and I just can't stress enough how impressed I am with Mongraal's building abilities.
Yeah, not only that, his edit as well. I mean, he's definitely a great player, and I want to see how he's going to push this opponent that was just building above him, but for some reason he actually goes down for his teammates. Does spot a player, takes a lot of damage, but gets the knock. And his teammate, while he is in fact going to be healing up, getting in those minis, his teammate is in fact going to be out there getting the loot, but of course bullets are going to be raining down, and they're going to have to try and find the players that were building just above them. But the survivability of these 2 players is absolutely phenomenal. And look at how poised they are. They're going to go ahead and edit out. They know there's a player above them. Now, how they push this player is going to be extremely crucial and important. This is when the high ground is going to be very important overall. Let's see how they're able to overtake the high ground from this opponent that's above them.
And as you can see, patience is so key, and that's what I'm talking about. We're already seeing some kind of veteran plays out of these young guns here, is that they're not being overly aggressive, just trying to build out and take those peak shots. They're making sure that they heal up, get the correct weapons that they need. You saw him pick up that legendary shotgun, and they're making their way out. Once again, he knows. They know where they're positioned here on the map in brick. All they're trying to do is fight their way out of garage here and then take the shots when it's necessary.
And one thing that's great for Team Secret, and honestly, fantastic plays from them. We talked about them landing in Tilted with it being a kill difference in total. One elimination separates both of these squads. They go Tilted. Very risky strategy, but it is without question work for them for the most part. Also, got to take a quick look at the overall minimap. It's going to be toward the far west side of the Fortnite map, which of course is going to be run Snobby Shores, Greasy Grove, Top Mountain, etc. So this is going to be an awkward transition for both of these teams, going toward an area where it's not too prominent, it's not too known, and of course along with it, Avxry and OP, who are making the full-on jaunt across the entirety of the map, they're going to land for a short time, take a quick little vacation inside Tilted Tower to try to grab a few of these kills from Team Secret as well. Great strategy coming in from Avxry and OP, but the entire lobby, all four of these boys, need to get going here soon because that landing drop, or really the position for a lot of the players on the map right now is totally changed up. There's still quite a few players remaining in an area that's not too prominent when it comes down to the ending zones. You're going to have to try to, from a competitive standpoint, from Team Secret, they're used to a lot of these spots, right? They're used to kind of going to prominent landing zones, different areas and whatnot of the map. You're going to have to kind of develop some interesting strategies when it comes down to being on the far left side of the map. Snobby Shores, it's great, but I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of developed strategies regarding late game.
We see a lot of fighting going down as Avxry and OP are going to be on the hills of Team Secret. Of course, OP, though, needs to pick up this kill, and he's been having a hard time with this player, and he does go down, and now it's going to leave it up to Avxry, who is low in health as well, and he goes down. And mind you, with both of them down, they only equal to 4 kills. We see 5 on the left just for Mongraal. No, Domentos has kills himself. Okay. Mongraals and Domentos from Team Secret are going to be moving on to the finals. They just secured their spot to get $7,000.
And that's such a rough death from OP. I mean, incredible building abilities to even get out of that. But unfortunately, sometimes when you've just got too many people, you got a full squad in one of those gunfights, if they're also proficient in building, they're going to trick you in edits the same way you're trying to trick those opponents. So good games to them, of course, and obviously great games to Domentos and Mongraal as they do end up taking it, as my prediction of the future and Landon's ended up being correct here.
Oh, shoot, it was. Crap. I totally forgot we even did that.
Taylor's wasn't, and that's not his fault. It's just that he should trust.
And
he should trust the process.
Domentos also just happens to drop. So what perfect timing, right, for Team Secret to escape with that. Domentos does get the full knockdown, and just like that, like I said, Team Secret will, of course, still continue to move on. But that's the thing, right? And I guarantee you, when it comes to the future tournaments, Avxry, he doesn't go tilted for a reason. He hates going tilted, apparently, regarding a lot of his landing zones. Granted, they do on occasion with him and Noah J kind of hang out on the outskirts and kind of look from afar. But they go quickly toward Tilted Towers just to take a gander, right? A quick vacation, just to try to steal a few frags heading into what is that west side landing zone. They land there for what, 5-6 seconds. They start to leave, and they get taken down. And that's so unfortunate to see come in from those guys. Of course, they're not eliminated by any means. So if you're a fan of Avxry and their OP, they're not out just yet. But when it comes to the future tournaments, you got to be wondering regarding Avxry's play. It's like Tilted has never treated me right, and it's still not doing it. So I might as well just kind of continue on with my strategies and just kind of hang on the outskirts. And I'm not exactly sure if I want to kind of dive into Tilted as of yet. But props to Team Secret, man. Moving on. Grand finals. 14-year-old in the finals. Guaranteed, what?
$7,000.
$7,000.
And only whispered callouts on Team Secret.
That's true.
It's very, very fantastic.
Very silent.
$7,000 at 13. What do you do with $3,500?
You buy a lot of Eggo waffles, my friend.
I'm thinking I would buy like a small pony.
I was gonna say probably exotic animals. You probably go for it.
Why would you not do that at this? I mean,
small pony.
V-Bucks. I mean, hey. Why not? Make yourself look even nicer. I think they had
get all the V-Bucks you can possibly imagine, and then have every skin in the game. You know what I mean? Who needs? It's a tax write-off at this point.
Well, speaking of which, guys,
we imagine just trying to write out that email, trying to write out those in your taxes and whatnot. It was had to do it for my stream.
So. We have seen some great matches thus far, but of course, now we're going to find out who we're going to be getting on board with next. We have two options. We have 72 Hours and Cole Hogman going against Ninja and Daequan. Of course, we also have Myth and Hamlinz versus FaZe Tfue and FaZe Cloakzy there on the bottom screen, which that is two powerhouse teams playing off against each other. Of course, they played each other in the past, so this is a rematch coming in. Of course, whoever wins that will move on to play Ricegum and Tupac, which we saw a great performance from them. Very surprising between those two, as well as Dr. Disrespect and Crafty, who have been surprising as well. And whoever wins that, of course, will move on to play Team Secret, one of the surprise teams that I had no idea about coming into this tournament. Now I do. Moving into the finals, of course, though, whoever wins all that will have to play Avxry and OP. They have already guaranteed a spot to win $3,000, so good for them in that position, which, by the way, is this the first time Avxry has finished in the money? That's my question. I do believe it
yeah.
is.
I mean, he obviously won second in the first tournament that we had. But
there was no split.
Right,
it was just 10 grand straight to one person. So
Yep.
good for him for finally finishing the month. That's awesome. So Avxry and OP, which OP's first showing in this tournament as well. So he's going to be able to finish. It is a phenomenal first finish, $3,000.
Can we also talk about quickly regarding the losers brackets, like some of the matches that just happened at losers round 4, regarding some of these exits, right? Like I said, we see Liquid 72 Hours and Hogman advance to the next round. We see Ninja and Daequan take down Nickmercs and Cypher. We see Myth and Hamlinz knock out King Richard and Aimbotcalvin, and we see Tfue and Cloakzy knock down Dr. Lupo and Gingerpop. Of course, the recent addition to Rogue. Those are some high-quality matches that just took place in the losers bracket. We talk about 8, 9 solid teams who all have the potential to make it through even to the finals, the losers finals, winners finals, etc., and they're eliminated already. And that's just like the grinder. That's so unfortunate to see.
Yeah.
Like all these teams had the potential, but that was probably the most stacked losers round 4 that we've probably seen in all of our tournaments. The amount of games that just happened, the amount of skill in that particular round that just immediately sees the exit, and now we've shaved off half of the losers bracket teams. It's so unfortunate. I hate it, but at the same time, it's awesome to see who obviously comes out on top. So,
well, it's one of those things, right? These tournaments are always a surprise, and not only for us, but for you guys as well. But thank you guys for coming by. Of course, we have more action coming your way. Don't go anywhere. We're just taking a short break while we get on board with the next match. We'll be right back. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite, where we have a great matchup coming your way. TSM is going to be going against FaZe, and trust me, it's going to be solid. My name is Taylor Noble, or at Reflections on the Twitterverse, and of course, once again, Lando Sanders and Legion. Guys, TSM going against FaZe. We got the switch out. How you feeling about this next matchup, boys?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm going to be going. I'm throwing the predictions out there. Hold on. Going to end my Switch game here for a moment. Ahem. I'm going to be going with FaZe Clan.
Okay.
I'm going to go with FaZe. FaZe up.
And what you going with? I already know this because we were just in there eating pizza and discussing this. FaZe up, right?
FaZe up, Taylor.
All right. I'm
What
going
about
with TSM.
Nice. Okay.
It's kind of my standard go-to.
Yet to get a prediction right, but hey, it could happen.
Look, I'm just going to say this. I love
Angels in the
TSM.
outfield,
I love
it could happen.
Hey, look, Myth and Hamlinz, solid team. But FaZe is a tough team. FaZe Tfue and FaZe Cloakzy are by far one of the most strongest duos whenever it comes to competitive Fortnite. Myth and Hamlinz, though,
Yes,
a close second, if I would have to say. But when Hamlinz turns up, anything is possible, especially Myth as well. Both of them have been playing phenomenally well. They've had some slip-ups maybe in winter round, okay? But overall, I think they can definitely take it over the FaZe boys, just depending on where they drop and just how the RNG plays their way. But overall, skill-wise, I would have to say very, very close together. I'm going with TSM. And guys in the chat, please let me know who you're going with. You going for the FaZe boys or you going with TSM? Let us know and get active in the chat. But, of course, it's going to be a good match, and whoever wins this will be moving on in the tournament. And I believe, who will they have in the second?
Dr. Disrespect
Dr. Disrespect waiting.
Waiting for the winner of the round. We're getting ready to cast and commentate, and I'm excited to see if Dr. Disrespect can keep the train rolling here. If he can keep that mustache motivated, I think we got a good shot of seeing them maybe even in like a losers finals. Wouldn't that just be exciting to see?
It would be.
In the money.
It would
What does he
be.
even do with that? Buy a comb made of gold?
He already has everything.
ivory.
I don't know.
Of
Ivory, yeah. That'd be fantastic, actually.
No, it actually would be, yeah, but it's illegal, so you can't do that.
All right. Well,
but
hey,
yeah,
he's the doc.
But whoever wins it, I mean,
He can import anything he wants.
Eventually, you're going to be moving on to play Avxry and OP, right? That's going to be a good matchup as well. So stacked bracket so far coming in, but as we know what FaZe is one of those teams, like you said, they've moved their way through loser bracket every single time to take over the victory. Here we are, TSM Myth and TSM Hamlinz on the left, FaZe Tfue, FaZe Cloakzy on the right. Where are we dropping, boys?
Well, I got to say, Myth is ready to go with the raincoat on just in case the weather ends up taking full advantage here. Is it going to rain on the beautiful Fortnite map? We're going to see Tfue and Cloakzy. Looks like they're headed toward Seta.
I got to
Is
say,
that a retail?
the hoodie, by the way, is there, so whenever they beat FaZe, the tiers won't affect them. That's all I'm saying.
And as you can see,
True.
Sleeves, otherwise known as Hamlinz down there, still getting deeper and deeper up the bicep as the matches continue. Very excited to see if we see him in a grand finals reappearance.
Oh, sorry.
What's wrong?
You thought that wasn't him, didn't you?
I
You
thought
got
that wasn't
scared.
him. I was like, oh no, someone
he's-
just beat him to the drop,
he's got
and I
the
was about to be
Skullboy.
so concerned. But as you see, so this one thing I wanted to point out, we talked about this a little earlier. There used to be several different items up there if you'd go upstairs and salty a 4-story, and already getting a nice knock there, picking up a shotgun at the beginning. But with that reduction of floor loot by 33%, we've seen, and at least I've noticed while playing, there's been a massive drop in overall weapons on the ground that you can find, and sometimes it's a bit hard to find something before someone else does.
Yeah, and one thing that I want to point out regarding both of these squads, right? When we talk about the top organizations in Fortnite right now happen to be TSM and happen to be FaZe regarding their placements and especially our Friday Fortnite tournaments. Both of these squads, right? FaZe versus TSM has happened 5 different times in our Friday Fortnite tournaments, even going back to May 25th tournament, where essentially in order, right? They met up in winners round 1. TSM ended up taking that first exchange. Regarding the same tournament, they later faced off again in losers semifinals, where FaZe ended up taking that particular series. Next week, they face off on June 1st in loser semifinals. TSM took down FaZe.
Ooh.
However, in last week's tournament, they actually faced off against one another twice. FaZe took them down in both scenarios in the winners finals and also in the grand finals when TSM made their way back through losers, where FaZe took both of those series also. So right now, FaZe versus TSM regarding all of their series added up together, FaZe leads right now their overall series count 3-2.
And also, too, they're the only team to win in terms of they've won $20,000. It's a lot of money.
And we saw that amazing donation, too, from Tfue from last week's winnings that he actually made from the prize winnings, which is awesome to see. Once again, Fortnite bringing out the positivity here in the community across the board. We're going to see if they can potentially get a 3-peat out of the losers bracket, or will TSM shut it down here?
Indeed.
We'll definitely have to see what, in fact, is going to happen, But just piggybacking off that point, I love the charities. I love the fact that the first tournament, $3 million, all given up to charity.
Oh,
The
there's a
fact that
shopping
they're
cart!
donating. And his
Oh,
shopping
no!
cart is down, bringing in some groceries, and in fact, it's going to bring 2 players. Can he finish him off? He will take some damage, does get one knock, but that other player is like, I'm out. And he goes ahead and runs away behind the house. But, of course, Myth is
Sorry,
going to be
Jack.
in close pursuit, as he's going to definitely want to take it. And boldly taking that the little mini right out in the open. Knowing there's a player right there, but a great leap over the house. But, of course, hopping on board with Myth. As you see, they are currently spread apart. Myth over in Dusty Divot. We talked about the Battle Pass. There's now at a chance out there to get a chest in there, of course, to pursue your Battle Pass and upgrade it even further. So Hamlinz is going to find a lot of people out there who's going to be going over there for that challenge. Just for that, but they split pretty early on. It's kind of interesting.
There's just a player on Myth's screen who happened to be right behind the garage, just like, all right, if you find me, you find me. And it happened to be that Myth,
It was,
in fact, did do exactly that. So,
default Danny peekaboo, as I like to call it. They just appear out of nowhere. You're not even for sure. And this is actually one of the. This is what's really funny is when you see pro level gameplay. Obviously, if they have any sort of inkling of where you might be at on the map, they're going to be able to take you out. But one thing that I always love to see, especially as we get deeper into this Fortnite competitive scene, is when you start to see these open teams start to come out, their strategies are usually so different from what the pro level landscape is. So you might be seeing somebody hiding in some of the weirdest spots here in major tournaments coming up soon, just because people aren't really adjusted or used to play styles yet. Remember, we're playing full lobbies full of randoms, just like it would be if you were booting up and playing. Now, what happens when there's 100 other Myths and Hamlinz and Cloaks and Tfues out there? What's the play style going to be? Are we going to be seeing more passive plays? But hopefully not. It's all going to depend on basically how that format is for the tournaments themselves. And as we got a sneak peek this week as well, I really love what we're doing with Friday Fortnights. But we saw that it's still pretty high intensity, especially those last few teams and those last matchups and engagements.
Yeah, and I know one thing too regarding the recent patches and whatnot. We talked about the ability for having 100 Myth and Hamlinz, 100 top level pro players going up against one another. The amount of building that gets involved with that, and I know a lot of pros and a lot of even community members as well were like not a fan of the recent additions, the recent changes with the amount of resources available, the amount of materials available, as well as we do see here Hamlinz taking down at least one and nearly the knockdown on the other. But I'm actually kind of a fan, honestly, with the lack of resources kind of coming into the game. I think whenever it comes down to having 100 players all seeking out those materials, all trying to build up as much as they possibly can, I think it's going to be pretty chaotic. Of course, we talk about duos, a much different story, but I don't know, man. I'm actually a pretty big fan of the recent change regarding the materials. I think it's actually going to balance the game out a lot more than people realize off the bat. And like I said, Epic Games, they have a great track record. They know what happens in their game, and I think they're going to, whether or not this decision lives up to what they want, they're going to change it based on what they see. So honestly, I think for the competitive atmosphere, I know pros necessarily aren't in the greatest of limelights. I think it could definitely improve, which we know it obviously can and it will. But I'm honestly super excited for the future. But I am a big fan of the recent material change because of how chaotic I think that it can be at times around the map, considering how many pro players we're going to be having roaming around with the amount of materials available, etc. I think it's going to be a little bit too chaotic in prior.
Right, and with less materials, right, less chance of seeing those stalemate builds. So we're looking at more engagements and gunfights versus just kind of watching, your Taj Mahals and Eiffel Towers being built throughout the entirety of a match. And that's actually one reason why, at least on a personal note, I really like the C4s, because when you get in those build battles with people, you're able to just destroy that entirely. That kind of adds an entirely different element, right? BR pretty much is a surprise anyways. You could start the game and die immediately, or you could make it to the end pretty much just as easily, one or the other, depending on the situation with your drop and what kind of loot you're receiving. So adding in that element of C4, I really don't think it's too big of a deal. I mean, I can't see why pros obviously wouldn't want it because of the current meta for building. But as we're seeing resources becoming, lessened, especially obviously, in the llama, it was 500. Now we're at half. And I'm not saying I cry sometimes when I open the llamas now these days, because I really do miss getting that blessing and finding it hidden on the edge of a beautiful mountainside. But, we see these players adapt, once again, week by week. Every little change they're used to, so whatever the next meta is, we'll see it. You see the heavies out right now. 2 weeks ago, wouldn't have seen one of those bad boys in anybody's hand.
Yeah, we see a very tight game so far, and of course that's to be expected between TSM and FaZe. And during all that, we saw Hamlinz get a team wipe. We also saw the FaZe boys get a team wipe as well. But Myth now is in a little bit of trouble, taking some damage. He's going to be at 55 health, and he's going to have to build up. But of course, high ground so incredibly important, and what a guy to get the high ground is in fact going to be Myth, because Myth knows that he is the ultimate builder. That's what he's regarded for, as well as his editing skills, and just like that, he's already above his opponent. He's going to go ahead and get some shields in and come down for the attack. We see that building, and he does take some fall damage. Unfortunately, does get some shots off. He knows he needs to go in for the attack, and that player incredibly weak. And finally, he is in fact going to drop down, but this player is very slippery, in fact.
Great
finally,
knock.
he gets the knock and the finish to kind of get some more resources in his back pocket.
Yeah, and I believe we actually do see a knockdown right now. Top right of our screen, Cloakzy has been dropped for the time. Not officially eliminated as of yet, but Tfue valiantly trying to watch over his squad mate. Unfortunately, has to drop him down below that pyramid in that situation. But yeah, going back to that play coming in for Myth, as Hamlinz does find the elimination. Myth, right, what we talked about with TSM regarding their overall play. Myth, of course, the in-game leader, the captain for this squad as well, constantly communicating and always kind of preaching what is the high ground advantage. Any play that you watch on TSM, any engagements, they're immediately building up and then engaging. They're not trying to go and meet at you from ground level. They're not trying to be at the same height as you. What they're trying to do is try to kind of gain that high advantage and go for the engagements from there. We see a great job coming in from Myth in that situation, but it looks like the impulse grenade coming through from Hamlinz has the opportunity to take one down, but does take the fall damage, doesn't have the opportunity to get the recovery build, and now in the top left of our screen, it's going to be Myth, does find the knockdown despite the FaZe players nearly surrounding, hounding that last player alive. Myth happens to have the pump shot from a few meters away, takes the kill, and is also trying to seek out where future players are lingering. Where are they hiding? The ramps are being taken down, and Myth, as a part of him, takes a little bit of a jaunt there on the bounce trap and drops another as well. Myth, an absolute killer. While not having his teammate Hamlinz up, he is finding these eliminations and making him look so incredibly easy. But talk about a player, man. I mean, this is unreal stuff that we're seeing coming in from him. The FaZe guys are here. They're lingering around. Hamlinz is down, and for the most part, Myth is doing this all by himself. He's literally a solo man. Takes down another back-to-back-to-back eliminations. Myth, the human highlight reel at the moment, making it look easy, and should be able to successfully get this res on his teammate Hamlinz, who thankfully found a little bit of a recovery inside that bush.
What a play from Myth. I mean, you're talking about overall play style. We saw a lot of different things there. We saw the pump come in with the heavy shotgun. We also saw him building up. We saw him healing while he was observing the opponent. But as I say that, Tfue drops himself. Now, Cloakzy has to pull a Myth and come in and try and save Tfue. He does get the knock, but is there a player lurking in the shadows? He's going to go ahead and build up, but he doesn't go for the res just yet. He knows someone is around, finally building up. He's going to go for it, but of course this is kind of risky as we see now. Myth, he's going to come in. He knows there's players still around there, and he's going to take advantage of this downtime while Cloakzy is in fact going to be, or excuse me, Tfue is going to be rezzing Cloakzy. So with that being said, can Myth pick up some much needed kills?
Now that's going to be 14 now for the TSM boys versus 9 here from the FaZe guys. Of course, you're going to see Cloakzy getting another drop, and as they start to funnel in, TSM finally meeting up with them in Divot. 13 engagements left in this game. To be honest with you, it's still anybody's game one in this tournament, especially here. Are we in the just losers semis or... Quarters. Losers quarterfinals. Okay, so we've got a lot of matches left. Of course, the winner of this going on to play Dr. Disrespect and company in the next round. So a lot of interesting matches still left in the tournament, both on the winner's side and the losers, as we're going to have a grand finals with literally what could be 5 teams. I mean, it could be any one of the 5 teams, 6 teams that we got
surprise me either,
competing.
Whichever one made it through. That's for certain. But, of course, we're talking about Dusty Divot as the zone, or the storm, rather, starts to move in, kind of acts as interstate, right? You grab those hop rocks, you can immediately hop toward the city of your choice, and it seems that they're going to be having to make their way south for the winter. No, but of course just trying to advance themselves, trying to find as many players as possible, also kind of playing that gatekeeping role that we talked about is so influential when it comes into BR games as well, but not focusing on their backside. They know that no one can be in that particular point of view, so it's all about focusing on the front side. But you also see Tfue currently all blue, except for the bandages, of course, in his loadout for the time. Picks up the nice, is that the Zoom or is that the LMG?
LMG.
Okay, so I
think
afar,
I'm fairly certain it's the LMG.
Actually, no, it's a Zoom.
He has a Zoom, but he also picked up an LMG, I think, for slot 1.
Okay.
He did, yeah. And this is another reason why I love Tfue so much is we see time and time again those tax subs in the back pocket, LMG, C4. This guy's lineup to most people that are looking at the meta are like, man, what is this guy running this for, bro?
Yeah.
Like, what's he running? Oh, he's running it because he's an absolute monster with any gun that he's got, especially with this many engagements left. All he knows is it's going to be all up close and personal. And Myth is going full-blown pony boy right now on the delicious shopping cart that's in his hands as he just grows in. And, of course, we see a little perspective switch as Hamlinz actually just anamorphed and then came back to being Hamlinz. Your sleeves back at it again. Pops another shot as player 645 gets dropped. Another one down. 11 kills now for Hamlinz.
Talking about an absolute beast. Like you said, the sleeve man himself coming in and going massive with 11 kills. And still more players right ahead of him. Now notice the engagements are getting lesser and lesser still. And with that being said, Hamlinz going in, but does avoid the fall, at least a majority of the fall damage building up with that ramp. But look at the builds now as his defensive building is in fact coming in. Myth and his back pocket will be coming up along with FaZe. And at this point, it's going to start getting extremely chaotic. Hamlinz spots the player above. Does he come out of the edit? Yes, he does to get the high ground with the RPG. Goes down with the shotgun blast. Doesn't pick up the kill just yet. But, of course, he's going to come in thirsty for the kill and gets the knock. Great plays from Hamlinz overall.
Hamlinz and Myth, neither of them are missing any shots today. I mean, every up-close engagement we've seen with the shotgun, it just seems like they're making sure that, once again, they're being patient with those shots, making sure they land and connect with those, especially with the heavy, which I feel like in terms of where the meta was with the pumps, a little bit different. It's something to get used to here for them, and it seems like they're adapting just fine.
And one thing that we noticed, right, we keep talking about, really when it comes down to who is one of the greatest Fortnite players in the game right now, especially regarding the competitive scene. The top two players that are in most people's discussions, mine included, is Tfue and Hamlinz, of course, from FaZe and obviously from TSM as well. Right now, Hamlinz is putting on a show, nearly having as many kills by himself as FaZe combined. FaZe right now have 13 kills. Hamlinz has 12 solely. And, of course, in total for the scoreboard right now, we have 20-13. But for the most part, it's Hamlinz leading the way with over double digits and still bodies to find. 3 remaining engagements still really could come into play as it looks like maybe the final squad in the midst of Tfue's perspective, tossing out a few of those nades, trying to grab a little bit of the excess damage before they start to try and pounce on him, but he's only got 22 HP. He's living on the edge, and he happens to be jumping for one as well. Gets the knockdown. Fantastic play coming through, trying to go for the recovery builds, making sure he does not take down any excess fall damage.
Wow.
The quick edit takes down another player with a knockdown. Now one more frag remains, and it looks like it's going to be a fight to the end. Who can find it?
Tfue.
And it's going to be Tfue and Myth responding for the final few frags. Of course, in the top left perspective, we see Myth combining for the last frag. So good plays coming in from both of our sides. They do, of course, come through with the victory royale. No official eliminations from this particular game. Saw a few knockdowns, right? We saw Hamlinz go down at one point. I think we saw Tfue go down at one point as well. So definitely was pretty close at certain times. But, right, we talk about players in the clutch. Our pro players, top 2 squads right now in the world, at least in my opinion, in TSM and FaZe. They go big when they absolutely have to, go for the recoveries, and they obviously stay alive toward the end of the game. But 21-15 is going to be our lead heading into game number 2.
Yeah, not a massive lead, but 6 kills still enough, right, to push you forward, especially at this high caliber. We see both of these guys, both teams, staying up all the way through the game. At least, of course, they get knocked, but no one dies. So that's kind of rare to see, but it just comes to a testament of how dominant both TSM and FaZe are. Yeah. I definitely expect going into this round, we're definitely going to see some splits. We're going to see players split up. Wouldn't surprise me if TSM stay together, but FaZe, I could see them definitely splitting up. That's kind of their style and kind of what they like to do throughout. Or even maybe the 2 teams will stick together, but definitely think they're going to be hounding to try and steal some kills from each other. But it's going to be a close one either way you look at it. And guys in the chat, please let us know, TSM or FaZe, whoever you think is going to take it. But your predictions going into second round, I'm still sticking with TSM. What are you guys thinking?
I think we have to stick with our initial picks at this point, right? So we
FaZe, ride or die,
we phased up. It's not like there was a preference involved. I just feel like I like the hand gestures at that point. Why not? You know what I mean? Throw up the phases, okay? Fazoli's.
Fazoli's, okay.
Why is that not a sponsor for them, first of all? Let's just point that out there. Just connect the dots, Banks. I got you, bro. Give me a call. You know.
I respect it.
You got to point out, too, regarding this placement for both of these teams. I don't know exactly what placement they would fall in this particular round of the bracket, but for FaZe, it's not top 4. In every single tournament that they've played in, they've placed at least top 4 or higher. I know TSM, I think, might have saw like a top 12 placement or top 8 placement like last week or the week prior. But yeah, both these teams not used to going out this early, and it's kind of sad to see that we have to see them facing off this early in the bracket. Of course, it's late, but for them, it's still early regarding facing off against one another in these particular situations. But yeah, man, I'm still sticking with FaZe, like Legion said. Ride or die, FaZe. But based off that first performance coming in from Hamlinz, I mean, he, to me, absolute difference maker, continually trying to get the height advantage. He even got knocked down at one point and still nearly had as many kills as FaZe did combined with one another, which is pretty insane to think about. But yeah, regarding this, I think next landing zone for both of our squads, I think we're still going to see TSM linger around, maybe Salty Springs, maybe even go more on the outskirts of a certain area because they really don't have to engage as much. Having a 6-kill advantage is a pretty decent one. I think for FaZe, we're not going to see them really split apart. I think they might go Salty. They might maybe even go Soccer or something along those lines. Like I said, 6 kills. I think it's 6 kills,
6
right?
kills, yep.
It's not crazy, right? It's a squad and a half. That can be found in a matter of a minute, right, for either of our teams here. Of course,
literally.
Pro squads, top of their game.
Squad and a half.
But yeah, man, I think regarding the landing zones, it's going to be huge as far as like where it's exactly going to be at. Usually Salty's going to be a pretty heavy pick, so it wouldn't surprise me if all 4 guys go Salty. It wouldn't surprise me if TSM wants to kind of maybe go like something like a Shifty, a little bit more out of kilter, not too high engagements. But yeah, I think for FaZe, they need to kind of hang around a Salty, hang around a little bit of the outskirts. But it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see them go to a high populated area. We've seen them in past be down in games like 6, 7, 8 kills, and they still go Shifty. They still go outskirts of certain areas, and then kind of convulge and take games back. So I don't know. Like normal teams are probably being like, okay, maybe we should go Tilted, maybe we should go Salty, like hardcore, maybe even retail. I think for FaZe, they're going to kind of make sure they are keeping up the same strategies and not doing anything too out of kilter, because once they do that, they get out of their momentum, they get out of their game. They've won 2 tournaments for a reason. They've never got out of the top 4 for a reason. And there's a reason why they always make these loser bracket runs, is because they stick to the same strategies and they kind of hold by their guns. And so I think they're going to continue on with what is typical for them. So
I think it just kind of speaks in general to the fact that you don't have to play hyper aggressive off those drops, because we've seen FaZe be down in situations like this. They still land in these less populated areas, and once again, it comes out of that triangle that you were kind of mentioning earlier, just how they're rotating on the map, is they seem to always find right between about 20 and 50 left in the lobby, half those kills. Almost every single time we see them in a match, as long as one of them doesn't go down early, like we saw in the winners bracket for them, unfortunately, there's going to be a good chance that they're going to be right back into this game. 6 kills, not a big deal. If I'm TSM, I'm landing somewhere less populated, really just trying to make sure that I can even kilter, or I'm doubling up on 1 if they do split.
Yeah, like the final 30 is almost as influential as the original 100 or the original 70, essentially, because of how many engagements you're going to be in that closed area. So
this is going to be very interesting. We are seeing a shifty drop from FaZe Boys, and look how many players are going to be dropping. They dropped immediately off that bus, and you know, whenever you're playing casually in public lobbies, a lot of people like to drop off at that initial jump. So they're going to have a lot of potential for kills, but also run the potential of getting killed themselves. So what FaZe does in the early portion of this round is going to make all the difference in this tournament.
And we also see TSM go Pleasant Park. Now, this is not normally a typical strategy from pro teams. From what I've seen, a lot of scrims and whatnot. Teams do not like going Pleasant Park. They're not a fan of it. I think there's a lot of buildings, a lot of excess areas where equipment can be gained from a long range, assault rifles from range in this area as well. It's kind of hard to find cover from time to time unless you're moving from house to house. But like I said, not too surprised to see FaZe go towards shifty shafts. This is kind of an expected pick for them. Like I said, they're holding to their guns. They know what it means to come back in a game like this. But yeah, I do like the pick from TSM, though, in this situation regarding you have a 6-kill advantage. They're still going to a fairly populated place, but nothing too out of kilter. But they need to be very, very wary, right? We talked about early frags, early eliminations in this game are so influential, and both teams have to be super aware when it comes down to early game. Because despite having a 6-kill advantage, you lose your squad mate, you are immediately now in the less preferred situation of the two.
Yeah, definitely so. But like you said, shifty was one of the preferred areas to go to. But honestly, I think they went here simply for the fact that they knew there was going to be a lot of potential for kills. They know how to navigate through shifty considerably well. One of their favorite spots, right? So for them, makes a lot of sense for them to go here. But of course, we are going to see another engagement as well through Myth and getting a great shot with the Deagle, but also taking some shots himself.
That's the silence pistol. That's how much damage that thing does when you get it in full gold. That right there is one of the reasons why you see that in the back pocket of people so often. First of all, I like the attempt with the sticky grenade to try to attach it to him when he comes out of the broken roof. It's just one of those things where you're like, man, did you really just one-tap that kid with it? I mean, insane. Once again, still, silence pistol. He's got no assault rifle. What's he doing? He's using whatever he's got in the back pocket to stay with an advantage. No more mats left, though, for him. He's got one, actually. And builds a ceiling just so he has a little shelter from the rain. Once again, he's got the jacket on already, so he should be good.
Hoodie or hashtag hoodie myth. It's a thing in NBA. Hoodie mellow. Now it's Hoodie Myth, baby. He's got the silence pistol from range. I don't care what anyone says, man. I've been seeing a few commentators even bring this up as well. The silence pistol is probably one of the best guns in the game from far away range. We're talking about there's not that many suppressed weapons in the entire game. You want to be, off the map, off the radar from long range, but trying to take some pop shots from afar. That's the weapon to do it with, man. You can get like 30, 40 crit damage from a pretty far distance if you get a nice headshot with that thing. It can also take down ramps at ease at certain moments as well. I don't know, man. It's a solid weapon to have, but quickly going back on board with Myth and Hamlinz right now, sitting instead of Pleasant Park, I don't think they were expecting this many engagements, at least off the rip. I mean, they've got 7 kills, and they're the team who obviously has the advantage. This was not an expected, I think, amount of engagement that they were hoping for when it comes down to this zone, but they'll without question take it, right? I mean, this is a great situation for them. You ask, there's a potential, there's like a 20% chance you're going to find 7 frags or you're going to die. They're probably not going to take that chance. They're probably going to go somewhere a little bit more on the outskirts, but it does work out. But on the opposite end here for FaZe, we actually see them entering in toward Tilted Towers, and Tfue quite literally could be lining up 2 frags in his line sights.
And he for sure picks up one. The second one retreats into the building, and of course Tfue is going to be on hot pursuit for that player just ahead. His teammate joining him, of course, Cloakzy being right behind. He's going to push in first. I don't think they were able to pick him up just yet, but they will, in fact, take the high ground, expecting that player to maybe be up here just a little bit, but getting some great inventory loot there as we're seeing coming out of Shifty into Tilted, some more engagements going down, and great strategy. They knew a lot of players were going to jump off the bus. Shifty was a hot zone as well as Tilted, so they had the potential to easily catch up to TSM depending on what happens. But mind you, TSM's not far away from Tilted either. I expect these two teams to meet up quite soon, honestly, as they're going to be looking like they are, in fact, going to be moving towards it.
Now, Tfue and Cloak are now down by 7 kills going into this game, too. And you just saw an entire squad get wiped, right? So you're looking at 35 total engagements left. Tfue and Cloak are definitely going to have to close out. I feel like this is a situation where if you're Myth and Hamlinz, you start to kind of follow closely with Tfue and Cloak, trying to go for those kill steals. Definitely something that you see a lot of these pro players doing, but mostly literally probably towards the last 20 engagements, you finally start to see when that circle gets small enough, everybody coming together. As you can see, Tilted's still in the circle after what? This is a 3rd drop now, so... Yeah. definitely going to still be people coming here traffic-wise. For
sure.
whatever reason.
For sure, yeah.
From where? I don't know.
They said,
from
there's
where?
always someone inside of Tilted, no matter what,
You're
obviously.
taking a nap in the basement. We got a shopping cart from Cloakzy, which I think he might have. He's just zooming out of there right now.
He is indeed. Over the water, too. It's
actually a witchcraft. A lot of people don't know that yet. It's a spell now in the game that you can use.
Can you imagine
to float
spells?
through water.
You guys missed that patch that happened about maybe, I don't know, 3 weeks ago? Yeah, they added spells to the
Everybody
game.
has wands now.
Could you imagine them adding spells to the game?
That'd be amazing.
Jeez.
You should be able to
Audio
change
cues,
your.
too.
You should be able to buy a skin for your edit board, so you could make it like an Etch-a-Sketch.
That's a fantastic
That would be
idea.
super cool, or like a wand.
Oh, my gosh. That's
Wow.
a fantastic idea.
More
Just saying,
money.
Epic. Credits due, whenever royalties, please. I'll take 1 penny per million. So that's still enough. That's like enough for a Snickers, I think.
Absolutely.
Man,
is.
at some
the
point.
amount of money I would spend on new things, jeez,
That's for certain.
But hey, stuff still going down. 7 kills still on the board for TSM. Of course, the FaZe looking to catch up, but they haven't found any more engagements since they've left. They're still sitting at 5. They came in with a deficit, so still at a deficit, but engagements do still remain. 32 still remaining. Zebby pursuing it. Landon, you're looking very passionate. What are you seeing, bud?
Yeah, no, this mountain just outside of Dusty Divot, we see at the top right of Cloakzy's, or excuse me, of Tfue's screen just for the short time. You see that mountain just outside of Dusty Divot?
Yes.
I like to call that split mountain because usually when we see teams like this head into Dusty Divot, that's the matter of like, okay, do we go with the opposite team or do we kind of separate by ourselves? Normally for TSM, they don't like to kind of follow around the opposition. And when you're facing off against a team like FaZe, Tfue is the ultimate kill stealer along with Ninja. I think they're some of the best kill stealers in the entire game. Like regarding pop shots and extra bullet to the body when you need it to happen, they're, to me, some of the best at it in the world. So regarding TSM, they're not normally a team to want to kind of follow, hang by the kind of in the back seat essentially. And also, you don't really want to do it versus a squad like FaZe. So to me, I like that little portion of the map because usually it's like a deciding factor. If a squad is following you, it's like, okay, I'm going to go left, you go right around this mountain, and we'll see if we want to join up at the end point when it comes in a Dusty Divot. But yeah, it looks like regarding our map for the moment, I believe Myth is kind of off by himself. Hamlinz happens to be right inside a Dusty Divot. And for, I believe, Tfue and Cloak is north of Fatal, and Tfue is entering in toward Retail. So looks like a little bit of a split coming in from FaZe. Same thing with the TSM boys, not too far away from one another. But yeah, man, Split Mountain, it's a thing. I'm calling it. I don't know if it actually has an official name. It most likely does, but that's my personal little call-out for it now, I think.
The FaZe boys need about 2 full squad wipes if they really want to get back into this, and mostly before TSM actually is able to catch up with them on the map here. Eventually, when they do meet up, that's when you start to see some problems evolving for them. But it looks like Cloakzy might actually be able to spot players here on the map, starts to build some walls, some defensive building, and he's just rotating.
As it definitely is. We see another team fight is in fact going to be happening. Hamlinz is going to be pushing up. This player trying to get the high ground, but Hamlinz does a great job getting the high ground on both players and gets a nice 2-piece to extend their lead even more. Hamlinz, I'm telling you, has been playing out of his mind, currently sitting at 6 kills alone plus 3. That's 9 on the TSM side as they keep extending their lead. Like you said, they need at least 2 team wipes to get into this game, and now it's going to be even more. The FaZe clan needs to start heating up, but unfortunately, the teams, they're just not running into them.
There are not many players that can do what Hamlinz just did. That quick transition build into finding 2 knockdowns in a row, that was absolute absurd play. The smoothness that guy plays with as well makes it look like it's the easiest thing, but it's absolutely not. Trust me, I have tried hundreds and hundreds of times. It's not easy to do that. But taking a quick look at Cloak right now, I think he has at least 3 forts outside of his overall perspective, doing his very best to stay alive for as long as possible. But here comes the Swarm, has the TAC SMG, trying to do as much damage as he can from afar. But they're building on top of him. He has no high ground. He has no advantage. And right now, if you're Tfue, you're praying that your squad mate can stay alive, trying to grab the full pot to get himself back to 200 overall health. But here comes the Storm. And
he's out of mats, unfortunately, so the players just have to run into him, which they are, in fact, doing. Does he go for the thirst? Yes, he does.
He has no mats.
But he has no mats, as I was saying. So now,
oh my gosh,
he finally
so lucky.
He got mats from the player that he downed, which shows you, obviously, thirsting was the way to go. Pick up his mats, and he was able to put up a defensive ceiling there and continue to push the fight to the opponents that are just around him. Of course, though, luckily, that's not even going to be his teammate. That's going to be Myth pushing up, who finally picks up yet another kill, as now Cloakzy is going to be stuck inside this box, healing up, but giving the opportunity to Myth to get even more kills in his back pocket. Gotta say, TSM boys are playing incredibly well.
That's a fantastic play for Myth.
Yeah, this is where you start to see that split kind of go at a complete disadvantage. If Tfue and Cloakzy had been together in that engagement, we always talk about how that kill stealing comes in so clutch in that last 30 players that you've got remaining on this map. Of course, you see Myth come in, drop 2 of those, and then extend their lead by even more. And where is Tfue? He's across the map, no engagements, find nobody, but Myth absolutely bodying. I'm telling you, in the losers bracket, I'm pretty sure the TSM guys are one of the scariest teams to see.
Myth just slapped Cloak right across the face. Was like, that's going to be my kill. I'm going to be going and taking that one. Thank you very much. I don't know if Cloak just didn't spot where he was, but props to Myth, right? The intuition to toss out that impulse grenade, launch himself up, goes for the edit after the misbuild quickly. Thankfully finds the kill in the end. But man, talk about kill stealing in that situation. TSM, this is not a strategy that they're known for, but Myth is making it look like he does this on the daily. Absolutely. From the right underneath Cloak, he has a line sight perfectly on one player. Myth just fires through with attack, shotgun, and I think he escapes with 2 or 3 engagement in that situation. But here comes Hamlinz rocking the double pump, trying to find a few players at the top of retail row. Tfue happens to just be on the outskirts, but TSM is finding these kills so effortlessly. FaZe has them in their line sight, but TSM is getting fantastic timing on a lot of these engagements. That's what, 4 or 5 kills that we've seen in the last minute and a half that FaZe absolutely has lines up, but TSM is taking it each and every time.
And at this point, you'd have to get almost every elimination if you're FaZe to even... I literally think it might almost be every elimination at this point. You're looking at 34 to 22, so they've got a total of 14 engagements left in the game here, so 12. Yeah, I mean, they could do it, but it would take literally every ounce of... Everybody needs to be funneled into one little area for them to be able to find it. This point.
I just want to point out, by the way, how good I have seen Myth and Hamlinz play thus far with getting the high ground. We talk about how important, and everybody knows this, as Tfue gets dropped, and that's going to be a big momentum boost down as Myth, you see, getting another knock as well. They only needed 2 more to secure, or at least 3 more to secure the victory. But I just want to say, TSM building up both Myth and Hamlinz to be able to get above their opponents, get that high ground, is just absolutely phenomenal. And it doesn't matter if they're as a wild bush does appear, and of course that is going to secure the victory as TSM are going to knock FaZe out of this tournament. FaZe, one of the favorites, your favorites coming in. TSM, though, I'm right once again. I just want to say, well, I shouldn't say once again. I'm right at least once during this tournament.
I think we were both right an equal amount of times today, which is pretty exciting because I haven't cast or cursed anybody at this tournament yet. You know what I mean?
We were the best team in the last tournament, actually, because we eliminated so many different players.
It was 6 or 7 rosters, I think, that we we used our
stomping through
dolls and put curses on, so that was pretty exciting. We have dolls of every player.
I just
during
want to
every
say,
commercial break.
I just want 37 to 22 against one of the best teams in esports competitive Fortnite. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say, by the way, TSM showcasing their skills tonight is some of the best plays I have seen them make in our previous tournaments thus far. We have seen Hamlinz and Myth go off in the past, right? We know they can get pumped up and they can go off. But the hoodie came on. Myth put the hoodie on. You knew it was getting serious at that point.
Hoodie Myth,
that
man.
sleeve on Hamlinz.
Hashtag hoodie Myth.
That sleeve on Hamlinz was going up, and you knew it was game time at that point.
As soon as
and
I saw
that's
the
why I was
sleeve,
going with TSM. Yeah, you know what's going to happen. You know it's going to. But TSM showcasing their skills. I just want to say once again, and I got to keep mentioning it, the ability for them to get the high ground. It doesn't matter if a team is pushing them; they will get the high ground. Or if they, as we saw, Hamlinz takes the jump pad into the opponents before engaging, which he easily could have. That opponent wasn't even looking at him before he even engages that opponent. He builds up and gets the high ground over him anyways before the opponent even knows he's there. Yep. It's little things like that that separate him from the rest.
When are you getting your TSM tattoo, Taylor?
Jeez, I don't know. I actually don't have a tattoo. That's a good question.
Is this is it tonight? Is tonight the night we all get our first one?
Wow, that's gonna.
I want like a butterfly on my foot. Is that
who's that? Is that going to be our
that's
team mascot?
That's our team.
Team
because
mascot?
we've eliminated more teams with a caster curse than anybody else has.
So we're going with the butterfly
Yeah.
legion. Really. That's what we go for.
Yeah, because monarchs are beautiful and everlasting. And I want you to know that.
I just got to say that was the sweetest thing anyone's ever told me.
Honestly,
I don't get many sweet comments.
I'm considering getting a TSM tattoo on my earlobe, to be frank with you. Probably on both. I think that'd be pretty good.
You want to do it prison style with like a CD battery for the power? Or?
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, like a
that'd be fantastic.
Like a needle. Okay, cool.
But oh my gosh!
Well, here we are.
Series. Here we go.
And this is the series you wanted to see, Ninja and Daequan.
Well, I wanted to see both to be
against
frank with you,
72 Hours and Cole Hogman, which was your dark horse of the tournament. But as soon as we jump into it, the caster curse going down. Hogman taking a lot of damage, and this is, I believe, the second game. If we can get an update on that, we don't know the total score just yet, but it's a hot battle as we see Ninja heating up. He's managed to get 2 kills by the time we've just seen him. He is in fact going to be in the storm, and hopefully he doesn't have a long distance to cover, or else he's going to be stuck with just a few bandages in his back pocket.
And take a look at how many engagements, how many eliminations that we've seen as well, as Ninja does find the elimination, has to try to go for the medkit at some sort of. This game is already going to be over. He has a few bandages in his back pocket, but he needs to get these going very, very soon. But like I said, going back to the eliminations talk, right? Ninja, 9, Daequan, 7. From the opposite side, we see 11 kills coming in from 72 Hours. And below him, I believe 7 kills coming in from Hogman as well. This is a stacked game that we have. Still, 12 engagements still to come. Quite a few kills still to be decided. But talk about the level of talent when it comes down to this game. You've got a ton of different organizations being represented. We got Luminosity, we got TSM, we got Team Liquid, and we also got Complexity. I mean, this is awesome to see, to be honest with you. I love seeing the amount of organizations that we have week after week after week when it comes down to these tournaments. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So stuck in the storm, Landon.
I know they have a jump pad.
Dude.
Oh, no.
I think I saw Ninja has a jump pad as just one of his traps.
Ninja literally just gave me a heart attack with the bandages there. And what he did, it was for Daequan to be able to build up. He was trying to build him a ramp, so at least he had an extension already so he could have some time freed.
Oh,
but
my gosh.
You're looking at him running. Luckily, he does have a medkit, though, so they should be able to make it out of the circle, out of the storm, rather, into the circle.
This is going to be way too close. I mean, of course, we don't have a score
my
update just yet, but if we did...
4 HP.
But no, okay, so for sure, Daequan's going to make it out. Ninja looks like he's actually going to be able to make it out just barely, but he only has 2 bandages in his back pocket. 72 Hours in Hogman, though. They're already in the circle, or excuse me, they're very close to the circle. They'll make it before the storm hits them, of course, so that gives them a little heads-up advantage to maybe find the last remaining players to pick up some kills. And I assume this is coming down to the wire. But Daequan, he's got a long way to run himself. This is not a good position. Mind you, though, was it worth it? They picked up a lot of kills while still in the storm.
Well, I'm not sure exactly if they maybe were in a team fight and that kind of slowed down their overall pace as far as the game is considered. But yeah, this is great if you're Liquid and, or excuse me, if you're 72 Hours and Hogman at the time, of course, 72 Hours going for the quick engagement regarding a lot of the competitive atmosphere. This guy's came up with a ton of strategies that pro players have been using as of recently regarding things like pyramids above the overall structure, which we're actually going to see him put down there for a second to stop players from building on top of you. He kind of initiated a lot of these strategies that pros are using today, but the great edit coming into that player should be able to kind of go for the engagement. Happens to miss a few shots, but should be able to take down that soccer player. I believe
Ninja just got sniped off the build
up
top. Daequan now. So listen, Liquid, 72 Hours in Hogman. Up by 3 kills. There's only 4 engagements remaining on the map. That's going to be 3. Actually, they're going to take 2 out. So that is going to, I believe that's going to do it here. 72 Hours in Hogman taking it over Daequan and Ninja. That's so unfortunate. But you start to realize just how important time management is, especially with that circle, with that storm closing in so abruptly and so quickly. You waste literally anywhere from 45 seconds to 2 minutes, which was enough time due to the fact that Liquid and Complexity, that roster, was so much closer to the engagements than Ninja and Daequan were, unfortunately.
And I think it goes back to what Landon was saying. They were just stuck in that team fight, and they just honestly couldn't pursue any further. But at that point, I do believe, it's still 72, and Hogman are going to take the win. I do not believe.
Yeah, we're not.
Ninja
we don't even know for sure.
Well, we saw 3 up, and then now looking at their score, I don't think Ninja and Daequan were able to take it. I think they lost by at least 2 to 3 kills. Wow. But what a close game, and of course we came there and to tell him we don't know. But Daequan got 0 kills first map. Ninja was able to pick up all the kills in the first one, then of course in the second one. But that team fight in the storm, that's what hurt him at the end, right? We could have been a much different story. But you have to fight.
At one point, right, both Ninja and Daequan collectively had 15 HP. Trying to get out of the storm, they had nothing to really survive with. And I'm not sure if that was like the main kind of stain of the game, whether or not Hogman and 72 had a crazy amount of kills leading into game 2. Of course, we're not 100% sure on that. But regardless, when you were put in that position, there was something that was halting that progress, right? The ability to kind of put down that jump pad earlier than that. So it was 13-11 after game 1 and 23-18 leading into game 2. I mean, honestly, like this overall match, I think really is kind of based on that play of them being stuck in the storm. I don't know the full storyline of what caused them to be that far out, but they're definitely going to be thinking about that probably tonight right before they're going to bed, that's going to be haunting them for a while as to why they got eliminated. Why did we engage on that? Could we have made it earlier? I don't know, man. It's a true thing.
Right before
$20,000.
right before night time.
They're not going to be able to sleep. They're just like, oh, that's
taking a
fight the storm.
melatonin and just crying in
I'm
the
not
mirror.
going to lie, man. If there's
happened.
$20K on the line and I lose a game because I was caught in the storm, I'm going to be thinking about it quite a bit. I don't know about you guys. I'm thinking about it quite a bit.
We've talked about this $20K on the line. I mean, that is a used Kia Soul.
That is.
By far.
Oh,
so
for sure.
there's a lot.
Certainly.
It's a lot on the line. With the hamster that comes with it that drives
or
you
my
around.
1996 Cadillac DeVille. I mean,
Do you
boys,
have
there's,
one?
there's a lot of options. I absolutely do, actually.
That is fantastic.
I'm 100% serious. I do. Luckily, I just got me a Ford F-150, but for a while I was driving a Caddy. And
You could probably buy, 94 of those Cadillacs, actually, with that prize money. So.
and speaking of which, you could actually buy a 94 Cadillac. So, with that being said,
Well, I would hope so, yeah.
who TSM's moving on to play Doc?
We're
We're actually going into the match right now. Oh my gosh. Okay, so cool. Let's go ahead and get into the game itself. Producer letting me know that we're getting into
Such the most proud.
Oh my god! Yas, this is gonna be fantastic. Yas, Taylor. Yas. I can't wait to cast.
TSM. Oh yeah.
Let me get souped up right now.
So
bro.
with that, Dr. Disrespect, they knocked out Ninja. Yeah, they did. They knocked out Ninja and Daequan in the winners bracket, and now they're going against TSM, which could be one of their hardest matchups yet. But Myth and Hamlin's been playing out of their mind, but Dr. Disrespect, Crafty. We haven't talked a lot about him tonight, but the dude is on point. He knows how to play. And I got to say, he's one of the better players in our tournament, so cannot sleep on him as well.
And he's knocking out his own teammates. He already knocked out Daequan, and now he has the ability to also knock down Myth and Hamlinz as well. I mean, that'd be a great proving ground. He's not on the official competitive roster, but I mean, hey, he could be making a name for it right now. He's playing with the Doc, right? He's got a fantastic teammate in that as well. And if we know anything about the Dr. Disrespect callouts, it is all hyper-aggressive speed, momentum, all of those fun attributes are going to be coming into their gameplay, for certain.
I definitely think that Doc is more of like a Matrix hair solution kind of guy, conditioner-wise. I don't see him as like a suave man. I'm definitely seeing like a Matrix kind of look. I mean, it just looks, I mean, it's dandruff-free for sure. I can't get enough of the mullet, but of course, 0 kills across the board for both squads here. Both just landing, just trying to find some resources, some materials. Of course, we're seeing some pretty decent loot out of both squads. Really only one gun, though, for Hamlinz, as you see down there. He's got a Portafort, a Slurp, and he's just got enough heals, basically, for the entire lobby that's in the game. Of course, just trying to rotate around. Apparently, nobody landed in Salty Springs, actually.
But one thing that's pretty interesting, though, that we see from the landing zones, of course, TSM going for the typical strategies as far as outside of Salty Springs. But for Doc and Crafty, they actually end up going risky reals. We've been seeing a few teams kind of pull out this strategy. And what was it? Like back-to-back weeks, teams like Baldy and Co. have tried to go here. I think we had a team maybe last week that was also going risky reals as well. So it's a strategy, right, that's pretty decent. My only worry with it is that it's decently kill-heavy off the start. You can get some decent loot off the start as well. But it's the ability to have that transition. If you don't find a jump pad, you're in a very awkward position because of how long it takes you to get in the zone a high majority of the time. And based off of the top right minimap coming in from Crafty, it looks like they're not going to be anywhere near that zone as well, which is per typical.
And it definitely is. Occasionally you'll get a great circle around risky, or at least close to risky. But at this position, he's going to have to run just a little distance over there, and that's okay. They'll manage to get it through. But Crafty's one of those very underrated players that I feel can showcase a lot within the competitive community if he decides to go that route. And honestly, for him, I would just like to see. I want to see what he could do with the sniper rifle. I think for sniping it's probably one of his go-to things, and just see if he'll be able to pop some heads off.
I love the blue snipe in this game. Anytime I find one now, I was so not confident with it like less than a month ago, and now when I find it, I'm like, hey, I'm going to miss 2, but I'll hit the 3rd. So I just need some heavy ammo somewhere on the map. By the way, where's the Deagle been, huh? I haven't seen the Deagle in use one time today. Little disappointed with that. Of course, we're still going to see the Portafort at Hamlinz. He does, in fact, want to build a tower, and then I love building a tower and then throwing the Portafort on top of that. So basically, you just get like a free 5 seconds worth of building work done for you. And of course, you're going to see Hamlinz here with the pop rock in the back pocket, just absolutely obliterating this guy, getting maybe 2 damage per shotgun blast there.
Jeez.
Finally clears him, gets the jump pad off the body as well. As we saw last game, the jump pad is a game changer, quite literally.
Oh, no.
Look at that build. Look at this man.
This man literally is
insane.
He's a human Portafort. Like, he doesn't even need the Portafort. He's already got his overall skill to to combat that as well. But yeah, has a pretty decent player in front of him, of course, as I say that. He obviously does get taken down, but he's obviously completed all the challenges, so he does play quite a bit of Fortnite, but not as much as Hamlinz.
He actually got melted.
Oh, okay.
He just disintegrated.
Yeah,
right.
Myth came in with the Splode from behind, but of
Explode.
course, here we are with Krafty. Get to see a little bit of his building skills, and man, can this guy build as well? Gets the height opportunity over that player, and of course gets the player on the flank, and hello, the player gets knocked as well.
He wasn't shooting back. He was scared.
He was shooting at somebody in the other way, but I mean, if you're taking shots to the side, buddy, you gotta respond. And of course, Krafty again in a great gunfight, but takes some damage. No mats, and Krafty goes down.
That's the thing I talk about, resource awareness. He wasn't fully aware of what kind of materials he had, and now he's going to drop in this engagement, and that is huge for this team. Krafty had knocked down 3-4 players. I'm not sure how many official eliminations that he gets, but now it's on Doc for a permanent 1v2. And I talk about the final 30, how many engagements are actually here to take place. Like, you're going to be involved with at least 80% of those 30 players. So Doc now being in a 1v2 thankfully does get the nice knockdown onto one. But I mean, hey man, you're facing off against Hamlinz and Myth. Doc has had some amazing, obviously stat lines in his career, has some amazing achievements. His entire trophy room is miles long, but it would be a very difficult asset to take down both Myth and Hamlinz in a permanent 1v2 for the rest of this game.
Can we talk about this loot right now for Dr. Disrespect? I mean, this is like a green AR and a common tac. I'm pretty sure he's ignored 4 or 5 viable weapons. I mean, maybe it's just because he's in a gunfight, but I'm actually terrified right now at how good he is at just saying he doesn't even need normal power weapons. I feel it's honestly pointless as he's just obliterating. But look how fast the lobby's disappeared since we've been watching. I mean, 2 kills out of Dr. D. You've only got 4 total, I believe. Krafty had 2 before his death as well. So Dr. Disrespect doing a great job of keeping the team alive here in this losers bracket matchup. I mean, I haven't even seen his mullet shake one time. He's invested. He's focused.
He's not moving.
It is at this point I so wish I could hear his stream just to hear him pep. Because, every time he's getting a kill, he's going, I got it, yeah. Whatever, crazy hype moments. Of course, I didn't do him justice there whatsoever, and that's okay. I'm sorry for that.
I thought it was excellent.
No, Dr. Disrespect, I apologize to the people in the chat for that. But with that being said, he is keeping, like you said, with his great tech and his green AR, not upgrading whatsoever. And he was going for an emote while in midair. I'm telling one getting the kill. I'm telling you, it's Dr. Disrespect.
I mean, he absolutely disrespected that guy. He went for a casual half emote, and he was like, "Nah, I'm going to
try to hit the wiggle for a second, and then hit the wiggle on that guy by making him be disintegrated into the air there."
That guy heard a quarter.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
That guy heard a quarter of a second audio cue. It was like, what the heck was that?
Well, they got the lead. Look at that. Got the lead by 3 kills, and we finally have. Now watch out. Now I'm kind of worried for the competition. Dr. Disrespect has an RPG in his back pocket.
Uh-oh. You know what that means?
He can
potential accidental suicide.
He is so good that he can actually rocket ride himself. So I'm ready for it.
This is true.
Remember when you could rocket ride yourself with the guided rockets?
Guided
Man,
missile,
I miss those because I died every
Apparently
time
they're
somebody
coming
had them.
Well,
are you serious?
Yeah. So Noah J actually made a suggestion to Epic when he was at E3. He says, well, why don't we bring back the guided rocket, but instead of the guided rocket doing damage, why don't we have it as a backpack and be used as kind of like a UAV system?
Right?
No, a UAV, well, kind of like a UAV system, if you will, like a jetpack essentially, right? But I mean, that's a very interesting random concept, but I do see that at least there's rumored in the source code that they will be bringing back the guided missile.
LTM. I don't know.
Have you seen the rumors for the grapple hook?
Are you serious? No, I haven't actually.
I don't know. I was on some Instagram account today. It probably was a lie. It probably was a lie, but they said it was from source code. Which, I mean, that would be great for me because then you could attach. It's for Tim the Tapman, really. I think they'd be making it for those pressure situations whenever you're falling off.
Can you imagine if you're just like a terrible player? It's like, I'm going to go and attach myself to my teammate's backpack. All right.
You could literally be Spider-Man.
Just drag me along. That'd be great.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Oh, that could be actually crazy.
You right behind that makes me sad.
You're right behind an opponent and you grapple him and just go towards him. I'm talking to you guys, the chat, because my people don't hear me. That's
so we're talking about
they were having a moment on
Marvel.
the couch. But with that being said, I thought I had a cool suggestion, but it fell flat, and that's all right.
It's cool.
No, it's
I'm
cool.
here. And also, can we just talk about how Dr. D and Krafty are actually ahead right now?
Which is beyond me.
I'm feeling really good about the chance for Dr. Disrespect here. We've got a total of 14 engagements left. He's literally just soaring around the map. He's got the Raven backpack on, a soccer player. Not saying you know, that's a normal combo. If I saw somebody show up to my soccer game with that backpack on, more than likely I'm going to be panicking because I don't know what kind of. I mean, obviously the kid can float on the soccer field.
Absolutely can. I believe in the bottom left, yeah, Hamlinz does spot at least 3 players in his line sight just outside of Loot Lake. They went for a casual jaunt, and Hamlinz is there to spoil the party. One guy tries to go for the complete res, but Hamlinz, of course, like I said, preferring the high ground, wanting to have that advantage, goes for the 2 ramp below his original one to make sure that it can't be shot down, goes for the quick
Oh my
takes
goodness!
down one on the stairs, the rockets flying in, but Hamlinz does not care whatsoever, shots from afar, doing constant damage, constant critical health to the opposition as they are starting to fall like flies. Myth finds the knockdown onto 1, 2 players remain, and can they even catch a breather? The TSM boys are making them look like such easy kills, but it looks like Hamlinz takes so much fall damage. The elimination comes through from Myth. So thankfully, in that scenario, we talked about the amount of separation that some of these squads have. Myth was there to watch out for Hamlinz. They find the full squad kill, and just like that, 4 added frags to this team's elimination.
Oh, Dr. Disrespect, though, sees somebody on his own as well. So we'll see how the Doc is going to push up and try to get this kill. He's taking a very interesting route. Of course, though, this is literally Doc single-handedly trying to fight off TSM, and people are building above him, and we see kind of a freak out going, but he still gets a knock. Are you kidding me? He still gets to kill, and more players still to pursue him. He builds the roof over top. Look at this expertise. The Doc literally showing his doctor's degree in overall building
crazy.
with the roof.
Oh,
and he
John
finally
Wick.
gets taken out
Hey,
there.
and I really thought there was a good chance there. Look at it. Look at him.
If he was to get taken down, at least it was by John Wick, though.
Hamlinz, you know he's got his stream. He's got Doc's stream just playing in the background.
Can we actually watch Doc react to the other
just
players'
pull up Doc real quick. I
perspectives?
just want to see Doc real
man.
quick, and just because you know he is totally raging at this point. But Hamlinz is having way too good of a time knowing Doc. Just honestly, I highly doubt they even muted each other in the team chat.
Why would
to be
you?
quite honest with you, because I mean, you just got to imagine the things that would be coming out of Dr. Disrespect. But the fact is, and all jokes aside, they're still pound for pound keeping up with
That's
TSM.
tied,
They're
yeah.
tied 8-8. It's that this is like the most entertaining competitive match I've seen thus far.
I would say, though, while it is tied, there is still 9 players left. So they could increase that by, let alone 9 kills.
Literally
which you guys
9
realize.
kills.
So, yeah,
And
I mean, to be honest.
if you've ever watched Hamlinz play for the 3rd time today, you would know that Hamlinz is an absolute. I don't even know.
Monster.
There's not even monster. Can't even describe it. He's like a giant
Okay, so
wizard.
see, what he does here is he allows the elimination to go through because he wants to have the high ground advantage. That's what he prefers, but here comes the quick engagement. Tries to go for the excess walls being built, and I don't know how he happens to go up 7 flights of stairs in a matter of seconds, but just like that, there's the high ground advantage, and we can almost say goodbye to Mr. Iron Man. Not looking good for him to try and fly away. He should be done in just a matter of seconds. Powering through these walls, goes for the edit, and you want to talk about the amount of skill, the amount of, like, buttons that are being pressed on his keyboard is unreal.
This poor guy on the bottom is like.
It's like a caged animal. There's another challenger that just approached.
I think it's the same guy. I think
This
he went
guy
to the next
is
room.
like just running as fast as he can, and Hamlinz is doing everything to try.
He's like, this
to
is
pick up this
annoying. I'm going to
kill.
go find someone else.
ram someone
And then
with
the
a
other guy-
shopping
No,
cart?
it's the same guy still in another box.
Okay, props to player 513 for staying alive for as long as he did, because I don't know how he managed to pull that off. But speaking of building, let's go on with the master himself, Mr. Myth, a.k.a. Hoodie Myth.
Look at this loot. He's got a double blue tack, almost to the quad that we were
Oh,
talking about
yeah.
earlier. Just 2 more.
Oh, that's the same guy that killed Dr. Disrespect, and he's going to get yet another
no.
victim. Player
Wow.
467.
The John Wick.
Player 467 is an animal.
It's
I've got to
Jonathan
say.
Wick.
Okay.
So, anyways,
Thank you for that.
Hamlinz
I had that
is
wrong
going
my
to
entire
be
life.
last alive. Can he get revenge?
Yes.
Not only for Myth, but can he get revenge
Yes,
for
he
Dr.
can.
Disrespect?
Can
Get it
John
back.
Wick get revenge?
No, not John Wick. Can Hamlinz get revenge?
No, I know Hamlinz, but he is my real life John Wick.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm telling you. First of all, if I was that close to my microphone as well, I would have. I'm so loud, I would have deafened my audience. I actually play this far away from my microphone when I'm talking at home. So shout out to Hamlinz for not only being calm and cool, but also calm and cool in his commentary.
I wonder how far away like he is from his monitor and whatnot, because like he literally is almost like reaching out for someone.
He's actually playing
maybe
on
to
the
his
wall.
audience.
It's vertically attached to the wall, so he's playing like
Just
this.
that'd be pretty crazy, actually.
new
Also,
strat.
shout out to his little loot llama in the back. We also have one as well, Hamlinz. So props.
If your
buddy.
llama would like to meet our llama,
that'd be great.
please let us
I
know.
wonder if that one has a name, because ours has a name.
Yep.
Obviously. So
Yeah,
Philip.
Mike.
it's Philip.
Wait,
It's Michael Phillip. Yeah.
It's
Michael-
Michael Phillips. You're right.
It's
you're
Michael
right.
Phelps. Shout out to Michael Phelps.
Oh,
Jokes
man.
are fun.
I
They
love
are
him. I
indeed.
love him.
Oh, Hamlinz.
You know what I love? Hamlinz being possibly in a 1v3 and just showcasing exactly how skilled he is as a player. I mean, can you imagine being
Look
the
at this
team
guy.
that loses a 1v3 or a 1v4 to this gentleman?
I just want to say, look at
this build, dude.
Who needs jetpacks? They got rid of jetpacks, I thought, but
is this
apparently
guy?
Hamlin still has a permanent jetpack built into his character. One of the things I wanted to talk. Look at his building skill.
Oh my God.
It's just
It's just not.
There's
he's-
John Wick.
He's so
Oh,
naughty.
he got it. So Dr. Disrespect is so happy right now. He may have lost a battle, but he hasn't yet lost the war. But there it is. John Wick goes down, and that was the guy that finished off Myth as well as Hamlinz, or excuse me, Myth and Dr. Disrespect. Good stuff coming for Hamlinz getting the kill. But I just wanted to say, we see these tournaments every Friday. It never gets just headbutt straight into the wooden
He
platform.
actually just broke his neck and killed himself. That's how he went down. There's no coming
That
back.
character no longer has any teeth as well.
Yeah, he's
I'm just imagining like
all gums,
That was a great little sound I made there.
looking like a package of gummy bears in his mouth right now.
I wonder what this wall looks like from the actual ground at this level.
I don't want to know what it looks like. He's such a wizard with building that
probably
I
put a TSM
might have
logo.
spelled, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He put the TSM logo in the middle of the match.
Oh, and he's laughing at this. Like in any situation, like anyone else who plays Fortnite is hardcore. Like, okay, there's 2 players left. I gotta go hard. Like this is about to be it. I'm about to post this picture on Twitter to 3 people who actually care. Myth is like hardcore laughing at everybody. Right now.
Wow.
I just want to point out, by the way, that's how you know you lost. Whenever the guy builds above you, and then all of a sudden you just see the other guy just catapulting down the stairs as fast as he can to try and get the lower ground. He's like, I'm gone. I'm not winning this. I was going to say, we watch these guys build every single Friday,
Oh, yeah.
but it never gets old, and it never ceases to amaze me how good they are.
Yeah.
I mean, just the skill set that they possess is just absolutely insane.
It's out of this world.
And now it's a 1v1. A 1v1, Hamlinz
Okay.
and some poor soul that's out there who at this point is just probably at the bottom doing what Legion would do, just with a pickaxe at the bottom, just trying to take
Listen,
out the base.
if he C4s and kills Hamlinz, first of all, the person alive is the guy that headbutted the brick wall off the jump pad. So Wonder Woman is somewhere alive on the map right now, pondering what's even going to happen. If I see these types of builds, I'm throwing up instantaneously. Please tell me that this other person's in a bush. Please. That's all I want to see somebody successfully beat one of these pro players
How does Myth have
from
this
a
many
bush gameplay.
resources? Like,
He had 8 bounce pads.
well, they
it
come
was
in sort of
insane.
stacks of 3.
well, not just the bounce pad or the bounce traps, but just the overall. Like, we talk about like
Look at
Wow. Just beams that guy.
Okay.
He just was coming full speed ahead like, I'm winning this, and just straight into the shots. Man, I
It's
got
disgusting.
Well, what the...
Wow.
We said what? They could pick up 9 kills. Did he pick up 9 kills?
I
don't-
think he
No,
something
I
like
think
that.
he picked up
They
at least
like
5.
Yeah.
Well, there was
5 or
one moment
6.
where he like
13 to 8, so 4.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
Wait, that's not 4.
What?
It's 4 plus 1, but
5.
I knew
Colby's
you
in
were
the chat. I designated one of the guys in chat. His name is Colby. He's my designated Casio. Unfortunately, I don't have a chat with me right now. He said he'd keep me updated with scores. Appreciate the effort, but
Just
unfortunately,
imagine like putting 5, 6,
I
and 7
just-
in the chat. Just like, yep, I'm the scoreboard man.
so
there we go.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5-kill lead going into the second game.
Wait, hold on.
No,
No, you're right. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
you're right. Yeah, the
Wait,
fingers.
no, yeah, you're right.
I
yeah.
learned that in what I think elementary school. Still stuck with me.
I actually learned that.
Shout
in
out
high
to
school.
Counting. Yeah.
Well, even lower than that, buddy.
Yeah, I'd say that. I didn't start counting until 12th grade.
Well, you're still in high school. We found that out earlier, right?
I'm
25.
I'm in my 8th year of sophomore year.
It's 25. Still 8th year. Are you 25?
I'm 25.
Are
I
you
turned
really?
25 in April.
I'm 20. I'm the oldest one in the room. I really thought you were older than me.
Well, I look older than you, in all fairness. I look like I have a 10-year-old. Let's be honest with each other.
I thought. Well,
I don't get carded
You do
anymore
have
at the
courage.
casinos. You
You
know
do
how
have
sad that
courage.
is?
You do have
I do. I
courage.
have a 24-year-old man.
You have a
courage.
24-year-old. So
Yeah.
you tell me the math. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When you have Benjamin Button's disease, anything's possible.
but-
Benjamin Buttons is
This is the most.
Reverse age. I'm actually 86 years old.
If you guys have ever watched that
into
movie,
sophomore
if you guys have ever watched Benjamin Button, it's a great movie. But if you think about the overall context of the movie, it's actually quite weird.
You know what's amazing about all of this? It's like if we're commenting any other like esports title,
Yeah.
it's like what in the world is going on? It's like it's casual when it comes to Fortnite. Like we happen to quickly transition into an 86-year-old sophomore in high school who also happens to have Benjamin Button disease.
Well, this is what happens when we have Legion here. By the way, I just want to say,
That's true, too.
if anybody else was here, this wouldn't be happening. But Legion's here,
that's
so
facts. That is
when
facts.
Legion's here, it's just this is only natural. This is to
Legion's
be
here, we're
expected.
family. You know what I mean?
I gotta tell you what, FaZe, check out Fazoli's. Definitely something you guys need to
You were
work
still hardcore strong on
Even
this?
Dr. Disrespect like that joke. I just want to say, man.
How did you transition that? We're not even on with
Are those
FaZe anymore.
Oakleys? Is he wearing Oakleys?
I don't know. I have
could
a pair.
see him at a ski resort in that exact outfit. Wouldn't consider him out of place at all.
Mullet just flowing in the wind
like
as he just skis down
on a pontoon boat in a lake.
the Black Diamond Trail.
He
just
looks
going
exactly
down.
like my uncle.
You imagine if someone had a bulletproof vest at a ski resort? I would feel a little bit sketched out about that, not going to lie. I don't know. But for the doc, it works.
kids just scattering everywhere. All right, well, going to the soccer field. We saw this a little bit earlier. He's going to go ahead and pursue towards what's past that soccer field, transitioning out of that. 13-8, 5 kills. Not a lot, not a little. Can the TSM boys take it over? Dr. Disrespect and Krafty. We'll have to see, because Krafty got dropped relatively early in that last round. So if he stays up, you can only imagine what the score would have been.
Yeah, I think Krafty dropped just before the what I'd call like the final 30. And yeah, that obviously kind of plays factor into the scoreboard. But Doc did as much as he could, right? I think he found around. I think he had 0 eliminations coming into once Krafty had fallen. I think at one point, like we said, he had like an uncommon tack, and he had like a common regular
he
assault
was
rifle.
still getting kills.
He had nothing, but he still was finding up.
He
those
had a
frags, like, easy.
slingshot and like some banjo strings, and he was still getting kills, which is super shocking. And as you can see here again, yet another common tack, because who needs anything more than that? I mean, who even wants it at this point? Like, get that common AR while you're at it. Somebody's the Gray Brigade out here. Let's get it.
The Gray Brigade. That's a team that needs to happen in Fortnite.
Yeah,
organizations. Someone grab the Twitter handle already.
Also,
please.
if anybody would like to join my team, Team Paperweight,
I thought we were butterflies.
we're looking Team
Paper.
Butterflies, which is one of my favorite references in the Natasha Bedingfield.
Yeah, I like
Butterflies Gaming and Team Paperweight.
I like it, honestly.
We'll be launching our full roster this fall. Our jerseys are actually just aprons. So
Just
get
nothing
excited
else.
for that. Nothing else.
Nothing
on.
else, just aprons.
Just aprons.
We are looking for
Full
a clothing
wraparound
sponsor.
bodysuit apron.
Matter of fact, EGL, we're looking for a clothing sponsor, please.
EGL, I need this.
I guess we'll have to purchase it with the UMG code and get 10% off so we can support
Or
our team.
if you're
UMG
sitting at
10,
home
yeah.
right now and you're thirsty, you should definitely check out code UMG for 40% off all delicious G-Full. I'm going to let everybody at home know I've had 2 shaker cups full of it today, cherry limeade, and
Yeah,
of course I
indeed.
believe it was a kiwi strawberry, of course. And I'm feeling lit. I've like 2 teas and a lighter emote. I'm feeling really good about it.
Oh, I'm loving what I'm seeing. TSM going to Greasy Grove. Greasy Grove has been a popular area today, boys. Honestly, why do you think that is? I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Greasy, we haven't seen in any previous tournaments, but now all of a sudden this tournament, Greasy Grove is the area to go to. We have a fight at soccer field, mind you. Krafty has 2 players ahead of him, gets one with a grenade, and picks up the other to get 2 eliminations, now sitting at a total of 3, with Dr. Disrespect sitting at 1. That's 4, and with 0 on the TSM side, they are now 1 kill down.
Going back to your point about Greasy, I think based on the map and whatnot, I would say it's probably maybe becoming more of a populated area, or at least a choice for some of our teams, because Shifty, to me, like, I understand when people go Shifty, it's obviously a pretty smart pick, not super common, etc. I think there's more loot opportunities when it comes into Greasy Grove, and there's usually not as many people kind of going toward that area, at least as far as like going to Tilted Towers. Because whenever you're trying to go toward Tilted, you have the option of going to Soccer, you have the option of going to Shifty, or you have the option of going to Greasy Grove. Greasy's the farthest away, so if you're able to loot, find some engagements, kind of get out of that area, I don't know. I feel like I've heard a lot of players kind of discuss, pro players like, not a big fan of going Shifty because of the amount of levels that kind of are in that. If you happen to get in those caverns, it is almost impossible to escape if there's a decent team there. When it comes into places like Greasy Grove, etc., it's a lot more opportune to try to find different frags and to be able to escape. So I think that's the reason, is because you can still get to Tilted. It's a little bit farther away, but I don't know. Maybe it's because Shifty and Soccer are starting to get a little bit more crowded after these tournaments.
We haven't seen a lot of minigun action in here, but I'm excited to see if our boys boy Myth here is going to be able to actually pop this out and do some damage with it. I actually had the luxury of using the minigun on the Nintendo Switch, and I was able to get 6 kills simultaneously, actually consecutively in a row with the minigun, and I had over 800 rounds. So I just sat there and held it like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I felt really powerful at that point. I actually screamed into my microphone.
Krafty's just lit up the screen with yet another team wipe. Krafty's has been tearing up the competition. We got him sitting at a total of 6 kills right now, as he has more kills than the TSM side, as they now, I believe, no, they haven't overtaken the lead just quite yet, as we saw 4 kills come down over at Shifty, but 17-15, still 2-kill deficit for Dr. Disrespect and Krafty, but incredibly close. I mean, imagine the upset we could see if TSM goes down here.
Also, shout out to my girlfriend's sister's new boyfriend who showed up to dinner the other night for the first time meeting him wearing a Dr. Disrespect t-shirt.
Really?
Yeah. I immediately knew he was cooler than all the other ones from the past, so I knew that was going to be the wave.
Did you already give your blessing?
I did.
That?
I told her, and you know what he said to me? He said, I was in Seattle for a video game tournament less than a couple months ago, and I was like, we're going to be friends.
Wow.
And it looks like we're going to have to get some Fortnite in, because you could see Hamlinz yet again just popping off. Honestly, today so far, if we did have that MVP, he is absolutely the guy to get that. I will actually personally make you a trophy if you ever see this
out of Eggo waffles, man.
Out of Eggo waffles frozen together to spell Hamlinz, and it'll come with a Thanksgiving ham.
And
you are welcome, Hamlinz. You are welcome.
And Myth uses that minigun, which you wanted to see him use to get
the
kill on the guy who was knocked down. Vicious strategy, by the way.
It's disgusting, Taylor.
No, it absolutely is. With the 10% accuracy increase, along with the damage buff as well, plus the amount of bullet increase with the drop, the minigun is a very viable option. And also, too, mind you, there is no bullet drop-off, so you could just shred, as we're seeing right now, just shredding that base. You talk about using C4. The guy can't build fast enough. The walls are going down just as quickly as he can build with that minigun, tearing it up.
And what with the accuracy change, the amount of, how easy it is now to take down ramps and whatnot, the minigun without question becomes viable from a competitive aspect. If you don't have Splodes, this is the next best thing, if not even around the same caliber of taking down structures and, of course, overall forts from enemies and whatnot. So props to Myth in that situation. When you got a guy like Hamlinz who can build up as solid as he can to be up in your face at all times, Myth from afar doing exactly what he needs to with that minigun, which is just kind of peppering off shots from afar, kind of playing that support role and allowing his teammate Hamlinz to have an even easier position to take down a few of those kills.
So they destroyed Taco and then just almost completely rebuilt it in a matter of a second. Now that is what I like to call engineering.
Let's see. We got 7 on the right now. TSM taken off. They've got 8 kills total, so that puts them at a 6-frag lead. Very scary if you're Dr. Disrespect and Krafty, especially look at the engagements, guys. People have dropped off like flies. We're looking at a total of 15 more engagements remaining.
You know what I was just thinking, Taylor? What if they made the boats drivable just in Loot Lake? So when you pick the chest up, you can actually drive it away instead of it constantly being a death pit if you're somebody that struggles with building.
Because the thing is I don't see a boat being Fortnite-esque. I see more of like a raft, like a floating raft, like one of those pull toys you used to use.
What if
as
you
a
could
kid.
sit down and row it?
I could see that like a rubber duck, a massive rubber ducky.
I would like that.
I would like that a lot.
And it squeaks?
And it squeaks.
That would be phenomenal. I want to be able to ride a giant mechanic gnome. Like a mechanical gnome.
A mechanical gnome?
That definitely seems
out of all, you
Fortnite-esque.
know how scary that would be?
You said rubber ducky. That was already in the game.
But could
specific that is.
Could you see? Just imagine.
It's like a Power Rangers villain.
Imagine this. Imagine a $10 million tournament, right, in the future, right? And then all of a sudden, for the final round, for the $10 million prize pool, you see the enemy team coming at you and a gnome. Like, come on. A gnome, and then, of course, the enemy team coming at you with a shopping cart. A shopping cart going to a gnome, and they just collide.
Oh, my God.
I don't even know.
I've never related to anything else more than the factor of calling an electronic gnome a Power Ranger villain.
It would totally be exactly what it's stated as, Landon. I feel like there's a certain point you reach in every broadcast where you get uncontrollable giggles. In the past, I've broken Chris Puckett on live streams. Chris, if you're watching this,
that's very impressive to do.
I want you to know that I miss you. And I'm just excited because the sleeve, as you can see on the right arm here, of Hamlinz is slightly raised. He's been dominating all day. 5 kills now for him. 5 eliminations in the back pocket. And what I love to see from these players, it just seems like they know the correct and perfect time to heal. In almost every single engagement, you see them building themselves in. Obviously, once again, we're talking about resource awareness. And TSM is one of the best teams for it in general. Dr. Disrespect, though, trying to take this guy to the head. And he said, you know what, let me just shoot your ankles for a little while before we actually get you killed. Nice little full potty drop there as well.
So crazy building going in from the dock, but of course, Ops out of building to the opponent and just rushes him and gets the kill. And another opponent. Look at the building skills. I'm telling you, this guy is on point. Beaming a player up top.
My God.
Yo, honestly, Dr. Disrespect low-key is going hard.
Dr. Disrespect is nasty at this game. We're seeing the shots right now. Of course, that scope they are.
I love
Still
this.
destructed. The zoom. Zoom. So nasty.
Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Above the player, making moves, lifting like he has.
Oh, my God. He's
A
just
launch back below.
He's just back from.
Oh, my gosh.
Who is he?
From the ashes.
Who is he?
This is what happens
There
when
are
you trade
eliminations.
your gray inventory for a green inventory, ladies and gentlemen. You go off.
There was explosions. There was like literally eliminations popping up on the screen every single second.
And Doc's still continuing. He's going to be able to spot another player with his teammate pushing up. A nice pinch as the girl with the green pigtails here just going to get completely abraded. She just was trying to eat a candy bar in the middle of the forest, and guess what happened? She got blindsided.
A rocket just
Doc's
face.
Crafty!
Crafty's here, and Crafty should be good for the res.
Now, does Crafty
And
go
he-
for the res, or does Crafty continue on
At
with
this
the kills?
point, you've got to continue on with the kills. It's
Yeah.
currently 14-11.
And I don't remember the exact kill difference.
5.
I believe it was down,
It's
so
5.
they actually need to get 2 more. There's 5 engagements left in this game. Of course, you're going to be able to see TSM making pushes.
And they also take the loot too. They take all the loot that the 2-time the 2-time champion, Blockbuster champion, and
Just
Crafty
say it.
have.
He's our dad, Landon.
It's true.
Oh my
it's absolute
gosh.
fact. He's
I-
even firing on trees right now.
I just want to point at the realism that Dr. Disrespect and Crafty could, in fact, literally win this over Team TSM. They only need 3 kills at this point. Crafty is going to be the wild card here. He's going to be pushing up this mountain, and he's going to be getting some distance between the TSM boys and Dr. Disrespect as they split up, and wisely so. He's going to get the high ground over Tilted. They only need 3 kills to tie it, 4 to win it, and there's only 5 engagements remaining.
Like I said, Crafty making his way inside Tilted Towers. Of course, the top left of our screen as well. Myth happens to be lingering around that exact same position, happens to run right past the Wrecking Ball, and happens to be that exact position in this game as well, trying to spoil the party right now for the Doc and Crafty themselves, desperately seeking where these frags can be at, and we'll see who can try to grab these toward the end here. Not many engagements left.
And as we can see, Dr. D is making his way downtown, walking fast. Faces are passing him homebound. 14 kills total for them now, only down by 1, but it looks like we might have seen an engagement here. Crafty finding a player, needs to be able to get this pop shot off with the sniper rifle, but you can see Myth also making his way, finds him in the shed as well. It's literally a race, and there's no shopping cart, Landon.
There is not one to have. It looks like we're going to see who can get here first. This could tell the end of the game. Who's going to find the frag? It looks
misses
like
it, no,
Myth
Myth.
happens to be soaring in. A few pop shots from afar is what Crafty's finding. We'll see if Myth finds the kill, and yes, Myth will get the official knockdown. Crafty not able to find it, and that is a huge moment in this game. Was on the brink of finding that kill, but the LMG, the minigun rather, coming through huge, finds the kill and steals it right out from under Crafty, but receiving shots from behind. Well, I think it has to be Doc and Crafty finding nearly every single kill just to tie it.
Hey, absolutely. They can still tie it at this point, though. But look at Myth on his screen. He is, in fact, pulling out the minigun, going for the kill, taking some shots. He's going to have to back up, building for the defense. But, of course, you got to look at Crafty. He's right on the toes of him. He could potentially pick up a kill. Tries to get the snipe, but he's missing just by inches. And this is such a big moment. Myth can literally win this game for TSM at this point if he picks up the next kill. Dr. Disrespect and Crafty in such a monumental moment as Dr. Disrespect does spot that player that Myth was going for. They're all in the same area. Minigun is out. Can he get the Care Bear? And yes, he can. And that's going to secure the victory for Myth and Hamlinz. And they will, in fact, knock Dr. Disrespect and Crafty out of this tournament. But, boys, can you give it up for Dr. Disrespect and Crafty? What a great performance. They made it through this tournament, and they did so incredibly well. But, man, that is... Got to give it to Krafty, one of the most underrated players, at least in our tournaments. Dr. Disrespect as well, not making a big run usually in our tournaments, but what a performance this tournament, making it the furthest he's ever made it.
And you want to think about, too, right? We were coming into, once Krafty dies in game 1, they were even, right?
Yeah.
After Krafty dies, Doc does pick up a few kills and whatnot, but for the most part, it's TSM that kind of carried. No, actually, once Doc died, TSM, they were tied, and then they kind of carried on and had a little bit of a frag advantage. You know what the score was toward the end of this game? 15-15. They tied in game number 2. So if it wasn't for Doc dying early, if it wasn't for Krafty dying early, this is probably their game to win. This is their series. This is the opportunity where they could have shut down TSM and Ninja and Daequan in the same tournament.
Wow.
Those snipes were so pivotal. That was the game changer. I mean, literally, it was minimal. It was just Twitch micro movements caused them to just barely miss those. And, of course, that's where you see that chain gun coming out from Myth up there, able to shred through. Finally, you know, they just were both together. Dr. Disrespect was a little bit more spaced, more so out there towards Tilted before he was able to make his way more towards that soccer area.
Right.
And then just unfortunately couldn't get the engagements. Did push up, gets the 1 kill. But by that point, you've got Myth and Hamlinz just shredding everything over there as a duo.
Yeah, and we also, I think it was last week where we were watching, it was like Ninja in round 1. He was pulling out the minigun. We were like, wow, this is actually pretty viable. It was after the recent patch. Maybe Myth is taking a little bit of a chapter out of Ninja's book. Maybe a lot of guys are realizing, hey, I might want to put the minigun in my arsenal. Maybe it's not. It's better to have than frag grenades. Maybe it's better to have than the plunger grenades. Like maybe it's a pretty decent 4th or 5th class slot if I don't maybe need it for shields or bandages and whatnot. So I don't know, man. I think regarding the competitive scene, we always talk about explosives and whatnot. Sometimes it's hard to find those, and we talked about it recently with the patches and whatnot. The minigun is kind of being brought back into the conversation as far as players from afar support guys who are trying to watch those structures be built. They're ready at the base, ready to take them out within seconds, within moments. And so I think maybe that's another thing that we can witness from a far perspective that Epic Games is constantly trying to innovate is the ability to make sure that not one thing is always preferred in certain situations. So it's not always the grenade launcher. It's not always whatever you want to kind of put in there, even like missiles and whatnot from time to time. Maybe now it's the minigun that they're bringing into that conversation as well to say, hey, regarding competitive, this can also be viable for taking down structures, for taking down ramps and whatnot. And in that situation for Myth, right, in the other gun, there's no way he totally cleans through that entire shed, essentially, to take down that guy. I think for the most part, it was Krafty's kill to find. Myth comes through, totally eliminates the entire structure, and also takes the guy with it. No other weapon could have done that.
And with that being said, what a great matchup. TSM's going to move on, but let's go ahead and hop into the next game here as we have Ricegum and Tupac, Thug Lord, going against 72 Hours and Cole Hogman. Now, whoever wins this will move on to play the TSM squad, and then whoever wins that will go to our final loser round to face off against Avxry and OP. Talk about a great game, but we're going to be getting it relatively soon here between the two players. Of course, we're going to be updating the graphics, but guys, this is probably second round we're hopping into. It's going to be a close one, I can only assume.
You want to do predictions, maybe?
Well, you know what? Ricegum and Tupac. Tupac Thug Lord is one of those. Is honestly a phenomenal player.
Taken out here.
I got my prediction, I think.
Jeez.
I'll be the devil's advocate here and say Ricegum and Thug Lord still have a chance. Okay, we're just going to throw it out there right now. Only 2 kills out of 72 hours. Great name, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
72 hours in general. I mean, that could mean. I feel like it could mean a lot of things.
For those who don't know, actually, 72 Hours was one of the original pickups for FaZe.
Okay.
They actually got released, and then in place of 72 Hours being dropped, they actually picked up Tfue.
Okay.
So a quick little roster talk for you. I'm used to pulling out roster mania in certain situations.
Blew my mind.
I know, dude. I know. What can I say?
He's the original roster mania. Don't know if you knew that.
Did you guys know that I was actually picked up by TSM, and then
I heard that, yeah.
realized that I was wearing a disguise as Hamlinz and was in fact not him. So that is, tried to sleeves thing, and they were like, "What are you doing in our office?" And then I left. So
what are you doing in our office?
Really very weird.
I can just see you awkwardly running out of the building in your apron.
Yeah.
Just
it's my apron.
Hogman just casually hit I think it was a 50 shield hunting rifle shot from that's at least 100 meters away. Like
I want to see a purple hunting
crazy.
rifle.
Purple hunting
that shoots a full musket bullet.
A full musket bullet.
Yeah, I wanted to
I want to see a musket added to Fortnite where it's a 30-second reload animation.
So do I. And I want you to have to be able to prime it and place the ball
you have to, like,
in the gunpowder.
I think what would be cool for like I think in Gears of War there's like an option where you can like cancel or make the reload faster if you hit like a certain button combination. I want you to have to like play like a Dance Dance Revolution style to make it go quicker. We have to like press different
I know a girl that
keyboard.
lost 104 pounds off DDR.
Anytime
I go to like a Dave & Buster's, I just do DDR, and I feel like I lost like 13 pounds.
how did we get there?
He was mentioning DDR.
Where do we go from here? Honestly,
What do you want from me? I don't know.
That's a different artist, but it works.
Hey, same thing. It's in DDR. It's Sad Boy DDR. It's a new game coming out here. But Hogman.
I just want to dance to that song.
I just want to point out
from me.
Hogman.
Your tears activate the dance.
Hogman has been casually hitting hunting rifle shots,
crying like
left
you're
and
stomping
right.
your right leg. Oh my god.
Hogman's an
absolutely.
absolute savage.
Yeah, he is.
Oh man! And what's kind of funny too about Hogman
Guys are stupid.
is that he's been playing with Fuzi throughout a lot of these tournaments. Not that I'm hating on Fuzi by any means. I think he's a console player. I know he's a very popular YouTuber as well. But this is Hogman's real opportunity to make it far in a tournament, playing alongside a guy who also happens to be a pro player. Funny enough, of course, like I said, for Team Liquid as well. So I don't know, man. Coming into this tournament, I know Hogman needed to have a last-second addition. He was talking Hysteria. He was obviously talking 72 Hours as well. This guy is absolutely insane. I think it's great to see this kind of pairing of other pro players because we get to watch the TSMs from week to week. We get to watch the phases from week to week, but we don't get to see necessarily, like I said, the complexities, the Team Liquids, at least on broadcast sometimes, just because they're either eliminated early by playing with other celebrities or they happen to get eliminated or not even playing in our tournaments as well. So I think this is a great opportunity to watch two fantastic organizations play alongside each other.
You know, at this point, I feel like Hogman's confident enough knowing that Tupac and Ricegum are knocked out of this game already that I believe he just checked his cell phone mid-match. Now, I have a quick story for everybody at home. I was once at a UMG event in 2013 playing the #1 ranked Canadian team in an open bracket LAN.
Oh, nice.
And the guy took a phone call, and we lost 6-0 in a search and destroy.
Are you serious?
With that being said, yeah,
Do
he
you know
was
who the
speaking.
player
He was a
was?
French Canadian. He was speaking in French, and
okay.
he literally beat us basically with his eyes shut and on the phone.
Was it Earthroot Gaming by chance?
I don't know, but if we would have
Okay.
won that round, I would have been able to play on main stage at UMG, which was like really before. This was like right when my
Yeah.
YouTube was starting to like.
Yeah.
So I really wanted it, and it just didn't happen because they just were literally our dads.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, actually, a quick little another story as well. I almost got to play you on main stage. Actually,
you really?
UMG Dallas. Yeah, I was actually in the bathroom when they were choosing commentators, and I was absolutely in contention for that, and I didn't get to play. So I would have.
It's okay. We ended up losing.
I mean, hey,
if Benson, you're watching this broadcast, it wasn't because of your skill.
Oh, okay.
and another fun fact too. I actually never had the opportunity to play against either of you guys. So just on that.
16. That's going to do it. A 72
that's
hours
it.
in Hog do end up taking out, but a nice game
I
one
stop
actually
clapping,
from
please? God.
Ricegum and Pac-Man. Tupac.
Well, hey, Tupac. Unfortunately,
man.
is going to be out along with Ricegum. But hey,
Props to those guys.
this is your dark horse team. They're
Yeah, I
moving
mean,
on, and this
like-
to play against TSM though.
I want to point out, like, it's my dark horse, but at the same time, it's like I think someone would be like dumb to not expect that two pro players would be making it decently far in the tournament. So, like, I'm giving myself credit, but I'm also like, yeah, not at all. So, yeah, not at all.
I don't know, man. I can't. I just feel dumb now. If I didn't expect that, I'm sorry.
I mean, hey, I
Yeah.
mean, that's why you're over there, right?
It has nothing to do with. All right, hey, bring it back to me.
I'm
All right, guys,
messing
we're gonna
around
go
with you,
to a
buddy.
quick commercial break because I got some business to take care of over on this guy, man, Landon Sanders. But before we do go on a
On
break,
the
though,
Twitterverse.
can you not? Can you please? So, anyways, got to give a shout out to our sponsors, G Fuel. Use code UMG when you are checking out on gfuel.com for 40% off your purchase. Of course, check out EGL, official EGL.com, 10% off if you use code UMG. We got a great matchup coming up. We're going to have 72 Hours and his teammate going up against the TSM boys. Trust me, it's going to be hot and heavy. It's going to get sweaty in here. It's going to get really sweaty. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Friday Fortnite. $20,000 on the line, and we are deep in this tournament. And trust me, it's getting sweaty as we got myself, Taylor, Reflections, along with Landon, and we got Legion on the couch here. And we got TSM going against Cole Hogman, as well as his friend 72 Hours from Team Liquid.
I am stoked about this game. I will tell you that right now. I just love the idea of Fortnite esports, right? We got another lobby full of 4 players who all obviously play this game on a competitive level. Very popular regarding the streaming game as well. But we got 2 guys who aren't necessarily as known, right? We got Hogman, we got 72 Hours. Both of these guys not necessarily new to our tournament. I think this is the first tournament where where 72 Hours has played in Friday Fortnite. 72, or excuse me, I keep getting the names mixed up. Hogman has been playing with Fuzi, I think, since like week 1 or week 2, and has been having some decent placements. I think their highest is top 8. So the ability for him to, like I said, play now alongside with another competitive player and seeing how well they've been doing, I don't know, man. I want to see some more competitiveness. I want to see some more, like high-level pro players in these tournaments. I know we got Team Secret waiting in the grand finals for their opponents, and we could be either seeing TSM or this squad making it through. But we still have Avxry and OP still waiting in that losers final for whoever can get to them. So
it's gonna be
a lot more hurdles to go.
It's gonna be a crazy final. I gotta say that. I'm really curious who's gonna make it through. What Legion? What's going through your mind right now?
What's going through my mind
is
honestly the breakdown of playing with more so of like a casual streamer, big time YouTuber like FuziTube, right, going into stuff, and then all of a sudden you're coming in with a pro player. I feel like mentally you're preparing yourself in more of a, I don't know, just in a better way to actually win. It's not that Fuzi or anything is bad or the skill level's not there, but it's the fact that you have somebody that's on the same level trying to go pro, already considered pro, like based off which teams you're on. I feel like you know that you've got a real shot here, no matter how deep you are into the rounds, to come in and do really well.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. TSM, though, is going to be probably their hardest competition so far. They've been playing out of their mind. They just took out Dr. Disrespect and Kraftyy, which was a great matchup in itself. We saw Dr. Disrespect and Kraftyy go really, really far into the match. And here we are. There's the man, the myth.
Hey, hit it, man.
And that is Myth. The glasses, rocking the dance, and the hoodie is off, boys.
Make it a meme.
The hoodie is off. And
Make it a meme.
And what is this? Hamlinz.
Clip it.
Hamlinz has got Dr. Disrespect on his stream saying something. This is by far the best pregame ritual I have ever seen, by the way. I just kind of want to point that out.
I want to point out,
did you see the spirit fingers?
I did. However, I need to
Bring
see
it
the
on.
hood. I need to see the hood come back on. That was
will
the
we
factor.
see Hoodie Myth in action?
Is that going to be his trademark moving forward?
He's the mellow of the Fortnite League.
That's a T-shirt design waiting to happen.
What's that?
Hoodie Myth.
TSM.
Hoodie Myth?
Yeah.
You already know. Get the merch made.
Royalties for you.
All I want is chili dogs.
That I
talked
did
about this
initiate the
earlier, Greasy
hashtag a
Grove.
few hours ago. Just pointed that out. However, I think one of the greatest ideas that I've heard the entire day, and there have been many, is the factor of adding customization and skins for your blueprint. That was all by Legion.
Listen,
That
I'm telling you, you
was
got
a
a
good
wand.
one.
Fantastic.
Disney fans,
Yeah.
maybe you can have the Fantasia wand with a hat that
be
you can
great.
wear. I mean, who knows?
Well, that is
Etch a sketch.
That is a good
100%
one.
Etch-a-Sketch,
That
for
is a
sure.
good idea. But by far the best idea I think I have heard from at least Legion tonight is the rideable gnome. I think the gnome
Mechanical
is by far
gnome.
The
mechanical gnome. I think that is by far one of the best ideas.
Can you imagine just soaring into combat on that? What if there was like a matching dragon that was really slow that you could ride as well? Like you could tame it. You could how to. I could teach you how to train your dragon.
To be fair, they do have a dragon.
Yeah.
The little
He'll get it eventually.
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Dude.
It's
continue on
animated
with your point.
films. It's fine.
It's cool. Yeah, I mean,
the
we
breakdown.
may or may have not done Disney trivia yesterday, and I absolutely
Oh,
destroyed it.
so
we do Disney all the
So
trivia
you guys
all
were
the
pointing
time.
out fun
Actually
facts
just
earlier.
learned Disney
Fun
trivia
fact:
yesterday.
we did Disney trivia yesterday,
Yeah.
and
Beat you 33-8.
turns out he is like the Disney guru. He knows every single Disney princess ever out there. Just want to point that out.
This man is beyond excited. For was it
What
Kingdom
can I say,
Hearts?
guys?
Kingdom
Oh
Hearts
yeah,
3?
Kingdom Hearts.
Are
That's
you
all
ready?
I can talk about.
I actually am pretty excited about Kingdom Hearts.
It looks amazing. First, of all.
I actually haven't played the last two, but there was I don't remember the exact number. It was Kingdom Hearts on my PlayStation 2. I grinded that to no end. I think I beat it at least 3 or 4 times, and I was like,
Were you wearing
11,
the full
12 years old.
Fantasia robe and hat? By
Have
the
you
end
ever
of
done
it, or-
cosplay?
Not at that time. I have not actually.
Have you ever done cosplay?
I have done.
It's okay. You can go and say it. It's fine.
cosplay.
You did cosplay the other day.
You
I
waited
did.
to initiate.
You did cosplay the other day in a pizza outfit.
Yeah, that's right. I did. Yeah. Hashtag DiGiorno. Yeah, no, for real. I did a lot of Bane cosplay, mostly
Okay.
just shirtless. It's kind of like Bane if he fell off the rails. It's kind of like if he decided that he really liked food but still had the mask on. So I couldn't climb out of the hole that he did in the film.
You're
But I'll tell you
shirtless.
what, if there was an elevator, I would have taken it out of there. That's for sure. Climbing's hard, right? Am I right? 2 heights in general are
Oh
just
man,
not my thing.
ladders. I just don't like ladders. Yeah.
Or pirates. Pirates are scary.
I
too.
see a new Fortnite skin coming out. The Legion shirtless Bane.
was born
Definitely
in the
rocking out there.
darkness.
I would love to see a
That was a
pirate.
phenomenal
you.
impression. Do it again.
I was born in the dark.
Oh my gosh. Bane?
Your-
Dad?
Your Smeagol was fantastic earlier, or your Gollum.
You know what? It makes me so jealous you could do all that. You know what? You need to do audiobooks, my friend.
If anybody needs their book talked over, okay, let me know.
Yeah.
Not even your own writing. I'll just
I've
talk
been
over
thinking
your
about writing one myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Is it about giant mechanical gnomes in Fortnite?
It actually happens to be exactly on that topic. So.
Actually, I still need to write
Can
fan fiction.
we switch back to the Myth's perspective here if we actually get the opportunity to?
Yeah,
I
what
just
is
wanna-
this?
I'm not saying that he's one of the best dancers I've ever seen, but I'm saying he is one of the best dancers I've ever seen, Landon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And also in a chair as well. I mean, you want to give.
Look at this guy.
What's about the
Let's
ability?
switch over to that. No, you're too late, production. You're
Yeah,
too late.
he'll jump back into it. I really like what I'm seeing here in general.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This is the kind of hype you want to see. We're going into money matches here, right? Sooner than later.
Well, we'll go into the money matches next. So whoever
after
wins
this
will
one,
move
right?
on
So
to
whoever
the,
wins it, I mean, look at the confidence he's got going at just dancing.
That's the thing about them is like they know when to get serious, but they also keep it light. They have fun with the game, and that's just something that Fortnite just allows you to do is have fun with the game. I don't know. It's just kind of something you do.
That's true, man. That's absolutely true.
Or what?
yeah.
You know.
I don't know.
But seriously, Fortnite, we're here. It's happening. We're playing.
I'm just waiting for the game to start. To be
I'm
honest
just waiting for Friday Fortnite to continue on here because if we have seen Hamlinz in action tonight in a way that I've never seen this man play in my entire life, by the end of the show, there will be no sleeves on Hamlinz.
You don't think?
You think there's
He
still
will be the sleeves. It's going to be a T-shirt sleeve.
That's the new meta.
It's the new meta.
You should have jumped
He will
shot
be
with
the
this.
sleeve.
Transformers.
He will
crazy,
be-
but into cotton. Like you transform into like a Hanes Big T, and that's the.
Just the stuff that his mind is a crazy place. If you
That
could
would be the worst super. That'd be like the worst superhero power ever. Like, what do? I turn into a T-shirt.
or no, it's the Family Guy episode. I'm turned into a bucket of water.
Yes.
Yeah,
At least the
totally-
bucket of water could be
I
useful.
haven't seen it.
Like the bucket of water could at least be useful.
I tried to carry, but you didn't laugh with me, so we couldn't
Like-
keep it going.
Okay, so realistically, turning into a bucket of water versus turning into a shirt. Like, what do you do as a shirt?
But an enemy could pick you up mistakenly and wear you, and
or
then that would be-
you could just
What would happen to that scenario?
Or if they drink you, if you're a bucket of water, you could transform back and split the.
you could turn it too tight of a shirt and suffocate the person. There's a lot of
true.
different options here. But with that being said, on from shirts, TSM going against 72 hours in Hogman. Can I get a hype in the chat? Probably not because.
Can I get a whole
Well,
yeah?
with that attitude.
Well, with the whole yeah in the chat.
All right,
let's-
chat. We need some hype ready to go. It's TSM versus Liquid 72 Hours and Cole Hogman. Just give a little bit, an ounce of hype in the chat. It's all I want. It's all I need. Please, just get some hype going. We got hashtag Hoodie Myth going on right now. He's dancing. He's feeling good. Shout out to that windbreaker. I'd love to have one. TSM, feel free to tweet at me at Lando. Let's get it. Where are we dropping? I don't exactly know as of yet, but it should be an interesting game. Here we go, boys.
I'm more excited than I've ever been here, and Cole Hogman sounds like the owner of a steel mill. I feel like that name sounds very professional if you just pronounce it actually as Cole, C-O-L-E. So TSM and
Steel mill.
dropping together on Greasy here. Going into game one of losers semifinals. Whoever wins this is guaranteed third place, splitting $3,000.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, but yeah, TSM going to be landing actually toward Greasy Grove. This is pretty uncharacteristic. If you were to tell me that one team was landing Greasy, one team was landing Salty Springs, I would definitely assume the opposite. But typical strategy that we do see from certain squads is, of course, switching on to Hamlinz's perspective. But what we do see coming in from squads as of recent is that instead of going specifically in towards Salty Springs, they're actually going to kind of go out toward the broken down buildings just on the outside, which happens to be the case. So for the opposite team here. So nice plays coming in from TSM, though. Early knockdowns going through. And looks like they don't have the greatest of equipment as of yet, but that quickly will change as the, oh my gosh.
Oh, Myth.
The
Absolutely disgusting
entirety of a
plays.
building just got destroyed in a matter of seconds.
And that's that C4. We're talking about with that buff, you're literally able to completely disintegrate an entire building. And what does that leave you when, as we mentioned earlier? You're just in there thinking everything is going to be just fine. You're looting, and the next thing you know, the floor's out from underneath you, and Hamlinz is already getting 3 knocks. Myth also on fire, and it looks like the TSM boys are going to be taking an early lead here in game one of the loser semifinals.
You know, this Greasy Grove strategy has been working incredibly well. I kind of questioned it at first, but now I'm understanding it. There's a lot of people that have been going Greasy, and I'm kind of curious to know if there's maybe a Battle Pass objective for the reason why so many people are going there. Because, man, I got to say, the competition has been heating up over in this certain area, and, of course, when they shift over to Shifty, that would be even more potentials for more kills. But come on, 7 kills within what, the first couple of minutes?
They were 7 for 19. That is unheard of when it comes down to the very beginning of a game. Like, that's unreal. I don't know, man. I think Greasy Grove is now the place to go. I mean, we've talked about the ability for TSM to initiate the strategies as one player tries to go for the jump trap. Of course, Myth is going to be ready and fighting there for the frag. But generally, right? I mean, it was previously with Salty Springs. Maybe we're seeing TSM change up the meta yet again. 7 for 19 in the first 100. That's unreal.
This is 10 kills already. Once he drops this guy, there's already a player knocked. Hamlinz able to eliminate the guy that's down. Takes out another one with the shotgun, folks. We have got an extremely large lead here. First 40... Literally a quarter of the kills are now going to be on them. 11 total for TSM. A whopping 0 right now for Liquid.
That's
72
crazy.
hours. And Hogman, still though, just game 1. Still plenty of eliminations left here for Liquid and Cole to make this comeback, as you're going to see them finally getting some engagements here in Dusty Divot.
And definitely so. Dusty Divot's been one of the hot spots as well whenever it comes to overall kills. And we're seeing that now as 72 hours is beaming his opponents over there in Dusty, and I believe he has a player above him. Maybe he's just building up for whatever reason to get that high ground. But there he goes. He does take some damage. That's going to be from Dusty. No mats, and players are going to be on either which side of him.
Yeah, puts up the backboard and tries to reinitiate the fight.
Yeah, he definitely does, and dodging sniper bullets like the Matrix. But he is running out of ammunition. He does have a shotgun in his back pocket. Of course, not going to work at that range, so he's got to be careful as to what is about to go down. But luckily for him, he does have Hogman down below pushing to try and give him a little bit of an extra cushion in terms of defense. And he's going to be on top of this player. Great building strategies overall. C4 does go out to bring him down to the ground, and he's going to get some pop shots on him from up above. Great recovery from these two gentlemen.
Yeah, nice plays, of course, to trying to dive into Dusty Divot, and that seems to be working out pretty decently in the overall scheme of things. Of course, 3 kills, of course, to, TSM's 11, down by 8 for the time. But, hey, the game is still early. We're still got, 42 engagements still to be found, but looked a little bit scary for a time. There was actually a moment where I think it was 72 hours, took off his headset, went into auto-running mode, and a sniper bullet happened to whistle past his ear. So a little bit of a scary scenario for a moment there from 72, but took the sniper bullet with a grain of salt, kind of moved on from it, put the backboard toward the one enemy who was shooting at him from, I think that might have been like something around the shifty mode, or not shifty, but I think it was something like greasy or something on those lines, but managed to take the bullet and moves on from here. So pretty decent play from them, and now they got the hot Brox. Like I said, this is the interstate. When it comes down to this map, you can go pretty much anywhere that you want to, and we'll see which portion of the map they then to try and attack.
Now just 5 mats here, as you can see Myth making his way up top, trying to get the protection here for Hamlinz, as he's going to be healing up as well. Luckily, he's got 2 of those minis in a full shield pot, so he's going to be just fine sitting at 132. Makes that edit, knows he now needs to help, but it looks like they're going to be able to take that player out as well, making it a 12-kill game for TSM. Now leading, 14 actually. Counting is really hard, I'm going to tell you that right now. 14-3, a very good game 1 start for them. 31 engagements left, and they're still just having a good time at Shifty Shafts.
Yeah, Shifty Shafts could have the potential to have even more engagements, but it looks like, according to where they marked on the map, they're going to be heading over towards Tilted to pick up some further engagements there. So 3 hotspots already, as we saw them take over Greasy, we saw them take over Shifty, and now they're going to take over Tilted for more kills. And now I can kind of see, right? Greasy has a lot of engagements, but when they rotate over to Shifty, they have potential for more loot, more engagements, and also those mushrooms too that they can pick up to kind of give them a little extra padding when it comes to their shields. So I'm definitely seeing the overall strategy for this rotation. Plus, they're on the edge of the circle to catch anybody who's going to be pushing in, who's maybe on the outskirts of the map whenever they drop. But great stuff coming in from TSM. Great start. 72 hours, Hogman, they've got a lot of work ahead of them.
Great shot out of Hogman there on the bottom right corner. You see now they're finally starting to creep up in kills again. Another 3 out of him with that swipe. Now a total of 6 here, only down 8. And of course, I got to be honest with you, Taylor, I absolutely love mushrooms and apples being an addition to this game. Considering you can't heal with bandages, it does give players that opportunity, especially when you're in those weird pressure situations with that storm closing in, to get some extra heals in on the way out. And of course, I just like the fact that they're big and edible, and I feel like you'd be really full after 3 or 4.
You definitely would be, honestly. Mushrooms are a great treat, apparently, even in this game, and apples too. Hogman having a little trouble there.
Yeah,
unfortunately crashing. Got to watch out for those steps. That happens in real life too. And trust me, it's tragic when it happens.
Does it happen to you in the parking lot on occasion?
I used to work at Kroger as one of the baggers, and riding shopping carts was kind of my specialty. Trust me, it has happened.
We've seen him hit a ramp off of an old sack of potatoes once.
It has happened.
They were so old that he was able to sharpen them into small little ramps. And that's a true statement there. Mytho finally getting the hunting rifle in his hands. A nice double pump combo there as well. Will he be able to connect with one of these players? He says, hey, Mr. 1x1, if you stick your head out one more time, I'm going to punish. And that is exactly what these pro players do. They punish here.
Okay.
Running out of mats slowly, though, as we move along.
Definitely running out of mats
like we knew we
after
would.
that. I don't know what just happened there, but he happened to convulse on his blueprint screen there for the time. But it looks like Explosion's starting to come through. He happens to try to find one on the opposite end, 93 HP. He's still set and ready to go. But no mats. He's loading down toward the bottom side of the mountain. Takes, 49 damage, making his way through. And it looks like he's going to be an engagement. Does get taken down. He has been dropped. Will he be fully thirsted is the question. And now he's living at the hope of one random player
They're
to
both
save
knocked.
him.
Both down.
They're both gone. TSM, though, still 14 kills, an amazing start to this game one for them, which is actually huge considering they got knocked out. Still plenty of engagement for Hogman and 72 hours to make this comeback and take the lead for our game one with 28 engagements left in this game.
I'm going to point out that TSM's original start was probably the best start that we've seen in all of Friday Fortnite. They found 7 of the first 19 kills in a game. As a duo, that doesn't happen. That doesn't probably seem like an insane stat to a lot of people. 7 of the first 19. There are so many kills that are happening. We talked about, I think at one point I was talking about, there was 80 guys alive. 30 seconds later, there were 60 alive. Like, that's how fast a lot of these frags happen. The fact that they were involved that quickly, they had 14 kills in total, right, as a duo, when there were still 65 players alive. That is unreal stuff. This early in the game, they were on pace to break our duo's kill record for Friday Fortnite. Of course, they do get eliminated early. They start to kind of slow down their pace, and this is the opportunity for Hogman in 72 hours to get brought back. But this is a sweat off the brow type of situation. This is a second life. This is a second opportunity for this team to bring it back. And in our losers semifinals, man, I mean, like I said, one of the greatest starts in all of Friday Fortnite. They go out early. Now you have the opportunity to at least bring this game back, this series back, to an even playing field. You couldn't be more blessed than that right now.
Now, when you start to see those players do the little jump pad survey, you usually know. I'm usually across the map scoped in with a sniper rifle, scared to take the shot. I know that when I run into that guy's skin later on in the game with his little purple eye backpack, that I'm going to be scared of him, all right? Because you see a lot of these pro players are playing as these default skins so they can purposefully bait players into thinking that they're bad. So I prefer, I mean, I started doing it as well.
Oh, yeah.
And not on purpose on the Switch. I just don't want to
ask you,
rebuy skins. But look at the, ooh, what is this skin?
This is the what is it, like a electro skin or whatever? This was like whenever EDM was around, they kind of came out with these skins here.
Oh yeah,
and this also when they came out with the glow stick pickaxe as well.
Dude, the glow stick pickaxe
is nice.
The glow stick,
super clutch.
It definitely is. Of course, I own both of these skins plus the pickaxe. Just saying.
Well, okay, just want to brag a little bit, Taylor, but it's okay though. It's fine.
Kind of spend a lot of money.
Happens to be rocking the Vuvuzela melee weapon as well. Shout out to the World Cup and watch Spain versus Portugal. They tied, I think, 3-3.
Wow, did you actually know I'm part Portuguese?
Are you really?
Right?
Believe it or not, yeah.
Wow. So were you rooting on Portugal?
I'm always gonna. I mean, the USA unfortunately wasn't in it, so I'm rooting for Mexico and Portugal.
I forget who we lost to. We lost to someone. Obviously, to not make it there. That's what happens.
We
just weren't chosen. America. We just didn't get opportunity.
Oh man, no kills found by 72 hours. Oracle Hogman at this point, they are down. Current of 8 kills, and of course they had plenty of engagements left, but 16. But even with that being so, a llama is going to be found.
Hit
Check
the llama.
this
So
out.
once again, going back, I still want to touch on. I don't like the fact that they limited it down to 200, and the reason being is because there's only 3 llamas on the map. Okay, at any point in time, there's only 3 llamas. When you find one, it is game changing. But there's no reason to nerf it as much as they did. I would like to see them increase it just a little bit more.
For pubs, I definitely agree. From a competitive aspect, I want the least amount of randomness as possible in a game, and so the fact that it's kind of like based off of whatever really is in the game at that point, it to me is a little bit kind of like iffy. Like I don't want the less randomness, the better. Essentially, like you want to get rid of as much RNG as possible to make a game as competitively as it possibly can be, because competitive and RNG are total opposites. You don't want them to intertwine whatsoever. But I don't know, man. I definitely agree regarding the competitive scene, or excuse me, regarding the pub scene. But as far as competitive, I don't know, man. I'm just not a big fan of the llamas, especially how many resources that you get from the llamas. When you talk about build fights, 1,500 resources, you mean handing that off to some of your teammates and you're back into a building fight no matter what. I don't know.
That is one.
And also, too, we talk about, right, when it comes into competitive, each one of our squads, or whether it's duo squads, I mean, obviously the future of Fortnite competitive esports continues to be seen. So if you want to talk about all players in a lobby are competitive players, one of them is going to spot at least 2 out of the 3 llamas, if not all 3 llamas. So there's going to be at least a fight where that team utilizes that llama in competitive play.
That Skybridge takedown there. Unfortunately, no kills that come out of that, but looks like they're going to be involved in 2 gunfights here as 72 Hours and Hogman are going to be just soaring and foring. Anybody that comes into the direction here knows that there's going to be 2 teams engaged. They don't even spot them, don't even hear them. They're not playing with headphones. They're playing with marshmallows in their eardrums, apparently, because that guy did not hear him fall down right behind him. Gets up top, and as you can see, this is going to be one of those moments where he's going to try to edit the second player once he gets in a gunfight, but nice teamwork there from 72 Hours as he's going to get jumped and still manages to get those shots off. Spots another, and you can see the heavy shotgun damage is insane. Pops another one, and again, the shotgun long range. Absolutely, Hawkman. I'm liking what I'm seeing from you, brother.
That's one thing about the heavy shotguns. Even though all the shotguns were, in fact, nerfed, the heavy shotgun got no nerf, which means that is why it is currently being used, and it is so effective. The shots travel. You get more distance with the heavy shotgun than you would with any other. So great stuff coming in from that damage fall-off. Great work. They pick up 4 more kills to put it at a 4-kill deficit at this point, moving into the second round. Of course, we still have 8 more engagements. We could see a lead come in here as we do see Beeman, the player with the zoom is in fact going to be 72 Hours as his teammate is going to be moving up to the right. And here we see the rolls now starting to come into play. 72 Hours is going to be in the back trying to pick up these kills. Bless you. Absolutely, Legion. He's going to be trying to get these kills from the back. Cole Hogman. Why isn't he pushing? He's got to push up. He's got to be aggressive at this point. You've got 72 Hours beaming down from the bottom.
Does he have 1 kill?
He does have 1 kill.
So he's definitely playing the assist role here. Because we saw him distance-wise. Hawkman was up close. And we've seen literally almost every player from the remaining squads basically be engaged in this weird small area right in Salty. So as you can see, hopefully we're going to see Hawkman get a nice build, but he does end up knocking him through there. 189 damage. Manages to get the thirst as well, not thrust. For some reason, that's what wanted to come out of my mouth there. Gets the thirst. It's just a head peek here. A nice pump as well from 72 Hours, and then takes him down too.
And if we get the opportunity, I want us to compare the classes right now regarding these 2 players, because, of course, we talk about the roles that they have in play right now. You would talk about a support player, 72 Hours, right? He has double pump. He's got one of them being a common. He's got a common regular assault rifle. He also has a scoped AR. The scoped AR is the most important factor we're bringing up. And Hogman's arsenal right now. He has 2 heavy shotguns. He has a SCAR, and I think he has a few other things to his title as well. There's a major difference as far as the classes right now. He also has a blue hunting rifle. That is hardcore based off of slays. That's hardcore based off of being in your face type of play style. And this is a fantastic thing to see regarding what is super evident right now in a support player and the aggressor. Hogman is the aggressor. 72 happens to be the transition player in the back lines, firing from afar. And I think it's great to see these guys kind of implementing these roles, and I'm sure they're playing in scrims all the time.
He is so accurate with the hunting rifle. He hits shots left and right. I honestly, he rivals that of some of the best competitive players whenever it comes to sniping overall. But as I say that, he gets taken out from a sniper shot, 113 meters, and now it's going to be up to 72 Hours to either A, go for the kills or go for the res. But at this point, he has ramps. He doesn't have any ramps. He doesn't have any. He's being forced now to try and get scraps over here in Salty Springs to try and get some resources so he can make a push at his opponents up ahead. And I do believe they will, in fact, be at quite a distance. Like I said, we saw that snipe shot at 113 meters.
And one thing that's important to mention as well is that after Hogman dies, all of his resources, his heavy shotguns, his SCAR, his blue hunting rifle, that all goes to the opposition. So that's one thing that 72 Hours has to be keeping in the back of his mind. He doesn't have the preferred weapons. The fact that he gave those over to Hogman now happens to work against him. So that's when the roles, obviously, that come into play at times can also hurt you. When your main aggressor, the guy who has the best kit in the entire game, most likely, is now taken out, you have to face off against against that squad now of players who now have that kit in their hands.
And let's not forget to mention here that they're actually still down a kill despite Myth and Hamlinz being out for so long. It's currently 14-13. TSM still in the lead. 3 engagements, so plenty of kills here for them to take a lead. But we're basically going into a second game here, rather, a 2-game apparently, with a pretty close matchup here. So it's going to be all determined in game 2.
Yeah, it definitely is. You see those plungers going out, and that's one of the things we talked about when it comes to destroying bases. We saw some ramps being built up, but he had such a great height advantage that he's able to just beam down those bullets and rain them down. Is the only 3 players remaining, and to go in, right, relatively even into the second round, every kill is, in fact, going to count.
Let's watch the edit play here.
Oh, the impulse into the tree!
Oh, the tree! What a save!
The tree of life!
And the save from 72 hours. Extreme. I mean, look at this versatility here in his build. Manages to go, oh, you trap me in? Good night, Papa.
Oh, my gosh. 72
Still
happens to
gets
stay
the
like
trap! The trap!
Oh, my
What
gosh.
a clutch trap!
A second opportunity at life, and he makes it worth it. Another player, though, is hot on his tracks. He places another trap down.
And he knocks him with the trap!
Back-to-back trap kills. Oh, my goodness. 72 hours. I don't know how you've happened to pull this off.
He's got it both!
Another
He
one.
killed the whole final
He just
squad.
killed 3 players with a trap after he gets impulsed into a tree. Fortnite Esports, be still my heart. 72, what was that?
That
was unreal.
That's a highlight. That's a highlight clip. Somebody needs to edit that into a montage
Oh my
immediately.
He won the
God.
game.
With some EDM.
He won the game from a tree, and then won it with 2 traps.
Oh my God. That's unbelievable. Like, that's one of the craziest plays I've seen in all of Fortnite.
It's like the reverse of the movie The Happening.
What is?
Like he was helped by the environment instead of murdered by it. And I just can't believe, which, by the way, one of the worst Mark Wahlberg films ever made.
100%. I agree with you on that. That is another great idea you
we
had
can all
tonight.
agree
Yeah.
in that situation there, yes.
It was the plants.
Oh my gosh, man.
The tree ended up coming out there and just really helping him out there at the end.
I want to go back in theater mode and just I hope 72 uploads that in some way from their perspectives. Like
What is Fortnite? He gets impulsed into a tree,
yeah.
and then wins the game with traps.
Oh, 3 players.
All 3 players.
And those are 3 good players too.
Well, apparently not. They
No,
ran
no,
into
no,
3
no.
traps.
Those
He
are
baited
3
them
good
with
players.
the edits for the first one, too.
Yeah, no, he
Traps him.
did. He did.
And then it's like the other guy, I don't know what he did when he jumped that into the trap down. He was like,
Oh my God.
just gets cut in half.
Dude.
It's like a magician that's really bad at his job.
That is on my top 5 of Fortnite throughout the entirety of the game so far. Like Ninja's play, we've talked about what was it? The revolver play coming in for Myth. That one absolutely is up there regarding best moments in Friday Fortnite history for
He
sure.
wins it with the trap.
That is. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
I
like I said, there's 3 guys alive, right? Those guys took out Hogman. They have his resources. They're good on basically everything. They at least have a scar, probably another one. They got double pump. They got everything to rock with. They probably have splodes as well. But they go for the challenge, and 72 baits all 3 of them into grabbing. I think he only uses 2 traps. It wasn't like he trapped an
no, he
entire
has 2
room.
traps.
He didn't use an entire room.
He
Mind
had one
you,
left. 3 people died from the same
I would like
two.
to say, but most importantly, one of the battle pass objectives is to get 3 kills with the trap. He just
There you
earned
go,
that,
72
too.
hours.
So-
Congratulations. In
Not
the middle
only-
of a $20,000 tournament.
He just
You're
got
out here getting trap kills. I can't appreciate that play more at that point. At that point, you just have to, at the end of the day, even if for some reason, if they end up losing this, it's like you go home and you're like, this Twitter clip might make up the amount of loss before he made it in the money.
He's like,
in one video.
Like, you know what? I might have just won maybe nearly $10,000. You know what, though? I'm so close to my battle pass next level.
Yeah.
That's all that I could care about.
That's all that matters.
That blockbuster skin, though.
He's probably like getting
Blockbuster skin.
He's probably getting super hyped, like, oh my gosh, let's go. And Hogman's like, yeah, dude, how'd you just clutch that out? And he's like, no, dude, I just got another level in my battle pass. Like, that's insane.
Battle pass is life, by the way. Just want to say.
I have been working for years to try to find 7 supply drops or 7 supply boxes of ammo in one game. I still haven't gotten it yet.
Yeah, you know where you have to do that at?
Where's that?
If you can make it out of one city. You can find
that doesn't
another
happen
city.
to
We
me,
don't make it out of there,
unfortunately.
Landon. Yeah, it's
no.
crazy to think that
Yeah.
the play style would.
Team Butterfly doesn't see a whole lot of
Team Butterfly
success.
doesn't see a whole lot of success out of there. We actually land Loot Lake and hide in the water underneath mats. At least 3 out of 4 drops.
We underneath mats. That's what we got underneath.
And Matt, which is our friend who builds above us. So we're actually underneath Matt, and we stay alive in that
that's
scenario
very
here.
true,
So
yeah.
TSM now, I believe, down by maybe, what, 1 kill?
It's a handful at the very least.
Let's call him Liquid Coal. How about we call that the team name here for the right side?
Liquid Coal. I like
Yeah,
that.
72 hours in Hogman. 72 hours is a lot of words.
Can I point out like one of the best combinations of all time? Going back to my Call of Duty roots, it happened to be when Burnsoft joined Team Liquid. It was Liquid Burns.
Oh yeah,
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's an amazing.
I missed the name
there.
E-Girl Slayers. That was always a great
That was a
name
good
from
one
back
yeah.
in the day.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Revan.
Yeah.
Also, Rainbow Trout. That was a team
Burns.
name that I used to play against.
Rainbow
Yeah.
Trout.
Abusement Park. That was fun.
Well, speaking
So
of
many good names.
Well, giving you guys an update. There's a score. 2 kill lead for 72 hours and Hog. That is not a lot, but you know what? Here we are. They're going to be.
Oh, look at Myth, dude. He's on the hunt.
That's
And he's no longer on the hunt anymore. Oh, this is actually very bad for him. This is very, very bad for Myth right now. There's no floor. Oh my gosh, a leprechaun or maybe even an elf just happened to open the door with a shotgun to your face.
That's actually Will Ferrell from the movie Elf. He just got done drinking 4 gallons of maple syrup. An unbelievable play there from Will, almost killing the Halloween bandit here as he is going to be making his way back to the McDonald's where he escaped from here. The Hamburglar needs to definitely put his mask back on. The kids are scared of the skull.
Oh, my.
But spots 2 players and manages to knock one. Actually, his teammates in there. And another one. It looks like the Leprechaun's going to be coming back in. Will Ferrell does get taken out. The blonde man himself finally drowned in his own maple syrup. Something we haven't seen in years here, Landon.
It's absolutely true. Yelled Santa, but unfortunately could not find him, as it looks like Myth and Hamlinz will escape with 2 kills. But it looked a little bit scary, right? To think Myth took a decent shotgun shot to the stomach, and thankfully will survive, of course, rocking the ever-coveted skin. Everyone wants it, and no one has it, apparently, except for Myth and like maybe 3 other people, so that's rather unfortunate. But hey, I still got some more floors to loot out as moving on from Myth and Hamlinz's perspective. Hamlinz is going to find another player, as per usual. It's pretty expected. But, yeah, regarding 72 Hours in Hogman, they're playing pretty static. Not a whole lot of momentum going for them. We've got pretty much uncommon and common loadouts. I don't think we see hardly a blue.
He's got
in the-
enough
in the
silenced
arsenal.
SMGs to potentially take down a single tree with all those bullets combined. So that's pretty exciting. But obviously now a 2-kill lead out of the TSM boys. No engagements on the side of Liquid. And, of course, Hogman, 72 hours, though, finally maybe able to see some life here as they're making their way towards the divot. And, God, there's just one of those areas where when it's very early on in the game, if you're unfortunate to come in with rare loot, or no loot, rather, by the way, for the record, the blue revolver, I think, is the rarest gun in the game.
Really?
So, yeah, I think it's the rarest gun in the game. Yeah, I find it once a day, even after about 40 matches, which, by the way, out of a solid 40, we're winning 4 here, so shout out to that 10%.
Ooh, LMG from the distance and still manages to get the player. You talk about recoil control, but still, he will take some shots as they are trying to go into residential at retail, but he finally does, in fact, get the knock. But even so, TSM answering on the other side as we see Hamlinz has managed to get 2 kills, 2 eliminations at that point, answering right back, pushing into residential and retail. Could be the potential for a lot of kills for himself, but with that being said, still taking damage. It's going to be Hogman. But if I know one thing about him, he is nasty with that hunting rifle, and he has been trying his best to pick off as many heads as he possibly can.
Oh, and I think 72 happened to just find a gold bolt as well. That's going to, without question, leave a mark. That's for certain. But also might want to put up the backboard here soon because he's got a full-on view. And you talk about retail row, how many buildings, how many players are probably lingering in retail row. The fact to have the greatest sniper in the entire game, looking at that throughout the entirety of the map, it's a pretty nice little line sight to hold. We could definitely be seeing a few more frags get found here from 72 and Hogman here in a few moments.
Wow, an amazing
through a
knock.
Tree! 72, you don't just jump in them, but you also fire through. That was how did he see that player?
He spotted him, and his head was barely visible through the roof. Manages to just see through those leaves somehow.
Oh my
Spots
gosh.
him. I mean, talk about an ambush, literally. I mean, he just drops him, and it looks like he was a solo player alive for one of those squads that they were actually fighting. It's so 4 kills now for 72 hours in Hogman. That's going to be 6. So they're going to be actually losing by, I believe, 1 kill.
72 is actually Tarzan, believe it or not. He jumps in trees, and he also has great vision through the foliage as well.
Yeah,
so,
I actually believe it. I saw him in the reboot that they actually did recently.
Yeah.
And also, after the last game of 72 hours, I believe you have to be coming out of this with so much hype backing you up. At this point, does that guy know how to build a wall?
Wow.
I don't think any of them do. They've got pop rocks, and of course the team shots coming out of Hamlinz and Myth just out of this world. That last player over there is trying to build himself in. He says, please don't push me. I have 5 mats left.
Yeah, Myth was beaming the players down below and great shots. And look at
Wow.
that pop
Guy's
shot there.
He killed himself.
Came in with the sub, and there he is getting some more damage down and another elimination in their pockets to bring them to a total of 11 kills so far. Once again, another great start. We see a total of 22 engagements still remain. And on the opposite end, we have only 4 kills, which means, of course, now 72 Hours in Hogman, they came in with a little minor league, but now they have a huge deficit to cover, and not a lot of engagements remain.
And we've been talking about, like, oh my gosh, like 72 and Hogman, they're starting to get involved in the engagement game. Like, they're starting to kind of bring themselves back into it. But every time they start to find a few frags or a few eliminations, Myth and Hamlinz are right there to respond back each and every single time. So while we've been giving them a lot of credit, like we said, we go back to Hamlinz and Myth's perspective, and we're like, oh yeah, they also have 11 frags as well. So definitely when it comes down to this matchup, I think it's fair. 72 Hours in Hogman, they've got to play better. They need to play more aggressive as well. We came into a few of their games from time to time, and they were having, I think, like 20, 21, 22 elimination games. They need to replicate that performance to take down TSM, because I don't know, man. TSM, they obviously got dropped a little bit early in their last game, but if they continue on at that pace, they can set the new duos record in Friday Fortnite. So these guys are on a new one, and you got to keep playing at a very high level pace to drop them. And I believe in that scenario, we see 72 Hours from afar. That's his role, that's his play style, but it doesn't work out. We see Hamlinz up close, steals that kill right out from under Liquid 72.
72 Hours in Hogman now down by about 5 to TSM, so you're looking at 19 engagements for them left. You know, both teams they're kind of split up here. So you see 72 Hours in Hogman. Wait a second, who's pushing? Is Hogman riding somebody else's cart there? Is that TSM's shopping cart?
It's actually Myth who's driving.
Hey, listen, sometimes you just got to push as a gang. You know what I mean? Because those engagements, I feel like he's super confident he's going to be able to take all those kills from the TSM boys.
If I was Myth, I would just let the cart go down Dusty Divot and just let him kind of travel. I think he was trying to maybe pull off that strat. Not exactly sure. Oh, I love this. If he hit a kill, that would be amazing. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, interesting strategy coming in. You know, we see that often throughout Friday Fortnite. We've seen some reses come in from the opposite team. We saw that in our last tournament, obviously helping push with, and there's no rule against that. There's rules against sabotaging, but not rules against helping the other teammate. As I say that, though, Hogman picked up a nice kill on that bottom right screen. He's going to have some loot straight in front of him to kind of close a little bit of that deficit out as the kills are starting to dwindle away. It's definitely going to be a close one, but we're looking at Hamlinz. He's over at Loot Lake. He has plenty of mats there. Finds 2 chests in front of him. Hopefully he'll be able to get something out there. He does get a half pop, but he's got to watch out. He is very, very exposed, and he's not building up.
There was actually a challenge here. I think it was in Season 3 that was pretty difficult to get because obviously it's a super wide open area and whatnot. I think it was like 10 stars to obviously try and get.
Go to the boat.
And it was around that, yeah, I think it was like right around that area. But like the major thing was like, hey, if you grab these chests, then you have the opportunity to easily take out players. And I went there probably 5 or 6 times in a row and easily either got exploded or shot with snipes from about 75 meters out. So props to for Hamlinz to, of course, have those chests be available and to also do it and not be shot at. So, you know, there's that.
Definitely. So, I mean, come on, it's such an open area. But at this point, looking at the screens, we do see another engagement going down. 72 Hours manages to get a knock and yet another potential knock straight in front of him. That player is not building up.
Is he sticking him
Oh,
here?
he's
sticking him.
Double sticks him 72 Hours.
That is
making some of the
awesome.
most montage-esque plays we've seen. If he gets another one here, throwing those sticky plungers, a.k.a. the bathroom cleanup grenades, this is gonna be fantastic. Nothing's getting stuck here. I'll tell you that, Landon.
Definitely so, as we're seeing he's pushing up. Another shot's in front of him, and this is actually really a good opportunity for them to close this deficit, finding all the players straight in front as they keep engaging. And I do believe, looking at his mini-map, 72 Hours is all alone, which means all these kills are ripe for the picking if he's able to get them all. And that is exactly what you want if you're at a deficit, especially against a team like TSM. Porta-forts galore as 2 are going to come down. Of course, there might be a player inside there. He's going to jump in. Nobody's home. Actually, there is a player just below.
You might be able to plunger him.
And I don't think he's. I don't think he saw.
Or wait, he might be going for the bait. Yeah, I think he actually knows this guy's here. He's wanting him to go down from the bottom, but he's actually going to go and just explode the floor. We'll see how this frag can potentially come through. Of course, tries to go for the blind fire. Also sets up the outside ramp to make sure if that one does get shot down, that he is going to be safe. To go for what happens to be 2 players here. Shuts down one. Goes for the 360.
Amazing
drops
shots.
Another as well.
Another
the
one in
slurp
front.
juice lingering, but here comes the third enemy. Can he find that one? And yes, 72 Hours, 3 frags in a row, and another opportunity to bring themselves back into this game, trying to close that deficit versus the boys on
They already
teams.
have.
They're up by one.
They're
Oh,
up by
wow.
1 kill.
Okay.
Yeah, TSM is currently going to be down by 1 kill and 12 engagements remaining. We do see a split finally as Hamlinz. He's going to be at Tilted. Myth, he's going to be off still by Loot Lake. 72 hours. And
my
Hogman
gosh,
still
man.
finding more engagements as Hogman gets another knock. And, of course, another one in front. And he's going to get the elimination. And that's going to be 2 more in his back pocket to put them up 3 total kills. The kills are starting to get away. TSM, they could have a chance of being knocked out of this tournament. 72 hours and Hogman could win this.
I think we're going to see a tie, Taylor.
I don't know.
I'm just throwing that
4
out there.
kills.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that would be absolutely absurd. Of course, we see how close Game 1 and Game 2 are as far as frags are considered, coming down to the wire as what? 9 players are
9
still
more
up
engagements.
and ready to go. They're not about to be alive for much longer, as I believe Myth has spotted 1 engagement in front of him. He's kind of off in the distance by his lonesome. And this is a great opportunity for TSM, right? You talk about all guys being clumped around the same area of the map. You don't have to worry about kind of exchanging kills.
Oh, tried to do a rocket jump.
Now, there is at least 2 forts, one just toward his north side. There's one just outside of northwest. He has the opportunity to probably at least take down 2 or 3 players. I believe Hamlinz at the same time happens to be engaging on guys just outside of Loot Lake as well. So this is a huge opportunity for TSM to absolutely close this deficit and to bring themselves back into this game. Of course, bringing out the minigun that's going to explode the entire setup. And here comes the rush.
Definitely the rush is, in fact, going to be coming through. All alone is, in fact, going to be Myth. And now we're starting to see that potential of the minigun showing its true potential. And here we are seeing the typical Myth. He's going to be pushing up, getting that high ground above his opponent. His opponent has no idea who he's going to be dealing with. But, oh, no, he loses the high ground. He's going to have to retake it as a boogie bomb does, in fact, come in. Does he take advantage of it? Falls down, but manages to recover with the build. Comes in, player just below him. Does he get the kill? He's trapped in a box with him. Anything can happen. And he does, in fact, get the knock. Now, the question is, where are the rest of the teammates? And it looks like he's going to be shot from above, doing some defensive building, and his mats are running low. And I say low because, of course, we know how he can build, but finally he gets a little bit of a buffer. Minis there in his back pocket, doesn't need him, and he's going to edit down and finds another player in front, taking some major damage. He's got to be careful at this point. Edits have to be on point. Does, in fact, get the kill, guys. We are literally getting down to mere kills between these 2 teams, and Hamlinz is taking damage himself. But that's
by himself, yeah. He actually dropped out and took fall damage.
Oh, did he take fall? Okay,
Yeah,
I thought I was about to say he's in another engagement, but I'm seeing 72 hours on Hogman. They're going to be building up. They're trying to meet up with Myth up ahead.
Yeah.
It's literally coming down to mere kills at this point. But with that being said, an elimination comes in from Hogman, picking it up. And at this point, the score is so incredible.
That's it, boys.
That's it. If he picks up this kill especially, and I believe TSM is out of the tournament.
Hogman might have just did it there. He with that 1 shotgun kill and a few eliminations at the end, that might have just sealed the deal. Oh my gosh, Myth knew he had the game in his hands. He just had to survive and find almost every single elimination. Wow. But once we see 72 and Hogman come through, I think that's what does it. I think they find 2 eliminations there at the end.
Wow.
And that just kind of propelled them to taking the victory here. But what a series. And we talk about the start that TSM had in game number 1. They get eliminated early. We see 3 kills being the overall difference maker. They started off 7 for 19 in the entire lobby. 19 kills went down. TSM was a part of the original 7 in Game 1. They get taken down after finding 14 early frags when there were still 60 players alive. And the incredible start, of course, they do get eliminated early. That's when 72 and Hogman start to make a little bit of a transition back. And that's the exact same thing in this game as well. For 72 and Hogman, it was about... It was like what? The turtle versus the hare in this situation. Yeah. It wasn't about the fast-paced play. It was about being consistent and slowly making your way into the match. And we obviously saw 72 have his moments, right? There were some incredible edits. We talked about the 3-player trap at the end.
Yeah.
He's the only guy alive in that scenario, right? There's no one else alive. He's the only person up. And that's whenever the plays were being made from Cole and from Liquid in this scenario, is whenever everyone was down and they could really kind of propel their skills. I don't know, man. TSM, they might have got a little bit of that aggressor bug in them, and that's why we see them having a little bit of an early exit.
I'm just thinking about the YouTube potential out of there for 72 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as a creator, that's one of those videos where you can clickbait because it's not actually clickbait because everything you're describing happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
how would you even clickbait it?
How would I clickbait
what would be the
title?
Not clickbait. Right?
Beating, it'd be like TSM destruction trap murder, like I don't know, something like that. It'd be like it'd be really dark. Apparently,
that is a crazy clickbait.
It'd be really clickbait. I don't even know. Insane pro tournament win. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you put in there.
Well, guys, TSM out of the tournament, and we're going to see 72 hours Hogman to move on to the final losers round. They're going to be playing against Avxry and OP. This is a $3,000 match, whoever loses it, but this is also a $7,000 potential, whoever goes on for potential second place finish, first place $10,000 obviously, but this is a big match, $4,000 difference between winning and losing it, and this is the first time we're seeing either of these teams in the money itself. So
I was going to say, this is the first time we're actually, well, not the first time, but this is, once TSM loses, we're now going to see a new champion, right?
We are.
Once TSM is out, that means that one of our new squads has the ability to win their first place ever. That's insane. And also with the money as well. That's a huge factor when it comes into Friday Fortnite.
We have what? Wait, I don't know. It's gonna be crazy. I was about to. What's the team names? Who's up top? It's Domentos and Mongraal, and they go by Team Secret. Team Secret. Yeah. Team Secret. Never been in our tournaments. Now they're already in the finals. Honestly, if I was making a bracket. Who was the one who mentioned calling Warren Buffett or something like that last time? I think it was you who said you call Warren Buffett and try and get the prize pool elevated like way up. No, actually it was Ryan.
Oh, yeah, it was Ryan. Yeah.
He was like, I'm going to contact Warren Buffett because anybody can predict these brackets. It's just not possible.
Oh, yeah.
It's not possible.
No
one can
It's like
predict
my
this.
March Madness picks.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about college basketball. I haven't since March Madness 05 on original Xbox.
Okay.
So,
by the way, they need to make another March Madness game.
yeah, where are you at right now?
Man,
with
that'd
that?
be so fantastic.
Well, guys, speaking of which, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to have the losers' final match up to determine the winner. $4,000 difference. Who's going to move on to play Team Secret in the final round? You got to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. Here we are to the losers' final round. And, of course, like we said, we've been saying it the whole entire tournament, you couldn't call this, even if you could see the future with G, feel like you can, in fact, yourself, Legion. But Avxry, as well as OP, going against 72 Hours and Hogman. This is a $4,000 match. Whoever loses out on this will lose out on $4,000. So a lot of money riding on the line. But on top of that, a spot to the championship round is on the line.
It's that great feeling or utter depression, essentially, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one or the other, Landon, and I got to tell you, it's either going to be tears or it's going to be a lot of smiling, and it's pretty much my day as a whole in general, pretty split down the middle 50-50, but 72 Hours in Hogman, an absolutely stunning performance in the losers semifinals, and of course, Avxry and OP, they've been iced now for a few hours waiting after falling from the winners finals into the losers finals now, and of course, as you mentioned before, $3,000 guaranteed for the loser of this match, and a potential extra $4K for whoever comes in second place. And, of course, we're going to find a slurp juice. God, I love those.
Indeed, sir. Absolutely. You just took that transition. You just ran with it. I love it. I love having Legion here. I don't know about you, Taylor, but having Legion here just makes me feel really good inside. But it looks like Avxry...
It's actually Avxry now, a Viking king.
Avxry, unfortunately, chose the different route, changed up his name, no longer has a stream.
Just to confuse 72 Hours in Hogman, of course.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's happening with that, but regarding the landing zones for both of our squads, it looks like for a Liquid 72 Hours in Hogman, they're making their way just north, actually, of Salty Springs, taking a little bit of a gander, taking a look inside, but not going for the full engagement. And as far as Avxry and OP, as far as their perspectives, they actually went hardcore into Salty. So all four of our players kind of around the same area, and based on 72 and Hogman, they didn't really want to be around the other separation of those players. They're kind of trying to distance themselves and try to find some frags of their own, it seems.
Yeah, and they obviously found that to be so incredibly important earlier whenever they were playing against TSM, because once they met up with TSM, a lot of kills were potentially getting stolen from them, right? So they've learned their lesson at this point, splitting up, trying to get that distance between Avxry and OP, which, by the way, shout out to OP. He has been playing so incredibly well throughout this tournament and definitely showcasing why he deserved to be in this tournament. But not a lot of engagements going down on the end of Avxry and OP at this point. Of course, so we don't know how many kills Avxry has at the current moment. But on the other end, we're still sitting at 0 as well. But it looks like they are moving into retail if I can see that far. Yes, it is. In fact,
That is retail.
Yes, it is.
And how I always know it's retail is that little gazebo that's out there on the edge of that rock wall is where I have to hide under after being scared from running into any players in general, as you find no weapon occasionally on the bottom floor now, especially with that decrease in floor weapons. But, of course, 72 hours climbing right over a player. There's going to be at least 2 squads for potential engagement here. And I'm ready to see some more montage clips out of 72 hours. This is going to see this move, and, of course, they're looted up. We've got a purple not even a purple bolt here where he's just going to be shooting a player that obviously doesn't know how to build or the buttons. Very first time playing this game, got really excited to play cross-platform with his older brother as he's going to get murdered as well, which I think was actually, was he assisting a potentially knocked teammate?
He was.
Or was he trying to pick up some change he found on the ground? Not for sure, Landon. But, of course, another engagement as he's going to take that fall damage here on the roof. Just kidding. Let's see if he's going to get the build, though.
Oh, the Dark Voyager feeling incredibly confident, but why would you? Against a guy like Cole Hogman, literally finding 3 kills early on in the entrance of Retail Row, and it looks like he could be finding more and more as the time goes on, shooting the ramps with just a gray burst, an uncommon burst at that. A very risky strategy, pops up his head for a short time, and now sits at a very graceful 27 HP, but here comes the ramp, losing the high ground, not a whole lot of mats to his name as well, puts up the pyramid, and for now, we'll wait in silence for the most part, waiting for 72 hours to join alongside of him, but just happens to peek out. 72 is in his own engagements as well, has no mats, and takes a ton of fall damage, nearly half of his HP being taken down, and both players without the height advantage in these situations.
Great
Hogman
play.
finds 2 with the quick edit, and 72 finds another elimination as well, now equaling up their total to 6 total eliminations within a matter of moments entering inside of Retail Row.
Yeah, on the other end, too, we just saw OP pick up quite a few kills as well. Some great loot. Opts for the RPG in his back pocket to look pretty good. He's going to go and drop that medkit. I'm assuming Avxry got some kills himself, but also took a lot of damage in that fight, as we've seen Dusty Divot usually as a quiet spot, as of course as the updates have slowly wore off. But now, with the challenge there being in Dusty Divot, we have seen a lot of people from the public matches tend to flock here. Because of that, that's why we're seeing so many aggressive pushes over towards Dusty to pick up those stragglers that go over there. But overall, very close game between the two so far. Different strategies, different landing spots, and each of them paying off.
6 kills, 72 hours in Hogman. Rotating finally out of retail, knows that most of the engagement's in there. There might be a couple stragglers hiding on the far side, maybe on Blacktop. But it seems like they're just doing the smart play here. They're not necessarily super close together. It's one of those things, again, where you've got Hogman still looting, but they are trying to make their way out so they can find those other engagements. Of course, on the other side, OP and Avxry just waiting to see those other rotators from these other squads on the map. See if they can't get some cleanup kills. Avxry, of course, G-Fuel.
He's definitely
It took me a second there to register what just happened. But I want to notice something, or kind of mention something quickly. If you've ever watched, some of your favorite streamers, whoever they may be, right, and you notice what they don't necessarily take down the final 50 damage regarding those trees.
Yep.
For our guys here, what they're trying to do, they want to find as many engagements as possible. So when hitting these trees totally, right, taking up the full amount of damage to get as many resources as possible is obviously nice. But what they're also trying to do is let the enemy see them. If an enemy happens to spot a massive tree falling, that's okay for them because they want those engagements. They want those things to constantly be in their face at all times. So that's the difference regarding regular victory royales and games such as this. It's about the kills in this particular scenario, not about the overall victory at the end of the day. It's in a much different scenario. And it's about trying to find as many engagements, of course, as possible.
Yeah, and as these tournaments have progressed, we've seen these players become more and more confident. At the beginning, like you said, they didn't take out those trees, but now they don't care. They want all the engagements possible. And honestly, I can say from the first tournament to now, we have seen a huge improvement overall skill-wise between these players. I mean, you look at Myth and Hamlinz. Already they were top-level players, but now to watch them play, you could see a totally different level. But on top of that, too, Avxry has improved himself, normally playing with Noah J, but Avxry has some great gun skill, great building, too. He's improved dramatically. Overall, these tournaments have been helping them tremendously.
Definitely have, and I believe, I don't know who exactly found that frag. It had to be Hogman or 72. You'd like to imagine, because Hogman wouldn't be feeling incredibly confident out in the open to grab as many resources as he did, but filled with blues and purples for both of our guys. That was a huge advantage now after taking down that one player.
That's an amazing inventory there. I mean, you're looking at that purple FAMAS. I'm telling you, that burst rifle is so underrated. We all know that it does pretty much the same damage as the blue battle rifle, that we're going to call it, because I'm not going to call it the burst rifle. We're going to call it the battle rifle for nostalgia nostalgia's sake here because it absolutely mercs, and it doesn't even take 4 shots. It takes a nice solid 3 to the dome as long as they're all connecting. And, of course, leaving Steel City here still 7 kills now. I believe they're leading over Avxry and Op. And Op is actually doing a pretty good job here. You've got rockets in the back pocket as usual. And only 7 splodes, which that's what we've been talking about all day. With less splodes on the map, you've been seeing these rockets in use less and less. So it's interesting to see the play style. But, of course, man, a blue tack and a purple heavy right now in the back pocket of Hogman. That's going to be excellent for up-close encounters.
Definitely is. And one thing that I want to kind of bring up quickly is that we see obviously on OP, and unfortunately not Avxry's screen right now, but for OP, right, they're inside Tilted Towers. This is not a typical strategy that we see in any moments from Avxry, and this happened to be the exact same strategy when they were trying to challenge, I believe, against the TSM boys or something along those lines, where they entered inside of Tilted just for a short time. Think a quick vacation inside of Tilted to progress when the circle was all the way off on the western side of the map, and they end up getting dropped here. So you know when they enter inside of Tilted, it's only because they absolutely have to, and it just happened to be that Tilted was on their quick little entryway, kind of like a quick little pit stop, essentially, they needed to make inside Tilted before entering outside of the regular zone. So, like I said, man, when it comes to Avxry and OP, they're trying to avoid Tilted at all costs.
Like you said, they just moved straight out of there, didn't they? They just went straight through. Now they're at Loot Lake, which for me is one of my least favorable spots, only because it's so open, and honestly the engagements for me tend to seem a bit awkward, but that's why I'm not a professional player like these guys, right?
You're very close, though.
I am very close. I'm getting there, right? I can at least pick up a couple kills every game, and that for me is monumental.
Top AM looking for 3, 26
is willing
years old.
to travel, has partial sponsor.
The typical tweet.
Shout out to all the forums and the history of ever for esports,
right?
by the way.
Oh,
the
rocket
teammate
ride
doesn't show up to the tournament.
Oh,
he
actually hit
him. He got him.
but we can't see it. Unfortunately, Avxry is not streaming right now.
He's actually headed to heaven down there. He is in a full-blown exit. And I got to tell you, usually you think here from Avxry and Op, right? They go into Tilted expecting to get those kills and those trades, but 72 hours in Hogman, although they took an early lead here in the game, actually got pretty lucky that there weren't any engagements left for them really in this entire area. It seems like it's, once again, one of those weird drops in general where you don't have the majority of the players going to the spots, which I think is basically to say that the meta is changing in this game, especially whenever you're doing some Carnivalax here in the middle of the lake. Just looking to have a great time with your bros, just floating around. And right here you can see Op, what's he doing? He's looking for any of these stragglers. He's trying to get people. He's baiting them for shots. Hopefully he doesn't get one tap with a cold sniper to the face. That's the nightmare.
That's definitely what he was doing.
Let's say Op was doing that, okay? No, really, he just stuffed the bounce. You can see it in his face. That was actually pretty good. But that's an interesting way to cross Loot Lake, I would have to say, using those bound pads.
He's actually in Cirque du Soleil, Taylor.
That is, I could totally see that happening, using those bounce pads.
Cirque du Soleil?
I have.
I have. It's amazing.
I have as well. Wow, we all three
It
have.
is absolutely.
I love Vegas.
A great show.
I eat so many buffets there. It's insane.
Buffets galore.
Jimmy Buffett.
72, unfortunately, happens to be going the opposite way as well. Thankfully, does have not to worry about the fall damage by any means, but him and Hogman, yeah, this is going to be pretty much destruction for any of these players as the loot explodes onto the battlefield as they're going to be grabbing every single thing that they possibly can. Minis, excess health, resources galore, as they're going to be set up yet again pretty nicely regarding the future of this game.
They're sitting at 10 kills, 10 total kills.
Solid.
I can only imagine on Avxry and OP screen, maybe they have 4 or 5 max.
Well, I want to know what happened, right? Because Avxry gets Rocket Road, right, to the ending of Loot Lake, and we don't really see too much in the future. All we know is that he's alive. We're not sure exactly where he's at right now, but kind of pulling a Frodo. Like, is he alive? Hopefully he's still got the ring in his
he's actually got the invisible cloak on, too, due to the ring. So that's one of those things where when he disappeared in the clouds, he actually disintegrated and was evaporated and then became rain yet again. So Avxry always continuing the life cycle of water here. But, of course, 3 kills total for their roster, as that's going to be a 7-kill lead for 72 hours in Hogman. And, boy, do we have less than 3 days for him to get all these kills to potentially finish out this game on with the lead.
Gotta say, living up to the name, and he is making quick work of the 72 hours he has left here on Fortnite. Phenomenal job from him as he's sitting currently at 4 kills. And, you know, typically we see different roles between the two. 72 hours has kind of got to hang back, whereas Cole Hogman is the guy to push forward.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen those roles as of yet, and I think it just comes to a testament to show, like, really these engagements, they've just been double teaming on the teams, and it's been working phenomenally well so far.
I think, like, the roles are still kind of there, but not. Like, really, when it comes down, like I said, when it comes to the roles in Fortnite, right? Like I said, I was talking to the Team Liquid guys a little bit. Obviously, 72 Hours happens to be one of those guys. And what they were talking about was that, like, there's roles based off certain items in the game. The Zoom, right? The Scoped AR is a role in the game. Explosives is a role in the game regarding certain things. So I think the fact that he doesn't have the Scoped AR is kind of unfortunate for him because he would absolutely take that in his arsenal. But as far as the classes are concerned, because him and Hogman and 72 Hours have been seeing the same loot for the most part. They've been initiating on these fights, but you notice the class differences between both of these players. What, a purple heavy right now for 72? That's really the only advantage that he has, regardless of Hogman, where he's got also a purple heavy. He's got a blue tack, a purple, a purple bolt, I think, and a purple FAMAS along with Splodes. So I think regarding both of their classes, you could absolutely see an outlier, but 72, I think, is waiting for that scope, waiting for some excess utility. Thankfully, he has the rockets that he can fire from afar, but that's really all he can do as far as a support role at this time, because the green AR isn't really going to do much from range.
I think if they're going to do anything, potentially to replace the guided missile from when they had it actively, it might be interesting to see a rocket launcher that's actually just got a faster rate of fire. I think that would be something, because I feel like these distance rockets that you do, obviously if your teammates are engaging in those squad fights with you where you're trying to shoot the build down and maybe squeeze one of those rockets in or vice versa, have the rockets open up for the shots. I think it might be interesting to see something with a little bit of faster of a fire rate. That'd be pretty cool.
That's an interesting concept, but then again, would there be any point for the grenade launcher at that point, right?
Yeah.
If you were to increase that. And that's why I think they have the differences between the two. But I wouldn't mind them kind of introducing something new in terms of Splodes, and I don't really know what they would add. But there's always possibilities. And the fact that Hogman just hit that shot, you notice he's so good at these jiggle peeks and just popping his head up and just getting those easy shots off. He knows the player's going to dip just below the horizon there. Means he's got to go ahead and up his game. Great bounce pad to go forward to this enemy team, showing the confidence he has overall. As we see the C4 coming out, gets 2 knocks, and then finishes him off with the shotgun to take him out.
And that's great work of his equipment, right? That's great work of utilizing things that necessarily aren't your primary weapon, right? He used a bounce trap to try to initiate the fight, then he rocked the C4. He realized, hey, I don't have to fire my weapon. I can kind of hold on to some excess shots, which he's got 656 in his FAMAS. He doesn't really have to do it. Yeah. But that just goes to show, like, I think he probably realized, hey, I'm probably going to get a decent weapon out of these guys. Fortunately for him, he does find the grenade launcher in this scenario. So, and utilizing those C4, he no longer has to waste an excess resource. Do I keep the C4? Do I keep the grenade launcher? What really do I do? I'm going to use one and then go and grab the other. So overall, like I said, great plays coming in from Hogman. I mean, I think so far throughout this tournament, it has been a pleasure to witness the amount of professionals in this game and seeing what really is the capability for a lot of these players. We talk about the guys currently sitting in grand finals right now. We talked about 72 Hours and Hogman. All of these guys are first opportunity in our tournaments, and like I said, they're rising to the occasion and really showing us what it means to be a professional player in Fortnite, despite what we're normally used to seeing, which of course, like I said, is the TSMs, the phases, etc.
And you saw the score there, 11-5, a 6-kill lead for the men of 72 Hours and Hogman. Great work on their part, at least during this first round. And engagement-wise, I've kind of got away from me. I've just now noticed it. We only have 3 players left on the map, so they're going to be frantically chasing down these players. But, of course, with that being said, with the lead of 6, 72 Hours and Hogman, they're going to go into the next round with at least a 3-kill lead at worst, 6-kill lead or more at best, which is obviously a great little padding going into the second round. And knowing the typical strategy of Avxry and OP, you're not going to be worried of them landing tilted or somewhere high profile because they like to sit on the outskirts. So you know that lead that they're going to have is going to carry a lot further than it would against a team like King Richard or Ninja, who like to go to a heavily fortified place. But with that being said, OP in a very dangerous spot is going to be taking some damage.
Oh, pulled up his minimap by accident and ends up getting taken down.
He had no mats. There was no mats left.
Yeah.
And that's what we've been talking about the whole day is resource awareness, right?
Yeah.
And that gives 72 Hours and Hogman a better chance to increase the lead. Of course, Avxry's still alive for their squad. Basically, just need to try to close that gap as best as possible. But as you can see, this is something we've also been mentioning. If there is an over-reliance on Splodes, a lot of the times, because of that pacing of how slow that rocket launcher is, you're wasting potential shots that we all know Op can hit. He's not. He's been hitting everything all day. Whatever DPI this guy's playing on, I mean, it's a million for all we know. Still been able to smack everybody with the shotguns, with the ARs, and of course, we just see an unfortunate no mats there for him as he's trying to protect himself in a defensive build. So interesting to see him go down with the rocket launcher. And, of course, you see the double Splodes coming out of 72 Hours and Hogman as well. So that's a rare thing to see here for duos. is both of them having explodes in their pockets as well.
Ooh, and a great rocket shot, but not enough. But Avxry finally able to clean it up to bring him up to 6 total kills, plus to 3. That puts him at 9. And then what do we have there on the right side? We got 4, and I can't see
7,
the bottom number 7. So what we got 9 going into 11. So 2 kill difference between two. I mean, that's absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And given the style of these two players, or these two teams, excuse me, definitely going to see a passive start off the bat. So we could see another long, drawn-out game, but of course it just shows how even and really how relatable these two play styles are.
And one thing that we kind of get back on toward is like when you have 2 slow-paced teams, it's really a matter of who makes a mistake first. And what we saw in that last scenario coming in from OP, which is just kind of adding on to what Legion said, is that he doesn't have the resource awareness. And that's something that I've been really watching and definitely keeping some note of when it comes into like critiquing professional players and really seeing like maybe what are some of the issues. It's the awareness, right? When it comes into competitive Fortnite, awareness is such a huge attribute in this game. Whenever you're building up ramps, whenever you're in these Taj Mahals, essentially, to know which ramps are yours, to know which ones to edit, to know where the players are at, how much health you have, like I said, what things you have on you, your inventory, etc. This is a very fast-paced game. Coming as far as someone who has a lot of experience with fast-paced games, as far as Call of Duty franchise is considered, I know how valuable awareness is. Fortnite takes that to a whole nother level as far as what is possible in this game, and you can almost do absolutely anything. So, I don't know, man. I think resource awareness is a huge factor. Like I said, we talked about the recent patches that come through, the ability for ramps to not be as strong, the ability for resources to be a lot harder to find around the map, etc. I mean, building, while it is still a massive factor in this game, it without question was taken down a few notches. So as far as resource awareness specifically, you have to be so much more aware of what's happening with your inventory, because if you don't have the builds, if you don't have that one ramp to put down to block that shotgun blast that could easily take you out of winning thousands and thousands of dollars, you're going to lose a game at certain points, right? So, like I said, it's just one minor mistake from LP. It wasn't the end of the world by any means. It's a few kills, right, that could have gone his team's way in the ending scheme. But as far as future tournaments and as far as, looking at players and critiquing from, an analyst point of view and whatnot, I think resource awareness needs to be something that I think players have to continually increase their knowledge on and always be, aware of. So I
wonder if there was some sort of audio tick. Is there an audio tick to know if you're running low on resources?
There's not. There's definitely not.
Whenever you click, that little sound.
Well, but that's when you're out.
Well, yeah,
if
you're running low?
Just like
that might be something
if
interesting.
you start thinking about shooting your gun, typically you'll have that click at the end, right?
But where you need to reload your clip.
Where you need to reload.
That might be something interesting actually to see if that would be of value at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting. Maybe like toward the ending of like. You're down like maybe at 30 of a certain type, and then you, like maybe your ramp starts to sound like a little bit weaker or something, because like what do you really add?
I think for the average player, it wouldn't necessarily make a difference, because I think for the average player that they're not. Well, maybe they are building that fast. I don't know, right? There's some beasts whenever out there in the public lobby. For a professional aspect, I think, it could make a difference, right? Because you could be building up and like, wait, let me hold my horses because I'm out of resources.
I just think for clues in general, I mean, you see audio playing so key into this, especially when you're playing in a tournament like this. I mean, half the time when you're trapped in a building, you're listening for those cues to see, hey, whether or not he picked a shotgun up 3rd level. All right, well, I know what kind of engagement I'm going to be in. And I feel like that might just be something interesting to maybe explore, but not a necessity by any means, because most professionals anyways are going to have a heightened sense of awareness in those types of situations. But we're looking at a nice little shifty drop here from 72 hours in Hogman, and of course, it looks like they might be followed up by Avxry and Op the same direction.
This is exactly what's to be expected when it comes down to our previous games, what both of these squads have done so far throughout this match. It's all about shifty, right? It's all about soccer field. It's all about the outskirts, kind of around the tilted, kind of scheme of things, and that happens to be something that we're seeing, here as well. But we'll see if you can find maybe a few early engagements. Shifty, while it isn't the most popular place, there's going to be at least one squad that at least maybe was around. The shifty line sight, maybe even backed up once they saw a full team of 4 landing in there. And little do they know, right, the amount of players, amount of talent that happens to be going instead of shifty too. So,
and of course, it's going to be a story of when they shift over to tilted, which typically is the main spot. Of course, this tournament they've been favoring greasy, which we could see that too. But if they do go tilted, then of course there's going to be a lot of stories to tell, especially in terms of really Avxry and OP. We'll have to see how they're going to do, because they don't like tilted, as we do know. But on your screen, as we're seeing, do pick up a purple scar.
Yeah, that's a great find, Dav.
That's going to be key. And when you're talking about professional players and their lineups here with their inventories, when you give somebody like Hogman, a purple scar, a gold scar, even the FAMASas that are in this game, it's not. I mean, it literally is of more value to them than any other player, right? You know, a lot of the times, even if you're grinding on a personal level with friends, right? It's like, you know, you should give me that scar because I'm gonna be way more effective with that. So getting to watch them go to work with these guns. And this inventory in general, of course, you're going to see that exactly what you've been mentioning this entire time, Landon. Hogman keeps that scope they are in the back pocket. He knows the specific role that he's going to take, and he's actually he's the team captain, I believe, of Complexity. So.
Yeah, what I'd imagine, and why I think that was such a huge pick, because of course he finds the scar. That's typical for his gameplay. I'd imagine, right, that he at least was going to think about handing that one over to 72 hours as far as the scope AR is considered. Maybe if he finds some better kits, some better options for his ammo, he might hand that one over at a different time. You know, if he wants to have better weapons compared to 72, who is the support player in this situation. But a scoped AR for a support player is exactly what you want. That's the ideal weapon when it comes down to things. So, and one thing that I was also curious as well when it comes down to things, as OP just took a massive amount of fall damage, by the way, is who was going to leave Shifty first. And I was thinking, by far, in the back of 72 and Hogman's minds, when they're in Shifty, is how fast can we get out of here and away from the other team so we can enter into Tilted first and try to get some engagements. But take a look at this. Avxry has just been taken down. Of course, the ramp gets put up, and OP is trying to find his teammate. The trap comes through, and unfortunately will eliminate Avxry from this particular battle. And now it's going to be OP all by his lonesome.
And he is low on health, so definitely got to watch the fall damage at this point. Now, before Avxry got dropped, he got 2 knocks, and I do believe he was able to get the final kills. So with that being said, I believe they're currently sitting at 4 kills for their side. Now, they came into this game, down, was it 2 kills? So, of course, that's not a lot, but still, they have managed to come back just a little bit. Another engagement is going to go down, and OP, this is his time to shine. He picks up a straggler who is by his lonesome over here in Tilted, but still a lot of engagements probably still to occur. As we know, Tilted is a hot spot. But at this point, 72 hours, Hogman, they moved in as well to start stealing these kills themselves. Campfire is probably going to come out. No, he's got the med kit in his back pocket. He's going to heal up, but now it's time for 72 hours and Hogman to find the stragglers while OP is over there healing.
And if we've seen, OP is definitely got a lot of potential as a Slayer. The entire day, we've been seeing this guy go to absolute work. So smart decision on him to take it slow for just a second, get those heals on, because if he's to challenge in this situation, perhaps gets into build battle, falls, that's going to be a situation that he doesn't want to be in. So smart play from him as well, trying to follow 72 hours and Hogman in, but it looks like they're going to be doing work and damage here as they're actually going to be building those slant ramps, which I'm telling you, every time I see that, my mind is blown.
Yeah.
Because it's just so much extra work instead of building a ramp, but it does give you that extra protection here in those situations. So great job. Does find a slurp juice as well. So we're going to see OP trying to heal up, and while they're distracted and looting and Trump, he's going to try to make his way around Garage and potentially Basketball, maybe even Noms here to see if he can't catch some kills.
Yeah, definitely so. Still slow going. I know Hogman and 72 picked up a team earlier, so they were able to get 2 kills themselves, and the jump pad is going to be there. He's going to go ahead and use that in a great advantage point because he's going to be able to get ahead, also join up with his teammate, kind of scout out the areas. It looks like they are dipping out of Tilted. They do not want to be there anymore as they feel like there are no more kills left. They're going to be quite aggressive going over to Loot Lake to try and spot if anybody's going to be over there. But OP still hasn't left. He's still straggling around.
And one thing, right, if I'm 72 and I'm Hogman, in this situation, right, when it comes down to this game, as far as our Friday Fortnite tournaments are considered, if I'm them, you know what I'm doing? I'm not leaving OP's side. I'm making sure that if he sees anyone at all, that I'm going to be right on his heels. Right, I mean, it's in their hands, right? 72 and Hogman are leading this game. It's a permanent 1v2. Why are you not hanging with them? And I understand from a competitive player's point of view, they're just trying to grind out, get as many kills as possible, maybe even preparing for the grand finals, etc. I totally get that. But as far as, you know, wanting to close out this series, what a typical strategy would be, if this was typical Gamer and Thief, right? You know what they're doing? They are hounding OP throughout the rest of these, 36 eliminations or 37 eliminations that are potentially available. I think personally that's the more solidified strat. Like, I totally get it, right? Liquid, Complexity, these guys, they're totally about wanting to find the frags. That's what their play style is. But as far as, you know, what personally I think the better strategy would be to do, don't leave OP's side. Don't make sure he even has an opportunity to get any of these kills. He's a scoped AR and a common pump. Yeah. Congratulations. That's fantastic. But you have nothing else.
But obviously you don't know that he has that in loot in his inventory.
No, yeah,
at this point,
right.
If you're 72 hours in Hogman, they're thinking, you know what, I just need to play my game. This is what I do. This is what we do. We go out and we find the kills and we slay. And it kind of comes as an atonement to showing like, hey, you know what? Regardless of the situation at hand, we are going to play the game that we know. Do I think they should be sticking with them? Honestly, I do. I absolutely see that strategy overall. But what they're doing isn't wrong either. They've managed to break off from OP and get 4 uncontested kills. And now they have a 4-kill lead over OP. And, of course, with Avxry being down, it's going to be pretty tough for OP to get those kills. Of course, it's just one squad. But can OP perform in that situation? That's going to be the true test.
And what they could be doing potentially in this situation, if they do want to join it with OP later, is like kind of being mindful of him. They want to kind of maybe hamper that lead, try to add to it a little bit, get a little bit comfortable as far as things are considered, and then join up with him when they have maybe like an 8+ kill lead after that. But regardless, man, like you said, they're playing their game, and hey, all the props to them absolutely for that, for doing what is their job, which is slaying, becoming or being pro Fortnite players. But keeping in mind right now, in the bottom left of our screen, OP, I believe he isn't going to be in a build fight with a few other players. Thankfully, he has the Hot Rocks, no additional damage taken from that fall, as he has seen a little bit of a potential early exit in that scenario coming in toward Tilted, but does find the knockdown with the nice pump shot.
And that's the Twitch shot that we're talking about here. But pay attention, he's got no build. Now watch what happens here with 1 mat remaining. Hopefully he's able to pick some up on this guy's body. Closes a gap here, only being down 3 kills, but he's got an entire remainder of that squad on him. Luckily at 171 health, he's just going to try to get these edits, but he is getting shot from the side as he's trying to escape. Goes through, does get the build off again, but look at that. He picks up a ton of materials and resources off that build. Extremely lucky. Whoever he killed was nice and looted, and he just needs to worry about not getting trapped. As
the player
we've seen.
had 800 plus wood, and then 300 brick.
Literally a loot llama. Like,
100%.
No, he's down. OP is down, and that's it. They're done.
Wow,
man, and that's what I was talking about. Hogman in 72 hours, they split off. They leave OP. Yeah, OP has the potential to find a lot of kills, but also he's alone in those situations. And you've got to think, if OP is with 72 hours in Hogman, that's a little added protection in terms of OP. So leaving them wasn't necessarily the worst strategy. But with that being said, the Dark Horse team, as you called them, has moved on, and they will be moving into the finals. But Avxry and OP, congratulations for finishing up here.
They're going to explode themselves.
It definitely looks like they will, to celebrate the victory, which I do not blame them whatsoever, and that did not work like they intended whatsoever. So they'll just save the lobby. Not as cool as
Don't
we
even
thought.
pay attention to that.
Not as cool as we thought it was going to be.
Look at
That's
that.
what they're saying. But that's first time OP's played in our tournaments. First time Avxry's finishing the money. $3,000 going to them. Not a bad way to finish your Friday. Now, though, $7,000 at the bare minimum winnings for a team that just started Fortnite Fridays. And also, too, we're getting to see this competitiveness come in from the men of Liquid 72 Hours and Cole Hogman. They will be facing off against Domentos and Mongraal in the finals.
The 14-year-old prodigy, baby.
14 prodigy, $10,000 on the line. Insane. That's a lot of money, especially for any of these teams right here trying to prove themselves within the competitive community.
If you're Mongraal and Domentos waiting in the winner's bracket, I mean, how do you think you're feeling after being iced here in a match for roughly, it's been like about 3 hours now since they've actually played in a competitive environment, especially somebody that's so young coming into this tournament. If you've never been in that situation before, especially online, where you've kind of got to be in a mindset where you're prepared to go into this winner's bracket. Obviously, you've got 2 chances. The team coming up from the loser's bracket in our grand finals has to win those 2 best of 2s to potentially come home with the 10,000 versus the 7 for second. I mean, man, I feel like if you're coming from loser's bracket in any tournament I've ever played in for a whopping $150 in my lifetime that I've won, coming from the loser bracket, you really feel it. Like, I mean, you feel like, oh man, I've got this momentum going into this, even though I have to win 2 series. You're on fire at that point. So,
and that's one thing too. When it comes down to a lot of our players, kind of toward the ending of this tournament being new, right? I think 72 is new. Both of our guys in grand finals are new as well.
Yeah, all of them are.
Yeah, and then we talk about OP, also a new player too. Yeah. So what was that? 6 or 7 out of our 8 players, something along those lines, are new players being introduced to our top 4. And then what I was kind of relating that to was that whenever it was Ninja and King Richard in their very first Friday Fortnite tournament, when they were kind of exiting, I think they got eliminated like top 6, top 4, something along those lines. And what really kind of happened toward the ending of that tournament was that they said, once they lost, was that, hey, now we know how these tournaments work. We're not used to this type of format. This is new to us, but we're going to come back and play even stronger. What they did is they come out, they end up finishing second the very next tournament. So that's the major factor for, I feel like, a lot of these new guys. Of course, they're seeing a lot of early success, but this is their very first tournament, and they're playing this well.
Yeah.
it's pretty crazy to see, without question. Of course, speaking specifically on our grand finals participants in that particular scenario. But yeah, man, I mean, we talk about having a performance like this in your first Friday Fortnite with not having any prior experience, and then now you're looking toward future tournaments. It's like, how do you even add on to that? Like, is a potential dynasty for the Friday Fortnite tournaments? Definitely possible. We've seen FaZe, we've seen TSM. Now we could be seeing the 14-year-old prodigy making his own statement as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, what an amazing final we have going on between these 4 unknowns. Of course, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll have more exciting action. Of course, though, before we do, shout out to G Fuel. 40% off of your purchase. Go to gfuel.com, use code UMG to get 40% off. Of course, EGL as well. Official EGL.com, 10% off if you use code UMG. But the finals are coming up next. $10,000 on the line. Who's going to win it? Let us know in chat. We'll be right back. All right, it all comes down to this for Friday Fortnite. Here is the finals between Domentos and Mongraal and 72 Hours and Hogman, as we got $10,000 on the line for first place, $7,000 on the line for second place. A lot of money to go down. Of course, those 72 Hours and Hogman, they have worked their way and battled their way through the losers bracket to make it up to the final round, which means in order for them to win, they have to force a series reset. They have to win the first best of 2 and then win the second best of 2 if they want to try and win it. Whereas Domentos and Mongraal, all they got to do is win once. Where are we dropping, boys?
It looks like for 72 and Hogman, they're going to be making their way toward the outside buildings here of Risky Reels. And, this is a strategy that we've seen coming from the Optic boys as well. You kind of bait like whether or not there's going to be enough players going toward Risky, whether it's like 1 or 2 squads. If there is, and you kind of go toward these outside buildings, which have, by the way, a ton of loot, a lot of access chests. There's a basement. There's 2 buildings you can get, like I said, pretty well kitted on. And that's what we're going to be seeing them kind of go for right now. And as far as Domentos and Mongraal, of course, they're going to be making their way, it looks like, towards Salty Springs. I can't see exactly where Domentos is for the most part. But as far as, what is fairly typical, I don't know, man. This is pretty much expected, right? Domentos and Mongraal, they like the fast-paced play, just kind of go outside Salty, pretty average. But for 72 and Hogman, they like the slow-paced play. They kind of, like I said, they're the turtle and the hare scenario. They kind of like to make their way up slowly but surely and kind of advance from there. So,
I mean, did you see that beautiful arch though that we just saw from Hogman?
Nice.
He built one of the most respectful arches I've ever seen. And I mean, look, he's getting donations right now, and he's still focused. At that point, I'm just losing myself.
He just got a $20 donation.
What a nice donation, dude.
Oh, no, he's at
19 HP, though, and this is
wow.
where you start needing assistance from your teammate here, as Liquid 72 Hours is going to be actually pretty much nowhere to be seen, but he's already knocked 2 players, 0 kills for the back pocket. But, of course, there's still 2 guys over here actually just laying, I believe, in this building. And that's what I'm talking about. You see those 2 grenades going off. Pick up those splodes, folks. Don't let them hang.
I would have pointed out that donation said, "You're doing great, man. Keep it up." I guarantee Hogman was like, "Oh, dude, thanks. Oh, my God." Like, just down to 19 HP. Oh, man, that was insane. Oh, nice knockdown actually coming in from 72. The green revolver, not the blue one, which apparently is the rarest item in the game,
blue revolver is the rarest gun of the game. And, of course, it's what we're talking about again. Those silenced pistols, this man has got a total of 23 bullets left in both of these guns, but watch the damage he is doing with that. Unfortunately, the opponent is now sitting about 100 HP, and, of course, he's got 200, so he's going to dive like a little falcon, a tiny bird in the sky looking for this man under his own build, and he's going to try to get that revolver shot off. Of course, manages to eliminate him, and look at the peak shot. Don't underestimate the revolvers, folks.
You're talking about some nice shots. 72 Hours showing why they are in the finals at this point. He's currently sitting at 2 kills. On the bottom there, 2 kills as well. We see Mongraal's going to be heating up as well over and Salty trying to pick up some kills. Unfortunately, not able to connect enough. But Mongraal, one of the great players out there, what we talked about it. He's 13 years old, playing and competing in these tournaments. Already $7,000 to his name, bare minimum. Even if he loses this to 72 Hours and Hogman, but of course $10,000 if he wins it. But talk about a great match. Revolvers for the finals. Come on, it doesn't get better than that.
Taylor, he is young enough to have almost not been to a school dance. Usually
that
they start in like 8th grade.
That is true.
I mean, he's barely. Is he in 8th grade at this point? I don't even know. And to think back then, I actually started playing in tournaments as well at 13. Unfortunately, back then the prize pool money was not anywhere near what it is today. So I basically was playing for Tootsie Rolls and a Snickers bar. But look at that,
no!
72 Hours does get clipped. However, Hogman is assisting over here outside of Risky Reels. Knows where that player is that did snipe his teammate. Of course, 72 Hours is going to be trying to rotate around on the bottom half here of his build. just trying to secure himself in some hiding
my
spots.
gosh.
But this could be a very bad situation. Not a lot of ammunition, not a lot of health and heals here for them. But, of course, a nice build. And honestly, guys, they're short on mats as well.
They are short on mats, and unfortunately, there's only one wall separating. If that player was just to burst through that, he would be able to pick up a potential knock. But luckily for 72 hours, he's going to be able to get picked up, and Hogman, he's going to go back to work with his hunting rifle. We've seen him perform so incredibly well with it, and he was just barely missing shots. Can we see if he'll connect enough here, of course, with that burst, going to work, putting damage to that player, but takes another shot, and this guy is on point with his shots.
Oh my gosh, he does something, and he hits the knockdown with the great revolver, having to really back up and reignite the situation. Thank you for the gold scar, and thank you for a few of those eliminations as they totally get kitted back up, but on the cusp of what seemed like their annihilation at the beginning here. That was unreal play. 72 and Hogman, they stay alive.
You've been talking about resource awareness, and we got to talk about inventory awareness. At that switch, he sees his build getting shot down, manages to get off the grenade, knocks a player, and while he's falling, manages to pick a player off with the gray revolver. I'm telling you, if you have a gray revolver, don't feel like you're left out. It's basically a shotgun in your hands.
Well, anything, right, is better than nothing. I mean, you got to be talking about it. A gray revolver in the hands of Myth. We saw him just 2 health, and he managed to keep the team alive, and that actually secured the victory for his team TSM. Yeah. So honestly, if you got to grab a revolver, might as well do it. 2-7, 5-kill lead. It's been a close game so far already, and still 39 engagements remain.
And it's crazy to think about, right? Because the popularity of Risky Reels has risen almost like tenfold. Like when it obviously first came out, everyone was going Risky Reels, but once it kind of like started to get silenced, everyone was like, yeah, this is never in zone. We're not going to go here. Like there was no real reason for it to really kind of be an upset strategy and whatnot. We're seeing the amount of kills going the way of the opposite team, the amount of engagements as well. But of course, speaking on the topic of engagements, not many have been found here for Domentos and Mongraal. Having to go for the quick revive is Mongraal for the time, so that's going to slow their pace for the moment. I'm not sure if they've even found that kill, and actually at the same time,
they're both out.
They do get taken down. The fall damage, I believe, along with the excess shots, will eliminate
it was a explode.
Mongraal and Domentos from this first and initial game. We talk about a series, right? When coming from the losers bracket is 72 Hours and Hogman. They have to win back-to-back best of 2s. This is their situation to almost close out Series 1, Series 1 in a pretty easy fashion because they've got 34 players left. They already have the advantage. I don't think any kills were found from Domentos and Mongraal, if not over 1. And so the fact that they're already in the driver's seat, they have the last 30 still alive to fight with, they're going to have a massive advantage. You could arguably call, by the ending of this game, if both these guys stay alive, you could argue that Map 2 doesn't even hardly matter at that point.
Yeah.
Like, you can almost say that, hey, Series 2, it's happening no matter what.
And Mongraal didn't even have a kill going out there in that situation. I found it interesting that they decided to continue to build and try to heal on just one ramp. There wasn't dual protection on that. And what actually happened is I believe the grenade arced in on the opposite side of the wall, bounced right in his face, and he took not only the fall damage but the explode. Ended up taking him out.
Yeah.
So sometimes, man, it's very risky. Either you make the decision to potentially have your teammate crawl down and try to get the heal, or revive rather. And in that situation, it just was unfortunate. You ran into a squad that had those explodes.
And I believe we saw for a very short time, 72 Hours pulled up the scoreboard. Domentos did escape with 2 frags in the end. So it's about
7-2.
Is it 7-2? I thought it was 5-2.
No, 7.
Okay, so either way, right? That's obviously going to be a decent lead already for Hogman in 72 Hours. But like I said, we talked about the final 30 still being up. They're kind of hanging out sort of Wailing Woods, kind of obviously getting some more resources, which is nice. Talk about resource awareness. They're getting ready for the future of this game. They're ready for squads. They're ready to face off in these 2v4 battles, and that's the perfect item to grab, right? Is those wood planks, etc.
So I've noticed typically whenever the opposite team that the team is playing against goes down, they slow down their gameplay. Then they start getting the resources, like you said, to battle out as the continuation does happen. So right now they're just Wailing Woods. They have potential, obviously a lot of trees around, a lot of potential to get some great resources for those build battles, and of course they're going to start heating up the competition once that circle does start collapsing, but they do have some ways to go before they hit the outer ring of that circle, so they need to get a move on, but they're sitting pretty, inventory looking good, resources looking good, med kit in the back pocket of Hogman there, and I'm excited to see what more he can do with that hunting rifle. He's honestly excites me every time I see him go to fire it, because honestly he hits just about every shot he takes. His accuracy is absolutely insane, and not to mention that gold scar in his back pocket. He's accurate with that as well. Not so much. I haven't seen much whenever it comes to the shotguns from him, but AR-wise, support role, totally on point.
Yeah, there's some insane pro players when it comes down to the hunting rifle. We talk about Ninja, we talk about Hogman. Poach from Liquid is also insane with the hunting rifle as well. I know when it kind of came into the game initially, everyone was like, oh, you know, this weapon's, it's all right. It's not amazing. But if you put it in the right hands, man, I mean, that thing is absolutely absurd. We talked about like Ninja's play in Friday Fortnite, whenever he was obviously in, I think it was Tilted Towers, along with the LMG, was also hitting some insane hunting rifle shots as well. I mean, it's a weapon, right, where you can turn yourself into like a human highlight reel. So
I think you have to respect the hunting rifle, but also you're mentioning that secondary, Taylor, here with the gold scar following up after. If you happen to find somebody with 200 health, you get a body shot, you're knocking about half. You get one shot with that gold scar, they're knocked. So these players' abilities to just be able to switch over and get those kills. I mean, see, distance-wise, I mean, it's usually hard if you're facing off against a squad that's good at building. You know, those initial shots, especially with that hunting rifle, are going to be so pivotal. And that's why we see people with sniper rifles. I mean, some people, they leave them. Maybe they want to pick up Explode instead, rockets or whatever. But you see a lot of these guys, I mean, nobody's letting that hunting rifle go. Because they know if it's in these hands of these guys, and they do not miss usually. So,
and if you're an aggressor too, right, you want to kind of give that preferred sniper over to your support player. I think for the most part, I think for 72, he happens to also have a hunting rifle as well. But as far as roles are concerned, we talk about a support player, a guy who kind of likes to hang in the back lines, whether with a number of different weapons. We talk about the scoped AR, but with the sniper as well. That's the guy that you want to have that weapon as far as distance is considered. A hunting rifle, you could argue, it could be in those close, like 50-meter, 25-meter engagements from time to time, kind of like that medium distance. It can be pretty good for that as well. It can kind of be the initial, damage to that later, I don't know what you want to call it, like a, spray from, an AR, etc. Like I said, it can kind of be that entry for a lot of that damage.
We do see a fight is going to be directly southwest. We see 72 hours. He's going to be pushing up, whereas Hogman, he's going to be hanging back, trying to pick off this player on top of the building over there at Dusty, and another player down to his left who's not building up, so this should be a fairly easy kill, and then yet another one not building up right in front of him. So we could see a potential of 3 kills, but no, he does drop down. He's going to have to build back up in the situation, and a lot of shots being fired, but not really connecting. Nothing too scary at this point, as he does miss the shot from the hunting rifle. His teammate in another fight from the back. Now, they have pushed into the circle. They're starting to get shots from the front and the back as well, so they got to kind of prioritize at this point, and this is what separates a good player from an amateur player, is being able to prioritize your team fights. Do you take the person from the back? But you got to kind of do both fights simultaneously as he hits a pop shot. This jiggle peeks is something that I've been talking about all of these games, but no, a player sneaks up and in front, gets the knock, taking him out, and now 72 hours is going to be last alive here. Can he get the res plus the kills?
Absolutely retreat in the situation. There are a ton of kills.
Down.
There's still a ton of kills to happen. He can't obviously go for the res there on the Hogman. Look for the vision. Try to find a few of these frags as you're starting to go ahead and relocate for the new zone. But yeah, man, he needs to try and reinitiate this fight under his terms, not under the full squadron that he has right in front of him.
And I don't think have they picked up a kill? There's a knock. I know they were still sitting at 7 for the longest time, and they were searching for kills, trying to get into the circle, but finally we're starting to see him heat up a little bit. That's 2 knocks at this point, taking some damage from the back as well as the front. He's got to turn around and prioritize at this point, and that's actually someone else from an opposite team. Goes ahead, rotates around, great edits through, but still taking damage from the back, and he goes down. Those 2 knocks, was he able to pick them up? He's currently sitting in how many kills? That's 6 kills, so he was able to get some kills from that, which I do believe they still have the lead going into the second round, but it could have been so detrimental if they were able to pick up every single kill that was inside that lobby. Them going down is a big break for the opposite team.
Oh, yeah, I think without question, I mean, if you're that team who obviously is kind of watching the other squad's perspective, like, okay, hopefully they get eliminated early, hopefully they don't find as many frags as they do, which they do find a decent amount, right, if you're Hogman and whatnot, and 72, they escape, obviously, with a 10-2 advantage. 8 kills, it's not the end of the world. Plus, if you're the opposite team, of course, you're thinking, hey, 8 kill difference. We at least still, when it comes down to things, have that, that kind of extra, I don't know what you want to call it exactly, but that kind of
padding,
that padding, exactly. Where it's like, hey, if we lose a series, we have another one. It's not something that you really want to relate to a lot, but if there was an opportunity, if you're one of these teams in this moment, you thankfully want to be the team who's obviously in the winner's bracket as far as things are considered, to have that padding of that extra series if needed. But an 8-kill differential, that would be normal to see a tilted drop for sure. So
I think we're going to see a split tilted drop, actually, from Domentos and Mongraal, because I feel like, once again, those young guns, that confidence that comes in where you're thinking to yourself, I'm like the best player in the whole wide world right now, waiting in the winners finals. Whatever happens, they get the reset no matter what to play for another 2 games. So if they end up splitting, potentially try to go for as many kills as they can.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally would like to see that happen, just to see if we can actually have a comeback. I mean, it's a 2-squad difference. We've seen it happen time and time again here on Friday Fortnite. Easy potential comeback. However, when you're playing the likes of Hogman and 72 Hours, these guys all tournament, obviously coming in for losers bracket, having that 8-kill advantage going into game 2, they're looking to reset. They want to come home with an extra $3,000 here for the prize pool.
Yeah.
Can't blame them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's a lot of candy.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Especially for, come on, that's a lot of candy. Especially, imagine if you're 13 years old getting all that candy. Come on.
I can't even believe it. He probably has a lot of cavities. That would be insane.
I think my whenever I was younger, like my allowance was like maybe $5 like a month. These guys are making at least 7,000, right? And it's just a matter of a day's time. That'd be fantastic.
It's
honestly,
not a bad way to kind of start your life off at 13 years old. Here we go,
Putting that in
though.
the bank. No,
We are now going into Game 2 of Series
V-Bucks
1,
money.
potentially Series 2 coming up if 72 Hours and Hogman are able to secure this victory, coming in with an 8-kill lead, and we are now seeing the drop. Looks like Mongraal for sure will be heading over towards Tilted, at least with his trajectory. Might even see a potential Salty, but I think he is for sure going Tilted. Yes, he is. And Domentos, I'm trying to look at the minimap, is going to be close by him, so we have a double Tilted drop coming in, and in 72, going Moisty.
There couldn't be more opposite choices, right, for both of our squads. One team going Moisty Meyer, not going to see anyone probably for a few hours when it comes down to this portion of the map. And when it comes to Tilted Towers, of course, we talk about the absolute opposite. But one thing that I love, being able to watch our professional players, of course, especially when it comes into regards of 72 Hours and Hogman, is that if you watch professional teams play squads, a majority of the time, one team is hardcore fighting to go to Moisty Meyer because the amount of resources, the amount of chests can fit a full squadron of 4 when it comes down to mats, when it comes down to a number of different facets. So this is a place that you'd think maybe Hogman and 72 Hours aren't too familiar with. It's actually the total opposite. These guys probably go to Moisty Meyer more than any other place in the map, at least when it comes into scrims and whatnot. So they're going to be totally familiar. You see exactly 72 Hours right now. He knows where all these chests are going to be, for the most part, spawning at. They're feeling good. They're feeling pretty confident. But on the opposite end, right here from Mongraal Domentos, this is the high time. This is the pressure. This is how you don't want to have that extra padding be lost and be brought back to square one if you don't have to.
And already a knock is going to take place, plus to kill to get some much-needed loot meds. And a solid little lineup. They got a green AR as well as a green pump in their back pocket, as they'll be now searching for more kills. Of course, we don't know how many people landed here, but it was, in fact, in the bus path. So not off the beaten path for a lot of the public players who are going to be dropping there, as we see now another engagement is, in fact, going to go down, trying to pick off this player, but he's very slippery. But they do manage to get him. Of course, a teammate coming back for revenge.
That player just changed jersey colors?
I think so. He decided mid-death to go ahead and let the world know that he wanted to be.
I'm now part of Uruguay.
He's like,
Thank you very
I'm
much."
actually changing teams. I'd like to veto. By the way, check out how many beautiful soccer jerseys we're seeing. This might be one of the most popular skins I've seen.
Sure.
In terms of initial couple days of people making a purchase for. So that's exciting. But of course, we've got the matching outfits here from Domentos and Mongraal. And of course, you know, listen, they're trying to chop this tree down, get these resources. Of course, 3 kills already for Mongraal. We've seen them take this L's route once again. Now they're just trying to make their way, destroy this building. If they know there's a team there, they can literally decimate it from the floor to the mid and take out who's ever on top. And of course, there's going to be a team in there waiting. So let's go ahead and see what kind of damage the C4 does. All 4 out. Boom, boom, boom. And the building decides to almost go down,
That's
folks.
insane.
It's just so
was that 5 C4?
Watch this. They're taking it out
they're
completely.
taking it completely down. Wow.
Now, this is what we like to see here in this tournament. Look at that. Oh, and he falls to his death. Another easy kill for Mongraal.
I got to say, that is a smart play we have yet to see here on Friday Fortnite.
Like, how strong are the C4? That was
600
5
damage.
They actually.
No, I mean, like, how many C4 did he put out there?
Do you know why dinosaurs went
He
extinct?
put down 4.
That's why dinosaurs went extinct.
Fortnite C4. That's confirmed as to what happened to the dinosaurs.
But taking some damage is Mongraal, down to 44. Luckily, he has that medkit in his back pocket, has another one to hand off to his teammate there if he decides to go down himself. As you know, there's been a lot of close calls, but they've managed to make it work every single time. They are fighting it out. As I say that, once again, taking some more damage landed.
Yeah, thankfully he has 2 medkits in his back pocket. He just basically rocked the medkit to move about 30 feet just toward his right. So thankfully he has the opportunity to put down another one. But for how long, right? There's guys around them. They're realizing, hey, this is our opportunity. We have to use as much of our shields, as much of our bandages, medkits as possible, or we could be taken down in a moment's notice. And we know in the situation that they're in, they can't afford to drop. Not just one of them, but the entire team as well. They can't afford to lose one player, or this one is basically set in stone, is over.
Yeah.
Now they're just down by 4 kills. Domentos and Mongraal, obviously they know that there's somebody up top. We're going to see Domentos hopefully pull that sniper out and maybe get some distance shots, at least a knock, so they can start to zone that area. But still over here on the side of 72 Hours and Hogman, we got 0 kills. They're taking their sweet time. Look at all the materials they're building up. Almost 1,000 here. 800, 900 plus for both of these guys. They've got some decent loot. We see that. Is that a purple thermal or a purple scoped AR down there?
That is going to be a purple scoped.
I believe.
That's a zoom that he has in his back pocket. But look at this. We have a player down. That's Domentos.
Wow.
And Mongraal knows he can't res at this point. He's got to push this player that is pushing him.
And this is an internal battle where he's like, man, I really want to help.
Oh, no, he got
the
thirsted.
Oh, that sucks so much. If you're in Mongraal's shoes, because he was totally having an internal battle. Like, hey, man, I totally want to res you, but there's definitely guys around here that I need to take out first. Thankfully, or not thankfully, rather, if you're the in Mongraal's situation, the door is open, right? He has a door, and that totally sets the tone for what is the rest of this game, 72 Hours and Hogman, right? This is their key to get back into this game. And we talk about the amount of eliminations that are still available. This is a very slow, typical Fortnite game that we're not really used to, right? Usually this is maybe around 40 to 30 players alive at this point in the game. There's still nearly half the lobby left. And this is now the factor of Hogman in 72 Hours. They haven't been in the fight. They have total resources. They're getting better on weapons. And now, and if you're Mongraal, right? I don't have the lead. I don't have as good of resources. I have probably a decent kit, but I don't even have a teammate. Like, there's no...
He's down. That's it.
Oh, wow.
We got to reset for the bracket.
And then, as he's thinking about all those things, it's just
Did
like...
he die
gets
from a
so
trap?
depressed.
I'm not too
I
sure.
think Mongraal...
He might have.
I think he... Oh, it was a rifle.
It was a rifle.
Yeah, somebody Cody exploded him from a distance.
Cody exploded.
Yeah,
Cody
that's the sneak.
exploded.
It's a sneak attack.
Well, how many times have we seen a bracket reset in our tournaments itself? Actually, how many
Every
times
time,
have we seen
I feel
a
like
team
that
come
I've
from
been
the-
here with you casting.
I think 5 out of 6, 4 out of 6 teams have won from the losers. Or, excuse me, this is the 6th tournament.
Right.
We've seen 4 to 6 bracket resets as far as our tournaments are considered. And I think in 3 out of the 5 of them, the team coming from the losers bracket has won. So if you're coming from the losers bracket, regarding Friday Fortnite, you're definitely preferred to win the tournament.
Well, it definitely
which is pretty weird to think about.
Well, it comes down to what Legion was saying. You're coming into a cold team who necessarily hasn't been playing or hasn't been warming up. They're out of that competitive mindset. They're coming from that to a team from loser bracket who's extremely hungry, who's been playing it through, knowing that their tournament life is on the line literally every single match. And when they get to those finals, they're hungry to win it. They're like, we did all this work. We're not going to lose it at this point. But come on, Hogman and his teammate, 72 Hours. I mean, those are two dominant guys that I expect a lot from in terms of the future. And the fact that they're not even on the same competitive team blows my mind because they're such a good duo, such a strong duo. What does that say about the entire Team Liquid or the entire team complexity as a whole that we're going to be seeing later on in competitive Fortnite? I mean, we're seeing some seriously talented players.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm stoked. I don't know about you guys, but, like, just having a taste, right, to watch some of the capabilities that some of these teams have. I knew someone was going to do something like that. But just having, like, a little bit of an opportunity to witness, like, the potential. I mean, the plays from 72 Hours with the traps, the hunting rifle kills from Hogman, his overall aggressive plays, like the 14-year-olds obviously making their way through the grand finals. You know, there's just so many amazing opportunities that we've had and so many rivalries that are building through Friday Fortnite as well. And we have not even scratched the surface yet. And I am absolutely giddy as a schoolgirl just to be able to watch what the future is, right?
And he says he never does
competitive
cosplay.
That's true.
I'm not a weeb.
Let's talk about it though. Mongraal, Domentos. If you're coming to this second series, I'm telling you, this is what I expected. When you're young, you might come in a little too hot. You've got all this hype that's coming up behind you. You're trying to go in extremely confident here to these grand finals matchup. If I'm them, I'm sitting back and I'm analyzing the gameplay here versus exactly what Cole and what 72 Hours is doing in this situation, which is they're playing their own game. They're not playing out of the norm. They're playing the same way they've been doing it the entire tournament. You look at the drops here from the kids here at the beginning part of the bracket. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're making these riskier decisions here to be dropping tilted and challenging with C4s to blow up whole buildings. You know what I mean? It's like,
but it's like, can you do that when you're 13 years old?
Yes,
like,
I do. I think you can.
You think so?
I think
I'm just worried because it's like we talk about like. I don't know. We're all like 20 plus years old, obviously. Like
obvious looks at me and goes, obviously.
Well,
obviously, you're 63.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you give me a discount at the Golden Corral?
I definitely could give you a senior citizen.
But all I'm saying is that, like, from our perspective, like, oh yeah, and I totally understand what you're saying without question. But all I'm saying is that as a 13-year-old player, right? Obviously, he knows a ton about Fortnite. But like, what is the mindset of a kid that young, right? Coming into a game like this, realizing how much money is on the line. I mean, I wouldn't be able to focus. Like, I'd be throwing up. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know how good I am, but I don't know, man. Like, this is a game that's worth $17,000.
Well, I feel the longer competitive gaming is out, the younger the players are going to start becoming.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Because growing up now, it's just within their mindset that I want to be a competitive gamer. It's becoming a legitimate, real job. So these players are, and even families, it's a beautiful thing, actually. Families are now starting to support these younger players for pursuing their dreams as gamers, which back in the day, that would have been unheard of, right? Oh, you want to be a professional gamer? Well, you want to play Pac-Man for quarters at the Oh Wow Nick arcade? You know, like, no, come on. But, you know, if you're thinking about it now, these players are going to start getting younger and younger and younger. 13 seems to be, I think, the threshold from what we've seen, at least even in Call of Duty
especially
as well.
Console,
but whether it be Fortnite. But I'm excited to see these play. I mean, 13 already playing for this amount of money, playing at this competitive level. I mean, come on. Imagine 5 years from now, 10 years from now, how good these players are going to be. It's going to be insane.
To piggyback off
like
you,
just destroying everybody.
4-year-olds, jeez.
You know, you make such a good point though, talking about how the demo and the ages are getting younger and younger, and you know, even coming up probably 10 years ago, the amount of people that knew what competitive video game tournaments were minimal, and now exactly what you're saying, like every elementary school kid wants to be one of two things now. They want to be a professional YouTuber, a streamer, or they want to be a professional e-gamer, right? An esports pro. It's like, well, why is that? Well, that's because, one, it does a lot of things for you. One, leadership roles can develop, and it does help you in the real world outside. I'm not even joking. This is actually a conversation that I had with a teacher in high school once. He's like, because he was arguing with me, he was like, video games, man, it's a waste of your time. And I'm like, actually, like it's helped me to be a pretty good team builder and leader, and, you know, not to promote office synergy here in this conversation, but it's very interesting to see the types of skills and traits that carry over in pretty much every aspect of this. So I really do think that younger players, they can have the discipline and the maturity level to make events like this theirs. I mean, obviously they made it this far in the tournament, you know, but once you're in that grand final scenario, if it's your first time, a very, very different environment to be in. Some, you know, nerves might kick in, and also it's like, man, I mean, remember, you're playing the best of the best, so your decisions, every decision you make drop-wise, it's going to matter here in this game.
I was going to say, I am loving these roundtable discussions that we've had throughout these, I think you guys have casted for like 30 hours so far in Friday Fortnite. I've casted with you guys for, well, Taylor, but you for 20 hours. I mean, you've
been with me every time.
I mean, in your heart, absolutely, yeah. Oh, yeah,
here,
right in there. But I mean, we've been bringing some awesome stuff. We talk about leadership in gaming. This is fantastic conversation, man.
Well, it's the reality of it. You know, gaming is honestly a beautiful thing. Think about how many people can play games. You can whip out your phone right now and start playing a game. You know, gaming.
I'm Team Android, so get on it.
Gaming has become a reality within our lives, and I think parents are starting to realize that and support the dreams and goals. Even 5 years ago, like you were saying, whenever I was trying to come up as an esports commentator, my family didn't support me, but now they see the real, you know, like how great it can be. Obviously, making a living at doing what I'm doing, and it's you have to have a passion for it. But if you have a passion for it and you truly want to go for it, you definitely need to go for it. But enough preaching. It's game time. We have had the bracket reset. We're going into game or series number 2. Whoever wins this is the winner and taking it all. Domentos and Mongraal now. They had their chance in the first series. Let's see if they can pull it out in the second series. But with 72 hours in Hogman, take away the $10,000 prize from the loser bracket. We'll find out where we drop it.
And even starting here, it seems like Domentos and Mongraal are playing their game. We see them headed towards Salty, of course, trying to get the loot that's on the outside, so at least they go into the battle with a little something in the pocket, and nothing out of the norm. 72 hours in Hogman, they're doing their thing. They're just continuing to play the exact same way they have every round we've seen here today from them.
And like I said, it's the same, you know, saying over and over again. If it's not broke, right, don't try to fix it. Right? There's no reason, right? You're in the grand finals for a reason. You would talk about players, analysts, casters saying, hey, they didn't change up their strategies. Well, hey, if you're having success with it and a ton of success with it, why would you want to change it up? There's no real reason. If you're seeing any negatives from this particular strategy, keep rocking it until it doesn't rock anymore. At least that's the way that I like to roll.
Keep rocking until you can't rock anymore, baby.
Oh, man,
I gotta
that
tell you
should be a
what, if
song, I'll tell
I've
you what.
heard something more motivating, I literally just put on a hairband 80s band wig because of my balding scalp, and I'm ready to party, Landon.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Landon Donovan. Shout out to the USA soccer team. We wish you would have been able to make it there this year. But 72 hours, of course, 0 kills on both of their players there. But Hogman all fully looted out, got some nice heals, fully armored up as well. He's looking like a Harley Davidson out there, Taylor.
Yeah, and they're all sticking together. Harley Davidson reference, got to be happy for that, right? Sticking together, this is something we haven't seen them do so far, so it's going to be kind of nice to see these two teams battle it out for kills. Will they separate? Will they not? Of course, Salty Springs is going to be their first destination, and then they'll be moving over towards Dusty Divot. A lot of engagements at both of those locations, but this is where we're going to start to see who's shy and who's not. Will Domentos and Mongraal push up, or will they hang out in the back like we've seen them do time and time again? 72 hours and Hogman, though, they're not scared to get up in the fight, and I expect them to do that just now, and that player is dipping out.
This guy's like, yeah, not interested, but he actually does.
I'm going on a trip.
He goes down.
He does get taken down
where did
anyway.
he even go to?
Domentos.
Just fly over to the rooftop and then drop back down?
He literally made it about 30 feet to his right.
He
and
literally just took off.
stomped.
He straight up transformed.
Oh, man. That's going to be so unfortunate. Like, okay, I'm escaping, and then, yeah, he's just done. And that player does get down as well.
Behind him.
So there is at least one more player lingering around Salty Springs, which there's probably more than that. But regarding a full squadron, definitely this entire, we got the entire squad, right? We talked about Domentos, Mongraal, even Liquid 72 hours, and Cole Hogman. I mean, it's going to be a very scary feat when you see players like this running at you. But as far as the typical strategy, when it comes into Salty Springs, I've been kind of trying to make this a thing when it comes into competitive Fortnite, is the landing triangle, right? As far as this particular area around the map regarding Salty Springs, you have 3 different areas that you can rotate toward. It's going to be Salty, it's going to be Dusty, and it's going to be Retail. All 3 of those areas have a huge high population, a lot of potential loot. Not the most popular areas on the map. Definitely have quite a few members around that particular area, but the main key to that triangle is going to be Dusty Divot. Dusty Divot can take you almost anywhere on the map and in a short period of time.
A lot of damage coming in on 72 hours, and even more so as he does go down. Cole Hogman, where's he at? No, 72 hours completely dropped. Now it's all up to Hogman at this point. Notice 72 hours also dropped with 0 kills. Now the game is going to rest on Hogman's shoulders as he's going to go ahead and dip out and fly over. Now, at this point, he's going to try and meet up at the Dusty Divot. No, he's going to backtrack. Knows there's players around. He's going full force into the action. You got to respect the intensity on his part. But as I say that, Mongraal as well as Domentos, they're going to be double-teaming a player and do get the knock. Shots all around, but they're going to be taking damage just as well. This could be a quick first round if they can't get it under control.
You need to be very wary of this position. And right now, if you are all 3 of our players, for Hogman, you're trying to stay alive, because if not, you're in a very awkward spot when it comes into game number 2, thinking about the future. And for Domentos and Mongraal, right, you have a huge advantage being in a permanent 2 versus 1. Don't try to aggress anything that you absolutely don't have to. I don't want to say play passive necessarily, but just play smart, right? You don't have to be the full-on aggressor. It's not about, hey, let's kind of go back and forth, let's hardcore battle it out. It's about having the advantage and realizing such as that. But of course, speaking on topic when it comes down to Domentos and Mongraal, on the opposite, and Hogman does find a kill in this situation. It has the ability to keep adding toward that score as far as things are considered. So I believe he does get so there's the knockdown, gets the official kill onto 2, I think, so onto 2.
That's 3 players actually for Hogman out of that.
Okay, 3. Okay, there you go.
And this is, you're talking strength in numbers here. If you're Mongraal and you're Domentos, yes, obviously you need to be aware that Hogman solo is completely capable of getting as many kills as possible. However, based off that first series, Mongraal, Domentos, they're very strong, aggressive players. However, they need to be pushing together, and that's exactly what they're doing here in this situation. Obviously he's looking for some explodes here around the map, but Dusty Divot is one of those positions where you are going to find a lot of people migrating to this area, especially right around the 30-player mark in this game. I mean, at this point, just play it safe. Wait to see where that rotation is going to happen, and make sure that you just go into this game 2 with a nice lead and try not to get knocked out early, because with 72 hours gone, this is as ideal as it gets for them.
And that's a big thing I want to point out. A lot of players rotate way too early before they understand where the circle is, in fact, going to collapse down to.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's worth it to kind of hang around a populated area, maybe dusty, see where players are going to be rotating to and catch players off guard, and then see where the circle is going to collapse down to and make your rotation based on where it's going to land at. So smart point from you, Legion, especially. So 8-3 is going to be the score. 5 kills down, still manageable. Not too many engagements, actually, surprisingly. It's been a pretty fast game, 26 engagements still remaining, so a lot of potential for Hogman to kind of close that deficit or at least do some damage control overall going into the second round. But like I said, guys, there's a $3,000 difference between this game, and it's also for the championship. It's a lot riding on the line, but Domentos, Mongraal looking pretty solid so far, and doesn't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon.
And what I really like, actually, from this particular gameplay from Domentos and Mongraal is they're kind of playing the gatekeeper role in this situation. You notice where they're going? They're going toward the outside of the circle, which happens to be right toward Tilted Towers. The amount of players that are probably working on getting out of the storm, kind of heading like right through here, throughout Loot Lake, this is the perfect place to be at regarding a lot of free kills. And of course, we see Hogman realizing the exact same thing. All three of our players right now being aware of that gatekeeping role, along with the factor of where players are going to be trickling out from, which we always talk about, Legion. There's always someone inside of Tilted, and there's going to be guys realizing, hey, I'm not in the zone. I have to get to Loot Lake as fast as possible because within 35 seconds, we're going to be at the new zone ready to go.
And for whatever reason, there's always people at Loot Lake.
It's true, too.
I mean,
Well, it's a
unless
huge
you're
transfer
Ninja and you're
point.
baiting, I don't really understand it. But yeah, exactly what you said, Taylor. It's a huge baiting area, and it's where everybody's trying to meet from 3 different points, major points on the map, that is. And of course, this poor soul just said, okay, I'm just going to keep building one by ones. He's probably not even in the circle. He's not in the circle. He's on the opposite side here. Yeah. Luckily, they clean him up, maybe trying to go get some of those resources off of his body. But of course, they're just going to be wrapping and rotating up here to the center house in Loot Lake. It just seems like they're also looking to see if there's anybody else coming in solely from the zone. As you keep mentioning, Landon, being a gatekeeper role, playing this role, Hogman trying to stay up close with them as well, maybe get some of those trades, get some of those kills, get some of those cherry picks, just like the kid in dodgeball that sits in the back till the end and then claims he did really good when he didn't throw a ball for the whole time. But that's not relevant to the situation. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Speaking from experience by chance?
His name was Sean, 8th grade. It's okay, though. Way better than me.
I think we actually saw, too, from the other guy's perspective in Domentos and Mongraal, the Thermal AR also was found as well. So that's a great find. We talked about the guy in the back just happens to barely make it through the zone at Loot Lake, feeling pretty confident in himself. He's like, I did it! And then just as that happens, he hears a ton of stomping on the floor above him as he does get eliminated pretty quickly. But the Thermal AR, we haven't really seen that in our last few series. It's going to be nice to witness it again in our series or in our tournament for the rest of it and whatnot and see how influential it is. I mean, we talked about it in a number of different ways, a number of different facets, how useful it can be for a number of different ways. And I think that's only going to be another advantage to add toward the current scoreline that Domentos and Mongraal have in their favor.
You see that. I just love the lineup with that sniper rifle. A lot of the times you saw him, he snapped on it, but he also waited for him to fall into that reticle just perfectly. That comes from a long slew line of video games. I mean, patience with these power weapons, especially with these bolt actions, is so key. And players like Hogman, obviously 72, sorry. Numbers are hard. 72's been out of the game here now for a little while, but when you see him in here with that sniper rifle, and of course those ARs, absolute monster, but Hogman's got to watch out for the shots from behind. Of course, great build, managed to stay alive, and about 1,000 in resources here, materials, so he looks like he's going to be good up top, hopefully getting some nice pop shots off of the sniper, and
nice
another
shots.
one from Hogman.
Yeah, definitely nice shot. Not able to get to completed kill. That player's going to build a 1-by-1 and just heal up, but I do believe there is a player below Hogman who hasn't progressed up at this point, but this player below is hungry for the kill, and he has the potential to get some shots, but cannot. Now, notice he's still sitting at 3 kills, and he's been sitting at 3 kills for a while, so with his teammate being down already at a 7-kill deficit, all these kills are going to matter, Landon.
And he's not in the zone, too, so he realizes I have to advance my position, or I'm going to be stuck in a place, in a very awkward spot, essentially, as far as that's considered, just because you have players in front of you, the storm's going to be moving in shortly. He's not even in the realm of possibility as far as how things are considered as far as the storm. And speaking of not being in the game, this player just absolutely has no idea what's happening.
Yeah, he's doing definitely crossplay from the mobile arena here, but that's just fine. Hogman finally build his way up here again in a terrible situation to be in.
A much different
low health as that. I mean, this is definitely a little bit different here, but manages to build him in. Will he go for the edit here for the kill? Of course, he's going to have multiples in the gunfight. Manages to pop him off.
Wow.
That's going to be 5 kills total for Hogman now as he almost murders himself using that beautiful boulder, and he's good to go.
He is good to go. And, we just saw a great feature of Hogman's skills. at that current situation. He was taking a lot of damage and not only knew that at that point editing wasn't the right thing to do, but currently he just built over the opponents and then dropped down to get the kill. He's honestly one of my top players, at least throughout this tournament. I mean, he has been playing so phenomenally well. He's an overall just all-around great player.
And I've been waiting to see him. I think for our very first tournament, I was like, okay, who is Cole Hogman? I see the Cole in front of his name has to stand for complexity. Is he a streamer? Is he a competitive player? And I was like, oh, that's cool. We get to actually see a pro Fortnite player in one of our tournaments. And unfortunately, we really didn't get to see them advance too far. But as I said, now with the pairing of 72 hours, I'm not saying this is going to be a permanent duo throughout Friday Fortnite, but I would
Wouldn't be a bad one, though.
Oh, not at all, by any means. I think this would be a fantastic thing to witness regarding, future Friday Fortnites. If this pair wanted to kind of stick together, it could definitely be, another really top squad to be looking out for.
And look at these shots here from Mongraal. 3 players basically all dragging that site right in front of him. Still manages to keep his shots and aim on the one guy that was knocked originally, and that sets them up for a 3-kill advantage, even more, just continuing to increase that lead. Hogman, though, just looks like he's getting an unfortunate rotation on this portion of the map. Everywhere he's going, he's just a little bit behind those engagements. Yeah. Just honestly, just very unfortunate for him.
It definitely is, and the score is getting away from him at this point. So Mongraal Domentos looking so incredibly poised to maybe take over this championship, at least for this Friday Fortnite. They've got a considerable sizable lead, and they don't look like they're stopping at this point. Still some more engagement, still remains 6 in total. Looks like some shots are going to be fired. Mongraal, though, doing a great job getting out of there with defensive build, plus the snapshot on the player trying to flank on the back,
jukes.
but cannot get the player crawling on the ground. Hogman trying to get this player from the ceiling, but actually that's going to be Domentos who picked him off from the ground, showing, obviously, not only can they get their own kills, they can steal Hogman's as well.
And it seems like Domentos and Mongraal have gotten those first series shakes out, right? If there were any nerves, obviously if they just weren't warmed up because they were sitting for so long waiting in the winners bracket, I mean, it seems like right now they're ready to go. So this is going to be a definitely interesting second game. It could still go either way, obviously, but Domentos and Mongraal with a significant lead, basically going into game 2. I mean, this is going to be extremely difficult for Hogman at 72 hours to come back from.
Oh, and another kill steal as well, I believe, coming in from Domentos. I mean, Mongraal, excuse me, that's absolutely absurd, the amount of opportunities that Hogman has, but they are just being outright stolen from him. Here comes another opportunity for a frag, and it looks like it's going to be going the way of Mongraal if he's not careful, and it actually will go toward Domentos. So that's
13.
What?
22.
I think it's at least 4 to 5 frags at the end that Hogman had the opportunity to get, and nearly every single one of them gets stolen out from underneath.
That's 22 total kills, 22 to 5. That is a 17 elimination lead for Domentos and Mongraal going into game 2. I mean, we haven't seen a deficit comeback like that today. We've seen it in the past Friday Fortnite events.
We have seen it in the past.
But today, it's been going the way of whoever's been leading game 1 for almost the entirety of the day. So, I mean, to be jumping into this game 2.
It is, man.
I mean, I'm feeling 22, as Taylor Swift would say, plus 3 years. But, I mean, what's going on down there here for Hog and 72 hours? It's going to be a comeback. But if we can see anybody do it after 72 hours individual plays today, they play separate sides of the map. I think we're going to see that split due to how many kills are necessary here. And if you're Domentos, are you pushing with them? I mean, you should be pushing with them, right? Trying to steal those kills off the rip.
I would say depending on what the strategy is for Hogman and 72, what I think that they're going to do heading into this next map, we're going to send Hogman to Tilted. We're going to send 72 probably to something like a retail, maybe to something like a Salty Springs. I would say depending on what 72 does, if Hogman was to go to Tilted and they were to split, I think what Domentos and co do is that they see where 72 likes to go. If he goes Salty, we can follow him. If he goes his retail row, you can kind of base that off and kind of get a little bit of an idea. With a 17-kill advantage, though, depending, like I said, where 72 likes to go, if he goes toward a more passive place, absolutely follow him. But if he goes to a retail, if he maybe even goes toward inside of Salty Springs, to me, I'm going Lonely Lodge. I'm going, I don't know, Greasy Grove. I'm going Moisty Mire. Any place with a 17-kill advantage, you're feeling pretty confident in it. And by the time that you get your resources up, by the time that you've unlocked 55 chests and you're feeling pretty confident in your gameplay, you're going to still have the lead once you get back into the overall fight, once you're back into the circle. So, I don't know, man. I think this is a big kind of play for Domentos and co as far as what do they do regarding countering the strats. But I think if you're 72 and Hogman in the situation, you got to split, and you got to send Hogman to Tilt the Towers because he's without question the better Slayer of the two, and he's the guy who has to perform and has to have a very, very solid moment, and this is his opportunity to really proven himself. He's been an MVP throughout this entire tournament, and if he wants to prove himself as one of the best in the world, this is your stage. Unfortunately, it's a 17 kill disadvantage. We're going to have to 1v4 squad inside to tilt the towers, but it has to happen this way, I think.
Taylor, Landon's personal nightmare for everybody watching, wherever you're at, his personal nightmare is Domentos and Mongraal hot dropping tilted and dying instantaneously and forfeiting what I would consider one of the easiest victory leads you could possibly have in a grand finals.
No, they're going somewhere chill. Like
they want it. They've been playing. You got to think about time zones, boys.
No, if Domentos and Mongraal go tilt the towers, I will walk out that door and never come back.
They are going,
which probably is chat's like, oh, let's go, please go there right now. But all I'm saying is that if they go tilt the towers, man, I'm exiting. I'm out. It's like. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm just going to stress myself out even more. I can't even speak because how mad I am if that happens. But I'd be very ticked if they went to the towers because there's no reason why you should be going to the towers with a 7, 8, 9, 10, 17 kill lead. There's no reason.
Was it J.R. Smith that went the opposite way with the basketball in the NBA Finals?
It's true. Yeah.
I feel like it would be like doing that.
Apparently he knew what was going on.
Oh, he knew what was going on.
Yeah, apparently.
Sure you did.
He didn't know what was going on in that reaction. No,
Kevin Durant did when he switched teams.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Unfortunately for Taylor, he's not super aware of the basketball.
No, I absolutely know what's going on, but come on. No, I definitely see them going moisty or someplace chill like that because the reason being I see them going moisty at that point.
Wouldn't you agree that
because if they go moisty at this point, they get a lot of resources. They come into the fight. They come into the fight solid, ready to get some kills. You cut me off, man. I was
just listening.
Had the flow going in, and
I apologize.
We actually freestyle a lot, so we like to use the terminology flow during all of our broadcasts.
I've never once freestyled, I gotta say, but you've
never freestyled.
You before. And it's not going to happen right now. Please,
production. Now is the opportunity.
But I know you have. I know you got a couple of hot drops on your YouTube channel.
Hey, listen. Let me know. Let me know when you want a UMG feature. I got it.
Oh.
Reflections.
Oh, that should be the name of the album.
Honestly,
that should be the name of that. It should be me in front of your Cadillac that you own.
Dude, honestly,
we got
that Cadillac is the OG.
How many miles is on that?
It's got about actually not too many, about 150-something thousand, which isn't a lot for 1996.
Hydraulics?
It's 22
does not have hydraulics, nor is it cherry red with rims. Okay, I'm just saying.
First of all, candy paint. I don't know if you've listened to any Big Crit or Paul Wall albums
I have
in your
thought
entire
about
life.
getting it painted.
Definitely get it candy painted.
I've thought about it. I really have.
White on top?
Wood grain. Oh my goodness, man! Not candy paint red though. Don't do it. Don't do candy apple.
I wanted to do
candy
that.
blue, sky blue,
What?
baby. Look at that. Look right behind you. See these lights, these beautiful lights that we have? Imagine that color while you're just pulling up. Oh, my goodness.
Gotcha.
Sunshine in the summertime? Come on now.
If you guys are wondering why we're talking for so long, Cole Hogman has decided to restart his computer.
I think it's very important that you do.
He went to Hobby Lobby to get knitting and crochet materials.
Yes. By the way, guys, it's actually insane plays are happening inside Tilted right now.
Yeah,
we just wanted to have a roundtable discussion instead about Taylor's old vehicle.
Cole Hogman is resetting his PC, so that is why we are currently sitting here talking about it, but a good opportunity to talk about our G Fuel sponsors. You grabbed that right there. G Fuel, been a great sponsor for the past 2 tournaments, as well as EGL. You guys are definitely advertising it right. I'm actually out of G Fuel and water, so unfortunately, that's actually probably a good thing. I've been sitting on 2 packets at least for this tournament. But EGL as well as G Fuel, 2 great sponsors that have been coming through big in these Keemstar tournaments. And of course, shout out to Keemstar for helping us put on these tournaments. Great guy. And great overall tournament organizer. Come on, he's created something very special.
Knows everybody out here.
Knows everybody.
Getting everybody involved to come out. All your favorite creators and streamers, YouTubers, everybody. Keemstar was like, hey, you should come play in this tournament. And guess what? They all showed out because you know why? 20 grand is on the line. And because Fortnite's amazing. And because Fortnite. And we're the only people doing these amazing tournaments right now.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. That's important to know.
Yeah. And we have the highest intensity tournaments. Pacing-wise, I'm not seeing anything that's going, 1, as quickly as this, and 2, you're not seeing this many kills being dropped pretty much anywhere else, I feel like, in a tournament setting.
That is true.
This is pretty exciting to constantly be able to cast nonstop action.
And literally every single Friday, we cast for at least 8 hours straight, which is pretty intense.
And production. It's 10 hours, actually, almost. 8 or 9. Yeah.
And not to
County's-
mention,
yeah,
and not
it's
to mention
hard.
production in there too is a solid team.
Yeah, those
Sometimes,
guys-
sometimes it's just even 2 of them running the production.
Yeah, it's one
back
guy.
there
He actually
for
wears
18 monitors.
sunglasses on the back of his head with
Yes,
his
he
ball
does.
cap backwards because it's 2 people in one. So
It's kind of crazy.
we really appreciate
crazy.
everybody back there doing all this work.
If you guys only knew how much it took to put on these tournaments and how
it's
crazy
insane.
they are, it's actually quite a lot. I know you guys are watching at home and you're like, oh, but no, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into putting on these tournaments, organizing, and overall research that we do.
Yeah,
It's
everyone's
I
like,
drive
oh,
5 hours here. Every
Yes, you
morning.
do. I-
Every
I-
Friday morning, I drive 5 hours.
You drive
here to
5
cast.
hours. I drive 10 minutes. You drive, what, 6 minutes? We all sacrifice our time.
There's a lot
to go
going into that.
to come into these tournaments. But here we are.
Shout out to
Finally,
you,
Cole Hogman is done with
is
the
it.
computer reset. This is literally it, unless they force a best of 3, but 17 kill deficit. Boys, 72 hours in Hogman. They've got their work cut out for them.
I don't know if you saw 72 Hours just put on Mad City by Kendrick Lamar, one of the best bangers to come out of 2012. Shout out to good kid Mad City. Definitely should have won Album of the Year, Hip Hop Album of the Year there for the Grammys. But anyways, we're going to see Hogman 72 Hours dropping, and it looks like where are they landing there?
It looks
Where's it at,
like
Lando?
for 72, he's going to be at least keeping tilted in his overall vision. And for Hogman, he's making his way toward retail row. So I thought that roles would be totally reversed as far as their split. It's not at all uncommon that a team goes retail, a team goes tilted. But I really thought we were going to see Hogman actually go toward tilted towers. I feel like he's been the better aggressor of the two. It's not necessarily what 72 Hours likes to try and commit to off the break. But maybe Hogman made the call like, hey man, I'm feeling a little bit more confident if I go toward retail row. Better opportunity for us as far as the overall scheme of things. So this is right. The pressure is on, right? I think we need to obviously keep away from Domentos and Mongraal screens for the time because why? They're in the driver's seat. They could do whatever they want to. Now it is on at 72 Hours and Hogman to bring this back. Of course, an initial fight for both of our players. Thankfully, 72 Hours happened to spot someone in a Starbucks line who happens to be on a very low quality of phone. But regardless of that, happens to spot a few players entering in. How did he not take fall damage?
I have no
Did he
idea.
just
He
catch
actually
the
caught the
awning?
clip of the wall and he
The
did it on
awning, I think, or
purpose too. Now
something?
that is 100% map awareness. You see these guys day in
Wow.
and day out dropping in multiple spots, learning every aspect of this giant map. And right there you see, but of course we got the purple scar in the hands of 72 Hours looking like a whole snack down there with that inventory. Trading out with the 3 shotgun combo wombo. What are we doing here, Landon? Because I'm ready to see some pop shots from this gentleman.
I'm ready to see him hop in the shopping cart and just get out of here. No, not at all. He has to stay
yeah,
here.
You already
He
find
realizes
some blues here? Okay, this is
Yeah,
fantastic.
he realizes I have to be here, and granted, it's not the greatest of situations, but I have to make do. As thankfully, he does find some splodes, so we can rock with those if needed to be. Didn't mean to rap there, or rhyme rather, but I did in the end. But looks like has one player just on the outside of that door. Like I said, has the double pump.
Got a blue
Actually, he's going to
pump there
find a
as well.
blue
Oh,
as well, but
no.
ignores it. Wants to find the engagements, and here's the opportunity. I thought for a second we saw a skin bait, but not the case. Player dropped as well. And that's 2 frags for 72.
Yes.
3 eliminations coming in from Hogman. Nice 5-0 start, but I mean what? They have a 17 kill deficit to bring back. They're going to need a lot more than this.
Players are literally running into 72 Hours, and he is taking full advantage of it, picking up every single kill
He's out of
that
mats.
comes his way. He is out of mats, but he doesn't need them. No, excuse me. Let me take that back. 45 health, and this
Oh
could be
my
the
God.
tournament as he does get exploded, and his teammate is nowhere near to help him out. He is going to be all the way over in retail row, and that's going to be it as he gets finished off.
Wow.
17 kill deficit, a little bit less now, of course, but Hogman is the only person alive to keep this team in it to win it. Will they get second place or first? Cole Hogman has so much pressure on his shoulders at this point.
I mean, 5 kills, though, out of 72 hours. An incredible
yeah.
start. Still half the lobby left, so it is possible. Does almost grenade himself, though, which would have been by
That would have
far.
been awful.
I would have transformed into a Kleenex and blown off into the room at that point due to sadness. That was insane here. Another 4 kills, though, out of Hogman. I believe they're down still by about, 13 kills at this point, more than likely, because you are seeing kills out of Mongraal and Domentos, and that lobby is draining fast. Another one here as well for Mongraal, and doing this build stuff where he just fell into the basement, apparently. He actually just descended into the oblivion down there, really terrified at what's happening.
I think there was a jump pad down there.
There had to
or
have been, yeah.
A trap of some sort that kind of pushed him forward. So that's kind of somewhat of a positive. But yeah, it looked like he was kind of floating in midair, but it seems he can do basically it all and also levitate. So that's pretty cool.
Levitate.
not a lot of kills on the side of Hogman and 72 hours as we see more kills are coming in the hands of Mongraal as well as Domentos. Mongraal is Domentos. Not only, 30 3 engagements remaining. This has been an extremely fast game, and this is not what you want, especially if you're last alive. The man of Hogman.
I think right now, Epic, if you're watching, if you could somehow make an air horn and give it to Hogman so we can just run throughout the map and just, just press it over and over again to get the awareness of every single player on the map, because he's going to have that. He has to find
12.
So many
12
players.
to tie it right now.
Yeah, just 12 to tie. I guarantee you Domentos and Mongraal are at least going to find 3 or 4 of those 12 if we talk about it. So about a 17-18 kill disadvantage when you're really looking at the overall kind of landscape of things. But yeah, man, and these players are starting to fall quick. He's going to have to rotate into Dusty Divot from here, right? If he finds some engagements, that's great. He's going to have to find some hop rocks and move on. But right now, if I am Domentos and Mongraal, stay with Hogman. There's no reason to not, right? You have a huge advantage. We're down to the final 30 engagements, actually less than the final 30 engagements. Hang with Hogman. Hashtag. I'm making a hashtag right now. Make it go viral. Who cares? But all they need to do is hang on his heels, and from there, they can win this series.
Yes, they definitely
win
can.
This tournament.
Hanging around Dusty is going to be Cole Hogman. Spots a player. There is going to be a player down below who just destroyed a tree. He's going to have to pursue that, but if you notice, Domentos is going to be right on top of that, ready to rain down bullets himself. He's going to have to dip out. Now, at this point, he's going to try and stick with the opposite team, which is a very risky strategy. You can get your kills stolen at that point. So a lot of pressure on the line if he definitely wants to do that. I think he should stick together or stick on his own, but he does take some damage from the back. 45 health remaining, firing some shots down below. The tournament life on the line. This player building up, luckily knocks him down. Be another one just below him. He's got to be careful. His head is really exposed at this point, taking even more damage down to 34 health. And he's gone. And Hogman is down. And my goodness, we are going to see, and he's going to leave that match, man, as we see a great match just ended. Mongraal and Domentos are going to take the champion. A 14-year-old has just taken over this tournament and won $10,000.
All the props, man.
On his line. Come on. That's amazing.
It's
for
insane.
For a 14. I mean, come on. That is huge.
And all the props to those guys.
Yeah, all the props to them. And this is a shout-out to all the young guns out there that are aspiring to be professionals here, especially in the Fortnite scene. You're watching Domentos. You're watching Mongraal. It is completely plausible for you. Get the grind on. Keep the effort out there. And you could be one of these teams that are playing in these Friday Fortnites. Remember, this is their first time playing in this tournament. They come in and they end up winning.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a huge momentum boost, especially pushing them forward. And maybe we'll see them in more Friday Fortnites, maybe not. But even so, it's not the last time we're going to see of them in terms of the competitive circuit overall.
Sure,
but shout out, Domentos, Mongraal, they take first place. 72 Hours, Hogman taking second. And then, of course, down there we have Avxry and OP finishing third. We had literally all 6 of them, all 3 teams, never finished in the money before. And now tonight, money being flown all around. 10,000, 7,000, and 3,000.
One of those tornadoes where it blows around and you try to catch it. But you only get like 10 seconds, and I only get the dollar bills instead of the 10. So, yeah, it was a work experience.
I want to give massive props to Avxry, man, because he's been playing in our tournament since day one. I think from in our very first week, he ends up getting taken down, coming from the winner's bracket. He ends up getting taken down by Nickmercs and Sypher, coming from the loser's bracket. And ever since then, he has been looking to try to get in the money, trying to hop inside of that top 3. Yeah. And I know how hard he grinds. I know how much of a grinder when it comes into his streams as well. I know for this tournament, he didn't have to have his usual teammate and Noah J and whatnot. But man, all the props to Avxry. Really happy to see him obviously finishing the money with OP, of course, new addition as well. But yeah, man, I'm loving it, right? As far as Friday Fortnite is considered, we talk about, maybe the change-up. TSM, FaZe, Ninja, those guys are kind of taking over the overall victor spots. The top 3 is usually pretty much decided in our last 2 weeks. Absolute turnaround when it comes to week number 6, which I am all the more excited about because that means even more storylines and even more awesome matches to watch in the later stages of these weeks. So.
Absolutely. We're going to be closing out the show, but is there anything else that you guys want to point out? Legion, once again, thank you so much for showing up, bud.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. It's truly an honor to be able to cast some amazing Fortnite. Of course, every week we pretty much see a new faces coming in that are putting up an ultimate challenge. So I'm excited to see what's going to be going on next week. I won't be here with you guys, but I want you to know that in my heart,
Legion.
I'm always going to be here with you, okay? I know.
That hurts.
I know. I'm going to
hurts.
be in Los Angeles, and it's going to be really hot there, but no humidity, so at least it won't. We'll be here, so that's a good time.
I'm sad. I am genuinely sad. But the next week you might be joining us again, though, right?
I
Right
might.
after that.
Yeah.
So I know we're Looking to have you as a regular on the show. And Lando Sanders, come on. What do you got to tell the champ before we head out?
Oh, well, of course, I got to give a massive shout out to the viewers for being here. We really do appreciate it, guys, week in and week out. You guys showing your support, watching some Fortnite esports, competitive Fortnite especially. We obviously want to give a massive shout out to you guys as well. And also, I am very, very excited for the future of competitive Fortnite. Absolutely want to be involved with it, I'm sure, as all three of us want to as well.
Absolutely.
Super excited to see the future regarding, even the Fortnite World Cup. Just the future is bright when it comes to esports, and especially for Fortnite as well. And of course, I can't wait to be a part of it. Can't wait to watch a lot of our awesome tournaments as they do progress. Of course, want to give a shout out to EGL and G Fuel for continually sponsoring our Friday Fortnite tournaments, for making these help happen in part. That totally caught me off guard.
I was zoned out there actually for a second, and then he did that, and it just totally scared me.
I brought you back. I got you.
You did.
Taylor, I know the zone out phase for you now.
I'm here now. What's going on, guys?
But quickly, also, massive shout out to production. They kill it every single week.
Absolutely.
Massive thank you to
Every
those
week.
guys
Absolutely.
for always putting on an awesome show. Shout out to Keemstar. And yeah, guys, if you guys want to follow me on the Twitterverse, as Taylor likes to say, @Lando. Would appreciate a follow, guys. Thank you very much.
Honestly, guys, I think that was definitely the sign out that we wanted to hear. But once again, thank you guys. Apart from me, Taylor Noble Reflections, thank you for coming by. See us next Friday for another $20,000 tournament. Keemstar's going to be putting on. We're going to be hosting it. We appreciate you guys coming by. We'll see you next time.